On a planet made almost entirely of mountain ranges with only a few scattered trees, Yunfeng looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. He remembered that he should have been at home reading Dragon Ball manga when a sudden fire broke out in the house. Overcome by smoke, he lost consciousness, and upon waking, he found himself here. Congratulations to the host for binding with the latest Huaxia 2080 system. Please confirm host. Hearing the system's voice, Yunfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately said, bind the system. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again, binding successful. You have obtained pure Scion bloodline and the energy of the first stage of Super Scion. You have obtained instant transmission Kaioken and instant recovery of physical stamina. Yunfeng asked, system, where is this place? The reply came, Dragon Ball World Namek. Namek, the place where Sun Wukong first attained the state of Super Saiyan. With the energy he had acquired from signing in, Yunfeng was certain he would dominate Namek. Looking at this unfamiliar senior sister, Yunfeng thought that in the Dragon Ball world mighty experts were as numerous as the clouds. If he wanted to survive, he would have to cultivate relentlessly to face the powerful enemies that would appear in the future. Yunfeng immediately remembered that he was on Namek, which was Frieza's home ground. Since he had come, he naturally had to cause a great upheaval and let his name resound throughout the Dragon Ball world. Of course, he also greatly wished to witness the power of Sun Wukong, the scion of the battle-hardened warrior race of the universe. Yunfeng's body began to float upward. It was his first time using the power of a Super Saiyan, and he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it. He extended his senses, searching for any nearby presence of overwhelming power. He sensed it, a terrifying aura like that of a monster in the distance. Let me go join the fun, he thought. With a soft boom, Yunfeng vanished from where he had been standing. Frieza had already completed his final transformation. Although his body had become smaller, his strength had grown ever more terrifying. Piccolo had already had his chest pierced by one of Frieza's invisible attacks and lay unconscious. Wukong was utterly exhausted, and as for Gohan and Krillin's combat strength, it could virtually be ignored. Wukong shouted, Gohan, Krillin, take Piccolo and run quickly. I'll hold Frieza back. Frieza's eerie voice rang out. Do you think you can escape? Detestable Science, this time I will eradicate you down to the very last root. Just thinking of the Science made Frieza grit his teeth in rage. At that moment, a terrifying aura began moving rapidly toward them. Both Wukong and Frieza stared in horror in the direction of the approaching aura. Whose key is that? It's so powerful, Wukong exclaimed. With a thunderous boom, even the air seemed to shudder as a blurred figure arrived on the battlefield. Frieza and Wukong both fixed their gazes on this unfamiliar person. Frieza began grinding his teeth again. What is this? Are you also here to challenge the dignity of me, the Emperor of the Universe? Yunfeng looked at Frieza. So you're Frieza? You truly are a monstrously powerful creature. Frieza's eerie laughter echoed. I didn't expect my great name to have spread to every far corner of the distant universe. What an honor indeed. Yunfeng looked at the badly wounded Wukong. Wukong, take Gohan and Krillin and leave at once. I'll handle things here. Wukong stared at the stranger, wondering how he could possibly know their names. Suddenly, golden ki like blazing flames burst from Yunfeng's body, and the entire Namek began to tremble. Go quickly. Wukong no longer hesitated. Then be careful, he said before taking Gohan and flying to a relatively distant place to watch the battle, though he did not truly leave. Yunfeng's aura grew stronger and stronger to the point that even Frieza broke out into a cold sweat. Frieza, shall we begin? I've only just obtained this power and am still unfamiliar with it, which is why I've wasted so much time. Frieza sneered. You're not going to say some ridiculous line about defeating me, are you? Yunfeng smiled faintly. No, I'm going to kill you. Frieza's gaze turned icy. Arrogant brat, go die. An invisible energy blast shot forth, but Yunfeng's body blurred and vanished in an instant, reappearing nowhere to be seen. Frieza glanced around, wildly searching for any trace of Yunfeng. With a thunderous crash, Yunfeng's body appeared right before Frieza's eyes and slammed into him. Frieza was sent flying backward, blood already spilling from the corner of his mouth. Frieza snarled through gritted teeth. Damn it, where on earth did this brat come from? Since you insist on meddling in my business with the Science, then die here. Death Destruction Ball. Frieza leaped into the air, a terrifying black energy sphere forming in his hand. Frieza raved, disappear together with this planet. Yunfeng looked at him indifferently, as though he did not take Frieza's attack to heart in the slightest. Yunfeng let out a loud shout, his Super Saiyan aura flaring ever more intensely, like golden flames burning around him. His entire body seemed wrapped in golden light as he shot straight toward Frieza's Death Destruction Ball. With a deafening boom, a beam of golden energy crashed against the black sphere. Namek began to shake violently. Stones lifted into the air and shattered into dust while the ground split open with spiderweb-like cracks. The impact of the golden silhouette grew stronger and stronger, actually forcing the black energy sphere back bit by bit. Terror appeared on Frieza's face. "Impossible, impossible," he screamed as he was swallowed entirely by the black energy ball. A series of thunderous explosions resounded as a massive crater was blasted into the ground. The surrounding seawater surged in at once, flooding the hole. Yunfeng stood there calmly while Wukong and Gohan stared at his figure in stunned amazement. Gohan said, "Dad, that uncle's strength is incredible. He's probably even stronger than Frieza. In his hands, Frieza is as weak as a child." Krillin was so shocked he could barely speak. This unfamiliar young man was simply too powerful. Among all the experts he had seen, this one was the strongest. Yunfeng knew that Frieza was not dead. Frieza, after all, was a terrifying monster of the Frost Demon race. There was no way he would be defeated by a single strike. Sure enough, before long, Frieza floated up from the water, his entire body bleeding as he glared at Yunfeng with vicious eyes. Damn it, I am the great cosmic emperor Frieza, destined from birth to rule. How could you lowly rabble possibly defeat me?" His entire body began to swell, and Frieza's aura climbed once more. It seemed that this time he had unleashed 100% of his power. "Now I can send Frieza on his way," Yunfeng thought as golden scion energy erupted from both his hands. The golden flame-like ki slowly pressed toward Frieza. Frieza repeatedly flared his ki and fired several energy blasts, trying to hold back the crushing advance of the golden energy, but it was all in vain. The golden ki steadily pressed Frieza downward. With a deafening boom, a violent explosion erupted high above Namek. Frieza's aura vanished. Wukong and Krillin stared in astonishment at the young man who had so effortlessly killed Frieza, then mustered their courage and flew over to him. On planet Namek, Goku slowly flew over with Gohan and Krillin following behind. Goku smiled and said, "Brother, do you know us? Why did you help us defeat Frieza?" Yunfeng also smiled. "Mr. Goku, please do not doubt me. I am your friend. Have you perhaps heard of the Omni King?" Goku was taken aback. "Omni King? I've never heard of him. I only trained in techniques under King Kai." Yunfeng could not be bothered to explain further. "Goku, all you need to know is that the Omni King is a god far, far above King Kai, and I am the disciple of the Omni King." With a perfectly straight face, Yunfeng spun his lie. "I was sent by the Omni King to deal with Frieza. And Goku, you are a pure-blooded scion from the warrior race. I wish to take you as my disciple because I am also a scion." Goku's jaw dropped in astonishment. "You're a scion too?" Yunfeng said, "Just now, when I defeated Frieza, that was me transforming into a super scion. Would you like to become a super scion like me?" Goku's desire to grow stronger surged. He immediately knelt down. "Master above, please accept this disciple." Goku's bow. Yunfeng beamed as he watched Goku. "Good. From now on, you are my disciple, and in this world, I will be your shelter." Yunfeng looked at Krillin and Gohan. "Hurry and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Frieza. Then return to Earth and train well. Frieza will come to Earth for revenge." Goku almost stumbled in shock. "Didn't Master kill Frieza?" "Goku, Frieza belongs to the mighty Frost Demon race. His vitality is terrifyingly tenacious, and he can even survive in the vacuum of space. He definitely wasn't dead just now, and will surely make a comeback. Goku, come train with me and return to Earth in 1 year." Goku nodded, then nodded again to Gohan and Krillin. "Gohan, when you go back, you must train diligently and never slack off, or what happened on planet Namek will be repeated on Earth. Tell everyone that I will return in a year to fight at their side." Gohan and Krillin supported the injured Piccolo and slowly flew away to resurrect those killed by Frieza. Yunfeng said, "Goku, let's go as well. We'll head to Frieza's spaceship. Beside Frieza's ship is the Ginyu Force's spacecraft." Yunfeng knew this spacecraft led to the planet of the Yadrat people, and he planned to teach Goku the transformation into a Super Saiyan there. Yunfeng pulled Goku along and quickly returned to Frieza's spaceship. The two of them got inside, activated the controls, and the two spherical pods lifted off into space. On the journey to planet Yadrat, Yunfeng devised his own training plan. First, he would rapidly cultivate to Super Saiyan 2, so that he would have enough power to protect himself. In the depths of space, Frieza had been reduced to innumerable chunks of flesh, yet they still writhed ceaselessly, his vitality horrifyingly resilient. Suddenly, a spaceship very similar to Frieza's own flew over and drew his remains inside. It turned out this was the spaceship of the Frost Demon clan's patriarch, Frieza's father. Inside, scientists had already begun implementing a plan to resurrect Frieza. Unaware of any of this, Goku and Yunfeng were still flying through space in their pods. With a thunderous boom, Goku and Yunfeng's spaceships landed. The two stepped out, and Yunfeng gestured for Goku to follow him. Yunfeng led Goku to a cave with a wide, open clearing outside. Facing Goku, he said, "Goku, I will now teach you the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan." As he spoke, Yunfeng transformed into a first-stage Super Saiyan. His hair instantly turned golden, and golden flames surged up around his body. Goku watched his master's Super Saiyan form. Yunfeng said, "Goku, first memorize this aura, and then we will take it step by step." The secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan is anger. Imagine your dearest loved ones being killed by Frieza, and when you are on the verge of collapse, you can break through and become a Super Saiyan. Goku tried several times, but felt he was only expanding his ki and could not successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku, do not be impatient. Remember what I just said and memorize the aura I had when I became a Super Saiyan. Take your time. After you succeed, stay on this planet and learn a divine technique called instant transmission. This is the assignment your teacher gives you. Once you have completed everything I told you, return directly to Earth. Your master will be waiting there for you. If you have not fulfilled my assignment, then do not come back. Goku nodded respectfully, and Yunfeng departed in his spaceship. Yunfeng called out to his system, asking where in space he could find something to increase his strength. After searching for a while, the system replied, "On the extreme northern planet Vea, there is a plant called the Blood Spirit Fruit that can enhance combat power." The spaceship immediately turned and sped toward planet Vea. Meanwhile, inside a massive space vessel, a Namekian named Slagu asked his subordinate, "Are the Blood Spirit Fruits nearly ripe?" The subordinate replied respectfully, "My king, they are almost at the time of ripening." Slagu said, "Good. Our target is planet Vea." After Yunfeng arrived on planet Vea, he found that the climate there was extremely harsh, as if fierce winds blew all year round. Yet such a marvelous divine fruit could grow in such conditions. Truly, nature was wondrous. As he spoke to himself, Yunfeng began searching for the Blood Spirit Fruit. He sensed many key signatures not far away, among them a few that were quite strong. Yunfeng immediately used instant transmission and appeared at the source. It seemed preparations for a ritual were underway. 10 people, men and women, were tied to the altar. Yunfeng could not understand a word of what they were saying. After a while, the 10 were led to the edge of a cliff. One person's head was forced down, and with a single stroke, blood poured over the edge. Yunfeng saw 5 blood-red fruits growing along the cliff and realized they were using human blood to force the fruits to ripen. Yunfeng was so shocked he could not speak and could only watch in silence from the side. As expected, the blood spirit fruits slowly absorbed the fresh blood and seemed to grow larger. It seemed that in 10 days the blood spirit fruits would ripen. For the next several days, Yunfeng observed from the shadows as they slaughtered 10 people each day to feed the fruits. On the 9th day, an unexpected change occurred. A colossal spaceship descended from the sky and landed there. The hatch opened, and a Namekian followed by a group of subordinates walked out. The people of planet Vea clearly did not welcome this alien intruder. The strongest warriors of the planet launched an attack on the group, but their leader did not even need to act. His subordinates alone beat the Vea fighters to the ground. Yunfeng was just about to intervene when a powerful aura suddenly flew in from afar. Upon sensing it, he realized it was another Vea native. That person's combat strength reached 1 million, on par with Frieza's first transformation. Sure enough, Slagu's subordinates were cut down within a few moves. Slagu said, "Your strength is impressive. Would you be willing to become my trusted aide so that we may conquer the universe together?" The Vea warrior replied in anger, using the universal language of the cosmos. "Alien, I do not care why you have come here. I advise you to leave this place at once." Seeing that words were useless, Slagu attacked directly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the ground to crack. As expected of a super Namekian, this ki even surpassed Piccolo's. With a single punch, he sent the Vea warrior flying. Slagu's speed was so great that the warrior could not dodge at all. Slagu's arm elongated, his body enlarged, and he seized the Vea warrior in his hand, slowly squeezing him. The Vea warrior screamed in agony, yet a smile appeared on Slagu's face. He was indeed a demon. Looking at the increasingly weakened Vea star people, Yunfeng was astonished by the formidable combat power of Shiragu. Shiragu, seeing the Vea star people intimidated and unwilling to approach, felt an immense satisfaction as he slowly walked towards the blood spirit fruit. "This blood spirit fruit probably isn't so easy to obtain," a faint voice came from behind. Shiragu's expression immediately turned cold. Who was it? "Show yourself if you have the guts." Just as Yunfeng was about to step out, the system chimed in. Ding. Host hidden mission detected defeat Shiragu. Yunfeng accepted the quest. He intended to defeat Shiragu anyway, so he might as well collect the reward that was presented to him. Yunfeng slowly emerged, and as time passed his scion bloodline gradually merged within him, and a tail sprouted from his back. Shiragu looked at the black-haired youth who emerged dressed in all black with his tail swaying in the wind. "Are you a scion? Aren't the scions all exterminated by Frieza?" Yunfeng replied, "Aren't you overestimating Frieza? Is he really that powerful to annihilate all scions?" Shiragu's expression soured. "He's at most comparable to Frieza. This kid clearly seems to be dismissing Frieza. Is he just putting on a show?" Suddenly Shiragu erupted with a terrifying aura, a wave of dreadful energy emanating from his body, and the system promptly gave an evaluation. 4500 combat power, a lower tier, Super Namekian. So Super Namekians are this abnormal. Their combat power is incredibly strong. Yunfeng suddenly recalled that the fusion of Shun and Piccolo had a combat power even higher than Super Saiyan 1. Xiefeng also stood his ground, exuding a terrifying aura, his hair turning golden and flames of gold erupting from his body, and the system also provided an evaluation. Lower tier Super Saiyan 1 combat power 600. It seems I am slightly stronger than Shiragu, and I still have the Kaioken and instant transmission that I haven't used. Yunfeng felt a surge of confidence. The two charged at each other, fists clashing against fists and legs against legs, creating ripples of energy that shattered the surrounding stones, while the fearsome gusts of wind kept the Vaya Star people at bay. Their speed was incredibly fast. In no time, they had already exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. Shiragu grew increasingly alarmed. This scion's combat power was terrifying. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Shiragu's hands glimmered and a fearsome energy blast shot forth. Yunfeng also unleashed a powerful aura, swiping his hand to deflect Shiragu's energy blast. Yunfeng gave Shiragu no chance to breathe, moving swiftly. Shiragu's eyes were fixed on the sky when suddenly a right elbow struck him in the face, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. The flying Shiragu crashed into a mountain, shattering it to pieces, and countless stones buried him. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the stones flew in all directions as Shiragu burst forth. "Kid, you've angered this king. You're courting death. Don't blame me." Shiragu's entire body radiated light, and he grew to the size of a mountain. Yunfeng gazed up at the massive Shiragu, and then his body became illusory. Shiragu lost sight of his target. Although Shiragu's size increased his power, it also made him cumbersome and slow. Suddenly, it seemed Shiragu spotted Yunfeng, and a claw struck him. However, before Shiragu could rejoice, Yunfeng's body transformed into an illusion. It was merely a decoy. Yunfeng quickly moved behind Shiragu and kicked his knee, causing Shiragu to fall. Then Yunfeng stepped on Shiragu's finger, making him howl in pain. Seeing that growing larger did not yield any advantage, Shiragu reverted to his original size. The two began to battle again, their illusory forms appearing, moving too fast for the eye to follow. In just a fleeting moment, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Then Shiragu unleashed a terrifying aura, firing countless energy blasts at Yunfeng. The light beams multiplied, and with a squeeze of his hand, Shiragu made numerous beams explode upon Yunfeng. Yunfeng quickly erupted with energy golden flames rising to parry the countless energy blasts, and then he let out a mighty roar as energy surged outward, deflecting numerous blasts away. Yunfeng dashed towards Shiragu, who crossed his arms to defend. As a result, Shiragu was sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Yunfeng conjured a fearsome energy blast and hurled it at Shiragu. With a resounding boom, one of Shiragu's arms was blown off. Shiragu directly yanked off the severed arm, blood gushing, and with a loud roar, he grew a new arm resembling a lizard regrowing its tail. "Shiragu, your energy has diminished significantly. Without your ultimate move, I will take your life." "Kid, don't talk big. How could I, King Shiragu, possibly lose?" As he spoke, the energy around Shiragu surged dramatically. He raised his hands, feeling a terrifying energy wave radiating outward. Yunfeng crossed his arms in front of him to block Shiragu's ultimate move. Shiragu laughed loudly at the sky. "It's over, it's finally over." Yunfeng replied, "What are you so happy about?" With a resounding boom, Yunfeng's fist struck Shiragu in the abdomen, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon him. Shiragu spewed forth copious blood from his mouth, his consciousness starting to blur. Yunfeng placed his hand on Shiragu's head, and a terrifying golden flame erupted from his body. Boom! A fearsome energy wave engulfed Shiragu. Ding! Host has completed the hidden mission, Kill Shiragu. Reward skill Kamehameha. Solar Flare. Yunfeng's face lit up. He had finally obtained the Kamehameha, a divine technique in the Dragon Ball world. The more powerful one becomes the stronger the force of the attack. The solar flare is an effective survival skill. Yunfeng walked to the edge of the mountain, picked the blood spirit fruit, and amidst the terrified gazes of the Vaya Star people, left the place directly. After flying for over an hour, he found a cave and sat cross-legged. He took out the blood spirit fruit and swallowed it whole. The red blood spirit fruit slid down Sword Soul's throat into its belly. After a moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yunfeng, and his combat power surged. The system's prompt sounded ding. Host combat power has increased middle-tier Super Saiyan 1 combat power 9 billion. The delight in Yunfeng's eyes could not be concealed. This saved him so much time. The universe is indeed miraculous. Then Yunfeng consumed 2 more fruits in succession, but the increase was minor. The 2 only raised his combat power by 1 billion. It seems only the first fruit was effective, the others would develop resistance. The system panel displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Yunfeng. Race purebred Saiyan. Power middle tier Super Saiyan 1 combat power 9. 1 billion. Skills possessed instant transmission Kaioken Kamehameha instant recovery of stamina solar flare. Yunfeng stood up, quite satisfied with his current attributes. It was time to head to Earth. Yunfeng boarded the spaceship, set the destination to Earth, and then fell into a deep sleep. Soon a blue planet appeared before his eyes, and he was finally close. A flaming spaceship appeared in the sky above the ground, swiftly descending. Bowsy Mountain. With a loud boom, a large pit formed on the ground. A spherical spaceship landed, the hatch opened, and Yunfeng flew out from the spacecraft, feeling the air of Earth. It felt much more comfortable here. With more than half a month until Frieza arrived, he decided to familiarize himself with Earth first. As Yunfeng was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared above him, cloaked in white, with a white scarf, black top, black pants, and a green face. It was Piccolo, who remarked darkly at Yunfeng, "I was training nearby when I saw the spaceship land. You're not a native of Earth, are you? What is your purpose here?" Since Piccolo had fallen unconscious during the battle with Frieza, he was unaware of Yunfeng's identity. Yunfeng released the tail coiled around his waist. Piccolo's face turned even greener. "You are a Saiyan. Didn't Frieza say that all Saiyans were dead? Aside from the ones currently alive on Earth like Gohan and Dal, and those training with the mysterious figure like Goku. In any case, I mean no harm to Earth. You should continue your training and not disturb my acclimatization." Piccolo still felt uneasy and threw a punch, but it landed on nothing as Yunfeng dodged. What? Such terrifying speed. Piccolo immediately removed his weighted clothing. The system displayed Piccolo's data. Piccolo Namekian battle power 1 billion. Not bad. For an ordinary Namekian separated from the Dragon Clan, such power was already impressive. Piccolo charged at him, launching several attacks, but Yunfeng swiftly dodged to Piccolo's back and delivered a chop, knocking him out. "You are too noisy. Sleep for a bit," Yunfeng said as he left. During the more than half a month, Yunfeng explored Earth, finding it far superior to other planets. Half a month passed quickly. Yunfeng was enjoying a meal at a restaurant when he suddenly sensed Frieza's energy approaching Earth, accompanied by an even more powerful aura. Frieza's father, King Cold. The Dragon Ball warriors, including Gohan, first detected Frieza's energy. Indeed, the big brother had not lied. Soon Dal, Piccolo, Tien, and others also sensed Frieza's energy and quickly headed toward its source. A massive spaceship appeared in Earth's atmosphere. Frieza's eerie voice echoed from within, "Father, don't intervene this time. I want to personally kill the one who defeated me, even though I don't know his name." Frieza, a well-known figure, almost killed by you. This is rather hard to believe. "Don't worry, Father. I was careless back then. He is merely my equal now. I have become much stronger. I can handle him alone." "That's good." "Huh. Did we encounter that Ginyu Force spaceship on our way here? Is that Brad involved?" "It must be him. Before he returns, we must annihilate all the Earthlings, leaving not a single one alive, causing him immense pain upon his return," Frieza declared. The spaceship, trailing flames from atmospheric friction, crashed down with a loud boom in a rocky region. The hatch opened, and Frieza, King Cold, and his subordinates immediately disembarked. Dal, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Bulma stood not far from Frieza's spaceship, nervously sensing their descent, each breaking into a cold sweat. Frieza commanded, "Kill all the Earthlings, leaving none alive." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Frieza, your audacity is astounding. How can you still seek revenge after turning into this form? I truly wonder what gave you the courage." Seeing Yunfeng standing on the opposite rock, Frieza broke into a cold sweat and slowly stepped back, muttering, it's him, no doubt about it." King Cold looked at the panicking Frieza and said, "Frieza, you've grown stronger. Do not fear him." Frieza finally calmed down. Yulot attack. As Yunfeng's palm emitted a luminous energy, a loud explosion followed, and all of Frieza's subordinates were obliterated. Frieza and King Cold managed to leap away. Yunfeng erupted with energy, his hair turning golden, surrounded by flames of gold. Tien was shocked as he sensed an incomprehensibly powerful energy opposite Frieza. Gohan suddenly exclaimed, "It's the big brother." The energy when he defeated Frieza on Namek is exactly the same. The big brother said he is a Super Saiyan doll, angrily retorted, "Impossible. Aside from you and the other, there are only Kakarot and no other Saiyans left, let alone any Super Saiyans. But the big brother himself told us he is a Super Saiyan and that he took Dad to train as one." Everyone fell silent as Frieza unleashed his full power, launching a massive energy blast that exploded with a loud bang, enveloping Yunfeng in a colossal cloud of smoke. Frieza laughed maniacally, "I've killed him." "Huh, what are you so proud of?" A calm voice echoed. To Frieza's shock, Yunfeng was already standing before him, his hand resting on Frieza's head. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying explosion occurred, and the Cosmic Emperor was obliterated in an instant. King Cold stared in shock at the slain Frieza, unable to believe that the powerful Frieza had been defeated in a single strike. Yunfeng turned to King Cold, who was sweating profusely, saying, "Now it's your turn." King Cold suddenly chuckled, "Would you be interested in replacing Frieza as my adopted son? The entire universe could be ours." "What you propose is intriguing, but I am not interested," Yunfeng replied flatly. King Cold's smile faded as he heard Yunfeng's response. "Since you won't agree, then die." He unleashed a powerful energy blast, and with a boom the surrounding mountains were shattered. King Cold gravely watched the explosion site when a calm voice rang out, "What are you looking at?" Yunfeng appeared behind King Cold and delivered a kick that sent him crashing into a mountain, instantly shattering it. Kamehameha was unleashed, striking down. Before King Cold could react, he joined Frieza. Yunfeng turned to future Trunks, who had been watching for a long time, saying, "Come out. You've been watching for quite a while." Trunks, wearing a Capsule Corporation jacket and carrying a sword with light purple hair, appeared before Yunfeng. "Sir, you are incredibly powerful. You killed Frieza and his father in an instant. However, in the future I know it should be Mr. Goku who defeats them." Yunfeng, looking at the serious Trunks, replied, "Because of your arrival, this world has changed significantly from the future. You should quickly inform them about the androids. And I too am a Saiyan, posing no threat to Earth. The Goku you mentioned is my disciple." Having witnessed Yunfeng transform into a Super Saiyan, Trunks had no doubts about Yunfeng's words. He flew toward where the others were. Trunks flew to a meter away from the crowd and said, "I am going to meet Mr. Son Wukong. Do you want to come along?" "Son," Gohan murmured, "so he's not my dad's master." I suddenly see the cloud peak behind Trunks. He ran over and said, "Senior, it really is you. Where's my dad?" Yunfeng replied, "Wukong is practicing in the universe and should arrive in about an hour. Let's go with this young man, Trunks." Trunks looked at the boy around his age in shock. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he also knew his name, even though he hadn't mentioned it. Dal suddenly shouted, "Hey kid, are you a Saiyan? Did you transform into a Super Saiyan when you defeated Frieza?" Yunfeng was taken aback and nodded. Dal suddenly became excited, saying, "Impossible. All Saiyans are dead. You can't be a Saiyan." Yunfeng smiled and said, "Are there no Saiyans in other universes?" "Dal, don't be so narrow-minded." The mention of other universes left everyone in shock. Trunks' eyes widened. The events he encountered upon returning were too incredible. He composed himself and said, "Let's go meet Mr. Son Wukong first." Trunks flew off, followed by Yunfeng. Gohan said, "I want to go with you. I trust my dad's master." Krillin and Piccolo followed suit, and soon everyone flew away. An hour later, a spherical spaceship descended amidst flames onto an open space not far away. Boom. A large crater formed as the hatch opened, and Wukong slowly floated up, dressed in unusual attire. Seeing everyone there, Wukong was surprised, and then he spotted Yunfeng. He walked over and respectfully bowed. "Master, you're here too." Yunfeng nodded. Gohan rushed over, saying, "Dad, you're back." Suddenly, with a serious expression, he said, "Master, I've discovered Frieza's spaceship. Its speed is too fast." Gohan happily said, "Dad, Frieza and the big monster he brought for revenge have been defeated by the big brother. If the master took action, then it's definitely safe." "But who is this young man?" Trunks spoke up, "Mr. Wukong, may I speak with you privately?" Wukong looked at Yunfeng, who nodded, and Wukong and Trunks walked over to a distance. This time Trunks had brought a special medicine for Wukong. After walking a distance, Trunks asked, "Mr. Wukong, could you transform into a Super Saiyan for me to see?" Wukong was taken aback, then exploded with energy, his hair turning yellow as flames rose around him. Trunks smiled, realizing he resembled him. He too let out energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Yunfeng immediately shot over. Trunks, Wukong, both of you can transform into Super Saiyans now. Trunks, I already know what you want to say. I will inform everyone about the androids. Now hand me the medicine. The shock in Trunks' heart was beyond words. Since this person was Wukong's master, he was undoubtedly trustworthy, and he handed the heart medicine to Yunfeng. You both attack me at the same time, and I want to see how powerful your Super Saiyan abilities are. Immediately, Yunfeng also exploded with energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Dao was grinding his teeth, realizing there were 3 Super Saiyans. As the Prince of the Saiyans, his dignity was at stake. The system chimed hidden mission: engage with 2 Super Saiyans. Reward 100 senza beans. Yunfeng looked at this bizarre mission and then waved to Wukong and Trunks, saying, You both attack together, don't hold back, you won't hurt me. Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances. Wukong threw a punch and Trunks drew his sword and slashed. Yunfeng blocked both attacks with his hands, and no matter how much energy they unleashed, they couldn't advance an inch. Yunfeng roared, flames of yellow energy surged, and both were blown back. The two approached from different directions, their speeds increasing, their bodies becoming ethereal. Yunfeng stood his ground, blocking their attacks as they struck him 10 times in an instant. Yunfeng shot a light blast from his left hand and a light beam from his right, causing the two to retreat. His judgment of their speeds and the timing of his strikes had reached an extraordinary level of precision. The two struggled to escape the light blasts while the onlookers were dumbfounded. Such a level of combat had surpassed their imagination. Yunfeng then became ethereal, landing a punch on Wukong's chest and a kick on Trunks' sword, sending them both flying. After getting up, both were panting heavily. Yunfeng then retracted his Super Saiyan energy, saying, All right, let's call it a day for now. Both breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that if they continued, they would be defeated. Yunfeng said to Wukong, Wukong, your Super Saiyan energy is still unstable. You need to train harder. Trunks added, You don't need to make unnecessary movements. Aim for precise attacks using the least energy to achieve the desired effect. Both admired Yunfeng deeply. Trunks, you should hurry back and not worry Bulma. I will relay the message about the androids. Everyone saw Trunks disappear into the sky in a time machine. Wukong and Yunfeng slowly walked over, and Yunfeng said, Everyone listen up. There is something important. 3 years from now, on May 12th, a terrifying android will appear on the southern island. I hope everyone trains well to face this formidable enemy. Gohan asked, Big brother, is this android's strength greater than that of a Super Saiyan? The strength of the androids is certainly above that of ordinary Super Saiyans. Everyone was shocked. What? Stronger than a Super Saiyan? This is too terrifying. With heavy hearts, the crowd returned to their training, and Yunfeng called out to Wukong. Wukong, take Gohan to the other world. I want to give you both special training. Wukong was overjoyed to hear Yunfeng would guide his training, acting like a child, while Gohan hesitated, saying, But Mom enrolled me in a lot of tutoring classes. Yunfeng said, Wukong, you need to solve this problem yourself. Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. Piccolo suddenly approached, his face slightly flushed, saying, Mr. Yunfeng, I apologize for any offense when you first arrived on Earth. I wonder if I could train with you as well. Yunfeng pondered for a moment and replied, Sure, Mr. Piccolo. Please come to the temple 3 days later and wait for me. Piccolo expressed his gratitude excitedly. Ever since returning from Namek, he felt increasingly distant from Wukong, with powerful enemies appearing one after another, making him feel somewhat helpless. Seeing Yunfeng's immense power today, Piccolo set aside his pride and hoped Yunfeng would guide him in his training. After Yunfeng agreed, Piccolo quickly regained his previous expression, though his inner excitement was still evident. In the heavenly realm, holding a staff dressed in a white robe emblazoned with a character for God, a blue cape fluttered in the wind. This was the deity of Earth, who suddenly spoke as he gazed down at the mortal realm. Bobo, Frieza has been killed. Guests will soon be arriving. Prepare to welcome them. Before long, Yunfeng flew over. Bobo looked at the newcomer, feeling extremely nervous. Are you an alien? Yunfeng exuded an aura of strength, causing a drop of cold sweat to roll down Bobo's forehead. Yunfeng smiled and said, So you must be Mr. Bobo. The deity spoke first. Lord Yunfeng, you have vanquished Frieza and his son, making you a benefactor of Earth. Feel free to express any requests, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. Yunfeng replied, You are too kind, deity. I merely wish to borrow the time chamber to train Goku and his son, as well as Piccolo, in preparation for the formidable foes that are to come. The deity's expression turned serious. Earth truly is a place of colorful challenges. Unfortunately, as a god, I am powerless to intervene. Bobo allow Lord Yunfeng to use the time chamber freely. Yunfeng floated in the divine hall waiting for Goku and his son along with Piccolo to arrive. 2 hours later, Piccolo arrived first and bowed to Yunfeng, saying, "Lord Yunfeng, please feel free to train me. I am not afraid of hardship. I want to become stronger." Yunfeng opened his eyes and looked at Piccolo. "Truly you are indeed a battle-hardened Namekian, a true warrior at heart." Yunfeng pondered for a moment and said, "Piccolo, now that you are separated from the deity, you are just an ordinary Namekian. I suggest you merge with the deity again. Your power will surely surpass that of an ordinary Super Saiyan." Piccolo looked at the old god, who felt very conflicted inside. However, with no crisis on Earth yet, he had yet to find a reason to convince himself. Piccolo also fell silent, waiting quietly for Goku and his son. After a while, Goku and Gohan arrived. Yunfeng stood up, saying, "All right, now that everyone is here, we can go in." Upon entering the time chamber, the air was thin, and inside the castle-like room, there were provisions for food and shelter, while the outside was a vast expanse of white. Ding! The system chimed. Hidden mission: engage in combat with Piccolo once. Reward regeneration ability. As long as the head is not completely shattered, other areas can regenerate. Isn't this Piccolo's ultimate technique? This mission is perfectly suited for him. Yunfeng pretended to be mysterious. "Piccolo, let's spar for a bit. I want to assess your current strength." "Goku, you first train Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan." Piccolo replied, "Let's get started then." He removed his cloak, readying himself to face Yunfeng with full commitment. Yunfeng stood firm, exuding an imposing aura. Piccolo felt cold sweat streaming down as he stood before Yunfeng. "Come at me, Piccolo." Piccolo shouted, unleashing a burst of white energy. His body felt inflated as he swung a punch at Yunfeng, who countered with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, causing Piccolo to stagger back a few steps. Yunfeng yelled, "That was exhilarating, come again." Piccolo elongated his arms and charged forward. Yunfeng leaped to evade, while Piccolo's arms, like agile serpents, coordinated their assault on him. Yunfeng roared as waves of energy erupted, forcing Piccolo's arms apart. "Piccolo, well done. Now show me your speed, and let me feel it once more." Suddenly, Piccolo vanished. Yunfeng calmed his mind and immediately sensed Piccolo's trajectory. With a thunderous crash, Piccolo was sent flying, having only received a kick from Yunfeng. "Let's stop here for now." Yunfeng heard the system notification indicating the hidden mission was complete. He gained the regeneration ability. Piccolo approached slowly, and while Yunfeng was pleased, he knew he also had to teach Piccolo a few things. Yunfeng said, "Mr. Piccolo, your strength is commendable. Have you not noticed that your overall abilities are rather average? You lack explosiveness. Your speed and power are good, but not exceptional. If your speed were outstanding, wouldn't you be able to defeat your opponents with equal power? However, a major flaw is that merely increasing strength without improving speed renders that strength useless. All right, train with me for half an hour each day. The rest of the time focus on speed and strength enhancement while keeping pace with me." 3 days later, which equated to 3 years outside, through rigorous training, Yunfeng's battle power rose from 9.1 billion to 10.8 billion, stabilizing at the mid-level of a Super Saiyan's first stage. Piccolo's battle power had reached 4.3 billion, placing him on the brink of becoming a Super Saiyan. "It's time to go out. Piccolo, let's head to a certain place while Goku and Gohan can continue to train inside." As the door to the time chamber opened, Bobo glanced at the entrance where Yunfeng and Piccolo emerged. The deity asked, "How has the training been?" Yunfeng replied, "I've hit a bit of a bottleneck. Piccolo and I are going out to clear our minds and handle some matters." They flew for 2 hours, arriving at a mountain range. Piccolo asked, "Where is this?" Yunfeng responded, "Dr. Gero's laboratory. The androids should emerge from here, so let's see if we can destroy them." Piccolo became excited, so they were created here. After entering the cave, they found the laboratory door. Yunfeng blasted it open with an energy blast. Upon entering, he was stunned. According to the timeline, the androids should not yet have been released. However, a horrifying sight lay before him. The capsules for androids 19, 2016, 17, 18, 0, and 15 had all been opened, and the androids inside were long gone. A chill ran through Yunfeng's heart. Had they been released early? Moreover, there was an unfamiliar android 15. It seemed that with Yunfeng's involvement, the narrative was subtly shifting. The mechanical voice of the system echoed again, "Hidden mission: destroy Dr. Gero's laboratory. Reward 1 billion battle power." Yunfeng was ecstatic. This was tangible. Only his own strength mattered. Yunfeng had trained in the time chamber for 3 years, yet had gained less than 2 billion battle power. There was a bottleneck in advancing from the first to the second stage of Super Saiyan. If he could comprehend it, and break through to the second stage, his power would skyrocket, likely surpassing 100 billion. Suddenly Piccolo shouted, "Yunfeng, come quick. There are still androids here." Yunfeng rushed over and indeed found androids 12, 13, and 14 still lying inside. These were the androids that appeared in the movies, but android 15 was missing. Yunfeng nodded at Piccolo. "Let's destroy them to avoid future trouble." Yunfeng unleashed 3 energy blasts, obliterating the 3 androids. "Piccolo, we need to go underground." Dr. Gero's computer is still creating terrible monsters. The two searched for a long time before finally locating the entrance. The scene below left Yunfeng in shock. One couldn't deny that Dr. Gero was a genius. It was unfortunate that he didn't apply his talents for good, creating terrifying androids instead. Below lay a massive array of sophisticated machinery, with a computer glowing and operating. Inside a glass vial, a green monster was being cultivated. Piccolo gasped in shock. "Yunfeng, what is this monster? I have a bad feeling about this." At the Gero laboratory, Yunfeng said, "This is the ultimate android cell produced by Dr. Gero's computer, which has collected the cells of everyone, including those of Frieza and his son. This ultimate android is quite special. It needs to absorb androids 17 and 18, created by Drive Gero, to achieve its complete form. Once it does, it will truly become a monster capable of destroying everything." Piccolo widened his mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, "That bastard Dr. Gero. Let's destroy this monster before it matures." Yunfeng nodded, knowing that the future cell would eventually kill Trunks and use Trunks' time machine to come here. This place must be destroyed. Suddenly Yunfeng noticed the blueprints on the table, rolled them up, and thought he could take them back for Bulma to study. He believed this genius scientist would surprise them. "Piccolo, let's go," he said, releasing a wave of energy that caused the surrounding computers to explode. Yunfeng and Piccolo flew out, listening to the sound of the explosions behind them. Both of them felt heavy-hearted, knowing that so many androids were unaccounted for, including the future cell. "Piccolo, we still need to train hard. The enemies ahead will be tough to deal with. Let's separate for training using the methods I taught you. We'll meet again in 3 years, Yunfeng said. Yunfeng instantly teleported to Bulma's home, where he saw a woman with blue short hair and casual attire, her impressive figure hard to conceal. This was Bulma. Yunfeng had met Bulma once before when he defeated Frieza. He slowly stepped forward and said, "Hi, Miss Bulma." Hearing someone call her Bulma, turned around and saw a youthful boy with black hair radiating sunshine. "Yunfeng, why are you at my house?" Yunfeng did not answer Bulma directly. Instead, he took out the blueprints and said seriously, "These are the blueprints I found with Piccolo at Dr. Gero's laboratory. I hope they can help in defeating the androids, and I hope Miss Bulma can study them." Bulma glanced over the blueprints, marveling at their intricacy. She had to admit Dr. Gero was indeed a genius. "No problem, I'll take care of this," she said, patting her chest. Seeing Bulma's agreement, Yunfeng took his leave, teleporting away. Back in the other world, Goku and Gohan had finished their training, and upon seeing Yunfeng suddenly appear, their faces lit up with excitement. "Goku, Gohan, how's your training going?" "Master Gohan can barely transform into a Super Saiyan now, and I have stabilized my Super Saiyan form, becoming much stronger than before," Goku said joyfully. Seeing the excitement on Goku and Gohan's faces, Yunfeng also gave Goku and his son a proper compliment. "Goku, you're doing well. Keep it up. However, I have some bad news. Piccolo and I just visited Dr. Gero's laboratory." Yunfeng recounted the general situation regarding the androids, and everyone felt a weight in their hearts, realizing how many androids had already gone missing. Clearly the enemy was plotting something. "Goku, you take Gohan and continue training. There's no need to go to the hyperbolic time chamber. We have 3 years to train, which is plenty of time. I hope you can break through the limitations of Super Saiyan," Yunfeng urged. Goku was taken aback. Breaking through the limitations of Super Saiyan was something he had never dared to consider before. "Alright, I've said what I needed to say. I'm off to train now. Goku will see you in 3 years," Yunfeng bid farewell. 2 years later, Yunfeng was training on a mountain, making the Super Saiyan adapt to the Kaioken. Currently, using the 50x Kaioken, his body could withstand it, and his strength had increased significantly. At that moment, Yunfeng sensed a powerful aura approaching Earth. This aura felt somewhat like Frieza's, but appeared even stronger. Goku and the others had gone back to the hyperbolic time chamber, unaware of this situation, while Yunfeng flew towards where the spaceship was landing. A giant spaceship trailing flames descended rapidly. Boom! The massive spacecraft landed on a mountaintop, and Yunfeng sensed another aura approaching. It was Piccolo. A smile appeared on Yunfeng's face. The hatch opened, and numerous foot soldiers emerged along with a squad similar to the Ginyu Force. Yunfeng appeared right before them. Yunfeng looked at them and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want on Earth?" The foot soldiers immediately parted to create a passage, and a small slender figure walked out resembling Frieza. This must be Frieza's brother Cooler. Cooler spoke, "Human, if you don't want to die, answer a few questions for me." Yunfeng appeared relaxed, making casual gestures. Cooler said, "Good kid, you know how to behave. Do you know who killed Frieza? Was it that Scion's son Goku?" Yunfeng shook his head and replied, "It wasn't Son Goku who killed Frieza, it was me. I am also a Scion." Cooler showed an expression of anger. "So it was you. I didn't expect you to come right to me. Your life ends here today. You all attack and kill him." A figure stood behind Yunfeng. He knew without turning around that it was Piccolo. "Piccolo, ill leave that special team and their minions to you." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yunfeng, forming a shockwave. With a shout, Yunfeng unleashed his power, sending Cooler flying 10 meters away. Yunfeng slowly flew over and said, "Cooler, if you don't want to meet the same fate as Frieza, then show me the courage that made you come to Earth." Ding. System mission: kill Cooler. Reward: a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng looked at Cooler as if he were gazing at immense Super Saiyan energy. Cooler was completely enraged. "Kid, since you seek death, I will grant you your wish. Let me show you how I differ from Frieza." Cooler unleashed a terrifying aura, waves of power radiating outwards, shattering the surrounding mountains, and a massive crater formed beneath his feet. The system chimed: Cooler battle power 5.6 billion, intermediate frost demon. Yunfeng dodged and slammed his head into Cooler's nose, causing blood to flow from it. Yunfeng smiled lightly and said, "You don't know that showing off can lead to disaster. Yet you keep doing it." Cooler had never endured such humiliation. "Kid, I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Cooler's figure became blurry and Yunfeng's body also became indistinct. They engaged in a fierce battle with countless waves of energy colliding in the sky, but the fighters themselves were nearly invisible. Boom! A mountain in the back shattered. In an instant, the two had exchanged blows for a dozen rounds, and they both retreated warily, watching each other. Cooler was even more shocked internally. "I didn't expect there to be such a strong Scion. No wonder Frieza died at his hands." Quila looked at Yunfeng in shock. "Damn, wild monkey, today I will show you what true power is." Quila's body began to swell, a white wave of energy rising around him, emanating a terrifying aura from his body. Bick looked over in astonishment. "This aura is simply astonishing, far surpassing Frieza's." Yunfeng calmly watched the raging Quila and mocked. "Quila, your combat power hasn't increased much at all, and you're wasting so much time. What a waste." As he spoke, Yunfeng extended 3 fingers. "I only need to make 3 moves to defeat you." Quila's face turned ashen. "Kid, aren't you afraid of breaking your tongue by boasting so much?" Suddenly, Yunfeng's body became illusory, and one knee struck Quila's chin, sending him flying backward, while Yunfeng's aura grew increasingly overpowering. As Yunfeng's energy erupted, his hair turned golden and flames of yellow engulfed him. Quila covered his bleeding mouth, his face looking as ugly as possible. "I will kill you, kid," Quila shouted as he jumped up, gathering a massive light sphere that obscured the sky, appearing quite formidable. Yunfeng gazed at the super light sphere that blocked out the heavens. Quila held the light sphere high, laughing maniacally in the air. "Kid, this is all you're doing. Don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he threw it down, while Yunfeng calmly watched the energy blast. As he performed the Kamehameha, a silver wave of energy surged toward the terrifying light sphere. The two forces collided, stalemated in the air, clashing and devouring each other, creating a dreadful aura that made the surroundings feel like the end of the world. Quila, witnessing his fully concentrated light sphere being blocked, began to feel anxious, channeling more energy into the sphere as Yunfeng continued to erupt with power. The terrifying Kamehameha pushed the obscuring light sphere upward, overwhelming Quila with its formidable energy. Quila screamed in fear, but how could Yunfeng care? With a boom, the fearsome light sphere shot out of the earth, vanishing into the cosmos and continuing toward the galaxy. Just as Yunfeng thought it was over, suddenly there was a loud crash as something landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. After a moment, it became clear it was Quila, who was on one hand on the ground, one eye closed, gasping for breath, barely alive. Quila recalled, "The terrifying energy blast pushed me out of the earth, and I felt completely immobilized. Damn, I can't die yet." Using all my strength, I gathered my remaining energy and dodged to the side, finally escaping the range of the light sphere's attack. As he remembered the dangerous moment, he increasingly loathed the Yunfeng standing opposite him, then glanced at the battlefield beside him, realizing that his subordinates had been defeated by a single Namekian. His team's strength was supposed to be above the Jinyu force, yet they had all fallen to the ground unconscious. Quila mocked himself. "Since you all want to die, I will grant you that wish." Then, pointing a finger at Yunfeng, he said, "One more time." Yunfeng was puzzled. What do you mean one more time? Looking at the disheveled Quila, Yunfeng teasingly remarked, what do you mean one more time? One more time for me to defeat you. Quila's face twisted into madness as he glared at Yunfeng. Laugh now, but soon you won't be able to laugh at all. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged within Quila, and a painful expression crossed his face. Yunfeng suddenly seemed to remember something, having forgotten the original story due to the long passage of time. Now he suddenly recalled transformation. Quila had more transformations than Frieza. Quila's appearance began to change, spikes starting to grow from his body, his physique gradually swelling, and his aura becoming increasingly terrifying, while a mask appeared over his mouth like a superhero. After 10 minutes of transformation, Quila finally completed his final transformation. Bick looked on in shock at the transformed Quila, realizing he was indeed a monster. Yunfeng gazed at Quila with a grave expression, the system chiming in. Quila mid-tier, high-level Ice Clan warrior, combat power 7.5 billion. Yunfeng looked at the value of 7.5 billion, his expression turning unexpectedly serious. Though Quila's combat power was still far below his, it was terrifying that Quila had surpassed the first tier of Super Saiyan's combat power through transformation. After completing his transformation, Quila became arrogant again. What's wrong, kid? Are you afraid? Suddenly Yunfeng's expression changed. Quila, are you overestimating yourself? Quila's expression turned cold as he dashed forward in a flash, while Yunfeng's yellow flames surged even higher. The two collided in the air, creating ripples of energy as they clashed. Boom, rumble, rumble. They had already exchanged blows over 20 times in the air. Yunfeng mocked, is that all you can do? You went through all that trouble to transform. As soon as Yunfeng finished his sentence, he vanished from his spot. Today I will show you what speed and power truly are. He landed a punch on Quila's face, who had no time to react, and Quila quickly shook his head, feeling dizzy. A kick struck Quila's neck, sending him flying out with blood on his face, feeling deep humiliation, realizing that Yunfeng had been toying with him and hadn't even used his true power. Just as Quila stood up, another kick struck his abdomen, sending him flying into a mountain, feeling like his head was spinning. With a loud crash, countless rocks flew up as Quila emerged slowly. You pushed me to this point. Since I can't defeat you, I won't let you have it easy either. Let's die together. As he spoke, energy points appeared all over Quila's body. Yunfeng immediately realized the danger. Quila was about to self-destruct. Thus, Yunfeng executed the ultimate move he had devised over the past 2 years to counter the self-destruction of Cell in the original story. Golden energy surged from his hands as he drew a square in the air, channeling massive amounts of Super Saiyan energy into it. The square quickly expanded, enveloping Quila. Then there was a loud boom as a terrifying mushroom cloud appeared, followed by a continuous sound of a tremendous explosion. Quila's self-destruction was contained within the square of Saiyan energy, without a trace of leakage. The powerful Ice Clan warrior Quila thus perished. Bick flew over. Lord Yunfeng's power is truly unfathomable. Even the self-destruction of such a strong Quila didn't harm you at all. Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Bick, do you really wish Quila had blown me up? Bick immediately panicked. Yunfeng looked at the flustered Bick and smiled. Don't take it seriously, I was just joking. Ding, the host has completed a hidden task, feeling a vast power entering his body. Yunfeng sensed his strength rapidly increasing, feeling elated, realizing Quila was a true treasure. The system displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Yunfeng Super Saiyan First Tier, High-Level Combat Power 30 billion. Skills: Instant Transmission, Instant Stamina Recovery, Kamehameha King, Kai Fist, Solar Flare. Yunfeng felt delighted. Now his combat power was already on par with Goku's during the battle with Cell, just a step away from reaching the second tier of Super Saiyan. 3 years later, the day finally arrived, when the artificial humans as mentioned by Yunfeng would appear. Wukong and the others gathered together, waiting for Yunfeng's arrival. Dad, where has Big Brother gone to train? Why isn't he here yet? Wufan asked. Master is immensely powerful. He might be training on his own. Dad doesn't know where Master Yun is, but he should be arriving shortly. Wukong looked at the child in Bulma's arms. Little Trunks, when you grow up you mustn't be as fierce as Dar. Bulma was taken aback. Wukong, how do you know Trunks is Dar's son? I don't think I told you. Wukong learned this from Yunfeng 3 years ago, and he didn't expect to create such an awkward situation today. He slapped his forehead and laughed. Haha, I'm a Super Saiyan. Having a bit of superpower is only natural. Bulma didn't press further. Suddenly a figure in a cloak with a white hat and a green face flew in. It was Piccolo. Wukong warmly greeted Piccolo. Now, aside from Dar and Yunfeng, everyone else had basically arrived. Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, Wukong's family, and Piccolo were all waiting here. Suddenly, there was an explosion sound from the small island to the north. Wukong and the others were startled. We have to go, we can't wait any longer. Everyone flew towards the small island. Wukong said, when we encounter the artificial humans, release your energy to signal. Everyone nodded. When they arrived at the small island, chaos reigned. The flames from the explosion plunged the crowd into panic. Wukong's energy expanded several times. Damn these bastards. Everyone began to scatter in search of the artificial humans. Yamcha turned around and saw 3 artificial humans behind him. Just as he was about to release his energy, the artificial human, resembling an old man, swiftly moved and grabbed Yamcha, causing Yamcha's energy to seep into the old man's body little by little. Wukong suddenly sensed Yamcha's energy rapidly diminishing. He darted above Yamcha and kicked the old man away, sending his hat flying. Krillin and the others rushed over. Wukong shouted, Krillin, quickly feed Yamcha a senza bean. Wukong glared angrily at the 3 artificial humans. The old man among them spoke, so it's son Wukong. We were just about to find you, but it seems you've delivered yourselves right to us. Let me introduce myself. I am Android 20. This is Android 19. He pointed to the fat one beside him, and that's Android 15, pointing at the burly man behind. Seeing Android 20 introduce his companions, Wukong and the others felt a chill. Piccolo suddenly noticed Wukong was panting. Could it be due to anger? Otherwise, after flying such a short distance with Wukong's strength, it shouldn't have been like this. Wukong shouted, you wanted to kill me, right? Then come with me. Saying this, he flew off into the distance. The 3 artificial humans exchanged glances, and Android 15 nodded. They followed suit. Before long, they arrived at a place full of mountain peaks. Android 20 spoke, son Wukong, is this the grave you chose for yourself? Wukong didn't reply and began descending, only to see Yunfeng waiting for them at the peak. Wukong exclaimed with joy, Master, how did you know we would come here? Yunfeng smiled slightly, it's a secret, and everyone rolled their eyes. Android 20 looked at Yunfeng, observing him for a long time before finally speaking. Who is this? Our data doesn't include this character. Everyone let out a cold laugh. No one kindly explained it to Android 20, whose smile immediately froze on his face. Yunfeng said, Wukong, you take the first battle. Let me see your progress. Android 19 slowly stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile at Wukong. Yunfeng knew that Wukong might suffer a heart attack here, but he wasn't completely sure. Many events had already changed with his arrival. However, Yunfeng had prepared heart medication. If any issues arose, he would rescue Wukong immediately. Wukong rapidly released his energy, his hair instantly turning golden. A golden flame enveloped him, and his fighting powers surged dramatically. The ground began to tremble around him, and waves of terrifying energy spread outward. A look of terror appeared on Android 20's face. What is this? Why didn't the data show this? Today, an unfamiliar kid has appeared, and son Wukong's strength far exceeds what was reported. Wukong swiftly flickered his body, becoming ephemeral. When he reappeared, he was already behind Android 19, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent 19 flying. Android 19 stood up as if nothing had happened, though a bit of oil dripped from the corner of his mouth. Wukong charged at him, and the two began to fight. However, as the battle continued, Piccolo noticed something was off. Wukong was becoming increasingly breathless. Piccolo approached Yunfeng and said, Mr. Yunfeng, Wukong's condition seems off today. Yunfeng nodded. It seems Wukong's heart condition is about to flare up. Piccolo immediately recalled the medicine Trunks had brought 3 years ago. Yunfeng shouted towards the battlefield, Wukong, you should come down now. Wukong in the battlefield was already gasping heavily. Just moments ago, a Kamehameha wave had been absorbed by Android 19. Just as Wukong was about to step down, Android 20 blocked everyone, saying, Everyone, don't get it wrong, the rules are not set by you. Everyone saw Android 19 had already grabbed Wukong by the neck, siphoning energy into his body. Yunfeng couldn't be bothered to waste words with Android 20. He flickered past Android 20's defense line and delivered a kick straight to Android 19's face. Android 19 was sent flying, crashing into a mountainside. Yunfeng immediately took out the medicine and forced Wukong to take it, then turned to the others. Who will take Wukong back to rest? Yamcha spoke up, Ilgo? My strength is of no help here, and after the recent encounter with the artificial humans, I already feel a bit frightened. Yunfeng nodded, handing Wukong over to Yamcha, and gave Yamcha a bit of medicine, as well as this viral heart disease is contagious. After Yamcha left, Yunfeng looked at the slowly approaching Android 19. Hey little fatty, let's play together. This title immediately enraged Android 19, who charged forward. Yunfeng blocked his attack with his hand, and then kicked Android 19 away. Android 19 hovered in midair and suddenly shouted Kamehameha. A silvery energy wave shot toward Yunfeng, who didn't even bother to blink, casually waving his hand to deflect the energy wave. Yunfeng vanished in an instant from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, an energy wave had already struck Android 19. This entire motion was so fast that the onlookers couldn't react. Android 19 was left stunned as he took the energy wave heat in. The ground was instantly blasted into a large pit. Everyone looked at the pit, and just as Yunfeng landed, Android 19 suddenly exploded forth and grabbed Yunfeng's arm tightly. Android 19 laughed maniacally. "I won't let go, not even in death." Yunfeng smiled. This Android 19 was indeed quite adorable. A terrifying aura erupted from Yunfeng, blowing Android 19 away, leaving him unable to resist. Yunfeng delivered a decisive energy blast, and with a loud explosion, Android 19 was reduced to nothing but bones. Yunfeng turned his gaze toward Androids 20 and 15. Android 20's expression turned grim as he realized that he was merely a match for Android 19. Wouldn't he be next to be obliterated? Thus, Android 20 cast a pleading look towards Android 15, who snorted coldly and slowly walked forward. Everyone watched as No. 15 slowly walked out, and Yunfeng felt quite unfamiliar with this No. 15. No. 15 looked at Yunfeng and said, "Although you are not in our data, your strength is indeed formidable. I want to take you back, and Lord Babidi will surely be very pleased." Yunfeng was taken aback. "Babidi?" "No." 15 immediately responded. "That's right, we were rescued from the laboratory because we caught Lord Babidi's eye." Yunfeng's expression darkened. Oh, wasn't this chaos? But first he needed to take care of this annoying guy. Looking at No. 15's pretentious demeanor made him feel quite displeased. Yunfeng transformed into a super scion. Golden flames erupted around him, and his hair turned a brilliant gold. No. 15 looked at him in astonishment. "You are also a scion. You can actually transform into a super scion. This is truly surprising." Yunfeng glanced at No. 15 and asked, "Besides you, who else has been rescued by Babidi?" He wanted to confirm. As soon as No. 15 mentioned Babidi, a look of respect appeared in his eyes. "There are countless warriors under the Lord's command. We are merely a few inconspicuous ones." Yunfeng looked at the brainwashed individual, losing interest in continuing the conversation. Yunfeng's energy began to explode forth. A terrifying power surged, and the entire earth seemed to tremble. No. 15 and his companions were in their complete energy form, with energy neither decreasing nor increasing. No. 15 charged forward and engaged Yunfeng in battle. The two moved through the air at incredible speeds. Those below could only see shadows flashing by. Suddenly, one figure fell from the sky, and No. 15 was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground with a loud boom, creating a large crater. No. 15 slowly crawled out, astonished by Yunfeng's strength. It was impossible. He was stronger than No. 17 and 18, and only the mechanical No. 16 could match him. How could he lose to this young man? Yunfeng coldly stared at No. 15 and swiftly dashed over. No. 15 raised both hands to block, but was sent flying by Yunfeng's charge, tumbling over 100 meters before finally stopping. Yunfeng unleashed countless energy blasts from the air. As No. 15 rose to his feet, he found himself surrounded by energy blasts. With a wave of Yunfeng's hand, the blasts seemed to have minds of their own, raining down on No. 15, followed by thunderous explosions. Rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. After a moment, the explosions ceased, revealing No. 15, who had activated his shield. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Yunfeng looked at No. 15 and said, "Big guy, your strength is decent, but unfortunately you've picked the wrong opponent. You're far from being able to compare with me." No. 15 listened to Yunfeng's arrogant words, his face looking worse than if he had swallowed a fly as he pondered an escape plan. Yunfeng was unaware of No. 15's thoughts, but he knew that a quick resolution was necessary. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Without giving No. 15 a chance to catch his breath, Yunfeng charged again, throwing a punch. No. 15 hurriedly blocked it, but upon collision with Yunfeng felt as if his arm had been struck with immense force, unable to lift it. Yunfeng launched a light blast akin to killing a dog. The sound of a violent explosion echoed, and No. 15 was buried beneath the rubble. A relaxed expression appeared on Yunfeng's face, realizing that the androids no longer posed a threat to him. The only one who might still be a challenge was the complete form of Cell. Piccolo and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Yunfeng's strength exceeded their imagination. Not only had he defeated No. 19, who had bested Goku, but he was now effortlessly overpowering No. 15. Everyone felt a deep sense of fear from No. 15's energy, realizing that in Yunfeng's hands he was as helpless as a child. Uncle Piccolo, do you think the big brother is using all his strength? Gohan asked. Piccolo rarely displayed a serious expression. I fear not yet. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, but then they were filled with hope. The stronger Yunfeng became, the safer they would be. After a short while, No. 15 crawled out in a sorry state, his gaze towards Yunfeng filled with fear, showing no intention of attacking again. Suddenly, No. 15 shouted, No. 20, hurry and escape. No. 20 panicked as Yunfeng calmly said, Piccolo, No. 20 is up to you. Piccolo nodded, removed his weighted clothing, and blocked No. 20's escape route. Yunfeng smiled. The game should come to an end. No. 15, let me send you to meet No. 19. A terrifying silver energy sphere gathered in Yunfeng's hand, shining with a silvery light, causing cold sweat to stream down No. 15's face. A silver energy wave shot towards No. 15A, and at that moment the sky lit up with lightning, splitting open a rift as a colossal hand emerged directly, deflecting Yunfeng's Kamehameha. Everyone looked up at the sky with grave expressions as the large hand grabbed No. 15 and spoke to them. I still have use for this person. We will meet again. You should wash your neck and wait. A loud laugh echoed. In a moment the sky returned to normal. No. 20 saw that his companion had abandoned him, his expression turning ashen. Piccolo chuckled. It seems your comrade has given up on you. You can go die now. No. 20 laughed heartily. I admit I am no match for that young man over there, but Piccolo the Demon King, don't you think too highly of yourself? Piccolo was unruffled, saying, if you want to find out whether you can defeat me, just try it. As he said this, Piccolo charged at No. 20. Meanwhile, No. 20 began plotting, thinking, if I absorb Piccolo the Demon King, my power will surge, and then I can escape quickly. Having made up his mind, he allowed Piccolo to come in, blocking his attacks, while unleashing energy beams from his eyes. Piccolo ducked just in time, and then charged into No. 20, sending him flying backward. Piccolo rushed forward, unleashing countless energy blasts, and the sound of explosions filled the air, creating clouds of dust. After a short while, No. 20 appeared in a sorry state. He noticed that Piccolo was off guard, and suddenly dashed in, grabbing Piccolo by the neck as energy flowed into No. 20's body. Piccolo smiled and asked, have you absorbed enough? He then grabbed No. 20's arm and pulled hard, and No. 20's arm was in Piccolo's grasp. No. 20 panicked and retreated, attempting to escape. Piccolo fired a light blast, and with a loud explosion, No. 20 was obliterated. Yunfeng slowly approached, his expression grave as he said, the one who rescued No. 15 must be the Demon Realm King Dabura. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the mention of the Demon Realm King. Just hearing the name indicated a terrifying enemy. Coupled with the earlier events, their expressions turned bitter. Yunfeng continued, I thought No. 15 was speaking nonsense about Babidi, but it seems to be true. Their only goal is to resurrect Majin Buu. Upon hearing one unfamiliar name after another, the expressions on everyone's faces turned numb from shock. Yunfeng truly did not want to place too much pressure on everyone, otherwise if their strengths were revealed, it would likely cause panic among them. Yunfeng instructed everyone to return and continue their training, waiting in the heavenly realm. If anything arose, they could find him at the Temple of the Gods. Baku had also begun to contemplate reuniting with the gods. Inside the Babidi spaceship, a small, oddly shaped figure with 2 mustaches floated in the air. This was Babidi, the evil sorcerer. The son of the dark sorcerer Babidi, who claimed to be the greatest sorcerer, was indeed weaker in strength, but was well-versed in many strange spells, including control enhancement and sealing, making him a formidable opponent. Standing behind was a large man who resembled a bat. This was the Demon Realm King Dabura, who rescued number 15. As number 18 passed by Babidi's cargo door, she overheard the conversation between Babidi and Dabura. Babidi said, this number 15 is truly useless. I sent him to severely injure the enemy and collect their energy, yet he ended up nearly getting himself killed. If I hadn't urgently needed personnel, I wouldn't have saved this waste. Lord Babidi, the scion who fought against number 15, is indeed quite powerful. I feel that if we can find 3 to 5 individuals with such strong energy, Majin Buu should be able to be revived, Dabura said. Really, Dabura, you're not exaggerating, are you? If there are beings this powerful on Earth, then we can only activate Plan B ahead of schedule, Babidi said wickedly. Lord Babidi, what if number 17 and number 18 refuse to let the future cell absorb them? Dabura asked with a smile. They have no say in the matter. This is my Plan B, and no one can disrupt it, or they will face dire consequences. Based on my judgment, if Cell absorbs number 17 and becomes complete with number 18, along with my enhanced magical control, he won't be any weaker than you, Dabura. Dabura's face was shocked beyond measure, yet he dared not show it. He took pride in his power and regarded being Babidi's top general as an honor. Unexpectedly, a mere artificial human could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Dabura surely felt displeased, but he did not have the courage to sabotage Babidi's plan. For those with evil hearts, Babidi possessed the power to decide their fate. Outside, number 18 covered her mouth, desperately controlling her emotions. She had always regarded Babidi, who rescued them from the laboratory, as a deity. Little did she expect that Babidi was also using them. To gain immense power, he actually planned for that ugly Cell to absorb her and number 17, something that number 18 would never accept. Number 18 quietly left Babidi's cargo door and returned to the room she shared with number 17 and number 16, relaying everything she had overheard. Number 17 was left dumbfounded. What did you say? Lord Babidi wants to abandon us and allow Cell to absorb us. Number 17 stood up, his eyes filled with fury. No way. I need to find Lord Babidi and ask him why. Number 18 grabbed number 17. What are you doing? Do you want to get yourself killed? You know how powerful Dabura is. The three of us combined are no match for him. Number 17's gaze fell despondently. Suddenly, number 18 said, Number 17, let's escape. Although we are grateful to Lord Babidi for rescuing us, we did not expect he was also using us. We cannot just sit here and wait for our doom. Oh, let's escape. Number 17 pondered for a moment and said, All right, number 17, let's escape together. The world is vast. There must be a place for us to hide. Number 16 slowly spoke. I will follow you too. Wherever you go, I will go. You are kind and care for small animals. Oh, I like you both. Number 17 and number 18 nodded heavily. Then the three of them quietly exited their cabin and slowly made their way upward, as they had spent some time on this spaceship and were relatively familiar with it. The two slowly ascended, and fortunately Babidi and Dabura had gone to check on Majin Buu's egg, so no one noticed them. The three escaped to the top level and saw two evil earthlings guarding the door. Number 17 approached and greeted, Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Lord Babidi sent me to take a look. The two also recognized number 17 and knew he was Lord Babidi's general, so they did not dare to neglect him and bowed in greeting. Taking advantage of their unawareness, number 17 knocked them out with two swift strikes, and the three of them exited the cabin, immediately utilizing their flight techniques to soar into the distance. When the two guards woke up and noticed the door wide open, they sensed something was amiss and hurriedly went to report. Babidi slammed the table. What? Number 17. Dare to escape without permission. Dabura, go and bring them back immediately. Dabura smiled and said, Lord Babidi, there's no need to panic. Since number 17 and number 18 have escaped, let Cell pursue them. If he catches them, he can absorb them directly, and we can also see how strong Cell really is to determine if he is worth your investment. Babidi thought for a moment and agreed. Bringing them back would also allow Cell to absorb them, so let Cell handle it himself. Babidi said, Let Cell come to see me. In no time, Cell appeared at Babidi's door and walked in. Cell number 17 and number 18 have escaped. I command you to capture them and absorb them directly. I expect you to return in your complete form. I will certainly reward you greatly, Babidi said. Cell bowed and went to pursue number 17 and number 18. However, Dabura had his own ulterior motives. He wished for number 17 and number 18 to kill Cell rather than to return in complete form and threaten his position, thus suggesting such a plan. Unfortunately, Babidi was completely unaware. He gazed at Majin Buu's egg and said, Majin Buu, wake up quickly. If you awaken, I will have fewer worries. As Cell exited the cabin, excitement appeared on his face. He understood that now was not the opportune time to pursue number 17 and number 18. He needed to absorb human essence to become stronger before dealing with them. Number 17 and number 18 fled frantically for 3 days. Noticing that no one was pursuing them, they relaxed their guard. Tired of flying, they planned to hijack a car and find Son Goku, the creator of the androids. Dr. Gero intended to kill Son Goku, who had destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, thus the androids harbored an obsession with him. Number 17 jumped onto the road, standing in the middle and waiting for a car to arrive. A truck driver was delivering goods when he suddenly saw a person standing in the middle of the road. He slammed the brakes and barely managed to stop, about to yell in anger when the person in the road approached. He directly pulled the driver out of the truck. Number 17's strength was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The truck driver sat dazed on the roadside, watching the three board his truck and drive away before he finally reacted and pulled out his phone to call the police. The three of them drove happily in the truck when suddenly a figure blocked the road. A blast of energy shot towards them, and with a loud explosion the truck was blown to smithereens. The three jumped down and looked at the figure across from them, golden-haired, surrounded by golden flames, wearing a battle suit from the universe. Number 18 exclaimed, "Dabura, what are you doing? Why did you destroy our truck?" Dabura laughed heartily. "Androids, I finally found you. You have no energy at all, why the Prince of the Scions have finally tracked you down." Number 18 glared at Darl, whose body was engulfed in golden flames, feeling a surge of anger in her heart. "We didn't seek trouble with you, yet you came looking for us." Darl, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, was clearly in a good mood as he spoke. "You artificial mechanical dolls come to your doom. To perish at the hands of the Prince of Scions is a privilege for you." Number 18 was at a loss for words, wondering if this person was insane. She said, "Darl, apologize to us immediately, or we might not spare you. Otherwise you will face our wrath." Darl laughed, saying, "What a joke. For the Prince of Scions to apologize. You better come over here and die." Number 18 turned away, saying, 17, don't interfere. I will handle Darl myself." 17 waved his hand dismissively. Number 18 played with her hair, truly unable to comprehend the thoughts of these Scions. Darl's aura grew stronger, the flames around him intensifying as he charged directly at Number 18. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows without relent. Number 16 remarked, "It seems Darl doesn't possess such strong energy. Has the data been incorrect?" Taking advantage of Number 18's moment of inattention, Darl grabbed her arm and flung her away, then unleashed a blast of energy that sent her crashing into a nearby mountain. With a resounding explosion, debris flew everywhere. Number 18 emerged looking at her tattered clothes and exclaimed, "That despicable Darl has ruined my favorite outfit. I will kill you." Saying this, she tore off her outer garment. Darl arrogantly laughed. "The artificial mechanical dolls are not as formidable as I imagined. It seems I have become too powerful. I have finally regained the glory of the Prince of Scions." Number 18, furious at Darl's self-talk, charged at him, her body becoming ethereal. Darl met her with explosive fury, and they clashed once more. Number 18 landed a punch on Darl's abdomen, and Darl felt increasingly alarmed. How could the strength of this artificial being not wane while his own stamina was depleting? Darl jumped back, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Number 18. She activated her shield, but Darl was surprised that his attack failed to even drain her energy. Number 18 vanished, delivering a powerful kick to Darl's back. In a fit of rage, Darl retaliated, but Number 18 blocked it. 17 shouted, 18, stop playing around. You're too slow. If you keep this up, the sun will set." Number 18 replied, "I know, 17. You always say that." Number 18 immediately quickened her pace. Within moments, Darl had been hit several times, and his pride took another blow. "Impossible. Impossible. I am a Super Saiyan, the Prince of Scions. How could I be defeated by these artificial beings?" Darl roared. Darl flew into the sky, summoning lightning in both hands, crackling ominously. The ground beneath him trembled, and white lightning erupted in the sky. "Prepare to receive my attack, Number 18. Sky Cannon," Darl shouted. A massive wave of white energy shot from his hands, turning the sky white as Number 18 looked on. Using her own power, Number 18 summoned light in her hands and successfully caught Darl's Sky Cannon. The terrifying impact forced her back 10 steps, leaving a trail in the ground. Seeing his ultimate attack blocked by someone's hand, Darl felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Trunks, piloting a time machine, arrived at the battlefield. As he disembarked, he hurried toward the fight between the androids and suddenly sensed the overwhelming energy of a Super Saiyan nearby. Trunks exclaimed, "Is Mr. Goku fighting the androids?" Indeed, as he sensed further, he realized there was no other opponent's energy, it was the androids. Thus, Trunks accelerated toward the scene, arriving to see Dad. It turned out Darl was the one fighting Number 18, but he was already struggling. Darl noticed Trunks, and upon hearing his name and realizing he was from the future, guessed that this was his son. However, his pride prevented him from wanting any help. Darl shouted, "Don't come over here. This is my battle." Trunks wanted to assist, but knowing his father's pride, he thought that if he intervened, his father would rather perish. Number 18 had taken control of the battle, while Darl was retreating step by step, clearly unable to keep up with her speed. His body was covered in wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Number 18 swiftly dodged and landed a fist squarely on Darl's mouth, causing him to spit out blood. Trunks cried out, "Father," and rushed over, but Darl stubbornly shouted, "Don't come over. Can't you understand?" Trunks was biting his teeth in frustration, while Number 18 noticed that Darl had exhausted all his strength. With a swift chop of her hand, Darl fell unconscious. Seeing his father collapse, Trunks lost all restraint. He unleashed his rage, his hair turning golden, and golden flames erupted around him as he charged forward, drawing his sword from his back and slashing down. Number 18 raised her arm to block the attack, and then landed a punch to Trunks' abdomen, sending him flying backward. Trunks had only one thought, so strong. She can contend with the future number 18. How can the current number 18 be so powerful? Clenching his teeth, Trunks charged again with his sword, but number 18 seized Trunks' sword, and with a surge of strength it snapped in two. Number 18 delivered another kick, then, without a glance at Trunks, she walked away and approached 17 saying, "First let's find some clothing store to get me a few nice outfits. My clothes were ruined by Darl. Scions are truly annoying. Get some clothes, and then let's find Goku," number 18 said. 17 shook his head saying, "All right, let's go." The three androids took off into the sky. Trunks, holding his abdomen, slowly walked over to Darl, supporting him as they flew away. In the other world, Piccolo was arguing with the Supreme Kai about something, while Yunfeng sat nearby, unable to help. A new task appeared: defeat the Supreme Kai and fuse with Piccolo, reward Super Saiyan energy. Thus Yunfeng encouraged Piccolo to fuse with the Supreme Kai. Piccolo said to the Supreme Kai, "The world no longer needs a weak Supreme Kai like you, but a powerful warrior. Did you not see how formidable the enemy who rescued number 15 was?" The Supreme Kai did not refute this, merely self-deprecatingly saying, "I truly am useless, the weakest Supreme Kai ever. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Bubbles?" Bubbles, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Supreme Kai, it's not like that." The Supreme Kai said to Piccolo, "I will take another look at the lower realms and confirm if the monsters you mentioned truly exist." Piccolo had no choice but to close his eyes, floating in midair, waiting for the Supreme Kai's response. In the celestial realm of Earth, Piccolo floated with his eyes closed, patiently waiting. Yunfeng behind him dozed off, appearing quite bored. Only Popo looked on with a worried expression at the deity, gazing down at the lower realm. The deity stood at the edge of the celestial palace, observing, and noticed that although the three androids were squabbling over clothes and vehicles, they had not caused any harm. The deity was actually somewhat conflicted, pondering whether Earth needed him or a powerful warrior. At that moment, the deity suddenly spotted a green monster draining the blood of humans. This green creature with a tail could turn a healthy person into a mere skin suit in no time once its tail penetrated. The deity was drenched in cold sweat, sensing that the monster was growing stronger with each drop of human blood it consumed. If left unchecked, it would surely become a grave threat to Earth. The deity made a decision and slowly approached, saying, "Piccolo, it's time. I have decided that Earth needs a strong warrior." Popo looked sadly at the deity, saying, "Deity, are you really going to leave?" The deity smiled, "Mr. Popo, these people have been under your care. I believe a useful deity will come in the future. We can merge, but I will be in charge," Piccolo stated. The deity replied with a chuckle, "What an annoying feeling, giving away power only to be rejected. Of course you will be in charge, you are still young and strong." The deity tossed aside his staff, releasing a powerful aura that emanated bright white light, directly pulling towards Piccolo and merging into his body. Piccolo's body shone with light, and he looked at his hands in disbelief. Such immense power. His confidence returned, and he burst into laughter. Piccolo said to Yunfeng, "Mr. Yunfeng, the deity just spotted a green monster in the lower realm. Let's go check it out." Yunfeng, knowing it was the future version of Cell, nodded. "All right, let's go witness this monster." The two shot off quickly, and Yunfeng was also curious about Piccolo's current Super Namekian strength. Before merging, Piccolo's strength had already reached the level of a Super Saiyan. Now he must have improved significantly. I wonder who is stronger between him and myself. As they approached Cell, Yunfeng said, "Piccolo, you draw him out. If we both go together, I'm afraid he will flee and he will suppress his energy." Piccolo nodded while Yunfeng lowered his energy and concealed himself nearby. Slowly he crept closer to Cell. Suddenly Cell sensed a powerful force around him. Cautious, he was about to flee, but then saw Piccolo's face. It turned out to be the Demon King Piccolo. He was coming to deliver energy to himself. With a smirk, Cell approached. Piccolo confronted the monster. "Monster, where do you come from? Do no harm to the humans of Earth." Cell laughed. "Since when did the Demon King Piccolo develop a heart of compassion?" Piccolo stared at Cell in shock. "You know who I am." "Of course I know you. Goku, Krillin, Tien, Master Roshi, I know them all. And I also know you will die here today." "Haha, you are quite confident. Let's see who dies here," Piccolo replied confidently. A powerful aura erupted from Piccolo, and Cell immediately sensed something was off. "You are not the Demon King, Piccolo. You just realized, but it's already too late." Piccolo threw a punch with astonishing speed, so fast that Cell didn't even see it coming and was sent flying back. Piccolo looked at his hands, impressed by his strength. With a swoosh, he vanished from his spot. Cell was drenched in cold sweat. Is this still the Demon King Piccolo? With a loud bang, Piccolo struck Cell's chin, sending him flying upwards, blood gushing. Cell felt the danger. If he didn't escape, soon he might die here. Cell smiled slightly. Kamehameha. A white energy wave shot directly at Piccolo, but Piccolo swatted it away with a single claw. Piccolo exclaimed in shock, "You actually know Goku's Kamehameha." "I know many things, including another attack, the special beam cannon, a swirling energy wave that came at him." Piccolo jumped to avoid it, but unexpectedly, Cell jumped over and entangled Piccolo. Cell's tail aimed to stab Piccolo, but Yunfeng suddenly intervened from behind, grabbing Cell's tail and pulling hard, snapping it off. Cell cried out in pain, seizing the opportunity while the two were distracted, and quickly leaped back. Yunfeng said, "Cell, you have no chance of winning now. I know your tail can absorb human energy, and what you really want to absorb are Android 17 and Android 18. Am I wrong?" Cell was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "Kid, who are you? Why is there no information about you in my data, and how do you know my secret?" "That's a secret I can't share with you. You should hurry and absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to become your complete form, or you might end up dying painfully." Piccolo was immediately alarmed. "Mr. Yunfeng, you must let him go. He is a monster." "Piccolo, don't be anxious. Don't you want to know how powerful you've become?" "It would be boring without an enemy," Yunfeng replied. "I guarantee he will not harm Earth. If that day comes, I will take action." After some argument, Cell had already escaped. Piccolo's green face looked as bad as it could get. "Yunfeng, you must take full responsibility for this." Yunfeng, having the bloodline of a scion, felt a confident spark arise within him. Piccolo said, "Since Mr. Yunfeng is so confident in his strength, let's have a match. I want to fully experience your peak power." This city was now deserted. Everyone had been absorbed and killed by Cell. The two took their stances, and Yunfeng immediately unleashed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. His hair turned golden, and golden flames erupted around him. Piccolo also released his energy, and their powerful auras spread far and wide, causing the entire Earth to tremble. At Master Rose's place, Tien, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Goku had also been transported here along with Gohan. They all felt the two terrifyingly powerful energies at once. It seemed like Mr. Yunfeng was fighting someone. Krillin suddenly said, "That's Piccolo." "No, it should be the deity Piccolo." Everyone was astonished. Piccolo and the deity fused. That means he has become a Super Namekian. Truly terrifying. Both are monsters. But how could they be fighting each other? On a mountain peak, Doll sat atop, while Trunks stood not far away. Suddenly, two powerful auras emerged, and Doll was shocked, sweating coldly. "Damn, it's that guy Yunfeng. I didn't expect his strength to reach this level. It seems he has surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan." Feeling the terrifying strength of Yunfeng, Doll, while angry, also felt his pride ignite. "I must surpass you. Trunks, let's go train hard. I cannot lose to that bastard Yunfeng." On the roadside, a van pulled over, and Android 16 stepped out. In the distance, there are two powerful beings battling. Both of their strengths surpass even that of Android 17. Android 18 walked over, now dressed in new clothes, looking youthful and vibrant. "Android 16, I see you have an energy detector, but yours must be malfunctioning. How could two beings stronger than us appear?" Android 16. Bick felt the chi of Yunfeng growing stronger, and he willingly increased his own aura in response. Yunfeng looked at the system panel displaying Bick's battle power, surprised to find it was almost on par with his own. With his own battle power at 30 billion, he didn't expect Bick to surge to 28 million so quickly. It seemed he needed to finish this fight decisively to maintain an image of invincibility. Bick finally finished gathering his energy. He was now far stronger than in the original storyline, and Goku needed to step up. Clearly his role as a master was lacking. "System, how can I completely defeat Bick?" "Host, you have two choices. First, you can use the 20x Kaioken to quickly overpower Bick. Second, you can transform into a great ape by creating a moon, which can also swiftly defeat Bick, but there is a risk of losing consciousness. Proceed with caution." Hearing the system's suggestion, Yunfeng chose the first option without hesitation. Losing consciousness was something he preferred to avoid. "Mr. Yunfeng, I have unleashed all my power. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge your earlier decision to let Cell go." Yunfeng observed Bick, who was radiating a silvery glow. The only word that came to mind was ferocious. With the 20x Kaioken activated, a red flame suddenly ignited atop the golden fire, the two merging together. A terrifying aura emanated from Yunfeng, causing the ground to crack as a more powerful presence approached. In a flash, he vanished from sight and landed a punch on Bick's face, causing blood to spill from Bick's mouth. Bick was stunned. What incredible speed! Bick retaliated with a kick, but Yunfeng leaped to dodge. In an instant, he appeared behind Bic, delivering a kick that sent Bic crashing into a tall building. Suddenly, with a powerful explosion, the building shattered, yet Bic emerged unscathed. Bic unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng crossed his arms defensively across his chest, trying to block the energy, but there were just too many blasts. Yunfeng activated instant transmission to appear behind Bic and fired an energy blast, sending Bic flying again. Boom. Bic was buried under the debris of the building. Bic was shocked at how could Mr. Yunfeng appear behind him in an instant. The earlier energy blast had clearly struck him. Bic jumped out sporting minor injuries. Silver flames ignited around him as he charged at Yunfeng. Their battle commenced with Bic's movements appearing swift and deadly, truly befitting the title of Demon King. Bic landed a punch on Yunfeng's abdomen, who quickly retaliated with a fist to Bic's chin. They exchanged more than 20 blows in an instant, and Bic's energy began to waver. Bic gasped for breath while Yunfeng remained composed, clearly demonstrating a stark difference in stamina. Bic shouted, "Mr. Yunfeng, your battle power is clearly superior to mine. If you can withstand this attack, I will admit defeat." With one hand clenched, Bic began to gather his energy at his fingertips, light of destruction, and the system's prompt began to elevate, signaling Bic's increasing power. Bic concentrated all his battle power into a single point. 28. 5,028. 7,028. 9,029. 1 billion, finally stabilizing at 29. 9 billion. Truly terrifying. Without using Kaioken, his power barely reached 30 billion, yet with Kaioken, he had far surpassed this figure. Yunfeng let out a shout, 20x Kaioken Kamehameha. A dreadful energy gathered in his hands, shining with a silvery light. In Babidi's spaceship, it shook violently. Babidi asked, "What's happening?" Dubra explained, "Two powerful beings are fighting. There are such powerful beings on Earth. Bring me the energy detector." A subordinate quickly delivered the detector to Babidi. 2,000 energy units. This battle power is almost on par with you, Dubra, Babidi exclaimed in shock. Dubra's expression also turned serious in surprise. Both powers were now prepared, Kamehameha and Light of Destruction. The two terrifying energy waves collided in the air, forming two oval energy forms that remained locked in a stalemate, causing catastrophic destruction in the surroundings. Earthlings screamed in panic, "Is the apocalypse upon us?" The clash between Bic and Yunfeng continued for half an hour. In the end, Bic slowly began to falter and was overwhelmed. Seeing this, Yunfeng quickly teleported to push Bic away. Using both hands, he pushed the energy wave upward. With the 30x Kaioken, he barely managed to push the energy wave out of Earth, sending it flying out of the galaxy. Yunfeng sat on the ground, panting heavily, while his stamina rapidly recovered. The system had equipped him with a method for quick stamina recovery. He took a Senza bean, having acquired 100 beans from the last mission. He threw one to Bic. Bic gratefully accepted it, consuming it to restore his injuries and energy instantly. "Mr. Yunfeng, thank you for saving me. I will unconditionally comply with your decision," Bic stated. Yunfeng chuckled, "We're companions, no need for such formalities." Then he became serious, saying, "Bic, you must go to Master Roshi's place right away and ensure that Cell does not absorb androids 17 and 18. I plan to train Goku in the other world, so I won't have time to help you defeat Cell. However, seeing your strength puts my mind at ease." Bic nodded, "Don't worry, I won't let Cell reach his perfect form." With that, Bic took off into the sky and Yunfeng heard the system's voice. Ding. Host has completed the hidden mission and defeated the godlike Bic, the Super Namekian. Reward: a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt a surge of energy entering his body, rapidly enhancing his power. Waves of heat flowed through him, and with a loud bang, lightning began to swirl around him. Ding. The system's voice echoed again. Host has completed the upgrade. Name: Yunfeng. Bloodline: Saiyan. Power: Super Saiyan Level 2. Battle power: 300 billion. Skills: Kamehameha, instant transmission, solar flare, instant stamina, recovery, Kaioken. Yunfeng was left speechless. He had finally reached Super Saiyan Level 2. Now Dubra could at most match him, and even if Cell transformed into his perfect form, he would not be his opponent. A surge of pride welled up within Yunfeng. With Dubra's emergence, the plot had changed, giving him a sense of losing control. Yet now that control had returned, and the initiative was once again in his hands. It was time for him to fulfill his duties as a master. Goku's heart disease should have healed by now. He teleported to Goku's location to take him for training. In Babidi's spaceship, concern crossed Babidi's face. Dubra, with such a strong enemy appearing, Cell might not be able to handle it. But you can't leave me. What if the enemy attacks the spaceship? After pondering for a moment, Babidi seemed to remember something, and his face lit up with joy. Dubra, shouldn't we recruit a new member? Dubra was taken aback. Master Babidi, whom do you mean? Babidi replied excitedly, Bojack, a powerful being who caused havoc in the galaxy and was sealed by the north, south, east, and west Kais. His strength is likely near yours. Dubra was also astonished to be sealed by the Kais together. He must be quite powerful. Dubra, let's set out. I will use magic to help him break free from the seal, and then control him with his evil heart to become our formidable warrior. Depura and Babidi directly arrived in the galaxy to search for the seal, and finally spotted a red seal in a corner of an abyss. Babidi began to use magic, unleashing terrifying magical ripples, which exploded with a bang. Surprisingly, cracks appeared on the red seal, and as time passed, a tall man, with a blue face, yellow hair, yellow eyebrows, and a black turban appeared before them. Babidi exclaimed joyfully, Bojack, you finally came out. Who are you? I am very grateful for your rescue, but I haven't eaten in thousands of years, so I hope you'll forgive me. Depura stood directly in front of Babidi, emanating a terrifying aura. Bojack was taken aback. Such terrifying power, who are you? I am the Demon Realm King Depura. Bojack's face broke into a cold sweat. If that's the case, I won't disturb you. Farewell, he said as he attempted to leave. Suddenly magical spells appeared, and Bojack covered his head, starting to scream. In a short while, a mark symbolizing Babidi's magic appeared on Bojack's head. Bojack immediately became obedient, saying, I will join you, Lord Babidi and Lord Depura. Babidi's face lit up. All right, let's go back. In an instant, the three returned to the magic chamber, and Babidi's magic proved to be quite convenient. Bojack, I am assigning you your first task. Help Cell achieve his perfect form. Anyone who dares to obstruct us, kill them, Babidi said viciously. Bojack knelt halfway. I will take care of it right away. Seeing Bojack so obedient brought a smile to Babidi's face. If Cell becomes perfected, we can proceed with our next plan, resurrecting Majin Buu. Yunfeng arrived at the Kame house. Goku had just awakened, and seeing Yunfeng suddenly appear looked worried, and said, Master, why are there so many monsters appearing all of a sudden? How should we respond? Although Goku had been unconscious, he could hear the discussions around him, so he had a rough idea of what was happening. Yunfeng spoke, Goku, bring Gohan. I am going to put you through intense training to prepare you for this enemy. Hearing that Yunfeng was finally going to train him, Goku's face broke into a smile. Okay, Master, I'll get ready and head to the Heaven Temple immediately. Yunfeng nodded and vanished from the Kame house. He reappeared at Trunks and Doll's location. Doll looked at him and said, Yunfeng, are you here to humiliate me? Yunfeng did not respond to Doll's words, but said, the enemy's power is growing stronger. I hope you can reclaim the pride of a Scion Prince and face this formidable enemy. I know a good place where we can train for a year, but only a day will pass outside. Will you go? Be quick about it. If not, I'll turn around and leave as if I were never here, Yunfeng said decisively. Doll struggled with his thoughts. Damn it, Yunfeng, you bastard. All right, I agree. He'll go with you. Yunfeng smiled. This prince was not charming at all. He then disappeared, his voice echoing back to Doll, the Heaven Temple awaits you. After Yunfeng arrived at the Heaven Temple, Bobo was already waiting there. Yunfeng nodded at Mr. Bobo. After a while, Goku and Gohan arrived at the Heaven Temple, and Yunfeng led them into the Hyperbolic time chamber. Once inside, Yunfeng asked Goku, can Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan now? Goku replied, Master, Gohan can transform into a Super Saiyan now. Yunfeng pondered for a moment, then took out 2 blood red fruits and handed them to Goku. Goku, you and Gohan each take one and refine it. Once done, we'll begin the intense training. 3 days later, Goku stood up filled with joy. The Master is truly exceptional. My power has skyrocketed as if I were on a rocket. Gohan also felt his strength grow significantly and had firmly stabilized his Super Saiyan form. The system immediately reported their power levels. Name Son Goku. Race Saiyan. Power level intermediate Super Saiyan combat. Strength 10 billion. Goku directly increased from 6 billion to 10 billion, which is quite impressive. Name Son Gohan. Race Hybrid Saiyan. Power level beginner Super Saiyan combat. Strength 5. 8 billion. Yunfeng said seriously, all right, from now on you two will spar with me for an hour, then you two, father and son, will spar for another hour. The rest of the time practice on your own. Thus Goku and Gohan began their rigorous training under Yunfeng's guidance. Meanwhile, on the android side, Androids 17, 18, and 16 were leisurely driving on the highway when suddenly a beam of light struck, causing the car to explode with a bang. The three jumped out, and Android 17 shouted angrily, who dares to attack us? A green monster with a tail floated in the air, saying 17, 18, I've finally found you. Android 17's eyes widened. This monster actually recognized them. Hey monster, who are you? How do you know us, and why did you attack us? Cell smiled slightly. Good question. I am an android created by Dr. Jero's computer and your fates were sealed from the moment I was born. Android 17 shouted furiously nonsense. Our fates are in our own hands. We despise Jero for modifying us without consent. Do not treat us as his property. Cell's expression turned cold since you refused to cooperate. I will use force. Cell charged forward and Android 17 met him head-on. Cell's aura grew stronger and he threw a punch. Android 17 dodged to the side and kicked Cell, sending him flying. Android 17 laughed, spouting so much big talk, turns out you're just a hollow shell. Piccolo, sitting in the Kame house, suddenly felt a powerful energy approaching. It was the chaotic energy of Cell. Piccolo immediately shot up and flew towards the location of the battle. Krillin and Tien Shinhan looked at Piccolo flying away helpless. Master Roshi sighed, I missed the days when I was the strongest in the world. Cell emerged unscathed from the rubble, indicating that Android 17's earlier attack had not affected him at all. Android 17 charged at Cell again, and the two resumed their battle. The collisions of energy in the air created ripples around them, and the mountains crumbled. With a loud bang, Android 17 was sent flying and crashed into a mountain. Android 17 struggled to crawl out slowly. Suddenly, Android 16 shouted loudly, 17, get out of here. That monster Cell is too powerful, you're no match for him. Android 17 glanced at Android 16, I thought you were going to say something important. Why are you telling me to run? In the Ultimate Warrior, how could I be defeated? He charged at Cell again, creating two energy blasts with his hands that shot towards Cell. Cell disappeared with a whoosh and crashed into Android 17's head, leaving him feeling dizzy. Android 17 shook his head, furious. You monster, I will kill you. He concentrated energy into a circular slash and directed it at Cell. Cell was cut in half at the waist, and Android 17 laughed maniacally, haha. This is the consequence of underestimating me. Number 17 looked at the severed pieces of Salu and laughed heartily, saying, haha, let that arrogance of yours be silenced, dying at my hands. Suddenly, Salus' leg moved, kicking number 17 squarely in the face, sending him flying. With a loud crash, he collided with the mountainside, causing a shower of debris to tumble down. Like magic, Salus too has rejoined seamlessly, showing no signs of injury. Looking at his unscathed self, a smile appeared on Salus' face. After all, he possessed the cells of Piccolo. As long as he wasn't blown to pieces, he could regenerate. Number 17 covered his face and slowly stood up, saying, damn it, you monster. He charged forward, but Salu elbowed him down to the ground. Salu grabbed number 17 by the collar, lifting him up, while his tail transformed into a trumpet flower ready to devour number 17. Suddenly feeling a large hand on his shoulder, Salu turned just in time to see number 16 throwing a punch, sending Salu flying. Number 17 stared blankly at the intervening number 16, surprised that the one who came to his rescue was the usually silent number 16, whom he had often commanded. Number 16 tossed number 17 back, saying, quick escape with number 18. I'll handle this monster. Number 17, lying on the ground, spoke up, number 16, you are no match for this monster. Number 16 smiled slightly, saying, from my assessment, I am evenly matched with this monster. Just then Piccolo arrived, seeing that numbers 17 and 18 were both relieved, and said, I finally made it. The onlookers gazed at the arriving Piccolo in astonishment. What was the Demon King doing here, and what could he accomplish with his power? Piccolo didn't even have a chance to consider others' opinions as he unleashed a terrifying aura with silver flames rising up. Number 16 exclaimed in shock, you are not Piccolo. With a swish, Piccolo vanished before everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he had already punched Salu away, leaving Salu dazed. What kind of speed is this? Number 17 and the others stared wide-eyed. What was happening today? It felt like they were in a completely different world. Piccolo pressed the attack, launching energy blasts at Salu. Boom, boom, boom. As Salu emerged from the smoke, his aura had noticeably diminished. Salus' expression turned fearful. Why has Piccolo's power become so formidable? It's terrifying. I'm not even in the same league as him. Piccolo chuckled, still alive, huh? Perfect. Let's have some fun today. As he charged forward, he resembled a ferocious tiger pouncing. With a swift motion, he struck Salu, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. At that moment, a figure quickly appeared, blocking Piccolo's path. With familiar features, the dark-skinned man with orange-yellow eyebrows and hair and blue skin, it was Broly, rescued by Babidi. Broly looked at the injured Salu and said, why did Lord Babidi send me to assist such a worthless creature? Salu quickly absorbed numbers 17 and 18. He'll hold off this Namekian. Hearing that this person was here to help him, Salu was overjoyed. Piccolo glared at the stranger, saying, who are you to assist this monster? Broly looked at Piccolo, sensing his immense power. When did Namekians become so strong? I haven't been out for long, and the world has changed. It's not that I want to help him, but Lord Babidi has commanded me, and I have no choice. Babidi, the mastermind from last time. Piccolo felt a deep sense of conspiracy brewing. Piccolo didn't want to delay any longer. He unleashed a more terrifying aura, causing the earth to tremble. The bystanders were left speechless in shock. How could this be? This aura was chilling in its strength. Broly's expression grew unexpectedly serious as he felt it too. This Namekian was no ordinary foe, far beyond the simple opponent he had previously faced. Broly became serious as well. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he began to exhibit signs of being able to contend with Piccolo. A fierce wind surrounded the two. For Slagu and the others, even approaching seemed difficult. Darl and Trunks, who were waiting in the other world for Yunfeng and Goku to emerge, felt the terrifying energies and stood up, sensing their source. Darl erupted in anger. Damn it! These bastards! I never expected so many to have surpassed me. He shouted at Mr. Popo, when will Yunfeng and the others finally come out? Mr. Popo wiped the cold sweat off his brow, saying they should be out in about an hour. Piccolo and Broly's powers were surprisingly evenly matched, clashing in the air with no clear victor. Broly smiled, saying, not bad, Namekian. You've surprised me. Let's begin, and I hope you can keep me entertained for a while. Piccolo's expression grew grave as he replied, I hope you still have that confidence later on. Piccolo charged forward, with both of them reaching incredible speeds. Their fists collided, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. Their palms clashed, and terrifying lightning appeared in the sky as immense power erupted from their bodies, causing the ground to sink. Neither was able to gain the upper hand, and they both leaped back. Piccolo unleashed a flurry of energy blasts directly at Broly, who shouted, die. The terrifying explosions erupted around Broly. Sensing the increasing number of energy blasts, he activated his protective shield. Breathing heavily, Broly said, not bad, you managed to force me to activate my shield. Your attack is impressive. Piccolo was momentarily stunned, then he charged again. The two resumed their battle, with Piccolo landing a punch on Broly, while Broly retaliated with a kick. Both bore signs of the fight on their faces and bodies. They separated and glared at each other, both out of breath. Yunfeng, Goku, and Gohan finally emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Darl mocked Yunfeng, saying, why did it take so long? Can't you break through? Yunfeng smiled, saying, Mr. Darl, I could knock you down with just one hand right now. Want to give it a try? Darl's face turned extremely ugly. Trunks, let's go in. Trunks followed him inside. Mr. Popo asked, what's the situation outside right now? Yunfeng replied, the fusion of the Guardian and Piccolo is battling an unknown enemy. Currently, they seem evenly matched. Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. Who can even match Piccolo now? Could it be Depura? No, Depura is much stronger than Piccolo. Yunfeng said to Goku, Goku, you go to Namek and find a new Guardian. They'll go see what kind of enemy Piccolo is facing. Goku nodded, and upon hearing they were going to Namek, Gohan felt nostalgic for Dandan, as they had gotten along well there. Both Goku and Yunfeng utilized instant transmission to leave the Guardian's temple. Yunfeng suddenly appeared on the battlefield between Piccolo and Bojack. Piccolo exclaimed in delight, Mr. Yunfeng, you finally arrived. Now we can deal with these monsters. In truth, facing so many enemies, Piccolo had already entertained thoughts of retreat. Alone, he could only hold his own against the blue-faced one, while Cell lurked nearby, watching with keen eyes. Yunfeng surveyed the surrounding enemies, and indeed there were quite a few. His gaze swept over them one by one, and there was Bojack. The powerhouse from this theater actually appeared here. In the original story, Goku brought Cell to King Kai to save Earth, leading to King Kai's death, which loosened the seal that released Bojack, who was ultimately defeated by Gohan when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Then he looked at the android, and there was number 18, indeed beautiful. In the end, she ended up with Krillin, and thinking of that made Yunfeng feel heartbroken. Ding, hidden mission, win the heart of Android 18. Reward, revive technique, restrictions can only be used once a month, must be within a day of death to revive to full state. Damn, no wonder she is the most popular goddess in Dragon Ball. The reward is outrageous, a revival technique that can be used once a month, even stronger than the Dragon Balls, as those who have died once cannot be revived. Since that's the case, I won't hold back, it'll take both skills and beauty. Yunfeng shouted, Piccolo, you hold off Bojack first. I'll deal with Cell and come to help you. Since Yunfeng decided to take number 18, he couldn't let Cell absorb her, so Cell could leave the stage early or let him curse his fate instead. Yunfeng moved forward and stood before number 18. Number 18 was startled and jumped back, saying, what are you going to do? Yunfeng had already put on what he considered a very friendly smile, but in number 18's eyes there was only fear. With powerful enemies appearing one after another, number 18 felt how weak and helpless she was, and fear began to grow in her heart. Yunfeng spoke, "Miss number 18, my name is Yunfeng. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. I'm here to help you. They'll take care of that monster cell right away, so don't worry." In fact, in number 18's eyes there was no difference between Yunfeng and Cell. They were both terrifying enemies. Number 18 smiled faintly. "Since you are so righteous, please kill Cell and save number 17, she said, testing the waters. Yunfeng instantly became spirited. "All right, I'll handle that monster Cell right away." Yunfeng flew to the battlefield where Cell faced number 16 and said, "Number 16, take number 17 and number 18 away. They'll deal with Cell." Number 16 nodded while number 17 reluctantly shouted, "What? Let me escape. Impossible. I am the ultimate warrior of the universe, Android 17. Yunfeng shook his head, thinking that number 17 must be foolish. Even now, he couldn't recognize the situation. Yunfeng's body became ethereal, directly appearing behind number 17. With a single strike, number 17 fell unconscious. Then Yunfeng grabbed him by the collar and tossed him toward number 16. "Take him away," Yunfeng said calmly. Yunfeng knew that winning over number 18 wouldn't be easy. He could only take it slow and leave a good impression for now. Seeing Yunfeng truly helping them, number 18 felt a strange sensation in her heart. This man was quite peculiar. Why did he want to help us? Number 16 had already come over with number 17. "Let's go, number 18. Number 18 nodded and glanced back at Yunfeng as they left. Seeing number 17 and number 18 attempting to flee, Cell immediately chased after them. Yunfeng reached out, and Cell felt as if he were trapped by some force, unable to move. "Cell, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise I cannot guarantee that I won't be heavy-handed and take your life," Yunfeng said calmly. Cell was suddenly flooded with a sense of humiliation. "I am the perfect android destined to rule this world, and now I am being." Cell began to rage, his body emanating terrifying energy, causing the ground around him to shake once more. The system displayed Cell's information. Name Cell. Species Android. Strength low-level android. Combat power 8 billion. This Cell's strength was considerable, slightly stronger than a Super Saiyan at initial level. No wonder he could severely injure Piccolo in the original story and forcibly absorb number 17. Yunfeng charged forward and punched Cell away. Cell felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying. Yunfeng's movements were so swift that Cell couldn't even perceive them. Yunfeng appeared beneath Cell as he was sent flying, delivering a kick that sent Cell soaring into the sky. Just like that, Cell was toyed with like a ball. Seeing that Cell was about to go mad, Yunfeng directly appeared above him, placing a hand on Cell's head, launching an energy blast. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded, and Cell was utterly obliterated. Yunfeng knew there was another Cell in the future, and that one could be left for the well-trained Trunks to handle. Yunfeng looked at Bojack, who was locked in a fierce battle with Piccolo, and instantly vanished from his location. He reappeared between the two, unleashing an energy wave that forced Bojack back. Yunfeng said, "Piccolo, step aside. They'll take care of Bojack." Piccolo nodded and stepped aside. Yunfeng began to unleash his energy, his hair turning golden, engulfed in terrifying golden flames, surrounded by white lightning. Super Saiyan level 2. As Yunfeng's energy surged, the sky turned dark with continuous lightning striking down, and the entire earth trembled. Bojack looked at the enraged Yunfeng, his face growing extremely grim. "Kid, are you sure you want to oppose me, Bojack? You haven't heard of me. It's not your fault you were too young. I advise you to retreat quickly, otherwise you won't be able to escape soon." Yunfeng replied, "Bojack, stop talking nonsense. I know exactly what I'm dealing with, and you don't possess the strength you claim. Prepare to die." Yunfeng instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared, delivering a punch to Bojack's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. Bojack roared, "Damn it, kid. Don't get too cocky." He swung a punch at Yunfeng. Yunfeng caught Bojack's fist, saying, "That's not how you use a fist." Then with an uppercut, Bojack continued to spit blood. Bojack was already going insane, continuously unleashing his energy, his strength ever increasing as he charged forward. Yunfeng vanished again and reappeared, delivering a kick that sent Bojack flying. Bojack's face was covered in blood, looking quite fearsome. Yunfeng said, "Bojack, why are you so weak? I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. This isn't fun." Bojack, furious, almost couldn't catch his breath. "Kid, if you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't humiliate me like this." "Still a man, then I shall grant your wish and send you to your end," Yunfeng said nonchalantly. As he charged forward, he unleashed an energy wave that shot towards Bojack, who was convinced he was doomed, closing his eyes. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Bojack, deflecting Yunfeng's energy blast with both hands. "Bojack, you are truly useless, wasting the effort of Lord Babidi and me to save you." It was Dubra. Everyone looked at this figure in shock. The Demon King Dubra was a famous name. Yunfeng knew Dubra would be tough to deal with, possessing strength at the Super Saiyan level 2. Dubra and Yunfeng locked eyes, and the situation became tense once again. Depura stood in front of Bojack, unmistakably sent by Babidi to assist him. "Since that is the case, I shall test the prowess of you, the Demon King, today." Yunfeng turned to Piccolo and said, "Be cautious of Depura's saliva. If anyone it touches will turn to stone." Piccolo nodded gravely, realizing that this enemy was formidable. On Namek, Goku instantaneously teleported here and suddenly saw countless beings who looked just like Piccolo, causing him to feel dismayed. How could there be so many Piccolos? The Great Elder slowly approached, asking, "Who are you and why have you come to Namek?" Goku replied, "I am Son Wukong." "You are Wukong, the one who fought Frieza on Namek." Many Namekians looked at Goku with excitement. Goku chuckled. "In the end, it was still my master who intervened, otherwise I would have perished at Frieza's hands." Then Goku explained his purpose to the Namekians. After pondering for a moment, the Great Elder suddenly exclaimed, "I know someone very suitable, Dandan." A young Namekian stepped forward and politely greeted Goku. The Great Elder smiled and said, "This is Dandan. He can become your Earth's god, and Dandan is eager to meet Gohan and Krillin." "Can Dandan use the Dragon Balls?" Goku asked. The Great Elder chuckled. "Wukong, don't be deceived by Dandan's young age. He is an excellent member of the Dragon Clan." Goku smiled, saying, "That's great. Then it is decided on Dandan." Goku bid farewell to Dandan and the others. Then, with a flash of movement, he returned to the Heavenly Palace, while Dandan, seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, hid behind Goku. Boo excitedly looked at the newly arrived god, and Gohan joyfully exclaimed, "Dandan." Only then did Dandan step forward, taking a long look before confirming, "You are Gohan. Why has your hair changed color?" Goku said, "I'll go get Krillin. You all focus on reviving the Dragon Balls first." Goku vanished from the Heavenly Palace, and Mr. Buu asked, "God, how long will it take to create the Dragon Balls?" Dandan held up 3 fingers, saying, "It'll take 3 months." Gohan was astonished. That long. Ever since the god fused with Uncle Piccolo, the Dragon Balls have turned to stone. Dandan suddenly said, "If we had the previous Dragon Balls, we could revive them immediately." Boo took out the model of the previous Dragon Balls, and Dandan remarked on the peculiar dragon, "What an interesting dragon." Then, placing his hands in front of the dragon and chanting a spell, his hands began to glow. Before long, a beam of light shot down to the lower realm, and the model dragon vanished. Dandan turned and said, "All right, the Dragon Balls have been revived." A little later, Goku brought back Krillin, Gohan, and Dandan went off to chat, while Goku began searching for the Dragon Balls. On Depura's battlefield, Depura realized that this battle was unavoidable, otherwise the opponent wouldn't let him leave. A terrifying aura erupted from Depura, growing stronger. Yunfeng watched as Depura's aura became increasingly powerful, with the surrounding clouds seemingly blown away by this overwhelming force, and the ground cracked with numerous fissures. Depura charged at Yunfeng, who met him head-on as their fists collided, sending terrifying shockwaves that left Piccolo and the others in shock. Piccolo exclaimed, "Mr. Yunfeng has barely finished fighting himself, yet his strength has grown so rapidly, it's as if he is a completely different person." Yunfeng was increasingly alarmed as he fought. Depura was indeed formidable, possessing the strength of a Super Saiyan at the initial stage. The battle in the sky was almost unbelievable, with 2 figures entangled in the air, their energy ripples devastating the surrounding area. Suddenly, Depura conjured a knife and slashed at Yunfeng, who clasped his hands together to catch the knife, then turned and broke it. Seeing this, Depura spat out a breath of fire, the inferno of the demon realm. Yunfeng summoned an energy shield to block the demonic flames. Both retreated simultaneously, and Yunfeng shouted, "Try this move, Kamehameha." A silver-white energy wave shone with a terrifying brilliance in his hands. Depura did not dare to rejoice, gathering a terrifying orange-yellow energy wave in his hands. As both yelled, their 2 dreadful energy waves collided in the air. A horrifying energy wave formed a circular energy sphere in the air neither side, giving way as both poured all their energy into it. The terrifying energy wave caused the entire earth to tremble, resembling an earthquake, with glass shattering all over the cities. Surrounding traffic was chaotic chaos everywhere, with people exclaiming, "The apocalypse is here, the demons have arrived." Yunfeng looked at the energy wave at a standstill, realizing he needed to come up with a solution. Today, he must make this demon king aware of his might. 20 times Kaioken. A terrifying red energy appeared atop Yunfeng's golden flames, merging into a bizarre spectacle. Depura saw that Yunfeng's Kamehameha had suddenly been replenished. The original energy wave grew thick and expanded. The terrifying power directly overwhelmed Depura's energy wave. Depura roared, "This is impossible. I clearly gave it my all. How can I not be a match for this brat?" Seeing Depura slowly being pushed back, he realized the outcome was clear. With a bang, Depura was engulfed by the energy wave. The sound of a dreadful explosion echoed, creating a massive crater before Yunfeng. Goku wondered, Depura won't be blown to bits, will he? That attack was truly terrifying. Bojack, who had retreated to a distance, wore a face of despair. If this so-called Demon King had been defeated, he surely had no way out. He knew Yunfeng's speed. Even if he tried to escape, it would be futile. Just then Yunfeng saw a figure crawling out from the crater. Depura suddenly shouted, "Babidi, save me." To his astonishment, Depura and Bojack had vanished. Yunfeng checked the spot where they had just been. They had truly disappeared, as if teleported away. Babidi's magic is indeed formidable, able to whisk people away without a trace. Babidi's voice suddenly echoed. "Kid, you keep disrupting my plans, or I have marked you. Next time we meet, I will ensure you are torn to shreds. In 3 months, I will hold a martial arts tournament called Babidi's Game. I hope you will come, otherwise I will destroy this planet." Yunfeng and Piccolo fell silent. Yunfeng understood Babidi's scheme. He simply wanted to hold a tournament to hurt them, allowing Majin Buu to gain enough power to resurrect. However, with Babidi's current strength, he could not injure Yunfeng. "Since that's the case, in 3 months, I will witness what tricks you have up your sleeve." Yunfeng grabbed Piccolo and instantaneously moved to the other world. Goku and the others were pleasantly surprised to see Yunfeng and Piccolo appear. Goku said, "Master, I have followed your instructions and found a new god on Namek, and I have revived the Dragon Balls." Yunfeng nodded and then told Goku and the others about Babidi's legend. "Babidi's Game. Master Babidi must have some scheme. We need to be cautious," Goku said worriedly. Yunfeng nodded, saying, "Regardless, I hope everyone can train hard to prepare for the battle in 3 months. This battle will determine the fate of the Earth." Everyone nodded solemnly. Yunfeng was waiting in the heavenly realm for Doll and Trunks to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. The others were eager to enter for training, but Yunfeng had other plans. Yunfeng had set his sights on the obedient Trunks. As time passed, and afternoon approached, Doll and Trunks finally emerged. Seeing the confident expressions on their faces, it was clear they had made significant breakthroughs. However, upon hearing the others mention Babidi's Game, Doll's expression turned serious. Yunfeng approached and said, "Doll, you can wait until the others come out before you go back into the hyperbolic time chamber." Doll snorted in response and ignored Yunfeng. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yunfeng smiled awkwardly and walked up to Trunks. Yunfeng whispered to Trunks, "Trunks, come with me for a moment. I have some questions regarding your training." Trunks nodded without suspicion, saying, "Mr. Yunfeng, please wait a moment while I inform my father." Trunks went to inform Doll, who simply replied, "Make sure to return before the next training session." Trunks happily waved and ran over to Yunfeng. Yunfeng told Goku to keep training with Gohan and seriously remarked, "I've noticed that Gohan emits power even while sleeping. If you can properly tap into Gohan's strength, it might be the key to defeating Babidi." Yunfeng then instantly teleported with Trunks, leaving the heavenly realm behind. They arrived in front of a desolate mountain. Yunfeng said, "Trunks, unleash all your power for me to see." Yunfeng wanted to confirm whether Trunks, like in the original story, focused solely on power while neglecting speed. Watching Trunks' muscles grow larger and his power continuously increase, Yunfeng noted that he was already approaching the strength of a Super Saiyan second grade. In the heavenly realm, Doll, Piccolo, and Goku all felt Trunks' overwhelming power, breaking into cold sweats. Trunks' strength had reached an astonishing level, which was truly terrifying. Goku remarked, "It must be Master guiding Trunks in his training. It's nothing serious, not a battle against an enemy." Yunfeng looked at Trunks and said, "Trunks, come attack me and show me what you've got." Trunks charged at Yunfeng quickly, but despite throwing a flurry of attacks, he couldn't land a hit, panting heavily. Yunfeng spoke, "Trunks, you may have fallen into a misunderstanding. While power is suddenly important, how can you abandon speed in your pursuit of strength? Your method of increasing power is too simplistic." Yunfeng transformed, exhibiting a power similar to Trunks' rapid enhancement, causing everyone in the heavenly realm to sense his aura. Yunfeng's energy was even stronger than Trunks, leaving the onlookers speechless. Trunks, feeling dejected, retracted his transformation and said, "I truly am a fool. No wonder my father doesn't train like this. I thought I had discovered the secret to training. Yunfeng suddenly grinned mischievously and said, Trunks, as long as you help me with one task, I will guide your training. Trunks was instantly excited, saying, really, Mr. Yunfeng, you're willing to help me train? Yunfeng smiled, of course, but you have to help me with a small favor. Trunks quickly agreed, as long as you instruct me, Trunks will certainly comply. Yunfeng hesitantly said, well, I've developed feelings for Android 18, but I haven't had the chance to get close. I would like you to help me act out a scene. Trunks' expression changed. What? Mr. Yunfeng, how can you like an android? They turn the future into hell. Yunfeng's expression turned serious as he said, Trunks, because of your arrival, history here has changed. The androids here have not killed anyone, and I will turn 18 into a normal human. You just need to cooperate with me in this act. Trunks lowered his head and said, all right then, I hope what you do, Mr. Yunfeng, is the right choice. What should I do? Seeing Trunks relent, Yunfeng was overjoyed and whispered instructions into Trunks' ear for quite some time. Of course, the classic hero rescuing the damsel in distress was the best plot. Yunfeng thought Trunks would play the role of the villain. First, he needed to locate the androids, but without their energy signatures, it would be difficult. System, help me find the position of the androids. The system immediately pinpointed their location, and soon it was imprinted in Yunfeng's mind. Yunfeng smiled slightly, saying, my dear Android 18, I'm coming. As the most popular female in Dragon Ball, it was surprising how generous the system's rewards were. Yunfeng flew nearby with Trunks and said, don't hold back when the time comes, or you might reveal our plan. I'll also take this opportunity to guide you in your training. I have some senzu beans with me, so don't worry about getting hurt. I'll unleash your hatred for the androids. Trunks nodded, don't worry, Mr. Yunfeng. He quickly flew out, and the three androids were driving along. Trunks unleashed an energy blast, destroying their car. Androids die. Number 17, 18, and 16 flew out, looking at Trunks in confusion. Trunks, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Trunks' face showed anger. You androids turn my future into a hell. Oh, I won't let you get away with this. Number 17 and the others stared at Trunks as he shouted, I don't understand what you're saying, and I haven't done anything to you. Trunks didn't give them a chance to speak. Enough talk, die. Trunks' aura erupted, his battle power surging dramatically as golden flames enveloped him, turning his hair golden. Yunfeng's system immediately displayed Trunks' attributes. Name: Trunks race, half-blood Scion, battle power Super Scion, level 1 medium, battle power 15 billion. Trunks was no longer something the current androids could contend with. Number 17 barely exchanged a few blows with Trunks before being sent flying, severely injured by a single energy blast. Seeing number 17 heavily injured after just a few exchanges, number 18 didn't know what to do and looked to number 16. Number 16 had no choice but to step forward and said to number 18, 18, quickly take 17 and escape. I might not be able to handle Trunks. Number 16 calculated that his battle power was just over 10 billion, definitely not a match for Trunks. Number 18 grabbed the injured number 17 to flee, but Trunks swiftly blocked her path. Number 16 didn't even see Trunks' movement. Number 18 looked at Trunks and said, why are you so persistent? My 17 and I have never harmed anyone. We also despise the modifications made by our creator Dr. Gero. Trunks remained silent, simply blocking them. He fired another energy blast, but number 16 rushed to shield number 18, sustaining severe injuries and being thrown back. Yet Trunks still did not let up on the androids and gathered another energy blast. Number 18 closed her eyes, realizing an energy blast was about to hit her, when suddenly a figure appeared, raising a hand to deflect Trunks' attack. Number 18 saw a tall figure standing before her. It was Yunfeng, whom she had met before. Every woman dreams of a prince, a hero to save them, and number 18 was no exception. Looking at the suddenly powerful Yunfeng, she felt an indelible impression form in her heart. Yunfeng calmly stated, as long as I'm here, no one shall harm Android 18. Number 18 looked at Yunfeng as he spoke those words, feeling a sudden tremor in her heart. She had never been chosen by anyone before, not even by Dr. Gero, who had turned her into an artificial human. After all, she had once been a human herself, and now her gaze towards Yunfeng had changed. Yunfeng looked at number 18, who had fallen into his trap, feeling ecstatic. It truly worked. Then he turned to Trunks and said, you are no match for me. As long as I am here, you cannot harm number 18. You should retreat. Having already become an acclaimed actor, Trunks would never give up the chance for his final performance, replying, for me to retreat. Impossible. Let me see your skills. Yunfeng shook his head. This child Trunks was so stubborn. As long as the effect was achieved, it would be necessary to fight, since he had just ordered an attack. As Trunks rushed in, number 18 shouted, be careful, Trunks is coming in fast. Yunfeng smiled, his hair turning golden as golden flames surrounded him, meeting Trunks' heat. Trunks threw a punch, but Yunfeng's speed was incredible. Trunks missed several attacks. Then Yunfeng suddenly appeared and punched Trunks in the abdomen, causing Trunks to clutch his stomach and retreat. Yunfeng then appeared behind him and elbowed him down, sending Trunks crashing to the ground. The ground immediately cracked with many fissures as Yunfeng vanished again. Trunks looked around searching for Yunfeng when suddenly a kick struck him, sending him flying. Yunfeng clapped his hands, returning to his normal state, and slowly walked up to number 18, gently saying, "Let's leave a look at the already damaged number 16 and the battered number 17. Number 18 nodded, and Yunfeng teleported all three of them away. Trunks slowly got up, groaning, "It hurts. Mr. Yunfeng's power is truly overwhelming. Ew, I was like a child with no ability to fight back." Trunks took out the sins of being that Yunfeng had given him at the start and ate it, restoring his strength and vitality before returning to the heavenly temple, waiting for Yunfeng to come back and teach him. Yunfeng, having obtained such a beauty, hardly remembered Trunks. He led the three of them to Bulma's house, walking in and calling out, "Is Bulma here?" A moment later, Bulma's father, the doctor, came out and said, "Young man, are you looking for Bulma?" "She's inside." Yunfeng nodded and smiled, saying, "Hello, uncle. I'm a friend of Bulma." Soon Bulma rushed out, exclaiming, "Yunfeng, what brings you here?" Yunfeng replied, "I have a favor to ask of you." Come in, noticing the artificial humans who had followed him were new to her. Yunfeng introduced, "This is an artificial human." Bulma immediately frowned. "Yunfeng, how could you bring such a dangerous enemy to my house?" she said, preparing to flee. "They are not bad people. They have never killed anyone, and now they are one of us," Yunfeng explained. "They are both severely injured. You, as a genius scientist, might be the only one on this planet who can heal them," Yunfeng said to Bulma. Hearing Yunfeng praise her, Bulma immediately agreed. "No problem, Yunfeng. Just tell me what to do." Yunfeng nodded and smiled. "Then I'll go busy myself for now and come back in a few days to pick them up." Number 16 and 17 both bowed gratefully to Yunfeng and followed Bulma inside. Yunfeng then took number 18's hand and headed towards West City, saying, "Number 18, let's go for a stroll." Number 18's face immediately flushed. "Yunfeng, is this a date?" Yunfeng laughed heartily. "I suppose it is. Ding, the host has completed the task, rewarding the skill rebirth technique." Yunfeng was overjoyed. He had completed it so easily. For someone as handsome as Yunfeng, it was simply no challenge at all. The system had begun to silently disdain this shameless host. Ding, hidden task, obtain a kiss from number 18. Reward skill, invincible body, can block one attack, a life-saving skill. Wow, number 18's popularity is astonishing. Two hidden tasks appeared in a row, and the skills are so powerful. It seems I need to work a bit harder. Looking at number 18, I took her hand and said, "Let's buy you a couple of outfits." Women can never resist beautiful clothes. Number 18 was somewhat dazed as no one had ever treated her so well. She picked several outfits that she liked, and Yunfeng paid for them before they left the store. Yunfeng then spotted a nice restaurant and suggested, "Let's go eat something." Number 18 replied, "Sure," and the two entered the restaurant. Yunfeng let number 18 order a few dishes she liked, and he added a few more. They enjoyed their meal together, and their relationship deepened. Yunfeng took number 18 out of the city to a pasture, a stretch of lush green grass, where he watched her sit down. Number 18, why do you hate Dr. Gero so much? Yunfeng asked curiously. Number 18's expression immediately became passionate. Because we hate Dr. Gero for altering us without our consent. We were once ordinary humans and could have lived a normal life. Yunfeng slowly responded, Number 18, I'm sorry to bring up painful memories. It's okay, you can still live like ordinary people in the future. I will always protect you, and I will collect the Dragon Balls to ask Shenron to remove the bomb inside you. Number 18 looked at Yunfeng in shock. Yunfeng, are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you? Yunfeng with a thick skin replied, Of course not. I genuinely like you and want to protect you for a lifetime. Number 18 was immediately stunned. You like me and want to protect me. Although she had guessed a lot before hearing Yunfeng say it, still left her a bit dazed. Yunfeng immediately pulled number 18 in for a kiss. She struggled briefly, but then relaxed. The scene was so beautiful, like a painting with the green grass all around, while Yunfeng suddenly felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Ding, the host has completed the hidden task, rewarding the skill Invincible Body. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yunfeng knew he had finished his task. He then slowly spoke. Number 18, how about you stay with us for now? It's quite dangerous for you to be out there. A cell has always wanted to absorb you. And number 17. Number 18 nodded, tacitly agreeing. Yunfeng led number 18 back to the place he had built in the mountains, where he had constructed a relatively large house, and took her to see it. Yunfeng said, Number 18, in a couple of days you should go to Bulma's and bring number 17 and 16 over. I will go train in the other world first, and come back to pick you up when the Babidi game starts. Number 18 nodded, admiring Yunfeng's large house, realizing she now had a home and wouldn't have to wander anymore. Her heart was filled with affection for Yunfeng. Yunfeng instantly teleported to the other world where Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan had already re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving only Trunks and Doll waiting outside. Yunfeng greeted everyone, and Trunks exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Yunfeng, you finally came. I have already recognized my shortcomings." Seeing Trunks, who was grateful to him, Yunfeng nodded and encouraged, "Train hard. You will definitely break through the barrier of Super Saiyan and reach new heights." Trunks nodded excitedly, clearly filled with confidence in his training. Doll had not said a word throughout, merely glancing a few times before closing his eyes. This Saiyan prince is too aloof. He is not easy to get along with. Yunfeng and Trunks were waiting in the celestial realm for Goku and the others to emerge when suddenly Yunfeng sensed a powerful aura approaching Earth. This aura seemed to belong to Quila, but it felt even stronger. Yunfeng immediately recalled the original story where Quila was defeated by Goku and shattered into pieces, yet survived by being absorbed by a computer, creating countless metal replicas of Quila. Yunfeng approached Doll and said, "Doll, I assume you also feel the aura approaching Earth." Doll coldly replied, "What does that have to do with me?" "Haha, what a Saiyan prince, it seems you're scared. This newcomer is Frieza's brother, and wasn't the prince killed by Frieza before? It's normal to have some psychological trauma, so I'll take care of it," Yunfeng said deliberately. Doll immediately became furious. "What did you say? Am I afraid? Since the newcomer is Frieza's elder brother, we'll settle both old and new scores. Trunks, let's go." Watching the two fly rapidly towards Metal Quila, Yunfeng instantaneously moved to the place where Quila was landing. "Today I will witness a good show. I hope Doll's abilities are as great as his temper." When Doll arrived, he saw a creature entirely wrapped in metal resembling Frieza looking at him. Quila said, "Who are you?" "I'm looking for that wild monkey, Yunfeng." Doll roared in fury, "I am Doll, the prince of the Saiyans. I'm here to be your opponent." "Saiyan prince, all Saiyans deserve to die. Since you're also a wild monkey, then die," Quila said indifferently. "Haha, I wonder who was beaten to such a disgraceful state by us Saiyans, yet dares to boast here," Doll mocked. Quila's expression turned cold, and he charged forward. Doll's hair turned golden, and golden flames erupted from his body as he met Quila head-on. Yunfeng sat nearby watching the spectacle as the system reported the attributes of the two combatants. Name Doll. Race, pure-blooded Saiyan. Strength, Super Saiyan, level 1, combat power 15 billion. Trunks also stood nearby watching the fight between Quila and his father, knowing that his father had an extremely strong sense of pride. If Trunks intervened, Doll would be more miserable than death. Name Quila. Race, Ice Clan. Strength, 12 billion. Yunfeng observed the attributes of both fighters and felt no worry. It must be said that Doll was also a battle genius. With such a disparity in combat power, he was unlikely to lose. The two had already fought in the air for no less than 10 rounds, and Quila felt that Doll was not to be underestimated, having already used all his strength to cope. Doll was becoming more proficient in battle, his speed reaching its peak as Quila's body became adorned with many injuries. However, Quila's metal defenses were incredibly strong. It seemed that the damage Doll inflicted did not trouble him, and he continued to engage Doll head-on. Doll unleashed a super energy blast, directly obliterating Quila's form into smithereens. Doll laughed, "Ridiculous, you still can't see the gap between us." After such a fate, Doll laughed wildly, and suddenly another identical Quila appeared on the mountaintop. Yunfeng actually understood what was happening. These were not Quila's true form, but replicas made by the computer, yet each had strength equal to Quila. Without saying a word, Doll charged in, and the two battled again. Doll utilized his speed advantage to quickly gain the upper hand, delivering a punch that sent Quila flying. Then he saw a swarm of Quila behind the mountain, causing Doll's scalp to tingle. What was happening? Trunks also sensed something was amiss and flew over, seeing the multitude of Quila and wondering how there could be so many monsters. Yunfeng chuckled from behind and shouted to Doll, "And Trunks, you two hold them off. This is also a trial for you both. I'll go destroy the computer." As he said this, he flew away, and Doll cursed under his breath, "That bastard Yunfeng." Doll leaped up, his whole body radiating terrifying golden flames, electricity crackling from his hands. "Trunks, get out of the way." Quila took the challenged super energy cannon. A terrifying wave of energy surged toward the Quilas, who raised their hands to defend. However, the energy from Doll's super energy cannon was too strong, causing a massive explosion. In no time, only half of the metal Quila survived, while the others were completely obliterated. Doll and Trunks still looked gravely at the remaining numerous Quila. Doll shouted to Trunks, "Let's go all out together." The two charged into the crowd of Quila. Yunfeng quickly flew toward the computer, and according to the system's guidance, he was already very close. Yunfeng saw something resembling a spaceship with an open door, and countless metal Quila were streaming out from inside. Yunfeng cursed inwardly, damn, this computer is terrifying, capable of mass-producing powerful beings. He immediately shot a light blast obliterating the Quila at the door of the warehouse. Yunfeng slowly walked inside, still encountering Quila rushing at him. He dispatched them effortlessly, one punch and one kick at a time. His combat power was now on a different level than that of Quila. He charged deeper into the computer, which immediately flashed red alerts. Yunfeng's speed was astonishing, and in no time he reached the central area where a large computer stood beside the face of a Quila. The Quila's face looked at Yunfeng with anger. Yunfeng, how dare you appear before me? I owe my current state to you. Yunfeng replied with a faint smile. Quila, you managed to survive in such a way. Not simple at all. It's unfortunate for you that we meet again. Quila retorted, who knows whose luck is better this time. As he spoke, numerous tentacles emerged around Quila's face, quickly ensnaring Yunfeng. Quila laughed maniacally. Yunfeng, now you have your day of reckoning. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Although Yunfeng was wrapped up like a zongzi, his momentum could not falter. Quila, I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise you'll regret it later. Quila laughed. Yunfeng, you are now my prisoner. What right do you have to speak to me like that? He then began to absorb Yunfeng's power, drawing it in slowly through the tentacles. Yunfeng smiled slightly. Since you want energy, I'll give it to you. Yunfeng instantly erupted with power, his hair turning golden as golden flames rose from his body. The terrifying force flowed through the tentacles into the computer, quickly filling its energy storage. Quila shouted anxiously, Yunfeng, stop. Stop. Yunfeng replied calmly, since you want power, I'll give it to you. Yunfeng erupted with power again, and with a loud explosion, Quila and the computer erupted into a massive explosion. Yunfeng instantly moved to Doll's side, watching the distant explosion. Yunfeng looked at the panting Doll and Trunks, who stared at the countless Quila below, and gathered a super large energy ball in his hand. He floated up and flew above the many Quila who were already launching energy blasts at him. Yunfeng calmly said, invincible golden body, as the energy blasts flying up could not harm him in the slightest. Yunfeng threw the energy ball down. Boom. A terrifying explosion rang in everyone's ears as a mushroom cloud rose. Doll and Trunks' eyes widened in shock. What terrifying destructive power, Doll murmured. A moment later, a gigantic crater appeared, and the metal Quila were almost entirely wiped out. Yunfeng finished organizing the metal Kawira, and then instantly teleported back to the Celestial Palace, where Vegeta and Trunks were sitting on the mountain peak panting. Doll suddenly stood up. That bastard Yunfeng has already become that powerful. Trunks has no time to rest. Let's go for special training. Dao and Trunks returned to the Celestial Palace shortly after, and Yunfeng glanced at them without speaking. Yunfeng waited in the Celestial Palace for about 2 hours before Goku and Piccolo along with Gohan came out. Goku, how was it inside? Did you gain anything? Yunfeng asked. Goku smiled mysteriously, a little, but we won't go back in. Well, wait until it's time for the competition. Yunfeng nodded, already having a rough idea of what Goku had discovered. Goku, unleash your aura. Let me see what level you've reached, Yunfeng said. Goku immediately gathered his energy, unleashing a terrifying golden flame that surged with power. Ding. The system provided the attributes. Name Sun Wukong. Race, pure-blooded Scion. Power level high level Super Saiyan, level 1, power 35 billion. Yunfeng nodded. Not bad. You could say you've already reached the peak of Super Saiyan level 1. Goku exclaimed in shock, Super Saiyan level 1. Is there a Super Saiyan level 2? Yunfeng nodded. There is no end to cultivation. Super Saiyans are not limited to just level 1 and level 2. There are also levels 3 and 4. The shock in Goku's heart was indescribable. It turned out our cultivation had only just begun, and we were still like frogs at the bottom of a well. Yunfeng nodded. Knowing that there's no end is good. As long as you hold a heart of reverence and keep cultivating, you will surely reach greater heights. Yunfeng's words greatly benefited Piccolo, Goku, and Gohan. Yunfeng said, all right, use the remaining time to relax and approach this competition in a good state. I can also tell you that this competition is a trap, so we cannot afford to lose. If we lose, we will continue to lose. Dao and Trunks were also deeply shocked by Yunfeng's words, and they walked into the room of spirit and time with heavy hearts. Sword Soul bid farewell to Goku and flew directly towards his home. With Android 18 around, he finally felt like he had a home. When Yunfeng returned home, Android 18 had already tidied up the house meticulously, and Yunfeng began to enjoy a month of being taken care of. 3 months quickly passed. Yunfeng dressed up and took Android 18 with him. "All right, let's set off," he said. Android 18 asked, "What about Android 17 and 16? Yunfeng replied, 17 and 16 should have gone straight to the competition venue. He teleported with Android 18 and discovered that everyone was already gathered upon arriving in the celestial realm. Everyone held hands. Yunfeng grabbed Android 18 and sensed the energy of Babidi and Dubra, and in a flash they arrived at the arena. With all the Dragon Ball warriors gathered, the scene was quite spectacular. Shortly after, Android 16 and 17 flew in, as the energy detector on Android 16 made it easy for them to find the location. Babidi was overjoyed at the arrivals. With these individuals, energy Majin Buu would surely be revived. Yunfeng stepped forward. "Babidi, our people are all here, so let's get started. And stop with your tricks, put away your magic, or I might destroy your Majin Buu if I get angry." Babidi was taken aback. "How do you know about Majin Buu?" His murderous intent intensified. "Since you know everything, I can't let you live." Babidi immediately ordered, "Cell, you go first." Cell slowly walked up, his aura significantly stronger, indicating he had absorbed a lot of energy. Yunfeng directly called out, "Goku, you take the lead. Oh, make sure to win the first match beautifully." Goku stepped forward, looking at Cell. "This monster is Cell. Oh, let's attack with all our power." Goku crossed his arms, and instantly golden flames erupted around him, his aura continuously rising. Babidi was also surprised. He hadn't expected these individuals to be so powerful, with even the weakest among them at such a level. Babidi stood in the center and announced, "All right, the Babidi game begins now." Goku vanished in an instant, while Cell looked around frantically for him. Goku appeared above Cell, and with a swift elbow strike, Cell crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Cell struggled to stand up, and Goku delivered a punch. However, Cell did not expect to miss. After images of punches flowed through Cell, and suddenly a punch landed squarely on Cell's face, sending him flying. Babidi gritted his teeth. "Cell, you useless fool, allowing the enemy to suffer no damage at all. It's laughable that I even boosted your power, you worthless piece of trash." Goku watched as Cell fell. Blood dripped from Cell's mouth as he slowly got back up and charged at Goku. After being continuously hit by Goku's punches, Cell was pushed back, and Goku vanished again. Cell lost sight of Goku, who then appeared behind Cell, delivering a super powerful blast that obliterated Cell. Yunfeng clapped his hands. "Good job, Goku. How could such a piece of scrap metal possibly be a match for my disciple?" Babidi was furious. Trash is truly trash, always boasting about how strong his perfect form is. I see he's not that impressive after all. Dabura released Yakon. Dabura was startled, not expecting the second match to feature the Yakon monster. Shortly after, a beast with a scythe on its hand appeared on the arena. Yunfeng contemplated. "Dao, you go ahead and win decisively." Dao smiled. "You don't need to tell me, I can handle such a monster without needing to be the prince of the Scions anymore." Dao stepped forward, immediately unleashing his energy to transform into a Super Scion, and the system promptly displayed the data. Name Dao. Race, pure-blooded Scion. Power level, high-level Super Scion, level 1, battle power 26 billion. It seemed Dao had also just reached the peak state of Super Scion level 1. Dao raised his energy to the highest level, and Yakon swung its arm at scythe, cutting through the air towards Dao. Dao quickly jumped to evade, not expecting Yakon's speed to be so fast. It appeared Yakon's speed was its strong suit. Dao's clothes tore at a seam, and in anger Dao roared, "Damn monster, die." He charged forward, launching a powerful energy blast, but Yakon was too quick for Dao to land a hit. The two entangled for a while, with Dao covering himself in Super Saiyan energy. Yakon couldn't break through his defenses, and finally Dao raised his energy to the maximum and punched Yakon's tail. Yakon flew backward, howling in pain. Babidi turned to Dabura and asked, "Where is Yakon most powerful in battle?" Dabura whispered something in Babidi's ear, and Babidi slowly moved his hand, causing the sky to turn black. Yunfeng's expression turned cold, seeking death, and with a wave of his hand, a terrifying energy blast shot forward at unbelievable speed. One of Babidi's hands was incinerated, and he screamed in madness, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Dabura was equally shocked, having failed to perceive Yunfeng's attack, glaring at him in anger. Yunfeng calmly said, "If there is a next time, your head might explode." Babidi shivered, no longer daring to make any small moves, harboring hatred towards Yunfeng in his heart. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Yigu felt a sense of joy. In this environment others could not see, but Yigu, who lived in such darkness, could see everything clearly. Dar transformed into a Super Saiyan, shining brightly. He laughed and said, "Babidi, what use is this?" In front of us Super Saiyans, it's all useless. Babidi looked at his smoking hand, already having decided the fate of everyone here. Once Majin Buu is released, I will kill all of you. Yigu watched as golden flames rose from Dar and swallowed the flames in one bite, causing Dar to quickly return to normal. Dar was taken aback, surprised by this ability. He powered up again to transform into a Super Saiyan. After several transformations, he noticed Yigu burped, and suddenly he gained some insight. While Yigu absorbed the Super Saiyan energy, Dar maintained his Super Saiyan state with explosive energy. Everyone saw Yigu's belly growing larger and brighter, then with a bang. Yigu actually exploded. The beast Yigu actually exploded. Babidi was also startled. This fool actually kept consuming energy, bursting himself apart. What a fool. Babidi felt a surge of annoyance. Bojack, don't let me down again. Bojack bowed to Babidi. Don't worry, Lord Babidi. As long as that Yunfeng doesn't intervene, I will be sure to take his head. Yunfeng watched as Bojack approached, circling around. Gohan, it's your turn. Gohan was startled. Me? Goku patted Gohan's shoulder and said, you can do it, Gohan. Remember to protect our Earth. These are all villains trying to destroy it. Gohan slowly walked up, looking at Bojack across from him, instantly powering up as terrifying golden flames erupted around him. Gohan, don't be nervous. Unleash your strength, and you can definitely defeat him, Yunfeng encouraged. Bojack laughed. You're sending a little kid to his death. That Namekian would be a better choice. Yunfeng ignored Bojack's words and simply said, Gohan, go for it. Gohan charged forward, and the two exchanged blows. The ferocious wind from their clash made it hard for those around them to open their eyes. Their speeds were unbelievable, and in the air ripples of energy collided until Gohan was suddenly sent flying. Bojack didn't give Gohan a chance to recover, charging in and slamming into Gohan's head. Gohan fell onto the arena, a clear wound appearing on his forehead. Gohan felt dizzy, but slowly stood up, looking at Bojack, who wore a smile. Gohan jumped up and kicked out again. Bojack blocked with his hand, then punched Gohan in the face. Gohan stepped back, but then mustered his strength to punch Bojack back, causing Bojack to stumble several steps. Babidi watched as Majin Buu's energy slowly increased, reaching 25. Good, Bojack, you haven't disappointed me. Finally, the enemy has been injured. Bojack launched an energy blast, and Gohan pushed it back with both hands, channeling all his Saiyan power to send the energy sphere skyward. Little did he know this energy sphere was merely a decoy. By the time Gohan realized, Bojack had already embraced him, causing Gohan to cry out in pain. Piccolo was about to rush in when Yunfeng spoke up. Piccolo, stop. I have a plan, and don't act recklessly. Piccolo replied, Gohan is still a child. You are his father, and you are his master, yet you watch him suffer and cry out. Can you really bear to see this? Indeed, Piccolo couldn't hold back any longer, but Yunfeng still urged, Piccolo, you must trust me and Goku. Trust that we won't harm Gohan. He needs this trial. He will definitely surprise us soon. Reluctantly, Piccolo stopped, and Bojack laughed heartily. Ha, is that all you've got? Or are the people on your side merely sending you to your doom? Gohan concentrated an energy blast in his hand, breaking free from Bojack's grip. The blast exploded directly on Bojack's face. Then he jumped back and Bojack covered his face. Damn it, you little brat, die. Bojack unleashed a terrifying silver lightning that kept expanding, aiming directly at Gohan. Kamehameha. Gohan's hand glowed with a silver light as the arena began to shake violently, with constant flashes of lightning in the surrounding air. Two terrifying energies collided in the air. Babidi had indeed built a strong arena. When Yunfeng saw the energy crashing against the arena's edge, causing sparks, he realized this arena had been enchanted. The terrifying energies clashed and consumed each other, surging upwards like a volcanic eruption. Both continued to infuse energy into their energy waves. Finally, with a terrifying explosion, a mushroom cloud rose, and both Gohan and Bojack were sent flying. Gohan fell onto the arena, his head nearly at the edge. Goku climbed down and shouted to Gohan, Gohan, you must get up. These people are utterly unforgivable. Their hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. Hearing Goku's words, Gohan muttered, unforgivable. Something within him seemed to awaken, and with a roar, a crack appeared in the middle of the arena. Gohan transformed, his hair standing even taller, and the flames around him intensified, mixed with silver lightning. Ding! The system sounded, displaying Gohan's attributes. Name: Son Gohan. Race: Half-Blood Saiyan. Power: Super Saiyan Level 2. Initial battle power: 300 billion. Yunfeng looked at Gohan's attributes, realizing that Gohan's potential was indeed remarkable, second only to himself in achieving Super Saiyan Level 2. Gohan looked at Bojack and said, my dad said you are unforgivable. Bojack laughed, what are you talking about, little brat? With a punch coming his way, Gohan dodged, and landed a heavy blow to Bojack's abdomen. Piccolo, Goku, and Dar were all startled. Gohan seemed different from before, his strength now terrifying. Bojack felt a terrifying force strike his abdomen, quickly clutching it and stepping back. After regaining some of his composure, he roared, "Kid, you are too arrogant." Bojack summoned all his strength and swept a leg at Gohan. Gohan blocked with his left hand, jumped, and struck out with his right, landing a direct hit on Bojack's face. Bojack was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Babidi was so shocked he couldn't speak, and Depura was astonished by this incredible power. The surrounding area was eerily silent. Yunfeng suddenly laughed at Goku and the others. "Did you see that? This is Super Saiyan level 2. Hurry up and train harder, or you'll be surpassed by a kid like Gohan." Goku was shocked, but had already anticipated this. Meanwhile, Dar was in turmoil. This kid Gohan has actually reached Super Saiyan level 2. More and more people are surpassing me, the Saiyan Prince. How infuriating. Gohan looked coldly at Bojack. Bojack didn't expect this kid to inflict such significant damage with just a few moves. Gohan said calmly, "Dad said you cannot forgive," as the golden flames on his body surged stronger, surrounded by white lightning, creating a truly astonishing sight. Bojack wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged at Gohan. "I don't believe it. I will not lose to you, this brash kid. I don't believe it." Gohan was truly enraged this time. With a single kick, Bojack was sent flying again. Gohan's speed was now so fast that the eyes could hardly perceive it, and he kicked Bojack back into the air. Gohan reappeared in the air, bringing his hands together and smashing down, producing a thunderous sound. Bojack crashed to the ground, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, especially Piccolo, who had fought Bojack before and knew his strength. But now, Piccolo finally understood Goku and Yunfeng's intentions. It turned out Gohan possessed such immense power. Gohan unleashed his energy in the air, Kamehameha wave, as a ball of energy glowing with white light slowly took shape in his hands. The white energy wave contained a terrifying aura aimed at the already unconscious Bojack in the pit, and with a loud boom it struck. A mushroom cloud appeared as Gohan descended, standing beside the large pit, observing the situation inside. After a moment, everyone slowly began to see the reality. Bojack was dead beyond recovery. Such a formidable monster, which required the combined efforts of the North, South, East, and West Kings to seal, was thus eliminated by Yunfeng. Babidi looked at the energy source of Majin Buu, which was only at 28A, and was truly enraged. "You are all useless, unable to defeat just a few Saiyans. Dabura, it's your turn now, but don't let me down again," Babidi said. Ding. The system chimed, revealing a hidden mission: kill the Demon Realm King Dabura. Reward a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng stood up. "All right, since Dabura is on stage, and there's a reward for killing him, I'll take care of this time." Android 18 grabbed Yunfeng's hand. "Be careful. If you can't win, just run. I don't want to be left alone again right after we just got together." Yunfeng nodded helplessly. Yunfeng slowly walked onto the stage, and Dabura's heart sank upon seeing him. Dabura spoke. "Kid, last time you were lucky, but this time I will let you truly experience the terror of the Demon Realm King Dabura." Yunfeng smiled. "Good, then I will wait and see just how capable this so-called Demon Realm King is." A black aura surrounded Dabura, rising around him in waves. Yunfeng also raised his energy, his hair instantly turning golden, surrounded by golden flames and white lightning. Gohan observed the aura that transformed Yunfeng into a Super Saiyan. Big brother Yunfeng has indeed achieved the second level of Super Saiyan. Doll's fists were tightly clenched, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Damn it, these bastards have all reached the second level of Super Saiyan. The evil energy emanating from Doll caught Babidi's attention, who smiled slightly. This person has a powerful aura of evil. Babidi had already devised a plan. It seemed the only way for Majin Buu to resurrect was to let you all kill each other. Yunfeng disappeared from the stage, and Dabura conjured a knife, while breathing fire, blocking Yunfeng's path. As expected of Dabura, he's able to keep up with my speed, Yunfeng thought silently. Yunfeng unleashed a powerful energy wave, breaking through Dabura's obstruction. He then threw a punch, and Dabura blocked with the back of his knife, resulting in a loud crash. Numerous cracks appeared on the back of the knife, which broke under the impact. With a smirk, Yunfeng kicked again, and Dabura spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva. Knowing the danger of Dabura's saliva, which could petrify anyone who touched it, Yunfeng quickly retreated several meters and vanished from the spot. Dabura frowned tightly, letting out a fierce roar, his robes billowing as black energy overflowed from him. Yunfeng suddenly appeared behind Dabura and punched him away. However, the black energy that had overflowed from Dabura's body still lingered in the air. With a clench of his hand, Dabura wrapped Yunfeng in the black energy and pressed down upon him, making it impossible for Yunfeng to escape, feeling the black energy compressing around him. Yunfeng felt his bones starting to ache, and he roared, unleashing his Super Saiyan energy. The golden flames slowly pushed against the black energy, and as Yunfeng's energy surged, the entire stage trembled. The black energy was directly shaken away and couldn't get close. Yunfeng immediately vanished, leaving the black energy aimlessly floating in the air. He appeared above Dabura, delivering a powerful punch from above. Dabura tried to block with both hands. The force was overwhelmingly powerful, and Dabura sank halfway into the ground. Roaring in anger, the black energy in the air pursued Yunfeng, but Yunfeng moved at an incredible speed, changing directions in the air to evade the black energy. Yunfeng suddenly disappeared, energy surging in his hand as he wiped out Dabura's proud black energy. Dabura, using all his strength, leaped from the ground, gasping for breath. Babidi shouted, "Dabura, what on earth are you doing?" Dabura unleashed all his power and charged at Yunfeng, the two engaging in a fierce battle where their speeds reached incredible levels. The sky filled with countless ripples of colliding energy, with sudden clashes appearing and disappearing, both of their powers terrifying. Yunfeng unleashed a Kamehameha wave, but Dabura batted it away with his hand. As soon as he deflected it, Yunfeng appeared behind Dabura, delivering a kick that sent Dabura flying. Yunfeng immediately gathered energy, 20 times Kaioken, as a terrifying red energy wave enveloped the golden flames, his battle power soaring. Dabura shook his slightly dizzy head, searching for Yunfeng, who had vanished. Quickly gathering his energy to locate Yunfeng, but Yunfeng was now moving with unbelievable speed, and Dabura couldn't figure out where Yunfeng was. Yunfeng suddenly appeared in front of Dabura, delivering an uppercut that made Dabura spit out blood and fly upwards. Yunfeng then appeared right in front of Dabura. He embraced Dabura, spinning rapidly, and as they neared the ground, he hurled Dabura down, creating an enormous pit once more. Yunfeng unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, raining down destruction. Yunfeng slowly descended, standing beside the pit, waiting for Dabura to emerge. Dabura was actually unable to move, but managed to release a beam of energy, which Yunfeng immediately noticed. He flicked both hands to deflect the energy beam. Seeing that Dabura was still alive and capable of attacking him, Yunfeng decided, in that case, he'll go for a 30 times Kaioken Kamehameha wave. Yunfeng gathered terrifying energy in the air as a beam of energy shining with silver light formed in his hands. With a change of hand gestures, a fearsome white energy wave shot down, producing a loud explosion, as if the heavens and earth had momentarily frozen. Babidi shouted, "Dabura!" Goku, Piccolo, and Doll watched in shock as the terrifying explosion unfolded. An explosion of this magnitude would mean certain death for anyone who approached. After a moment, the horrifying mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, revealing a pit 10 times larger than before, with the so-called arena completely vanished without a trace. Dabura's figure had disappeared, but the system's voice rang out, "The host has completed the hidden mission, gaining a large amount of Super Saiyan energy." Yunfeng felt a surge of energy entering his body, a powerful sensation filling him entirely. The system immediately displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Name: Yunfeng, race, purebred Saiyan, strength, intermediate Super Saiyan, level 2, battle power, 400 billion. Looking at the soaring attributes, Yunfeng felt quite pleased. Well, no one on the opposite side should be able to make a move now, or we have won this match. Yunfeng shouted, "Babidi, your strongest subordinate has fallen to my hands. Admit defeat." Babidi gritted his teeth. "Don't be so pleased, the outcome is still uncertain." Then Babidi placed his hand on the crystal ball beside him, muttering incantations. Suddenly Dar felt a headache and began to scream in agony. Yunfeng's heart sank. The events from the original story were playing out again. However, at this moment, even if Dar was controlled, what waves could he stir? Yunfeng yelled, "Dar, hold on to your heart, otherwise you will become Babidi's slave." Dar roared, "I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be someone else's slave? Babidi, you scoundrel, you think you can control me? Not a chance." Babidi was taken aback. "I've never encountered such a situation before. There are actually people with such strong pride." Dar was gasping for breath when a chilling voice suddenly echoed, "Babidi, you are truly useless. You can't even handle a bunch of wild monkeys." A dark figure emerged from the shadows with horns on its head and a tail entirely black. Yunfeng looked at this figure and thought, a demon. "No, there's no character like this in Dragon Ball." "Who are you?" Yunfeng asked. The demon coldly gazed at everyone. "A bunch of ants unworthy to know my name. Babidi, you and your father are equally useless. I have to take action myself." The system immediately sounded an alarm warning, a terrifying creature, a demon has appeared. System, what kind of creature is a demon, and why is it here? The demon is the most evil creature in the Dragon Ball original work and enemy of the Angel Clan. Yunfeng was shocked beyond measure. System, analyzed the strength of this demon for me. Name Goku race Demon Clan strength intermediate demon battle power 450 billion. If an intermediate demon has such strength, then there must be many powerful beings in the Demon Clan. Yunfeng spoke. Everyone be careful, this demon has at least the strength of a Super Saiyan level 2. Those with lower power should escape quickly. Gohan, attack with me, we will hold this demon off. Goku, you help everyone retreat. Goku's cold voice rang out. You still think you can escape in front of me? How ridiculous. Yunfeng nodded at Gohan, and the two unleashed their energy. A terrifying golden flame erupted and silver lightning crackled around them, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground. Demon Goku looked at Yunfeng and Gohan. You two are quite good. Let's have some fun. Goku produced a trident in his hand, aiming it at the two. The trident glowed with a mysterious black energy. Yunfeng fired a light blast at it only to find that the black energy had corrosive properties. Yunfeng and Gohan moved at lightning speed, attacking from both sides. Goku smiled slightly, and two black energy blasts shot from his hands in opposite directions. Gohan was knocked back, and Yunfeng sensed that this black energy was not simple. Invincible golden body, a unique golden aura radiated from him, blocking the black energy. Yunfeng instantaneously moved to Gohan's side, seeing that the Saiyan energy on Gohan had been corroded significantly, and Gohan was wailing in pain. Goku fed Gohan a Senzu bean, and Gohan instantly recovered. This corrosive energy could even corrode the power of Super Saiyan. How could they fight against the demon? System, how can this corrosive energy from the demon be countered? Host, do not worry. As long as you cultivate angel energy, you will not fear such corrosive power. Yunfeng asked. How can I obtain the cultivation method for angel energy? Host, would you like to accept the task for the angel cultivation method? Yunfeng clicked to accept, and the system's voice rang out. Exclusive task, engage in combat with the demon. Reward, angel energy cultivation method. Engaging in combat with the demon, doesn't this mean I have to confront the demon directly? Yunfeng rolled his eyes, realizing that he must fight this tough battle himself. Yunfeng said to Gohan, Gohan, retreat for now. This guy's energy is somewhat strange, I will hold him off. Gohan nodded, and as the demon attacked again, Yunfeng dared not confront him directly, constantly bombarding him with light blasts to keep the demon at bay. Seeing that Yunfeng seemed to fear his energy, Goku formed a black whip of energy in his hand and lashed out at Yunfeng, who dodged left and right. Each lash grazed Yunfeng's face. Taking a deep breath, Yunfeng activated his instant transmission, appearing right in front of the demon before it could react, delivering a punch to its abdomen. Demon Goku staggered back in pain, wondering what had just happened. How did he suddenly disappear and reappear? The human world possesses such profound techniques. Yunfeng gathered energy, seizing the opportunity, and unleashed the Kamehameha. He shone with a silvery light, instantly teleporting behind Goku, who was already prepared for Yunfeng's attack. Indeed, the same trick cannot work twice. A black whip lashed towards Yunfeng, who calmly said, Invincible golden body, allowing the whip to strike him while he fired the Kamehameha. With a deafening explosion, Yunfeng instantly teleported away, arriving next to Goku. Everyone had already returned to the Heavenly Palace. As soon as Yunfeng arrived at the Heavenly Palace, he plopped down on the ground. This demon is terrifying, and despite using all his skills, he gained no advantage. After the power of the Kamehameha dissipated, the demon flew out of a large crater, completely unscathed, looking around at the now empty surroundings. He roared at Babidi, Find their whereabouts. This task of conquering Earth is assigned to me by my clan's lord. Notify me as soon as you have their information. Yunfeng, next time I see you, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Babidi timidly nodded. Yes, demon lord, I will do my utmost. After the demon disappeared, Babidi collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Damn demon, once Majin Buu is revived, I will kill you. Babidi saw that Majin Buu's energy had already reached 75. When the demon injured Gohan, it unexpectedly increased so much. Babidi danced with joy, thinking of ways to ensure Majin Buu's revival. Yunfeng heard the system's voice announcing the completion of the exclusive task, rewarding him with the angel energy technique. It immediately transmitted to Yunfeng's mind. He no longer had to fear the demon's strange energy. The next time they met, he would definitely eliminate it. Goku waited for Yunfeng to speak. Yunfeng collected his thoughts and said, everyone. Babidi's purpose this time is to revive a creature called Majin Buu whose power is even greater than the demon we face today. Everyone must take this seriously. The demon we encountered today is likely a creature opposing all universes with unfathomable strength, and their energy is also very peculiar. However, I have already found a way to counter the demon's power, a cultivation method called angel energy. Those willing to learn can stay, those unwilling can leave. After a while, not a single person left. It seemed the demon had made a significant impact on them. Yunfeng continued. All right, since no one has left, it means everyone is willing to learn. After making a wish to the dragon, I will teach you in the heavenly palace. Whether you can successfully practice depends on your individual aptitude. On the altar of the celestial temple lay 7 orange dragon balls shimmering with light. This was the first time Yunfeng used the dragon balls, and he felt a surge of excitement, having only seen them on television before. Now he was finally about to witness the real dragon. Yunfeng shouted at the dragon balls, "Come forth, divine dragon." As dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone looked at the suddenly darkened sky astonished, as many had never seen the divine dragon before. The dragon balls began to emit a dazzling brilliance, and a colossal green dragon shadow slowly emerged. The magnificent dragon appeared before Yunfeng and the others, truly a spectacular sight. The divine dragon slowly spoke, "Speak your wish, or whatever it is, I can grant you 3. Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, "Divine dragon, my first wish is to revive those who were killed by Cell, as Cell had absorbed many earthlings to enhance his power." "Too easy," the divine dragon replied, its red eyes radiating a mysterious glow. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Now state your second wish." "My second wish is to remove the bombs from Android 18 and 17, Yunfeng declared loudly. "The bomb in Android 18 has been removed, and there is no bomb left in Android 17, the divine dragon stated. Yunfeng suddenly remembered that Android 17 had been repaired by Bulma, so it must have been Bulma who disarmed it. The divine dragon then gently continued, "There is one wish left. Please state your final wish." Yunfeng found himself at a loss for a wish. He looked at Gohan and the others, but Goku and the rest shook their heads. Yunfeng was still somewhat perplexed. Dandan said, "Big brother Yunfeng, you can tell the divine dragon to assist you again next time, so you won't have to wait a year to use it again." Yunfeng nodded. "Divine dragon, thank you. These are my wishes for now. Oh, I will ask for your help again next time." The divine dragon nodded, cradled the dragon balls, flew into the sky, and then dispersed. The sky returned to a clear state. Yunfeng addressed the crowd, "All right, now I will teach everyone the angelic energy needed to combat demons. Just follow my lead." Yunfeng slowly changed his hand seals according to the techniques in his mind, explaining the trajectory of his chi in detail. The day passed quickly, and Yunfeng had roughly mastered the angelic energy. He gradually concluded his training, planning to practice diligently later. Angelic energy is a higher form of energy than human chi. For instance, if 2 individuals are equally powerful, the one possessing angelic energy will undoubtedly prevail. The demons relied on their advanced and peculiar energy, which made it difficult for Yunfeng and Gohan, otherwise the outcome would have been uncertain. Observing the mixed expressions of joy and sorrow among the crowd, it was clear that not everyone could grasp it. The androids had not mastered it, while the scions had generally succeeded. Yunfeng advised Gohan to train hard, as they would soon face a tough battle against Babidi, and then they parted ways. Trunks returned to the future, and with his current strength, he quickly eliminated androids 17 and 18. Trunks said, "Finally, it's over. Wait, I almost forgot the most important person," and he quickly found Cell. Cell was still absorbing future humans to enhance his power when he suddenly noticed a figure appear behind him. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Trunks, weren't you killed by me? How are you still alive? Did you come back from the past?" Trunks chuckled, "Aren't you the same? You who have already died in the past returned to the future. I must say your timing is quite remarkable, but you no longer have the chance to become complete, as I have eliminated androids 17 and 18. Trunks, when did you learn to brag? Your strength can kill 17 and 18. Cell mocked. Trunks smiled, "Then why have androids 17 and 18 disappeared?" Cell's expression changed dramatically. "Trunks, I will kill you." As Cell charged at him, Trunks appeared behind Cell unnoticed and kicked him into the sky. Cell did not expect Trunks to be this fast. The Kamehameha wave, a white energy blast, shot towards Trunks, who stood below. Trunks' figure became ethereal. Cell's Kamehameha could not touch him at all. Trunks' image blurred, and Cell could not find where Trunks was. Suddenly, a punch struck Cell in the face, sending him flying. Before Cell could react, another punch came from above, and he was sent flying downwards. A shining energy sphere appeared in Trunks' hand, and it detonated upon hitting Cell, creating a massive crater in the ground. Cell was obliterated. Trunks became the sole warrior of the future, guarding the peace of the future. 3 years later, Gohan had also started high school in the city. Although Yunfeng had urged him to train hard, Gohan's mother Chi-Chi and Gohan himself could not resist. On his first day of school, Gohan chose to walk after arriving in the city, unable to use his flight technique. Suddenly, he saw robbers raiding a bank, and the police were too afraid to approach. The robbers shouted arrogantly, "You police, come over here." Fearing recognition, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged in, taking down one robber in just a few moves. One of the robbers opened fire on Gohan. Gohan moved swiftly, dodging the bullets. Then with a flash, he delivered a punch that incapacitated the robber. Seeing Gohan's prowess, the other robbers, scared, abandoned their weapons and attempted to flee in their vehicle. With a surge of energy, Gohan flipped the car over, capturing all the robbers and handing them over to the police. Gohan hurried to school. Just as he left, a girl with 2 braids, big eyes, a high nose, and rosy lips approached, holding handcuffs and looking at the now quiet scene. She ran to the police and asked what happened here. Who caught the robbers? The police, upon seeing her, recognized her immediately. "Oh, it's Miss Videl. Just now the Golden Warrior defeated the robbers." Incredible. He shot something unknown that flipped the fleeing car. Videl thought, "Isn't that just magic? The Golden Warrior." Suddenly the police recalled, "Wait, the Golden Warrior was wearing the same school uniform as you." Videl was shocked. The same school uniform? Could the Golden Warrior be a student from our school? But do we have anyone like that? Filled with doubt, Videl left and arrived at school, returning to her class to discuss the Golden Warrior with her classmates. Suddenly the teacher entered and said, "Today we have a new student transferring to our class. Everyone be friendly. Son, please introduce yourself." Gohan introduced himself. "My name is Son Gohan." "All right, son, please find a seat." Gohan noticed a girl waving at him and walked over to sit next to her. Thus began Gohan's high school life, but troubles soon followed, and the things he worried about would gradually be revealed. After class, Gohan rushed out of the city and then used his flight technique to return home. At the dining table, there was another child who looked exactly like Goku. Indeed, this was Goku's second son Goten. After dinner, Gohan practiced with Goku for a while before doing his homework, and thus life felt fulfilling. Yunfeng had already lived with number 18 for 3 years, and her gentleness had made these years quite enjoyable for him. Suddenly today, the system, which had been silent for 3 years, beeped once more. Hidden mission discovered: teach Babidi Li to master the void technique. Reward: a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. It seems that Babidi Li holds considerable popularity within the Dragon Ball universe, though otherwise the system wouldn't have issued such a task. It appears that Gohan has gone off to school in the city, and the storyline has entered the Majin Buu arc. Yunfeng bid farewell to number 18 and instantaneously teleported to Goku's home. The sudden appearance of Yunfeng startled Goku's family. Goku recognized him, saying, "Oh master, you have come. You gave us quite a scare." Yunfeng looked at everyone and suddenly noticed a child who looked exactly like Goku. "This must be Goten." Goku exclaimed in surprise, "Master, your abilities are indeed extraordinary. I hadn't even introduced you, and you already know Goten's name." That evening, Yunfeng called Gohan aside. "Is there a girl named Babidi Li in your class?" Gohan nodded. "Be careful not to reveal your identity. In the future, try to keep a low profile in the city," Yunfeng advised. The next day, Gohan went to work as usual, while Yunfeng wandered around the city. Suddenly, he discovered that robbers were robbing a bank. Could it be that they had killed Cell and driven off Babidi, allowing humans to live so comfortably? Yunfeng shook his head and slowly approached the scene, where he saw a gang using guns against the police across from them, shouting wildly and acting quite arrogantly. Yunfeng shook his head, finding the situation hopeless, and walked into the scene. Just as Goku was about to take action, a graceful figure jumped out: twin ponytails, big eyes, fair skin, and a rosy mouth. It was Babidi Li, the one he had been searching for. Seeing the dashing Yunfeng, Babidi Li said, "Little brother, it's very dangerous here. You should go to a safe place." "Little brother, look at me, I'm clearly an expert, okay? You're asking me to go to a safe place." Yunfeng rolled his eyes. She really lacked perception. Babidi Li had already charged into the robber's range. Observing her movements, they were quite impressive. Among Earthlings, she was likely among the best. She knocked one robber down with a punch, but another robber surprisingly aimed a rocket launcher at her. Babidi Li was taken aback and was about to counterattack when unexpectedly a big man charged in and grabbed her. The big man's body was muscular and robust, exuding explosive strength. Babidi Li was temporarily trapped and unable to move, facing the rocket launcher pointed at her. Babidi Li felt a bit panicked. It was her first time encountering such a fierce robber. One of the robbers shouted, "Babidi Li, daughter of Mr. Satan, You're just as overrated as your father. Yunfeng felt he could no longer stand idly by. He walked over and shouted at the robber holding the rocket launcher. Kid, who are you? If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. Ignoring him completely, Yunfeng made the robber in a fit of anger fire the rocket launcher. Babidi shouted at Yunfeng, little brother, run. These people are ruthless killers. Yunfeng merely raised his hand. A surge of energy rippled forth, and the rocket launcher fell to the ground. Both Babidi and the robbers stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Babidi exclaimed, is this a magic trick? But it doesn't look like it. I just felt an overwhelming pressure. Taking advantage of the big man's moment of daze, she elbowed him in the gut, and then turned to kick him away. The robbers looked at their fallen comrade, and immediately raised their guns to open fire on Yunfeng and Babidi. Yunfeng moved at blinding speed, while Babidi managed to dodge the bullets with some effort. Yunfeng charged forward, bending a robber's gun with his hand. With one punch, 2 robbers flew out. The remaining robbers quickly fled in their vehicle, and Yunfeng flew after them. Baidi's eyes widened. They flew away again. Is it another magic trick? Soon all the robbers were captured by Yunfeng and handed over to the police. After that, Yunfeng was about to leave. However, Babidi grabbed him and wouldn't let go, saying, little brother, are you a golden warrior? Your strength is remarkable, very similar to the golden warrior who caught robbers before, but your hair is black. The golden warrior Babidi mentioned should be Gohan. Am not him. I have to go now? Babidi held on to Yunfeng tightly, saying, no way. You are the strongest boy I have seen besides my father, and you are quite handsome too. I want you to teach me how to fly. Yunfeng scratched his nose, saying, Miss Babidi, will you please let go of me? It's not proper for a girl to hold on to a boy like this, even though I am quite handsome. Upon hearing Yunfeng's teasing, Baidi's face turned red. Looking at her blushing face made her quite adorable. Well then, this system task doesn't seem too bad. Yunfeng gave her the address of Goku's home, saying, if you really want to learn the void technique, come find me here when you have time. Babidi, looking at the address Yunfeng had given her, jumped up in excitement, saying, great. They'll definitely come to find you this weekend to learn how to fly. By the way, what's your name? Babidi. Yunfeng replied, my name is Yunfeng, Yun from Cloud and Feng from Peak. Babidi chuckled, I got it. See you this weekend or I have to go back to class now. After Babidi left, Yunfeng saw that his objective had been achieved. As long as he taught Babidi the void technique, his system task would be considered complete. Yunfeng teleported away from the city and returned to Goku's home. Babidi happily held on to the address Yunfeng had given her, skipping along like a little girl who had encountered some wonderful news as she headed back to the classroom. Babidi told her classmates around her, today, I met a magical boy who is not only handsome, but also incredibly strong. The girl sitting next to Babidi teased, Babidi, you don't have a crush on him, do you? Babidi, caught off guard, blushed, saying, no way. My partner has to be stronger than my dad. Your dad is a world champion. How could anyone be stronger than him? Said a boy in front. Babidi looked at Gohan, who was listening intently. Gohan, you aren't the golden warrior, are you? I heard the police mention it, and your outfit looks very similar. Gohan shook his head. How could that be? I don't know martial arts. He was already sweating profusely. This girl was too sharp. Babidi felt relieved. Indeed, how could he be the golden warrior? It should be that Yunfeng. Thinking of this made Baidi's face flush again. The girl beside her observed Baidi's infatuated demeanor and exclaimed, oh, Babidi has fallen in love. Just look at her love-struck expression. Babidi, feeling flustered, shot up, I am not. The teacher said, everyone be quiet. If you don't want to listen to the lesson, go out. Babidi quickly sat down, stuck out her tongue, and glared at the girl beside her. Finally, the day passed, and tomorrow would be the weekend. After class, Gohan hurried to the city, flying towards his home, thinking, today, I almost had my identity exposed by the girls in class. What Yunfeng said was indeed correct. I can't make a move anymore, or it will lead to too much trouble. That night, at Baozi Mountain, Goku, Gohan, Yunfeng, and little Goten happily ate dinner while Shishi prepared the meal. Yunfeng said, tomorrow is the weekend. I will teach Goten the void technique. There might be another person coming, and I will teach together with Goten then. Goku didn't think much of it, and happily agreed when he heard Yunfeng would teach Goten. The next day, on Saturday, Wufan didn't have classes. Yunfeng said to Wukong, take Wutian to train today, I'll handle Wushan's training myself. Taking Wutian to an open area, he asked, Wutian, can you transform into a Super Saiyan? As he spoke, Yunfeng transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair shining, surrounded by golden flames. Wutian nodded. I can, but mom doesn't let me transform, saying it's bad behavior. Yunfeng laughed. No, your mom just doesn't like Super Saiyans. Transform for me to see. Wutian transformed, golden flames enveloping him, and his hair turned golden. Indeed, he had become a Super Saiyan. It seemed that the age for Super Saiyans had advanced, and we needed to train hard or else these little ones would surpass us. Yunfeng drew a line 1 meter away from Wutian. Wutian, throw a stone at me. If you can hit me, I'll teach you a special move. Wushan's eyes brightened. Really? Then big brother, you better be careful. Yunfeng nodded. Come on then. Wutian threw a stone with incredible speed, but Yunfeng was faster and dodged it effortlessly, the stone smashing into the mountains behind. Wutian exclaimed happily, big brother is really amazing. You didn't get hit at all. He threw one stone after another, but none hit Yunfeng, leaving Wutian in awe of him. Suddenly Yunfeng spotted a jet flying by and pulled Wutian aside. In a bit, a big sister will come to learn the flight technique. Don't transform into a Super Saiyan or you'll really be considered a bad kid. Wutian nodded, somewhat confused, then smiled. Big brother, you're really amazing. You didn't get hit even once. The two hurried home, and upon arrival Babidi was already waiting. Yunfeng approached her and greeted, Babidi, you made it. Yunfeng, your house is really far away. I took a long time flying here, Babidi remarked. Yunfeng chuckled. Alright, since you want to learn the flight technique, follow me. Yunfeng brought Wutian and Babidi to the open area. Babidi, do you know what chi is? Chi yoi. Babidi shook her head. Wutian focused on a nearby stone and released a blast of chi, instantly shattering it. This is chi, Wutian said joyfully. Babidi's eyes widened. Isn't that just a magic trick? This isn't a trick. Chi exists within our bodies, and we need to learn to utilize it. What Wutian just did is a very simple method of using chi, Yunfeng explained. Babidi, Wutian, close your eyes and feel a warm flow inside you. That is chi. You need to sense it first. Then control the chi to envelop your body, feeling light as a feather. When flying, the chi must be evenly distributed. Wutian slowly began to float, rising 1 meter, then 2. After an hour, he could fly in the sky. Big brother, look. I can fly. I can fly. Yunfeng flew up and whispered to Wutian, go find Wukong first. We'll start new training in the afternoon. Wutian nodded and flew away. Yunfeng chuckled. Wutian already knew how to use chi, so he learned quickly. Babidi, being a genius among humans, had also sensed the chi in her body and was slowly beginning to float. That's it. Good. Control it, and the chi must be even, Yunfeng encouraged. Babidi fell down. This is so difficult. Yunfeng reassured her. You'll be fine. Controlling chi in the air is just a matter of practice. After lunch, they continued practicing. By the end of the afternoon, Babidi could float 3 meters high and was gradually learning to walk in the sky. After floating down, Babidi said, they'll come back tomorrow, and I hope to trouble you again, Yunfeng. She bowed to Yunfeng, her face flushed, jumped into the plane, and left. Wufan had been hiding, afraid that Babidi would discover he lived there too. He didn't come back for lunch. Yunfeng said, I apologize for putting you in this position, Wufan. It's just for you to perform better in high school in the city. Wufan smiled. It's fine. If him found out, it would indeed cause quite a stir in class. The next day, Babidi arrived at Wukong's house on time to learn the flight technique. Under Yunfeng's guidance, Babidi finally found the trick, and by afternoon she could fly in the sky. Yunfeng said to Babidi, the flight technique is just a simple application of chi. Gather the chi in the palm of your hand like this. A light orb appeared in his palm. Try it. Babidi was already beginning to understand the application of chi, slowly gathering the chi in her palm. Yunfeng saw Babidi's palm shimmering, the chi about to be gathered, but she still failed. Babidi sat on the ground, panting heavily. This is so hard. Yunfeng chuckled. Actually, it's not that difficult. You just need to practice more. Once you do, you'll be able to gather it easily. Finally, just before nightfall, after putting in a lot of effort, Babidi successfully condensed a light orb. Looking at the radiant orb in her palm, Babidi felt it was somewhat surreal, but she had seen it with her own eyes, so she had to believe it. Babidi finally understood that it wasn't magic. A chi truly existed. They just didn't know how to utilize it. Ding. Task completed. Reward, a large amount of Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt his power rapidly increasing, as if he had reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. His attributes immediately appeared on the system panel. Name Yunfeng. Race Pureblood Saiyan. Power Super Saiyan 2nd level. High battle power 450 billion. Skills Kamehameha, Solar Fist, King Kai Fist, Instant Transmission, Invincible Golden Body, Resurrection Technique, Instant Recovery Technique. Energy, Angel Energy High. Yunfeng was extremely pleased with his attributes, and the appearance of a new energy attribute made him very happy. Now he felt confident that if he encountered the demon again, he would surely make it regret its existence. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Yunfeng, I've been searching for you for so long. How interesting. You actually have time to teach a human girl to harness basic strength. Yunfeng recognized the voice too well, a voice that left a deep impression on him. The demon. Guk, you really are persistent finding your way here. Haha Yunfeng, if I don't eliminate you, how can I conquer Earth? How can I return to complete my mission for the holy race? The demon said coldly. Babidi stood frozen in place, never having felt such an icy sensation before. Yunfeng quickly pulled her behind him. In a low voice, he said to Babidi, this is a terrifying enemy. You should run far away and escape quickly. I will hold him back, but don't worry, I'll be fine. He is not my match. Hearing Yunfeng's words made Babidi even more worried. Just then 2 figures appeared. Wukong and Wufan sensed the demon's chilling aura and instantly teleported over. Wufan, what are you doing here? Babidi asked in surprise. Wufan felt a bit awkward. He'll explain later. Yunfeng is also my teacher, and this is my father. Babidi was a bit confused, but she knew this wasn't the time to clarify things as she had already seen a dark figure slowly appearing before them. Yunfeng looked at the approaching Wukong and Wufan, saying, Wukong, Wufan, take Babidi away from here. He'll deal with this demon. Wukong gazed at Yunfeng, who exuded a magnificent aura, hesitating to say, Master, take care. Wufan, let's go, Wukong said as he and Wufan instantly teleported away with Babidi. The demon observed the vanishing figures and remarked, the tricks of this earth are quite peculiar. They vanish just like that, as if they never existed. Gyuk looked at the remaining Yunfeng, saying, Yunfeng, are you really so confident that you can handle me alone, without leaving behind any backup? Yunfeng smiled slightly. Gyuk, don't think too highly of yourself. One of me is enough to deal with you. Gyuk exclaimed thrice. Yunfeng, you have guts. In all these millennia, you are the first to look down on my demon clan. Your demon clan may be strong, but you are not qualified, Yunfeng replied. Gyuk was utterly enraged by Yunfeng's words. The demon clan, which had always been synonymous with strength and had fought evenly with the angel clan throughout history, was now insulted by a wild monkey. Gyuk gritted his teeth, his trident materializing in his hand. Since you seek death, I'll send you on your way. To die at the hands of my holy clan would be your fortune. Yunfeng exploded with rage, causing the earth to tremble violently. Terrifying golden flames erupted around him, his hair turned golden, and countless lightning bolts surrounded him as the ground cracked and the sky filled with bolts of lightning. Dal sensed Yunfeng's terrifying aura and gasped, this energy is from Yunfeng. How frightening. Yunfeng has made progress again. Who is he fighting to unleash such power? Dal immediately powered up and flew toward him. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, and the other Dragon Ball warriors felt Yunfeng's energy and all flew toward the source of his explosive power. Number 18 felt Yunfeng's strength and clasped her hands together anxiously. Yunfeng, please be okay. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from Yunfeng shimmering with mysterious colors, Gyuk exclaimed, this is the aura of the angels. Kid, what is your relationship with the angel clan? Yunfeng smiled faintly, guess if I would tell you. Kid, you're seeking death. The demon's trident lunged at Yunfeng. Yunfeng blocked with his left hand and punched with his right, quickly using his other hand to shield himself. This kid has improved so much in just a few years without seeing him. Yunfeng felt ecstatic. With the power of the angels backing him, he was no longer afraid of the demon's strange energy and could attack with confidence. The two clashed in midair, exchanging no fewer than 10 rounds, sending ripples of energy throughout the sky. The demon's black energy clashed violently with Yunfeng's golden energy, surprisingly resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, numerous black chains flew out from the demon, heading toward Yunfeng. He grasped a chain only to find it seemed to have a mind of its own, quickly ensnaring him. Gyuk laughed maniacally. How do you like our demon chains? The demon chains. Yunfeng felt his strength slowly fading away. This is bad. Oh, I accidentally fell for the demon's trap. Yunfeng exploded with energy, unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken. Terrifying red flames immediately enveloped his body, and the overwhelming aura surged forth, making the tightly bound chains loosen. Yunfeng teleported behind the demon, launching an energy blast at the unprepared demon. With a loud explosion, the demon was sent flying, creating a large pit in the ground. Damn it, the demon gradually rose from the pit, the trident crossed over his chest. Kid, try this move. A phantom beast made of black energy slowly appeared. The demon roared, Demon Fury. A black energy beast charged at Yunfeng, who became illusory and changed directions midair several times, but still couldn't escape the black energy beast. The black energy phantom was indeed locking onto Yunfeng. The demon clan was truly terrifying, possessing unique attributes. Yunfeng allowed the black energy beast to collide with him, activating his invincible golden body. A faint golden light flickered around him, completely unscathed by the demon's attack. The demon looked at the large pit below where Yunfeng was no longer present, hidden among the clouds above. Yunfeng observed the demon below, realizing he needed to end this quickly. The demon had too many strange tricks. 30-fold Kaioken. Red flames erupted around Yunfeng as his combat power rapidly surged. 470 billion, 490 billion, 500 billion, 550 billion. The demon also noticed Yunfeng above, saying, "Kid, you're quick on your feet. I didn't expect you to withstand that attack. Well done, kid." Yunfeng instantly teleported in front of the demon, delivering a punch to his abdomen before disappearing again and reappearing above him, elbowing the demon's head, causing him to fall. Kamehameha. A terrifying silver energy wave shimmered in Yunfeng's hand, firing toward the demon in the pit, followed by a horrifying explosion. The fierce wind uprooted trees around, resembling a scene of flying sand and stones. Yunfeng watched as the pit below slowly revealed itself. The demon was struggling to rise, but had many injuries, coughing up blood on the ground. Not giving the demon a chance to catch his breath, Yunfeng appeared behind him and delivered a punch, creating a loud thud, as if striking an iron plate. Yunfeng noticed a black armor appearing on the demon. "Kid, you forced out my demon armor. You can take pride in that," Gyuk said. This armor was only used during battles with angels, a technique developed by the Demon King, boasting extreme defensive power. Yunfeng, undeterred, attacked 10 times, but couldn't inflict a scratch on the demon. "Damn it, it's like a turtle shell, so hard." Yunfeng cursed. Gyuk laughed. "Haha, how's that, Yunfeng? I'm just standing here for you to hit. Do you think you can hurt me?" Yunfeng glared coldly at Gyuk, feeling that this demon was insufferable and wanting nothing more than to beat him senseless. "In that case, I can only take a gamble. I wonder if I can withstand a 40-fold Kaioken. The side effects are significant." However, Yunfeng had a stamina recovery skill. "Here goes." 40-fold Kaioken. Red energy waves began to emanate from his body, causing the surrounding space to vibrate with a sound of compression. Gyuk's expression changed slightly, but his confidence in the demon armor allowed him to remain calm. Yunfeng's figure vanished from sight, moving at an unbelievable speed. The demon couldn't even hear Yunfeng's presence. With a loud crash, the demon was kicked into the sky, bouncing back and forth like a ball for 4 or 5 rounds before crashing to the ground. A terrifying pit emerged as Yunfeng appeared above the demon, driving his knee into the demon's abdomen. Even through the armor, the impact forced the demon to spit out blood. Yunfeng leaped into the air, unleashing countless energy blasts as light radiated from his hands, accompanied by continuous thunderous sounds. The pit below grew larger with billowing dust, making it impossible to see the situation below. Yunfeng slowly ceased his attacks, his eyes fixated on the large pit below. Due to the side effects of the Realm King Fist, he gasped for breath, feeling his whole body tremble, waves of soreness washing over him. Yunfeng's stamina recovery skill activated on its own, replenishing his physical energy. He had already used all the skills at his disposal, and if he couldn't break through the defenses now, he would be at a loss for what to do, possibly having to rely on the system. Gradually, Yunfeng saw the situation of the demon more clearly. The demon was half sitting in the pit, blood oozing from its mouth, and the demonic armor on its body had developed cracks. "Kid, you actually managed to inflict such significant damage on me," the demon said, spitting out another mouthful of blood, breathing heavily. "My holy clan is known for its uncanny defenses, yet I never expected to suffer such severe injuries on this tiny earth, especially at the hands of such a wild monkey. Truly a great humiliation. Kid, have you thought about how you're going to die? You will pay the price for your actions," the demon said as it propped itself up with a trident and slowly stood up. Seeing the demon stand again, Yunfeng felt a jolt in his heart. This demon's defensive power is astonishing. Despite being under the pressure of my 40 times Realm King Fist, it can still stand after suffering so much damage. "Old Ghost Goku, I suggest you leave Earth quickly. It's too dangerous here for a small demon like you to be wreaking havoc," Yunfeng mocked. The demon, hearing Yunfeng's taunts, was not angered. "Kid, you're quite sharp-tongued. Do you think you can still be so sharp once you reach the King of Hell?" The black aura around the demon surged again, pressing down towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng sensed that his stamina had recovered by 30% and the soreness in his body had lessened somewhat. Yunfeng unleashed the terrifying aura of Super Saiyan Level 2, colliding with the demon's aura. The surrounding space began to tremble, and the entire earth started to shake, with stones flying off the ground and shattering. System, how do I kill this demon?" A mechanical voice from the system responded. "To kill a high-level being like a demon, you must use the weapons of the Angel Clan, the Angel's Staff." "How do I obtain the Angel's Staff?" Yunfeng asked anxiously. Simply complete the system's main quest and battle the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. I rolled my eyes. System, I'm in a critical situation right now. How can I go complete the main quest? Are you messing with me? The system expressionless replied, the host can use the advanced feature. After using the advanced feature, you must complete this main quest within 5 days, or the system will deduct a significant amount of Super Saiyan energy from the host. Damn, it can be played like this. If my Super Saiyan energy is deducted, I won't drop from Super Saiyan level 2 back to level 1, will I? It can't be like this. Given the urgency, Yunfeng had no time to ponder. If he didn't use it, he might not make it out alive today. System, use the advanced function to access the main quest for battling the legendary Super Saiyan reward. The system immediately responded, host has used the advanced feature. Please complete the task within 5 days or face system penalties. With a whoosh, Yunfeng found a staff appearing in his palm, radiating a mysterious glow. Looking at the staff that emitted a mysterious aura, Yunfeng felt a surge of confidence. However, the thought of still owing the system a task weighed heavily on his heart. The energies of the two collided violently, with Yunfeng unleashing his Super Saiyan energy without reservation. Yunfeng gradually suppressed the demon's momentum. After all, the demon was severely injured. Without its peculiar skills, it might have already been defeated by Yunfeng. Kid, you've got some skills, however a character like you must be eliminated or you will become a great threat to my holy clan in the future. Ha 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 ha. Yunfeng laughed heartily. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yunfeng calculated his body. Thanks to the time he bought earlier, he could use the 40 times Realm King Fist for another 10 minutes. This was the only chance. After careful consideration, Yunfeng decided to go all out. 40 times Realm King Fist. Red waves of energy began to swirl around him, rapidly boosting Yunfeng's combat power, causing the demon to spit out another mouthful of blood. This kid is peculiar. It seems he has a technique to enhance his combat power. It must be a quick battle, the demon said as black chains shot towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng vanished with a whoosh, moving at an incredible speed that the demon could not possibly perceive as it desperately searched for Yunfeng's figure. With a thunderous crash, the demon was kicked into the sky. Damn it, I can't believe I have no means to retaliate against this kid. Before the demon could finish speaking, Yunfeng reappeared above and struck the already cracked demonic armor with 2 fists, causing the demon to spit out blood. Boom. A new large pit formed on the ground as Yunfeng zeroed in on the demon's figure. Using the Kamehameha wave, he launched it in conjunction with the angel's staff. The demon mocked, looking at Yunfeng in the sky. You've used this move several times already, don't you realize it's ineffective? The terrifying white energy wave quickly reached the demon. Suddenly, a staff emitting a mysterious aura pierced through the demon's armor, penetrating both armor and flesh. This is the angel's staff. Kid, you indeed have an extraordinary connection with the angel clan to wield their weapon. But don't get too pleased, to prepare to face the wrath of my holy clan. Oh! The Kamehameha wave exploded the demon who had been impaled by the staff into smithereens, the terrifying explosion resonating in waves. Goku stood 100 meters away, feeling the terrifying explosion, hesitating whether to go investigate. However, recalling his master's words, he hesitated until Dal and Piccolo arrived flying towards him. Dal spoke up, Kakarot, what on earth happened? Yunfeng is fighting with such incredible power. While the master was battling the demon, everyone was shocked. The demon, he has actually found this place. Piccolo looked at Goku. Goku, why don't you go help Yunfeng? We have all trained in angel techniques and are no longer afraid of that corrosive aura from the demon. Goku recounted how Yunfeng had told them to leave. Dal was the first to fly over. Kakarot, you stay here. I'll go take a look. Finally, Goku gritted his teeth and followed Dal. Although he disobeyed his master's orders, he truly could not stay here any longer. Yunfeng looked at the demon, now shattered to pieces, withdrew the angel's staff, but then felt a wave of pain wash over him and began to fall from the sky, when suddenly someone caught him. Master, you're overexerting yourself, Goku said, looking at Yunfeng, who was covered in wounds. Goku, you came over, but it's fine now. The demon has been completely killed, and the crisis on our Earth has finally been resolved. Seeing the arriving crowd, Yunfeng felt another wave of pain wash over him and fainted. Piccolo chuckled, Mr. Yunfeng, you took on everything alone, and we warriors truly feel useless. Dal gritted his teeth. I'll go back and train harder. I must defeat Babidi next time, and won't let Yunfeng take all the glory. Piccolo also bid farewell to Goku, returning to continue his training. After the farewells, Goku carried Yunfeng back to his home, where Biddy, Lee, and Gohan were anxiously waiting. Seeing Goku enter, they rushed over quickly. Bidi Li and Wu Fan gazed at the battered Yunfeng, both engulfed in self-reproach. Yunfeng faced that monster alone just to save me. Bidi Li's tears flowed uncontrollably. Wu Fan clenched his fists saying, Dad, let's have some special training later. I don't want to feel this helplessness again. After a day of rest, Yunfeng finally recovered, and Bidi Li returned to the city. Yunfeng calculated the time. It was almost the moment when Broly's father would come to Earth in search of Dao. Recalling the original plot, King Dao exiled Broly to the dark, distant planet Vampa due to Broly's potential far surpassing that of Prince Dao. In a fit of rage, Paragus left King Vegeta, stealing a spaceship and taking his companion Biz to find his son Broly. They found Broly alive on Vampa. However, the spaceship malfunctioned, preventing them from returning to planet Dao. In the harsh environment of Vampa, Paragus killed Biz to conserve food. At the same time, Paragus' hatred towards the Dao family drove him to survive fiercely with Broly. Years later, Paragus planned to take revenge on King Dao as Broly's strength grew stronger. However, he eventually discovered that Frieza had annihilated the Scions, destroying their planet. Paragus momentarily lost the motivation to live, but he persisted because his son Broly had survived. He finally realized that King Dao's son Dao was still alive on Earth, leading to a plan forming in his mind. He first had someone create a device to control Broly's power, then search for a planet with only a month to live, building a castle there. He boarded a spaceship heading towards Earth, preparing to take revenge on Dao. Yunfeng knew the general plot. As long as he stayed close to Dao, he would surely encounter Broly's father, allowing him to complete his mission and receive the promised rewards. Goku, I'm planning to stay with Dao for a few days. I've heard that Bulma has made an excellent gravity training device for Dao, and I want to try it out. You and Wu Fan should come with me. Goku nodded. Wu Fan has to go to school in the city, so he won't be going. Goku and Yunfeng instantly teleported directly to Bulma's home. While Bulma was drinking coffee, Goku and Yunfeng suddenly appeared. Hi Bulma. Goku, Yunfeng, what brings you both here? Bulma asked in surprise. Yunfeng smiled, saying, We're here to check out Dao's gravity training device. Where's Dao? He's probably in the gravity room training, of course. Bulma led Goku and Yunfeng to a gravity room resembling a spaceship. Upon entering, Yunfeng was struck by the red environment and the terrifying gravity, feeling as though he was carrying a mountain. Looking at the control panel showing 200, it seemed this was 200 times the gravity. Dao was moving around, training inside, and several spherical objects floated in the air, rebounding light beams to train one's reflexes. Yunfeng shook his head, saying, Dao is taking things too far, and he walked back out. After finishing his training, Dao passed by Goku and Yunfeng, saying, What are you two doing here instead of training? We just came to look around, Yunfeng replied. Dao huffed and walked away. Suddenly, Dao, Goku, and Yunfeng noticed what seemed to be a spaceship approaching Earth, accompanied by several unfamiliar energies. Goku, let's go take a look. Dao, do you want to join us? Yunfeng suggested. Dao proudly replied, They'll go, but I won't rely on your power, and flew off with Yunfeng following him while Goku trailed behind. Bulma poured juice for everyone and saw them flying away, asking, Where are you all going? Why are you leaving right after arriving? Upon reaching the landing site of the spaceship, Dao became alert, remembering Frieza and Kvila's seeking revenge, and instinctively became cautious. A man with a scar over one eye stepped out, accompanied by a small figure who had a tail tied around his waist and was dressed in battle attire. A Scion. The leading Scion walked up to Dao, instantly recognizing him due to the striking resemblance to his father. Kneeling before Dao, he said, Prince Dao, I am Paragus, and I wish to invite you to preside over the new planet Dao. Dao replied in surprise, You're a Scion. Paragus explained, Yes, Prince Dao, I survived because I was on another planet fulfilling a mission. I have rebuilt planet Dao and hope you can preside over it. Dao agreed and motioned for Goku and Yunfeng, saying, You two are also Scions, right? Come along with us. Yunfeng and Goku followed suit, entering the spaceship. Paragus introduced the other Scions, saying, This is my son Broly. Yunfeng was shocked. This was the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who now seemed to be under his father's control. However, Yunfeng knew that the key to unlocking Broly's power was Goku, as their cries had been intertwined since their births, leaving a lasting impression in Broly's heart. Broly appeared thin and somewhat listless. He greeted everyone, but upon seeing Sun Wukong, his expression changed and his energy began to expand. Paragus was startled and quickly used the control device in his hand to suppress Broly. Dao glanced over, but said nothing. Yunfeng smiled knowingly. Shortly after, they arrived at the new planet Dao, where Paragus took the three of them into the castle. In fact, the planet Paragus found only had a month to live. It would collide with a meteor in space after that time. He wanted to use this to eliminate Tao and eventually have Broly rule the universe. While Goku and Yunfeng wandered around the castle Tao as a prince enjoyed different treatment. Yunfeng looked for opportunities to isolate Broly, activate his powers, and battle him to complete the mission. Master, why does Tao still dream of being a prince every day? Why don't we just go back? Goku said in boredom. Yunfeng suddenly replied mysteriously, Goku, don't be impatient. There are powerful beings here. Don't you want to try? Upon hearing about powerful beings, Goku became animated, truly embodying the battle-crazy Saiyan bloodline. Finally, the next day, Paragus accompanied Tao to survey the planet, while Yunfeng took Goku to Broly's residence, kicking the door open to find Broly sitting listlessly inside. Broly turned around, saw Goku, and suddenly exploded with rage, shouting, Kakarot, Kakarot. His energy surged stronger, prompting Yunfeng to grab Goku and fly outside, with Broly following closely. Broly's power continued to rise as he shouted Kakarot. Green flames erupted around him, and his hair turned green. Indeed, Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan. Although he was only at Super Saiyan 1, his combat power was terrifying. As Broly's rage peaked, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, and his muscles bulged rapidly. Master, the strong being you mentioned is Broly, but how did I not realize that he possesses such immense power within him? The system immediately displayed Broly's information. Name Broly. Race, pure-blooded Saiyan. Power, legendary Super Saiyan, level 1 ancient Super Saiyan, level 1 combat power 500 billion, or even higher. Looking at the combat power given by the system, Yunfeng was astonished, thinking, this is insane, he is even stronger than a Super Saiyan level 2. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan. I have heard that only one exists at a time in a certain period, and it seems to be true. This person is Broly. Since the system had given this task, he had no choice but to act. Goku, let's go. Let's test Broly's strength. Broly's green flames grew increasingly vigorous, and his aura expanded slowly, turning his eyes white. Goku, this Broly is quite formidable. Why don't you test his combat skills first? Master also wants to see how much you have progressed over the years. Goku nodded. Master, Broly's strength is probably not inferior to the demons you previously defeated. This is the legendary Super Saiyan, far stronger than the Super Saiyans awakened by our anger. Goku, you should probe him, and I will support you. Goku unleashed a terrifying aura, waves of energy emanating from his body. His hair stood up, turning golden as golden flames erupted around him, with silver lightning encircling his form. The system immediately displayed Goku's attributes. Name Sun Wukong. Race, pure-blooded Saiyan. Strength, Super Saiyan 2nd stage, intermediate battle power, 450 billion. Special moves, Kamehameha. Instant transmission. Kaioken. Spirit Bomb. Energy, angelic energy, high level. Looking at Goku's attributes, Yunfeng felt the overwhelming aura and immense battle power. Truly, he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Two powerful auras clashed violently in the air, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble, and the ground below split open with numerous fissures. Even the clouds around were blown away. Both were roaring, enhancing their own auras. Lightning struck down from the sky, resembling a hell on earth. The two charged forward, their fists glowing with golden and green light, colliding in midair, a terrifying energy ripple expanding outward. Boom, boom, boom. The two had already exchanged blows several times, evenly matched. Kakarot. Broly. Their speed reached its peak, with only the sound of energy colliding in the air, making it impossible to see them. Yunfeng watched the sky gravely. They had already clashed no less than 30 rounds. This Broly is truly terrifying. If he continues to develop, even reaching the divine realm would not measure up to him. The legendary Super Saiyan does not need to cultivate, his strength will only grow over time. Yunfeng recalled that in the original story, Broly was ultimately not even defeated by Goku and Vegeta when they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, only managing to defeat him through fusion, highlighting Broly's terrifying potential. Awakening at such a stage, he could already contend with Super Saiyan 2nd stage. It is indeed formidable. The two continued to clash in the air, both showing signs of injury to varying degrees. Goku, utilizing the peculiar nature of instant transmission, gradually gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Broly's aura became even stronger. Broly roared furiously, Kakarot, Kakarot, I will kill you. Facing the escalating power of Broly, Yunfeng knew he could not stand by idly. Yunfeng began to unleash his energy, golden flames rapidly rising from his body, silver lightning immediately entwining around him, the mountain beneath him collapsing rapidly, lightning flashing in the sky as his battle power soared. Goku, let's attack together, the opponent's strength is too great. Goku nodded gravely, already feeling Broly's aura becoming increasingly oppressive. Goku and Yunfeng simultaneously vanished into the sky, attacking Broly from two directions. Broly's senses sharpened to the extreme and quickly detected their positions. The three soon collided in the air, a flurry of sounds as they fought. Boom! The three figures moved so swiftly that they were barely visible, with the surrounding mountains continually collapsing and the sounds of energy clashes echoing in the sky. Broly held Goku and Yunfeng's fists. With a mighty roar, two terrifying green energy blasts slammed toward the two. They both exploded with energy pushing against the blasts. Boom! Both were sent flying, crashing into the mountains with a horrifying explosion sound. Broly's laughter echoed across the sky. Kakarot, Kakarot, die, die, die. With a bang, Goku and Yunfeng simultaneously appeared before Broly. Goku used instant transmission to attack. Goku and Yunfeng vanished entirely. Broly could not locate them. They reappeared before him without warning. Two fists ablaze with golden flames struck Broly's face simultaneously, sending him flying. Kamehameha! The two shouted in unison, unleashing a terrifying silver energy wave that flew toward Broly. The two energy waves made close contact with Broly. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud appeared. A massive crater appeared before Goku and Yunfeng. Goku asked, "Master, is Broly dead? Following our Super Kamehameha, it may not end well." Goku, you underestimate this Broly. He is the only legendary Super Saiyan of this generation. Among all Saiyans, he is unique. Broly's battle power was already 100 at birth. He is not easy to deal with. Stay alert. Goku nodded in agreement, realizing the strength of the enemy after their previous battle. Goku had put in immense effort to attain this powerful strength, regularly practicing with Gohan and sharing insights on Super Saiyan second stage, which led to his current power. Broly reached this level without any training. It truly is a miracle. After inspecting the planet, Dal returned to the castle and sensed the tremendous energies of Goku, Yunfeng, and Broly. Dal glared angrily at Paragus. What is happening here? How can your son Broly possess such immense power? What schemes do you both have? Earlier, when Dal surveyed the planet, the locals mentioned a green monster is continuously wreaking havoc on the planet. When Dal asked Paragus, he shook his head, claiming ignorance. However, the strength displayed by Broly made Dal feel that the two had to be plotting something. Dal immediately flew toward the battlefield. Ding! The host completed the battle with the legendary Super Saiyan. The main quest is complete. Yunfeng sighed in relief, finally paying back what he owed to the system. Ding! Main quest: kill the legendary Super Saiyan. Quest reward: a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng rolled his eyes, realizing the system was playing with him. He had seen Broly's power. Defeating him was easy, but killing him would not be. Just as Yunfeng was communicating with the system, a figure suddenly appeared, grabbing him by the head and throwing him out, crashing through several mountains and landing inside, unaware of his fate. Ha ha ha! This feels good, Broly growled like a beast. Master! Goku shouted loudly, quickly flying to where Yunfeng had fallen. In a flash, Broly appeared before Goku. Kakarot, where do you think you're going? Broly's aura increased again, the terrifying pressure, sending Goku flying, making him tumble several times. Finally stabilizing himself. Ha ha ha! The terrifying laughter echoed from Broly, and suddenly a figure flew in, kicking Broly back. Goku exclaimed in surprise, Dal, you've arrived. So it is you, Broly, the green monster mentioned by the inhabitants of this planet. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall clear you out. Dal also unleashed a terrifying aura, golden flames, rising hair, standing on end, turning golden, his battle power, soaring with silver lightning appearing around the flames. Goku exclaimed in surprise, Dal is indeed a genius, having also reached the power of Super Saiyan second stage. Dal emanated a powerful aura, and Yunfeng slowly flew over, appearing completely unscathed. Yunfeng watched as Dal transformed into a Super Saiyan level 2, realizing that Dal had indeed gained the power of a Super Saiyan level 2. The system immediately displayed Dal's data. Name: Dal. Race: Pureblood Saiyan. Power: High Level Super Saiyan level 2. Combat power: 43 billion. Ultimate move: Sky Cannon. Energy: Angelic Energy. High level. Indeed, he has reached the high level of Super Saiyan level 2, indicating that Dal has been diligently training over the years. Broly's entire body was engulfed in green flames, exclaiming, Damn it, I will kill you all. Shiragu, witnessing the uncontrollable Broly, frantically pressed the controller in his hand. Broly, calm down, calm down. Broly placed his hand on his neck, pulled, and broke the controller with his aura intensifying as green flames surged, his power growing stronger. Kakarot, Luo Feng, don't interfere, I'll handle him, Dal said proudly. Doll rushed forward at incredible speed, vanishing in a swoosh, only to suddenly be seen as Broly grabbed Doll by the head and threw him away, crashing into several mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Yunfeng looked at the failed show-off Doll and said, "Is that all?" Broly appeared to have completely lost control, with his green flames growing more intense, his eyes turning entirely white, and his muscles bulging to the limit. Goku said, "We can't wait any longer. Let's continue our joint attack using angelic energy." Goku and Yunfeng were enveloped in mysterious colors. As the two launched their attacks simultaneously, two ripples of power clashed in the sky, proving that the angelic energy was causing great trouble for Broly, forcing him to expend a lot of Saiyan energy to counteract it. Goku and Yunfeng grew bolder, throwing punches from both sides. Broly roared, and the green flames surrounding him rose to block their fists, but the mysterious energy emerging from their punches forced Broly to divide his power to resist. Taking this opportunity, Goku and Yunfeng used instant transmission to appear directly above Broly, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Two beams of white light appeared in the sky, aimed at Broly. Broly turned his head, spewing an energy blast that collided with the Kamehameha waves, illuminating the entire sky in white, creating a spectacular sight. Doll stood up, saying, "That bastard Broly, I didn't expect him to be this strong." Goku, Yunfeng, and Broly were all sent flying by the energy wave, and Goku and Yunfeng had to exert their energy to stabilize themselves. Doll realized that the two were actually holding their ground against Broly, while he himself had been defeated in one move. Feeling a deep sense of humiliation, Doll had trained fiercely over the years to achieve his current strength, but he couldn't accept being inferior to Kakarot and Yunfeng. Yunfeng suddenly shouted, "Doll, use angelic energy." Mysterious colors began to manifest around Doll as the three surrounded the slowly approaching Broly. A chaotic battle erupted in the sky, with countless figures flashing about, and the surrounding mountains crumbling continuously as ripples from energy collisions appeared incessantly. Finally, with the combined efforts of the three, Broly was knocked away, crashing into several mountains. The three were panting in the air, and Goku spoke up, "Master, this Broly is quite difficult to deal with. Our attacks aren't inflicting any lethal damage. I can unleash my full power with the Sky Cannon. Let's see if it can take out this monster," Doll suggested. Yunfeng thought for a moment. Indeed, they had to rely on the energy wave. He smacked his forehead, recalling how the Sun family had never lost with this technique. "All right, Goku, Doll, let's unleash our strongest energy wave together, aiming to take Broly down," Yunfeng proposed. Broly, seemingly unfazed, flew over again, a fierce look on his face. "Kakarot, Kakarot, you pests." Broly's green flames intensified, gathering in the air as his hands began to radiate green light, drawing everyone's attention. It seemed Broly intended to wipe out Goku and the others with a single move. "Goku, Doll, let's go all out this time. We must eliminate Broly." Kakarot and Doll nodded, and Yunfeng called out 40 times Kaioken. Red flames soared around Yunfeng, merging with the golden flames of the Super Saiyan, unleashing terrifying power. His combat power soared to 60 billion, 65 billion, 70 billion, continuously rising. Goku also utilized the 30 times Kaioken, with all three pushing their energy to its utmost limit. Kamehameha wave. Two voices rang out simultaneously as white energy shone brightly. Doll also assumed the pose for Sky Cannon, bathing in lightning. Sky Cannon. Three waves of energy charged towards Broly, whose energy wave had also been fully condensed. You all can die. The green energy wave collided with the three's white energy waves in the air. The sky turned green and white, and the native inhabitants of the planet looked up, witnessing the sky now divided in colors. An elder who appeared to be the leader looked at the half-white, half-green sky. "Is the apocalypse upon us? Is our planet truly doomed?" Ah! The cries of despair filled the air as energy fluctuated towards Broly and then towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng shouted, "Put in more strength." The three pushed their energy to a new level, screaming in unison. A more terrifying power surged forth, gradually overwhelming Broly's green energy. As Broly saw his power being pushed back, he yelled, "No!" Boom! Broly vanished in a terrifying wave of energy, leaving behind a devastated battlefield that bore witness to the epic battle. Yunfeng and the others returned to their normal state, panting heavily. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, kill the legendary Super Saiyan." The system's voice resonated at the right moment. Reward: a vast amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt an immense surge of power entering his body, instantly dispelling the fatigue from the recent battle. Ding! Host detected that your power can evolve into a Super Saiyan level 3 initial stage. Will you evolve? Yunfeng was overjoyed, finally able to reach Super Saiyan level 3, saying, "Evolve." Evolving, please do not use your powers, host. 10 minutes later, evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining new powers. Yunfeng felt the power radiating from him, filled with confidence against any future enemies. Whatever Majin Buu or Baby, he thought he had nothing to fear. Master, this planet is on the verge of collapse due to our previous battle, Goku said to the dazed Yunfeng. Yunfeng snapped out of his joy at increasing his strength. Goku, quickly save the people. Use instant transmission to take them to Earth, then use the Dragon Balls to restore this exploding planet and bring them back afterwards. Yunfeng flew into the sky, channeling his energy, saying, "Everyone hold hands, and the first person hold on to Goku's hand. We will take you to safety, and we will rebuild your homes later." Initially, many were skeptical and ignored Yunfeng, but finally the leader shouted a few times, speaking words that Yunfeng could not understand, and they began to hold hands. Yunfeng and Doll placed their hands on Goku's shoulders, transmitting energy to him. Finally, with everyone's efforts, instant transmission was activated, and all left the planet, arriving on Earth. As time passed, boom, new Doll Star exploded just like that, and no one cared whether Paragus survived. Wukong and Yunfeng gathered all 7 Dragon Balls to restore new planet Darl, sending its inhabitants back home. Listening to their words of gratitude, Yunfeng understood not a single word. With this matter finally settled, Yunfeng flew home. As soon as he entered, number 18 rushed over and tightly embraced Yunfeng. Yunfeng patted number 18's shoulder, saying, "It's all right, it's all right." Tears streamed down number 18's face as she said, "I thought something had happened to you. You were gone for so long." Yunfeng smirked and asked, "Did you miss me?" "I did," number 18 shyly replied. As Yunfeng looked at the charming figure before him, he couldn't help but appreciate how number 18, the first goddess of Dragon Ball, looked so enchanting in her shyness. Gohan was attending class as usual when suddenly Babidi received a phone call and rushed out. It seemed another robbery was happening. About an hour later, the class concluded, and it was already the second lesson, but Babidi still hadn't returned. Gohan felt puzzled. Where could Babidi have gone? Why wasn't she back yet? Did she encounter a powerful enemy? "I have to go check, but I'm in class right now. What should I do?" Gohan was pacing anxiously when suddenly the entire building began to tremble. "Students, get down. It's an earthquake," the teacher shouted. Taking advantage of the chaos, Gohan rushed outside, searching for Babidi's energy signature. Sure enough, her aura seemed to have diminished. She must have encountered a formidable foe. Gohan quickly flew over and saw Babidi engaged in a fierce battle with a flying monster facing life-threatening dangers. With a swift move, Gohan vanished from his spot and reappeared beneath the monster, delivering a powerful punch that knocked it out. Gohan lifted the monster and flew towards the mountains, with Babidi following closely behind. The police watched the two fly away, wondering, is flying the new trend now? The monster had merely lost its way and wandered into a city inhabited by humans. Gohan had only knocked it unconscious and had not harmed it. After returning it, Gohan and Babidi flew back to school. "Gohan, let's participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I heard the champion from the last tournament was a mysterious man named Sun Wukong. Isn't that your father? I heard Yunfeng call you Father Wukong the other day." Gohan said in a fluster, "I need to go back and discuss it with my father. If you dare not participate, it'll reveal that you are the Golden Warrior to our classmates. I saw Yunfeng and your father transform the other day." Gohan grimaced and said, "All right, I promise you. Make sure to invite Yunfeng. It will be so much fun if you both come to the World Martial Arts Tournament," Babidi said excitedly. After telling Wukong, he frowned and said, "Gohan, I have no objections to this matter, but we should consider Master's opinion. You shouldn't have agreed outright." Gohan, with a distressed expression, said, "But if I don't agree, my identity will be exposed, and I won't be able to go to school anymore." Wukong instantly teleported away, appearing outside Yunfeng's house, and knocked on the door. A voice from inside said, "Wukong, I already know your intentions. I am willing to participate in this tournament. You can have Gohan inform everyone." Wukong was overjoyed, saying, "Great master. I won't disturb you any longer." Gohan, hearing Wukong's good news, hurriedly went to inform Uncle Darl and everyone else. As expected, upon hearing that Wukong and Yunfeng would participate, Darl immediately declared, "I will participate as well." After hearing this, the Dragon Ball fighters noted that as long as Piccolo agreed to participate, the others shook their heads, saying, "We are truly not a match for Wukong and Master Yunfeng. Well, just watch." A week later, at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Wukong, Gohan, and little son Goten were waiting for everyone. After a while, Darl, Bulma, and little Trunks arrived on a jet. Darl walked over and stood before Wukong, saying, "Kakarot, I won't go easy on you. My goal is to defeat both you and Yunfeng." Wukong awkwardly laughed. "Darl, I won't hold back either." Just as the registration time was about to close, a figure appeared at the venue. It was Yunfeng and number 18. Master, you finally made it. I'll go register you right away. Is number 18 participating too? Wukong asked. Yunfeng nodded. We are both participating. Yunfeng greeted everyone who had arrived. Babidi spaceship. Are you confident in injuring Yunfeng and his group at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Babidi asked. In the shadows, a dark figure replied with a smile. Babidi, you can rest assured. Am not that useless to Bura. Babidi nodded. Good, since you're so confident, I'll leave this to you. The new generation of Demon Realm King Yusha. It turned out that after Babidi's defeat, he returned to the Demon Realm, and since Dabura was captured by Babidi, a new king had emerged. The inhabitants of the Demon Realm are all various aliens with strong evil hearts, and surely they submitted to Babidi's magic without fail. This time Babidi sent Yusha to infiltrate the World Martial Arts Tournament to seek powerful energy to resurrect Majin Buu, as this action differed from the original story. Yunfeng was completely unaware of Babidi's plans. World Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone please line up for the preliminary judging. Now let's invite World Champion Mr. Satan to demonstrate for everyone. A middle-aged man with curly hair dressed in training clothes and a white cloak with the World Martial Arts Tournament belt around his waist. This man was Mr. Satan, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. He tore off his cloak and removed his belt in one fluid motion, clearly having practiced many times. Then he punched the strength testing machine, producing a loud boom, and the machine showed a score of 193. The referee immediately shouted 193 points. What an impressive score. This will likely be the highest score of this tournament. Thank you, Mr. Satan. Afterward, Wukong, Piccolo, Yunfeng, number 18, Oi, and others took turns doing strength tests. Everyone had to control their power, which was quite difficult without damaging the strength testing machine. Everyone scored over 200 points with just a light tap, leading the referee to suspect the machine was malfunctioning. Darl, becoming increasingly careless with his energy, punched and completely destroyed the testing machine. Everyone was left dumbfounded, and both Yunfeng and Wukong shook their heads, thinking that the prince was just too reckless. In the end, the matchups were decided, and Wukong was surprisingly matched up against Darl. Darl was quite pleased about this, while Krillin remarked, I didn't expect Wukong and Darl to face off in the first round. Yunfeng, on the other hand, faced a human from Earth. He paid no attention to who it was. Number 18 battled a masked person. Piccolo faced Asen, and Gohan's opponent was a person named Jebidu. Bidalai fought against a human, while Yusha also faced a human in the first round. Since the adult matches wouldn't start for a while, everyone went to watch the match between Goten and Trunks in the junior category. As expected, Goten and Trunks easily made it to the finals. The referee, wearing glasses and shedding tears, looked at son Goten, saying, it's son Wukong's child, no doubt about it. He looks just like him. I'm looking forward to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goten and Trunks took their positions, preparing to fight. Goten, I won't hold back. You better be careful. Wukong also spoke up, saying, Trunks, I won't lose. Dad and brother have trained me, and am not the same as before. It turned out Goten and Trunks often played fighting games together before. The two charged at each other, their fists colliding. It began as a contest of strength, and they were locked in a standoff at the center of the arena. Kakarot, today I'll show you whose bloodline is purer, mine or yours, Darl chuckled. Goku smiled faintly. Let the children gain some worldly experience, that's all. Victory or defeat hardly matters. Kakarot, you're trying to dodge again. Just watch, Trunks will surely win. Goten and Trunks leapt apart and immediately clashed, fist against kick, blow for blow, in a fierce, evenly matched duel. Videl and Gohan approached slowly. Videl spoke up, hurry Gohan. Goten's match has already begun. Krillin patted Gohan on the shoulder. Your girlfriend. She's quite adorable, Krillin grinned mischievously. Uncle Krillin, please don't say that. She's my classmate, Videl. Master Yunfeng knows her too, Gohan stammered nervously. Videl exchanged a polite nod with Yunfeng, who returned it briefly. All eyes then turned toward the arena. The spectators in the stands were utterly astounded. How could this be so spectacular? Are they truly children? Surely this isn't a television drama production. The bespectacled referee sighed contentedly, truly worthy of being Son Goku's son. This is precisely the kind of Tenkaichi Budokai I've long awaited. The two soared skyward, then plunged back onto the ring, exchanging over 100 blows in rapid succession. Goten, you've improved indeed. To hold your own against me this far is no small feat. Haha, Trunks' dad and big brother taught me countless martial techniques. I won't lose to you. Goten beamed. Though you've grown stronger, Goten, claiming you'll defeat me sounds rather presumptuous. I can do it, Trunks. Don't underestimate me. Goten lunged forward and landed a solid punch squarely on Trunks' face, sending him flying backward. Goten charged after him. Trunks fired an energy blast that struck Goten directly. Goten crossed his arms to block it, staggering backward. Instantly, Trunks reappeared behind him and seized him tightly. The audience above sat frozen in disbelief. Are today's children really this powerful? And earlier, they hovered midair. Has aerial combat become fashionable now? A tournament staff member hurried to Mr. Satan's private chamber and knocked firmly on the door. Mr. Satan, please come out at once. These two youths are extraordinary. You'll soon face the champion in battle. A voice echoed from within. What's so special about two kids? Mr. Satan emerged, following the staff member toward the arena. Trunks held Goten fast, yet all of Goten's strength proved futile in breaking free. Suddenly, Goten's hair bristled upright, turning golden as golden flames erupted around his body, instantly shattering Trunks' grip. Then Goten reverted to his normal form. Goten, you cheated. We agreed not to transform into Super Saiyans. Goten laughed sheepishly. Sorry, Trunks. It slipped out. I didn't even notice I'd transformed. Before entering the Tenkaichi Budokai, Yunfeng, Goku and the others had pledged not to assume Super Saiyan forms during matches, to avoid unnecessary complications. Vidal's eyes widened in astonishment. Gohan, is everyone in your family capable of becoming golden warriors? Gohan offered an awkward smile while those nearby stared dumbfounded. Did that boy just undergo some transformation? Or are our eyes playing tricks on us? Or did we imagine it all together? Mr. Satan's eyes bulged wide. These two brats are certainly no ordinary children. They rushed at each other once more, clashing fiercely, soaring skyward in a breathtaking, exhilarating battle. Mr. Satan's gaze locked rigidly onto the duel, his feet retreating instinctively. What do I do? What do I do? I'm going to get killed. They separated again. Trunks raised both hands, radiant with energy, and launched a blazing wave toward Goten. Goten tilted his head, narrowly evading it. Trunks flicked his wrist upward. The wave streaked harmlessly into the sky. Trunks, I can do it too. I can do it too. Goten cried. Bluffing again, Goten. You're nowhere near skilled enough to control energy waves like I am. I can. I know the Kamehameha. A brilliant white energy wave shimmered in Goten's palms before surging toward Trunks, who leapt aside nimbly. Yet Goten still lacked full mastery. The beam grazed the referee's ear and blasted straight through the tournament hall's roof. Goku slapped his forehead. Goten still can't fully control it. Trunks suddenly declared triumphantly, Goten, I'm winning this fight. You're bluffing again, Trunks. You won't beat me. They charged, grappling fiercely, straining against one another, until Trunks hurled Goten high into the sky with explosive force. Goten hovered midair, then paused thoughtfully. Sky battle. He gathered his ki and dove downward at Trunks, who watched his descent. Goten only just mastered flight. He's certainly no faster than me. As Goten hurtled toward him, Trunks darted sideways. But Goten conjured a photon sphere, using its recoil to accelerate toward Trunks' new position. Trunks saw Goten closing in, and instantly flared his aura. His hair blazed golden flames erupting around him, his speed surging exponentially. He vaulted upward, dodging Goten's impact. But Goten, propelled by momentum, couldn't halt in time. Trunks unleashed a searing photon blast. It struck Goten square in the back. Boom. His body halted abruptly, yet flew clear beyond the arena's boundary. The crowd stood stunned, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The referee announced loudly, the champion of the Tenkaichi Budokai Junior Division is Trunks. Darl smirked. Kakarot. It seems my son's bloodline proved superior after all. Goku smiled gently. Both boys performed admirably. Yunfeng observed the two young warriors. I've just recalled a cultivation technique ideally suited for them. Goku brightened upon hearing Yunfeng's words. Really, Master, if these two receive your guidance, their future prospects will be boundless. The referee boomed. Next, the junior champion faces the world champion. We trust Trunks will gain invaluable insight from Mr. Satan. Now, please welcome Mr. Satan. Inside his chamber, Mr. Satan paced anxiously. What do I do? What do I do? I'm going to die. All right. He's just a child. He'll deliberately lose to him. The crowd will adore it. That's settled. Mr. Satan strode confidently onto the stage and raised his arms in victory. The stands roared, Satan, Satan, Satan. Watching his comical pose, Trunks wondered silently, is this man truly stronger than Dad? Trunks began his warm-up exercises. Below, Goten shouted, Go Trunks. Mr. Satan panicked. Kid, it's just a friendly exhibition match. No need for encouragement. Mr. Satan sidled quietly toward Trunks. Young man, before the match begins, there's a customary greeting. lightly touch your opponent's cheek with your hand. Trunks nodded uncertainly. At the referee's call, match begins. They took positions. Mr. Satan deliberately leaned his face toward Trunks. Remember, gently. Trunks raised his fist and tapped Mr. Satan lightly. The impact sent Mr. Satan flying backward. Mr. Satan rose nonchalantly. Fine strength, young man. You'll surely become a renowned martial artist someday. The referee immediately declared, truly worthy of the world champion title, Mr. Satan graciously conceded to Trunks. Trunks. Back in his room, Mr. Satan clutched his head and wailed, curses. That brat. Lightly. How could he hit so hard? Ouch. My face is killing me. The youth group's competition has ended and everyone is heading towards the adult competition arena. When Yunfeng and Wukong returned, the adult competition had already begun with two Earthlings taking the stage first. Currently, the combat power of the Earthlings is indeed low. Under the system's detection, their battle power hovers around 50, which is truly dismal. Finally, it's Yunfeng's turn for the second match. The referee's voice rang out in the second match. Yunfeng faces Ji Fei. The one stepping onto the stage is a large, overweight man, but he seems to move quite quickly. Kid, you're unlucky to have encountered me. Don't be deceived by my plump figure. I am as light as a swallow. You won't have a chance to escape. Yunfeng rolled his eyes, too lazy to waste words with this fat man. He delivered a punch directly to the man's abdomen, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious. The second match, Piccolo versus Axin. Yunfeng looked at Axin, wondering if this was the Kaioshin of this generation. Piccolo and Axin slowly walked onto the arena, with Piccolo sweating profusely, feeling that the opponent's identity was not ordinary. The referee recognized Piccolo's identity, saying, Mr. Piccolo, please do not destroy the arena during this match. The two slowly stepped onto the stage, but even after the referee announced the start of the match, they stood in the center of the arena for a long time, without beginning. The spectators above were unwilling, shouting, start already. What are you standing there for? Yunfeng realized that Piccolo might have sensed Zin's identity. His voice directly echoed in Piccolo's mind, Piccolo, just admit defeat. Piccolo replied without hesitation, I admit defeat, and stepped down from the arena. Wukong and the others watched as Piccolo left, asking Piccolo what happened. Piccolo simply said the dimensional gap is too vast. The third match, Babidi versus Palasi. Unexpectedly, Babidi sustained severe injuries, but recovered thanks to Yunfeng's magical beans. Yunfeng could already sense Babidi's magical power from that person. Indeed, Babidi had arrived at this competition venue. What other moves did he have in store? The fourth match, Babidi versus Sun Wukong. Yunfeng approached Axin, saying, Kaioshin, you should let Babidi surrender. Zin's eyes widened immediately. You know my identity. I don't need to know your identity, and I also know why you are here. Babidi is no match for Wukong, and we don't need to go to Babidi as he has already taken control of the entire venue. Axin was so shocked that words could hardly express it. He never expected this young man to astonish him, the Kaioshin, so much. Since you know everything, do you have any plans? Let the match continue. I still don't know who exactly Babidi has sent. I need to observe further, Yunfeng replied. So how confident are you? If we mishandle things and allow Majin Buu to resurrect. Yunfeng confidently stated, if Majin Buu revives, leave it to me to deal with him. I am confident that I can defeat Majin Buu. Axin shook his head. You still don't understand the terror of Majin Buu. Yunfeng chuckled, Kaioshin, it is you who do not understand our power. The Kaioshin was taken aback, feeling that it was somewhat risky, but still chose to trust this young man. He sensed an incredible power emanating from this youth. The Kaioshin nodded at Babidi, who then said, I admit defeat. Wukong was slightly surprised upon seeing his opponent concede. He simply bowed and left the arena. The fifth match, Sun Wukong versus Dar. The two walked onto the stage. Dar said, Kakarot, I have finally waited for this day. If you show mercy, I will not forgive you. Wukong said nothing. As the referee called for the start, Dar charged at Wukong. Both of them, even without transforming into Super Saiyans, had battle powers around 2 billion. The two quickly collided, exchanging punches, and the sounds of their fierce power clashing echoed through the arena. The spectators were already dumbfounded. Their powers were nearly equal. Wukong landed a punch on Dar's face, and Dar retaliated with a punch to Wukong's chin. Neither held back as they fought, launching each other from the arena into the sky and back down from the sky onto the arena. Wukong's strength has truly improved significantly these days. I thought he would suppress Dar, but unexpectedly Dar is also formidable. Saiyans are indeed terrifying, Piccolo remarked. Yunfeng asked Piccolo, who do you think will win? It's hard to say how Dar's performance is not inferior to Wukong's at all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. A fierce gust of wind blew through, and suddenly Wukong vanished. Dar looked around searching. "Found you, Kakarot." "Such petty tricks are beneath notice," he said as he swung his arm, sending Wukong flying into the arena wall, followed by a flurry of attacks from Dar. The audience closed their eyes, exclaiming, "This is brutal. That guy in the orange outfit is doomed." Wukong fell, and Dar said, "Kakarot, stop playing these tricks. That last move won't defeat you." Wukong stood up as if nothing had happened, saying, "You can't fool me," while grinning. Dar snorted coldly, "The warm-up is nearly over, Kakarot. Show me your true power." The two resumed their attacking stances. Wukong charged directly at Dar, his energy rapidly expanding. He threw a punch which Dar blocked with his arm, but Wukong followed up with another blow, unleashing a flurry of punches in an instant, while Dar remained in a defensive stance. The person who defeated Babidi below remarked while holding an energy tester, "Their strength can only be considered average. They are not worth our effort." Both of them were in their normal forms, not transformed into Super Saiyans. Suddenly Dar disappeared, causing Wukong to freeze for a moment before realizing something was wrong. "This is bad." By the time he turned around, it was too late. Dar delivered a kick, and Wukong took it squarely to the chest. "Kakarot, you have some skill. It seems I can't force out your true power in a fair fight." Dar unleashed another flurry of attacks, while Wukong chose to counter, meeting the challenge head-on. The arena echoed with terrifying sounds of their punches and legs colliding. Both of them were already bruised and battered with marks all over their bodies. Dar suddenly jumped into the air, declaring, "Kakarot, let's see this move." Dar was surrounded by crackling lightning, appearing as if a deity had descended. The audience watched as Dar soared into the sky, their eyes nearly popping out. Is this still martial arts? Is he even human? Is flying becoming a trend now? Wukong observed Dar's intentions, saying, "Stop, Dar. You might hurt the spectators." "Kakarot, enough of the nonsense. Since you're worried about those people, then let's proceed. If you dodge, those people will suffer." Wukong quickly gathered his energy, shouting, "Kamehameha." A white energy sphere sparkled in his hand. "Kakarot, take this." Super explosive wave. Wukong's white energy wave was fully formed and shot directly at Dar. The two terrifying energy waves collided in midair, turning the sky into a brilliant white. The overwhelming energy waves forced the spectators to lower their heads, unable to face the sky. A series of fierce energy waves surged into the collision, with neither side yielding. The terrifying clash remained suspended in the air, with a white energy sphere fluctuating back and forth between Dar and Wukong, neither side gaining the upper hand. The eerie-eyed Yusha observed the two's collision, thinking, "These two are not simple. They might be the ones Lord Babidi is looking for. If I kill them, won't I fulfill Lord Babidi's orders?" Yunfeng also noticed the cold, sinister aura emanating from Yusha. Indeed, this person has a chilling aura and possesses Babidi's magical power. He must be one of the ones Babidi sent this time. The situation suddenly became tense. The terrifying shockwave fluctuated in the air, suspended while the sky was a blinding white that made it impossible to open one's eyes. Yunfeng slowly walked up to Yusha, saying, "Was it Babidi who sent you?" Yusha gazed at Yunfeng with keen interest. "It seems we are old rivals. Have you crossed swords with Lord Babidi?" "Ha ha ha ha. Not only have I crossed swords, but we share a bond of life and death." Yunfeng laughed heartily. "Will you surrender willingly, or shall I take action myself?" Yusha spoke indifferently. "Kid, you are quite self-assured. In that case, shall we exchange a few blows?" Everyone watched as the two chatted lightly, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, but the content of their conversation sent chills down their spines. Another one of Babidi's henchmen, observing the ongoing battle between Wukong and Dal, noted that the situation was becoming somewhat chaotic. "Yunfeng, since it's confirmed that he is Babidi's subordinate, we need not hold back. Let's take him down together and demand the location of Babidi," the Kaioshin Axine said. The gazes of the crowd gradually turned cold. Wukong realized that the standoff couldn't continue and declared, 20 times Kaioken. Red flames erupted around him as the Kamehameha became wildly powerful. He charged towards the energy cannon, pushing it back with great force, causing Dal to struggle under the overwhelming energy. "That bastard Kakarot." Dal dodged the energy wave which shot into the sky, clearing the scene, revealing Wukong and Dal both panting heavily. Yunfeng suddenly leapt onto the arena, standing between Wukong and Dal, declaring, "The contest ends here for today. Babidi's subordinate has been revealed. Oh, we should deal with him first." Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Babidi? That evil sorcerer is back again, still unwilling to give up." Dal snorted, no longer paying attention to Wukong. "Kakarot, I won't let this slide so easily." Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yunfeng's hand, and before Yusha and the two earthlings behind him could react, they were sent flying. Yunfeng followed suit and flew out, prompting everyone else to follow. Ding. Hidden mission discovered: battle against Majin Buu. Reward: Dragon Fist. This is awkward. I was just going to take down Yusha directly, but now I have to help Babidi, or else this mission won't be completed. After all, the Dragon Fist is still quite powerful. I recall in the original work, Ryukong's Super Saiyan 3 strength unleashed the power of the Dragon Fist, which was impressive. Yusha halted his movements. Damn it, you human, daring to ambush me. Yusha, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, became furious. Yunfeng gazed at the furious Yusha with his green skin and green eyes, clearly an alien. I wonder where Babidi found this warrior. The system also displayed Yusha's data. Name: Yusha. Race: Green Demon Shark Clan. Power level: 400 billion. This hired muscle has considerable combat power with strength at least equal to a middle-tier Super Saiyan 2, even stronger than Depura. Seeing the city below, Yunfeng spoke. Babidi, I know you can hear me. Move us to a deserted place, we must fight to the death. Babidi paused. Damn, Yunfeng, fine. As long as I can resurrect Majin Buu, you little shrimp won't last long. Yunfeng and his group felt a blur before they arrived in a mountainous region. Yunfeng smiled slightly. This is better. Green-haired monster, you can make your move now. Yusha instructed his two subordinates. They'll hold off this guy. You two take this chance to absorb his energy. The two subordinates nodded, already preparing their energy-absorbing vessels. Yunfeng was aware of their intentions, but for the sake of the mission, I'll let you have your way. Yunfeng told everyone, I'll handle this monster, you all stay back. Yunfeng charged forward, engaging Yusha in battle, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. Wukong remarked, strange, why doesn't Master transform into a Super Saiyan? Is it because the enemy isn't strong enough? Dal mocked. It must be that Yunfeng is too arrogant, thinking too highly of himself. Just wait, something will go wrong. Kakarot, prepare to rescue your master. No, master isn't that kind of person. If he doesn't want us to interfere, he must have confidence. Dal chuckled, but said nothing. Axion commented, this green fellow should be the new Demon Realm King, quite formidable. Yunfeng can handle it without a doubt. Yunfeng and Yusha had battled for over 20 exchanges, and Yunfeng deliberately showed an opening, allowing Yusha to seize him. Quickly, you two, this kid is under my control. Yusha shouted. Yunfeng smiled. It seems my acting skills are decent. I wonder if Wukong and the others can see through it. The two inserted the energy-absorbing vessels into Yunfeng's body. Before long, Yunfeng felt a significant loss of power, and his consciousness began to blur. Wukong exclaimed in alarm, quick save, master. Yusha, with a massive aura in one hand, blocked Wukong and the others. All right, this should be enough for Majin Buu's resurrection. Then Yunfeng let out a fierce roar, unleashing a terrifying aura that knocked the three of them away. Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and prepared to rush over, but upon seeing Yunfeng had escaped danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yusha signaled to his two companions, and they flew towards Babidi. Yunfeng consumed a Senza bean, restoring his energy, and immediately erupted with power, transforming into a high-level Super Saiyan 2. The violent aura made the surrounding air grow turbulent. Yusha, since you can complete your mission, shouldn't you thank me? Were you doing this on purpose? Why? Yusha questioned. Because I'm in a good mood today, Yunfeng replied proudly. Yusha. Yunfeng's aura continued to surge. Although Yunfeng could transform into a Super Saiyan 3, it was unnecessary to use that against Yusha, and the energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 is immense. Even Yunfeng's recovery skills only last half an hour each time, requiring an hour of rest before transforming again. Therefore, it's generally unnecessary. Yunfeng wouldn't use Super Saiyan 3 to deal with this. Yunfeng, at the peak of Super Saiyan 2, declared, Come on, Yusha, I hope you won't disappoint me. Damn it, you little brat, too arrogant. They'll take your life. Yusha shouted frantically. The two collided, and after just 3 exchanges, Yusha felt overwhelmed, retreating under the pressure of each clash that made his arms tremble slightly. What's wrong, Yusha? Is that all the strength you have? That's quite disappointing. With a punch, Yunfeng sent Yusha flying, then rushed in for another hit, causing Yusha to spit blood as he crashed into the mountain, stones flying everywhere. Axion remarked, Incredible. The Demon Realm King Yusha is like a child without any resistance in Yunfeng's hands. Yunfeng unleashed white energy from his hand, hurling waves of white energy at Yusha, accompanied by terrifying explosions. Boom. The Kamehameha wave. Another Kamehameha wave struck, creating an astonishing large pit below where Yusha was clearly dead beyond recovery. So terrifying. Is this Yunfeng's true strength? So scary. I should try to avoid provoking this calamity in the future, Dal muttered to himself. Master, this series of attacks is too strong. I doubt I could do the same. I thought I was catching up to Master, but it seems I still have a long way to go. I need to train hard when I get back. Axion, Jebedo, Piccolo, and others were all shocked, their mouths agape, and they collectively uttered 2 words: freak. The chaotic scene indicated the fierce battle that had just taken place, and the astonished gazes of the crowd reflected a myriad of emotions. Yunfeng must have broken through the limits of Super Saiyan Level 2 again, Piccolo said seriously. Everyone was sweating, nervously nodding in agreement. Yunfeng slowly flew over, saying, "What's wrong with you all? Why do you look at me as if you've seen a ghost?" Axion struggled to speak. Have people from the lower realm already reached this level? Am I the king of worlds really that incompetent? In Babidi's spaceship, the two handed the energy pot to Babidi. Good, you've done well. Go rest now. The two withdrew with understanding. Babidi watched them leave and inserted the energy pot into Majin Buu's egg. The gauge on Majin Buu's monitor immediately surged upwards, and in no time it was full. Air burst out from the holes around Majin Buu's egg, and Babidi exclaimed excitedly, "Majin Buu has finally been revived." Yunfeng and the others suddenly sensed an unusual aura. The sky seemed filled with dark clouds. "Master, this aura is unusual," one of them said. Yunfeng's expression grew serious. "It seems Majin Buu has been revived." The King of Worlds looked particularly grim. "Yunfeng, what should we do now? Majin Buu is not something the King of the Demon Realm can compare to. His terror is unimaginable. Back then, Majin Buu killed Lord North Kai and Lord West Kai, and ultimately absorbed South Kai and Grand Kai. Only I, East Kai, survived." Ha ha ha. Looking at the laughing Darl, the King of Worlds had a complex expression. "Yunfeng, Kakarot, you're being overly cautious. Majin Buu's aura is nothing extraordinary. Our strength has grown to a level that Babidi can't even believe." Hearing Darl's boastful words, Yunfeng rolled his eyes. In the original story, Darl was killed by Majin Buu, and all Yunfeng could do was shake his head. Goku, the King of Worlds, is right. Majin Buu's power is extremely formidable, strong enough that even Super Saiyan Level 2 cannot deal with him. We need to surpass Super Saiyan Level 2. Let's go meet Majin Buu first. With that, Yunfeng vanished into thin air. Goku addressed everyone. "Master is right. This enemy is too strong. You should return to the Heavenly Temple and wait for news. Gohan, let's go." As Goku was about to leave, the King of Worlds spoke up. "Goku, we also need to go." Goku grabbed a few people and activated instant transmission, disappearing from the spot. "Kakarot, and that bastard Yunfeng actually ignored my existence. Just you wait, I will annihilate Majin Buu right before your eyes," Darl said angrily. Babidi looked at the opened egg. He's coming out, Majin Buu." Just then Goku arrived and unleashed the Kamehameha, a white energy wave which knocked Majin Buu's egg away. Yunfeng watched Goku attack immediately and helplessly said, "Goku, it's useless, but it's too late to attack now." The energy emerging from the egg gradually converged in the sky. The crowd watched in astonishment as the gas slowly formed a human figure. It appeared the Majin. Babidi exclaimed excitedly, "Majin Buu has come out." Buu. A stout figure appeared in everyone's view, and after emerging, Majin Buu began performing various gymnastic moves and grinning foolishly. Babidi slowly approached Majin Buu. "Buu, I am your master. My name is Babidi." However, Majin Buu ignored him, looking left and right without acknowledging Babidi. Babidi in frustration said, "Buu, do you want to go back into the egg?" Buu paused as if he understood and bowed to Babidi, showing respect. "Go and kill that group of people." Babidi pointed at Yunfeng and his group. Suddenly, Majin Buu was sent flying. Darl appeared in the air saying, "Kakarot, Yunfeng, today I will kill this fat bastard that you fear just to show you." Majin Buu stood up with a dent on his body. Previously, several air holes on Majin Buu's head had blasted air out, increasing his energy, and his facial injuries had healed. Looking at the suddenly increased energy, the King of Worlds was even more pale with fear. This Majin Buu is indeed a monster. Darl's energy also surged instantly, with golden flames surrounding him, while white lightning crackled around. "Fat bastard, today you will die at the hands of the Prince of Science, Darl. Remember the name of the one who killed you." Majin Buu's face twisted into a snarl. "I hate being called a fat bastard the most." Darl charged forward, delivering a powerful punch, and the two began battling fiercely. Shadows of their movements filled the sky as the ripples from their energy collisions echoed across the horizon. "Master, do you think Darl can win? It seems like he has the upper hand now," Goku asked. Yunfeng shook his head. "Darl will lose and will be killed. I'll go rescue Darl. You take him to the Heavenly Temple while I deal with Majin Buu." Goku looked at Yunfeng. "Master, is Majin Buu really that hard to deal with? Can't the two of us together kill him?" The most formidable aspect of Majin Buu is his regenerative ability. Unless you have power that far exceeds Buu's strength, you can't kill him. From my judgment, I can at most defeat Majin Buu, but I still cannot kill him. Darl and Majin Buu had already engaged in a heated battle, having fought over 100 rounds. The two separated, Darl gasping for breath, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura. A horrifying energy orb appeared in his hand and shot towards Majin Buu. Boom. Majin Buu fell without realizing it. "Did we really defeat Majin Buu?" the King of Worlds said in disbelief. Suddenly, Majin Buu stood up with a large hole in his stomach. As Majin Buu gathered energy, he recovered again, saying, "Damn, it still hurts a bit, you should die." Majin Buu also released an energy orb similar to Darl's. Darl's eyes widened. "This is my technique. How did Majin Buu learn it so quickly?" Darl clenched his fists, deflecting the energy orb. However, as he turned, Majin Buu was already behind him, kicking him away. Boom. The mountain shattered. Ow. Stones flew everywhere as Darl burst forth, a terrible aura enveloping him. "Damn fat bastard, how dare you learn others' techniques? This time I will make sure you can't stand up again." Darl and Majin Buu clashed again, their fight growing increasingly intense. Gradually, Darl felt his stamina waning. "No, if this continues, I will be overwhelmed by this fat guy." Darl flew into the sky, his body emanating lightning, pushing his aura to its maximum. His combat power surged to an astonishing 50 billion. "Sky Cannon, take this technique, fat bastard." A terrifying white energy wave surged down from the sky, heading towards Majin Buu. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed as Yunfeng, Goku, and Gohan jumped back to evade the aftermath of the battle. Thick smoke filled the air, and the scene was chaotic. Darl was in the air, breathing heavily, his aura clearly unstable. Majin Buu completely vanished without a trace. Babidi, in disbelief, said, "Impossible. Impossible. In my father's notes, Majin Buu is invincible. How can he be defeated?" The King of Worlds chuckled. "Goku, your strength is truly unimaginable. I never expected you to eliminate Majin Buu so easily. Let us use our fury to kill Babidi, and this catastrophe will vanish." Wait, Majin Buu's aura has not disappeared. The scattered pieces of flesh on the ground suddenly transformed into numerous small Majin Buu, soaring into the sky, and then converging into the figure of Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Seeing the restored Majin Buu, Darl gritted his teeth, saying, "This monster." Majin Buu spat out an energy blast. Darl leaped to dodge, but Majin Buu directly pulled a piece of flesh from his body and threw it, wrapping Darl up. "I've never seen such a technique before. He truly is a monster," Goku exclaimed as he charged toward Majin Buu. With a swift kick, he sent Majin Buu flying, and then he teleported away with Darl. "Who kicked me just now? Who was it?" Majin Buu asked angrily. Yunfeng slowly stepped forward, saying, "No need to search, it was me." Majin Buu's expression darkened. Babidi still remembered what Yunfeng had done to him during Babidi's game. "Majin Buu, this person is the most despicable. We cannot let him go. Kill him quickly." Yunfeng chuckled. "Kill me? Can Majin Buu achieve that?" Yunfeng's aura began to rise, his hair standing on end, flames of gold igniting around him, and white lightning wrapping around his body. "Gohan, take the Supreme Kai away. Oh, I'll handle this." Majin Buu, stop the Supreme Kai. Oh, don't let anyone escape. Babidi commanded. Yunfeng's aura had surpassed Darl's. Majin Buu vanished and appeared in front of the Supreme Kai, and Gohan delivering a punch. Before reaching Gohan, Majin Buu was kicked in the abdomen and sent flying, and Yunfeng appeared between the two. "Gohan, take the Supreme Kai away quickly." Yunfeng's aura suddenly grew stronger, the terrifying pressure immobilizing both Majin Buu and Babidi. Majin Buu, Babidi, now you will witness the power that exceeds the second tier of Super Saiyan. With each roar from Yunfeng, a dreadful aura began to spread, cracks forming in the ground as the whole earth trembled violently. This is Master's aura. It has surpassed the second tier of Super Saiyan and is still growing. I vastly overestimated Master. I didn't expect to still underestimate him. Piccolo remarked, "This is Xiefeng's aura. It's as powerful as that of a monster. Is this a joke?" At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Trunks and Goten, disguised as masked individuals, were battling Android 18, when suddenly Goten and Trunks murmured, "Why is this aura so strong? Even from this distance it feels as if it's right in front of us." Yunfeng's aura has increased tremendously. Is he fighting that monster Majin Buu? "Be careful, Yunfeng. They'll be waiting for you at home." Yunfeng continued to roar madly, and the powerful aura was forcing Majin Buu to retreat continuously. How could Uncle Yunfeng's aura be this strong? Has he really broken through the barrier of the second tier of Super Saiyan? Gohan said in disbelief. A mortal can be this strong. Currently, the only one I know who can compare with this mortal Yunfeng is the god of destruction, the supreme Kai Ashen, thought unaware that the god of destruction paired with him was much stronger than Yunfeng. With the power of the supreme Kai, both of their strengths were unfathomable. Yunfeng's hair began to grow longer, the flames around him burning more fiercely, his hair reaching down to his waist, and his aura gradually stabilizing, surrounded by white lightning. I'm sorry, I'm still unfamiliar with this powerful force, which is why it took me so long. Majin Buu looked at Yunfeng, saying, you seem to have changed your face. The system chimed, indicating that the host had completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 and fulfilled a side quest. Reward Shadow Clone Technique. What? Isn't this Naruto's technique from Naruto? It actually appeared in the world of Dragon Ball. Perhaps the two are different. Yunfeng will definitely make this skill flourish in the Dragon Ball world. The system displayed Yunfeng's attributes at that moment. Name Yunfeng. Race, pure-blooded Saiyan. Strength, initial stage of Super Saiyan 3, battle power 30 trillion. Skills, Kamehameha. Solar Flare. Instant transmission. Stamina, recovery skill. Shadow Clone Technique. Kaioken. Yunfeng looked at his attributes and thought, alright, let's teach Majin Buu what it means to be human. Let's begin, Majin Buu. But tell me, why does a powerful being like you serve under Babidi? Babidi exclaimed. Yunfeng, stop the nonsense. Majin Buu is originally my subordinate. Majin Buu turned to glance at Babidi. Babidi felt a chill down his spine. Fat pig, what are you looking at? Are you unwilling? Be careful, or I'll recite the spell to seal you. How could that be? Lord Babidi, I will eliminate this brat right away. Babidi failed to notice that when Majin Buu referred to him as Lord Babidi, he emphasized the words heavily. Yunfeng threw a punch, and Majin Buu grabbed Yunfeng's arm, flinging him into the sky. Kamehameha. A white energy wave shot from Yunfeng's hand, striking Majin Buu, who was pierced through his body, scattering. Yunfeng did not expect that Majin Buu's dispersed body would entwine around him like a snake. Yunfeng exploded with rage, releasing a terrifying aura that blew Majin Buu away. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the tendril-like appendage atop Majin Buu's head and swung it, crashing it against the mountainside, shattering the rocks. With a whoosh, both disappeared from Babidi's sight. Only blurry silhouettes could be seen in the air, golden light and pink shadows colliding continuously. Majin Buu's punch landed on Yunfeng, who transformed into white mist, employing the Shadow Clone Technique. When Yunfeng reappeared, he already had a gigantic energy ball in his hand, which struck directly at Majin Buu. With a loud bang, Majin Buu was smashed into the ground, followed by a series of energy blasts raining down, the terrifying explosion echoing relentlessly. Booming. Majin Buu, are you alright? Babidi shouted worriedly, witnessing the extraordinarily terrifying explosion. Babidi knew that if Majin Buu were to die, Yunfeng would not let him off. A terrifyingly deep pit appeared before Yunfeng's eyes, and he saw many pieces of Majin Buu's flesh emerging, writhing madly. Indeed, Majin Buu was not easy to deal with, and known for his incredible regenerative abilities, he was truly something else. Ding, the system's voice chimed. Task of battling Majin Buu completed. Reward Dragon Fist skill. Yunfeng felt the new skill manifesting in his mind, and suddenly found Majin Buu less annoying. Yunfeng unleashed numerous energy blasts, obliterating the pieces of flesh one by one. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and Majin Buu restored to his original form, though he was already panting heavily. His fighting power had evidently decreased. Yunfeng had received his reward, and now was not the time to kill Majin Buu, as a new task had emerged. Main task: battle the great Majin Buu. Reward abundant Saiyan energy. Main task: eliminate the evil little Majin Buu. Reward sealing technique, 10,000 fox sealing. Looking at so many rewards, how could Yunfeng not be tempted? Thus, he had already abandoned the idea of killing the fat Majin Buu. The reason was simple: there were no rewards to be gained. Yunfeng returned to his normal state. Goodbye, Majin Buu. Next time we meet, I won't be so gentle. Babidi shouted, quick chase after him. Don't let him escape. Hurry after that fat pig. Majin Buu's expression had changed. Yunfeng knew that Babidi's fate was already sealed today. Well then, see you again, he said, teleporting away. Majin Buu pretended to pursue Yunfeng, but suddenly turned around and grabbed Babidi's neck. Now you can't chant spells, can you? And I detest being called a fat pig. Die. Majin Buu then raised his other hand and punched Babidi's head, obliterating it. Thus Babidi, who had been opposing Yunfeng, and others perished. Yunfeng appeared in the Heavenly God Temple. Majin Buu has indeed made his move. I sensed his dissatisfaction with Babidi just now. Master, you have returned. What shall we do next? Goku ran over. Goku, we will enter the room of spirit and time to train, allowing you to cultivate the Super Saiyan level 3. Furthermore, I have a secret technique that requires both of us to practice together, Yunfeng said calmly. Master, what about Majin Buu? Majin Buu is currently unharmed, but soon a terrifying new Majin Buu will emerge. Our time is limited, Yunfeng said to Goku. Ashin took Gohan into the Supreme Kai's realm. Supreme Kai, are you really going to let a mortal enter the Supreme Kai's realm? Babidi felt somewhat uneasy. Babidi, we cannot be too rigid. You have seen the strength of the Scions, Mr. Yunfeng's power even suppressed Majin Buu. I see infinite possibilities in the Scions. Therefore, my invitation for Gohan to enter the Supreme Kai's realm is also for the sake of the people's lives. Babidi nodded. It seems the Supreme Kai has thought this through. So is it for Gohan? The Supreme Kai nodded. That's right, you are correct. I want Gohan to challenge the Supreme Kai sword. Gohan stood by stunned Supreme Kai's realm. Supreme Kai sword. Is it very powerful? The Supreme Kai smiled and said, Gohan, according to the secrets passed down by our Kai, the Supreme Kai sword possesses immense divine power. As long as you can draw it and use it freely, you will gain tremendous strength. I believe this power will surely surpass Buu, and Buu will meet his end beneath the Supreme Kai sword. Moreover, I am certain that the one who can draw the divine sword and gain great power is you, Gohan. You are kind and upright. I believe you will succeed. Gohan. After killing Babidi, Majin Buu became completely free and began to wreak havoc on Earth, essentially destroying a city each day. Majin Buu transformed humans into chocolate and candy for his own enjoyment. After killing people for a day, Majin Buu built himself a house in the wild and spent the night inside. Meanwhile, humanity began to counterattack, sending out the world champion Mr. Satan. After Goku and the others left that day, Android 18, along with Goten and Trunks disguised as masked fighters, sensed Yunfeng's monstrous aura and also left the venue of the world's martial arts tournament. Based on their father's auras, Goten and Trunks headed towards the temple, while Android 18 followed, knowing that Yunfeng would surely meet up with them. After everyone left, Mr. Satan once again claimed the championship of the world's martial arts tournament, reaching the peak of his fame. Don't worry, I'll take care of the evil Majin Buu, Mr. Satan declared as the crowd cheered, boarding the plane heading to Majin Buu's lair. The plane landed about 500 meters from Majin Buu's lair, and Mr. Satan got off. You all go back and wait for my good news. I will definitely defeat Majin Buu. The people who brought Mr. Satan left in the plane, and he held a package in his hand, which was his secret weapon for victory. Mr. Satan cautiously approached Majin Buu's lair. Upon arrival, he looked around carefully and found Majin Buu was not home. He put down the package and performed a set of martial arts moves, saying, Haha, Majin Buu, you are lucky today, otherwise you would have seen my true power. Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared behind Mr. Satan. Who are you? Why are you in my home? Seeing the unfriendly look in Majin Buu's eyes, Mr. Satan hurriedly took out the chocolate he had prepared from the package. Majin Buu, I greatly admire you. This is super chocolate, a gift for your first meeting. Majin Buu sniffed it and said, if it doesn't taste good, it'll kill you. Majin Buu took a bite. Delicious, not bad. All right, since you seem decent, I will take you as my servant. Mr. Satan thanked him profusely, and thus he became Majin Buu's servant, responsible for cooking and bathing Majin Buu, and their relationship gradually improved. In the Supreme Kai's realm, Gohan stood on a mountain peak with the Supreme Kai and Babidi, where a sword was embedded in the mountain. Gohan, it's your turn now. Draw this sword, and you will gain limitless power, the Supreme Kai said confidently to Gohan. All right, I'll give it a try, Gohan said, gripping the hilt of the Supreme Kai sword with all his strength and pulling upward. However, no matter how hard he tried, the divine sword remained unmoved. Babidi chuckled. Many Supreme Kais have failed to draw it. How could a mere mortal succeed? Gohan let out a fierce shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan, a terrifying golden flame rising around him, silver lightning crackling about as he grasped the hilt of the Supreme Kai sword. As Gohan exerted all his strength to pull, the sword slowly began to rise from the mountain. Through his effort, he finally drew the Supreme Kai sword. Gohan felt the weight of the Supreme Kai sword in his hand. It was heavy. The Supreme Kai joyfully exclaimed, Gohan, you have indeed succeeded. Do you feel your power has increased? It seems there is no change, Gohan replied, feeling perplexed. The Supreme Kai pondered for a moment. Gohan, perhaps you have yet to fully master the Supreme Kai sword. Your next task is to practice with it until you can wield it effortlessly. Yunfeng brought Goku, Goten, and Trunks into the room of spirit and time, where one day outside equaled a year inside. Goku, first you need to elevate your power to the peak of Super Saiyan level 2, and then attempt to transform into Super Saiyan level 3. I will demonstrate Super Saiyan level 3 for you to observe closely the secrets of this transformation. Yunfeng smiled and added, lastly, we need to practice a fusion technique. Goten and Trunks, you should also learn with us. We all need to master this fusion technique to protect our Earth. Yunfeng demonstrated a series of movements, and both Goten and Trunks frowned at the ugly-looking actions. Yunfeng said sternly, I will only teach this once. Whether you learn or not is your own problem. If you go out and get killed by Majin Buu, that's your own issue. Trunks and Goten were startled by Yunfeng's sudden words recalling his terrifying strength and immediately began to practice obediently. Yunfeng then began to demonstrate the transformation into Super Saiyan Level 3, releasing terrifying energy from his body. Dar was not accepting Goku and Yunfeng's invitation and returned to Bulma's gravity room to train on his own. At the border of Earth, a dark figure landed looking at the planet. Such small Earths have caused Goku to lose contact. How strange. The Master has sent me to investigate and assist Goku in conquering Earth. The newcomer was a high-ranking demon from the Demon Clan, equivalent to the strength of Super Saiyan Level 3. A shadow loomed over the ground, with the threat of Majin Buu still unresolved. The Demon Clan had appeared once again. Yunfeng, Goku, and Gohan were all training hard, and when they reappeared their strength would be immeasurable. Gohan wielded the King Kai sword. Compared to his initial unfamiliarity, he was now able to use it with great proficiency. King Kaihin suddenly said, let's see how sharp the King Kai sword is. Perhaps it's sharp enough to slay the demon Majin Buu in one strike. Then Babidi produced a large diamond, saying, since we're testing, let's use the hardest diamond in the world. Gohan sliced this diamond as if it were tofu. King Kai said confidently. Gohan tightened his grip on the King Kai sword and declared, all right, let's see just how sharp this King Kai sword really is. Babidi was also filled with confidence. After all, this was the legendary King Kai sword passed down through the ages. Babidi threw the diamond towards Gohan, who struck it with force. A loud clang echoed. The King Kai sword broke. Babidi and King Kai's jaws nearly dropped. How could it possibly break? This is the King Kai sword. Young man, you are ignorant. But I never expected that it would be a mortal who would save me. Truly, it is the sorrow of the King Kai. The three looked over, and an old man wearing earrings and the attire of King Kai appeared before them. A hen asked, who are you, and why are you here? Why are you still wearing the King Kai's attire? The old man smiled and said, I am the 15th King Kai. The 15th King Kai. Both King Kaihin and Babidi exclaimed in astonishment. Then you are my ancestor. I never expected you to be sealed within the sword. Alas, the sorrow of the King Kai. I thought it would be the King Kai who saved me, but it turns out to be immortal. King Kaihin's face flushed red. I apologize, ancestor. I am incompetent. Well, it seems you have encountered some trouble allowing a mortal to enter this King Kai realm. King Kaihin explained the situation with Majin Buu and recounted the events of the destruction of the various King Kais. Majin Buu, what a terrifying monster. In my time, there were no such creatures. It seems he only emerged later. Kid, come here. Gohan slowly walked over, and the 15th King Kai placed his hand on Gohan's chest. After a moment, he said, this young man has incredible potential, but sadly much of it remains untapped. Ancestor, you still possess such abilities. A hen asked in surprise. All right, your name is Gohan, right? I will help unlock your potential, and then you should be able to defeat Majin Buu. Gohan spoke, Senior, how long will it take to unlock my potential? I'm a bit worried about Earth. No worries, Earth is fine now. I sense a powerful force on Earth that is not weaker than Majin Buu. Earth is safe. Sit down or it will take 12 hours to unlock your potential. Just sit cross-legged and the rest will be up to me. The 15th King Kai sat opposite Gohan, his hands radiating light, and then Gohan was enveloped in the glow. Mr. Satan spent his days serving Majin Buu, who would go out to kill during the day and return at night to enjoy Satan's culinary delights, leading a comfortable life. One day, Majin Buu decided to go kill, and Satan remarked, why does Majin Buu want to kill Earthlings? Seeing that Majin Buu did not respond, Satan quickly changed his tune. My lord, as you wish, I said nothing. Majin Buu suddenly spoke, does Satan feel that killing is wrong? I have been killing because Babidi kept telling me to do so. Suddenly Satan felt a change in the situation. Mr. Majin Buu, I feel that killing is bad. Oh, we should not kill. Majin Buu suddenly smiled. Since Satan feels it's wrong, then I won't kill anymore. I truly am a world champion, effortlessly persuading Majin Buu. Satan admired himself. Majin Buu went out for a stroll and returned with a dog. Satan, why is this dog not afraid of me? Everyone else runs away when they see me. Satan glanced at it. It's injured. Majin Buu placed his hand on the puppy and it healed. All right, you're all better now. Run along, I want to kill you. But the puppy, facing its savior, couldn't possibly run away and kept licking Majin Buu. Wherever Majin Buu went, the dog followed. So this dog likes me just like Satan does. Let's live together, Majin Buu said. Majin Buu and Satan spent their days training the dog and feeding it, and for the first time, Majin Buu felt a joy he had never known. However, this bliss was short-lived as a few evil humans burst into Majin Buu's residence with guns. That day, while Majin Buu was training the puppy, he threw a small frisbee, which the dog retrieved. Just as he threw it again, a gunshot rang out, and the puppy was hit. Majin Buu's demeanor began to change, steam rising from his head as he glared at the person who had hurt the puppy. Satan rushed out, immediately punching the person who shot the puppy away, but that person managed to lift their gun and struck Mr. Satan. Majin Buu became even more abnormal, steam continuing to rise from his head as he slowly approached, placing his hand on the puppy, which healed. He then slowly walked over to Satan, placing his hand on him, and Satan revived. Satan looked at himself in delight. "Buu, you are truly amazing." However, Satan noticed that Buu's state was a bit off. "Satan, quickly take the puppy away," Majin Buu roared. Due to the stirring of his benevolent thoughts, the evil part of Majin Buu began to stir. Seeing Satan and the puppy injured reignited his malevolent desires, which began to spiral out of his control. Suddenly, countless clouds of smoke erupted from his head, lingering in the air, before finally coalescing into another Majin Buu. A slim green Majin Buu appeared, a completely evil version. "Satan, quickly take the puppy away." "I will hold him off," the fat Majin Buu shouted. The fat Majin Buu and the slim Majin Buu clashed, and the terrifying energy sent Satan flying hundreds of meters. Satan hid behind a large rock, watching the battle unfold. "You go for it." Satan cheered for the fat Majin Buu. After hundreds of exchanges, the fat Majin Buu clearly began to struggle as the evil Majin Buu drained a significant amount of energy. The fat Majin Buu threw a punch, but the slim Majin Buu ducked, kicking the fat Majin Buu away. The fat Majin Buu tore off a piece of his flesh, trapping the slim Majin Buu inside, then launched a wave of light. Boom! The terrifying explosion shattered the slim Majin Buu into pieces. "Good Buu, well done." You took him down before he could finish speaking. The slim Majin Buu reformed again. The two vanished from the ground, their shadows clashing in the air, creating ripples of terrifying energy. After hundreds of exchanges, the fat Majin Buu clearly could no longer keep up with the fight. After jumping back, his appendages glowed. "I will turn you into chocolate." A pink lightning bolt struck the slim Majin Buu, who exhaled a cloud of smoke to counter the fat Majin Buu's lightning. Beep, beep, beep. The fat Majin Buu turned into chocolate, and the slim Majin Buu picked up the chocolate and ate it. Soon the slim Majin Buu's body began to glow, and in no time, Majin Buu transformed into a muscular version. His power became even more terrifying as an evil, colossal aura radiated from the muscular Majin Buu's body. The muscular Majin Buu instantly transformed into a pile of mud and charged into the human who had just injured Satan, exploding upon impact. Majin Buu reformed in midair and rushed towards Satan. Just as he was about to strike Satan, he felt a sharp pain in his head and ultimately flew away from the scene. Satan, clutching the puppy, stared blankly at the flying Majin Buu and murmured, "Buu still remembers me." The strength of the newly reborn Majin Buu increased rapidly, and he could now sense the chi of Yunfeng and the others quickly flying toward the heavenly realm. The terrifying wave of energy left Piccolo and the others unable to withstand it, causing damage to the temple structure. Yunfeng had already sensed the aura of Majin Buu, and Goku was in a critical stage of evolving into Super Saiyan level 3 and could not be disturbed. Yunfeng rushed outside quickly, having a task to complete, perfectly timing to gain experience from this fight. Piccolo suddenly shouted, "Majin Buu, didn't you say you would kill all the Earthlings? Yet there are still many people alive." Majin Buu circled around the temple, smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a light orb appeared, transforming into countless strands of energy that instantly annihilated all the Earthlings. Only Satan and that little dog survived. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. Damn Earthlings, they actually allowed Majin Buu to increase his power so much. Majin Buu declared, "All right, let him come out and fight me. I can sense a massive energy presence here." "Fine, just as you wish," a faint voice responded. Majin Buu and the others looked over, seeing a young man with jet black hair, bright eyes, and a handsome face adorned with a faint smile. "Yunfeng, you finally came out," everyone exclaimed as if they could see the dawn of victory. Majin Buu grinned wickedly. "I recognize you. You are the one who can change faces. Your strength is indeed impressive, but today I shall kill you." "Can you really do that? With your strength, who gives you the courage?" Yunfeng replied coolly. Majin Buu's expression darkened. "Damn it, you're seeking death." Yunfeng tilted his head and flew away with Majin Buu closely following. They arrived at an open area where Yunfeng landed and Majin Buu stood opposite him. Majin Buu indeed underwent a transformation, being a strange creature with fearsome strength. Majin Buu, today, I will let you experience what terror truly is. Majin Buu grinned, face-changing guy, you better transform quickly. Yunfeng exploded with anger, a terrifying golden aura rising from him. His hair stood up, turning golden, as his chi continued to strengthen. Piccolo and the others immediately sensed Yunfeng's slowly rising chi. It's about to begin. Yunfeng's hair instantly grew longer, lightning swirling around him, and the entire earth trembled violently, yet there were no humans left on it. Alright, we can begin now. Yunfeng transformed into Super Saiyan level 3, much faster than before. Gohan, while increasing his strength, sensed Yunfeng's chi. It's Uncle Yunfeng's aura so powerful. Is the opponent Majin Buu? The Kaioshin could hardly believe it. This energy has actually reached this faraway, sacred land, truly unbelievable. The 15th generation Kaioshin glanced at everyone. Want to know the situation in the lower realms? Here, take a look. He tossed a crystal ball to Kaioshin Axin. Inside the crystal ball, the power of Yunfeng as a Super Saiyan level 3 and the transformed Majin Buu immediately appeared. Incredible, both Yunfeng and Majin Buu have changed in appearance. What on earth happened in this short day? The Kaioshin murmured. Majin Buu looked at the transformed Yunfeng, his expression becoming serious, and charged toward Yunfeng. Yunfeng let out a sound and kicked Majin Buu on the nose. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you eager to reincarnate? Damn it, Majin Buu charged at Yunfeng again, and their speeds reached an extreme, striking this mountain and that mountain. Yunfeng suddenly jumped back. Today, let me show you the new skill I just learned. Dragon Fist Strike, none can surpass me. With a booming sound, a golden dragon king burst forth from Yunfeng's fist, directly penetrating Majin Buu, then coiling around him, the golden dragon radiating a divine aura. In the original story, Dragon Fist is a super technique passed down from Sun Wukong to the Great King. Boom. The golden dragon exploded, and a terrifying blast began to wreak havoc on the ground. A mushroom cloud appeared as Yunfeng quietly observed Majin Buu amidst the explosion. True to his resilient nature, Majin Buu, despite being reduced to a pile of paste, charged toward Yunfeng. He charged straight into Yunfeng's mouth, and with a loud explosion, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. Yunfeng transformed into white mist using the shadow clone technique, while Majin Buu returned to his original form, searching for Yunfeng. With a sound, Yunfeng suddenly appeared above Majin Buu and elbowed him, sending Majin Buu crashing to the ground. With a boom, Majin Buu landed on the ground, causing many cracks to form in the earth. As he looked around, he felt someone patting his shoulder. As he turned around, he was met with a punch. Majin Buu covered his mouth as blood flowed out. Ding, the host completed the battle with the new Majin Buu reward, a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. Yunfeng felt his strength skyrocketing again, his body warm and filled with energy. The system immediately displayed Yunfeng's attributes: name, Yunfeng race, purebred Saiyan, strength, middle level Super Saiyan level 3, combat power 5 trillion. He had increased by 2 trillion combat power, so he could easily overpower Majin Buu. A dark shadow slowly approached. There is a strong energy clash ahead. We should be able to find out news about Goku, a sinister voice muttered. Majin Buu realized he was no match for Yunfeng, and many points of energy appeared on him. Not good. Majin Buu was about to self-destruct. Yunfeng instantly vanished from his original spot. What is this Majin Buu up to? A terrifying explosion sound erupted from the ground, creating a massive pit right in front of Yunfeng. Majin Buu definitely hadn't died. Generally, Majin Buu cannot be killed unless one's strength far exceeds his. The demon was rapidly approaching, but unexpectedly someone had already set their sights on him. The demon spotted Yunfeng and the others, and Majin Buu also noticed the demon, realizing that the demon's strength was not inferior to the initial Yunfeng. A plan quietly formed in his mind. Yunfeng was searching for Majin Buu, not expecting that Majin Buu had hidden his aura. Yunfeng also noticed the rapidly approaching demon. This aura, it belongs to a demon. Could it be that Goku's companion has come seeking revenge? Yunfeng slowly approached the demon, and they encountered each other in midair. A strange demon came into Yunfeng's view. Indeed a demon, it seems to be Goku's companion, without a doubt. Are you an Earthling? How do you possess such powerful strength? This doesn't match our scans. Earth is just a lower-level planet. How could someone with such high combat power exist? Yunfeng looked at the demon in astonishment. Where do you come from, and why are you here on Earth? Yunfeng asked deliberately. I am from the Great Demon Clan. My name is Gula. You're an alien, aren't you? Gula. Goku, it must be Goku's companion. Then this Gula must die today. The news cannot leak out. The Demon Clan is too powerful. The system had already displayed Gula's attributes: name, Gula race, Demon Clan, strength, high-level demon, equivalent to Super Saiyan level 3 combat power 3. 5 trillion. He is actually a high-level demon. That Goku is a mid-level demon. There must be even more powerful demons above him. The demon clan is not to be trifled with. Majin Buu lurked in the shadows, eyeing the situation, determined to end this quickly and eliminate the demon. Both sides stared at each other, each harboring their own schemes. Wukong and Gula stared at each other, both on guard. Yunfeng's anger erupted instantly. Terrifying golden flames began to rise around him, forming a circular wave of energy. The demon Gula grinned wickedly. Human, your strength is indeed impressive, having reached the level of our high-ranking demons, but how could a human comprehend the terror of demons? Gula's mocking tone implied that if he knew the demon Gyuk had perished at Yunfeng's hands, he might think differently. The demon race stands in opposition to the angelic race, possessing immense power and divine skills. Generally, even humans with significantly greater strength than demons find it troublesome to deal with them. However, Yunfeng is no ordinary human, holding a system that can compensate for everything. Gula also began to rage. Lowly human, today you will witness the power of our demon race. Narrow-minded human, behold the power of my holy race. A terrifying black energy appeared around Gyuk, and black flames surged around Gula. The two terrifying waves of energy collided on the ground, transforming into an oval shape during the clash. Yunfeng and Gula were both unleashing their fury, their roars echoing. A faint layer of mysterious energy enveloped Yunfeng, holding its ground against the black energy of the demon, creating a scene of extreme horror. Heavenly energy boy, you are actually a lackey of the angelic race. I cannot let you live. Indeed, you demons are all a bunch of unreasonable barbarians. Fine, if a forceful resolution is needed, let us see whose fists are stronger, Yunfeng replied calmly. The terrifying waves of energy clashed violently, as both began moving at high speed, their movements so swift that only shadows could be seen exchanging punches and kicks. After dozens of exchanges with no clear victor, the two rushed towards the center, palms clashing against each other, a terrifying force surging forth. Boom! The ground quickly caved in as they competed in pure strength, instantly forming a large pit. The two jumped back. Kid, your strength is impressive. In my holy race, power is everything. You are worthy to be my opponent. Hey, Demon Gula, are you talking too much? Are you still going to fight? I haven't felt your strength is that strong, which is why you demons are so arrogant. Gula's face began to show anger. You are seeking death. A trident appeared in Gula's hand, and a chain shot out. Yunfeng quickly blocked his body, vanishing with a whoosh, moving at an incredible speed. The chain followed Yunfeng swiftly in the air. No matter how Yunfeng dodged, he could not escape. This pesky chain is truly troublesome. Yunfeng swiftly moved towards the demon as Gula lunged with the trident. In an instant, Yunfeng teleported away from his original position, appearing behind the demon where the trident and chain collided. Clang! The two waves of terrifying power forced Gula back a few steps, and before he could react, a punch was already unleashed. Dragon Fist strike. Who dares to challenge me? Seeing the terrifying punch, Gula realized through their earlier exchanges that Yunfeng was no ordinary opponent, and he quickly summoned his demon armor. The golden divine dragon had already wrapped around Gula the golden holy power, making Gula feel extremely uncomfortable. Boom! A horrifying explosion resonated. A mushroom cloud erupted in the air, and a terrifying large pit appeared on the ground. Countless dust clouds obscured the view, and to Yunfeng's surprise, as the dust began to dissipate, Gula stood upright at the center of the pit, having only sustained minor injuries with no fatal wounds. How can the demon armor have such terrifying defensive power? This is absurd. Gula's face was filled with rage. Damn, kid, you actually made me feel fear for a moment. You are seeking death. Yunfeng calmly said, Gula, you boast about the demon race being divine, but now you seem quite ordinary. You are not as formidable as you claimed. Damn it, kid, you dare to insult my holy race today. I will take your life. The demon Gula slowly rose into the air. Gula unleashed a terrifying aura, and the chains on him grew wildly, forming a massive chain formation around him. Kid, today, I will show you the chain ancient formation. Formation? That shouldn't be. How could there be formations in this world? Upon closer inspection, Gula was clearly just bluffing. There was no formation. The chains merely formed a small demon shape capable of both offense and defense. The demon Gula was unaware of Yunfeng's mockery as the chains crazily elongated, charging towards Yunfeng, who rapidly retreated. The speed of the chains became extraordinarily fast, wrapping around Yunfeng several times in a short span. Gula clenched his hand, and the chains tightened, intending to bind Yunfeng tightly. Yunfeng exploded with fury, and the terrifying golden flames immediately halted the chain's constriction. Gula also began to rage, leading to another clash of powers. Yunfeng no longer held back, unleashing all the power obtained from his previous battle with the demon Buu. The flames on his body soaring wildly. His combat power surged crazily, the lightning on him shining even more brilliantly, while Gula also exploded with rage, attempting to control Yunfeng. Yunfeng's strength had surpassed Gula by a significant margin. Boom. The chains shattered completely, breaking into pieces. Before Gula could react, Yunfeng teleported away from the spot. My chain's impossible. How can a human possess such strength? Where did that kid go? I am right here. A punch landed on Gula's face, sending the demon flying. Yunfeng raised his hand, and a light projectile appeared. Today, I will break your lousy armor. Die. The light projectile was thrown forth, rumbling. The terrifying explosion echoed, and Yunfeng, not satisfied, unleashed dozens of light projectiles in succession. Came. Haim. Huh. Another super energy wave shone in Yunfeng's hand. Die Gula. The white, terrifying energy struck the large pit, rumbling. Another massive explosion erupted. Gula must be going insane as the attacks came in wave after wave, each stronger than the last. Even the incredibly sturdy demon armor developed cracks like a spider web, yet it still held. However, the impact on Gula was immense, and he couldn't even comprehend how Yunfeng appeared before him. Teleportation? Gula probably had never heard of it, as the universe is far too vast. After the explosion, amidst the rolling smoke, Gula leaned against the wall of the pit, slowly standing up, gasping for breath. He had sustained injuries this time that, while not fatal, were psychologically devastating. He never expected that a human could harm the great demon, and just then an anomaly occurred. A package-like object suddenly enveloped the demon Gula, who was contemplating retreat. The voice of the demon Buu echoed. Thank you for weakening this demon, I will take it from here. Oh no, I was so focused on battle that I didn't notice the demon Buu approaching. Seeing Buu wave his hand, the object wrapping Gula flew into Buu's body. Yunfeng teleported in front of Buu, a light projectile striking Buu's body, causing a loud boom. However, the golden light shimmering on Buu rendered the attack ineffective. Yunfeng attacked frantically amid the rolling dust. However, he knew time was running out as an overwhelmingly terrifying force began to emanate. Yunfeng's expression turned grim. The situation was spiraling out of control. A terrifying power emanated from the demon Buu, a force that made Yunfeng's heart race. As the golden light slowly faded, a brand new demon Buu appeared before Yunfeng. His tentacles had grown very long, and he sported two horns on his forehead identical to those of Gula. His clothes had transformed into black, resembling those of Gula. The demon Buu clenched his fists and threw several punches, reveling in his newfound strength, a smile spreading across his face. Having fused with Gula, Yunfeng's name slipped from his lips. Yunfeng, what will you do now that your two formidable enemies have merged into one? Yunfeng's expression was grim. Demon Buu, how dare you pull this trick? I was careless. Do you really think you can defeat me just by merging with trash? Demon Buu, now brimming with confidence in his power, replied, why not test it and see if you can withstand it? With a whoosh, Demon Buu vanished. Yunfeng quickly sensed the shift, turned around, and threw a punch, but Demon Buu caught his arm. With a crash, Yunfeng was hurled away, smashing against a rock. He let out a roar, and the terrifying force sent rocks flying as he soared out. Fuming with rage, he glared at Demon Buu, and the system chimed in. Name new Demon Buu. Race Demon Race. Power level approximately 80 trillion. Yunfeng gazed at the data, his expression turning serious. Demon Buu's strength now surpassed his by 30 trillion. It seemed he had exceeded the realm of Super Saiyan 3. System, what suggestions do you have for facing such a formidable foe? The mechanical voice of the system echoed again, offering 3 suggestions. First, seek a strong ally with comparable power to fuse with. Second, create a moon and transform into a great ape, which could also lead to victory. However, the downside is the potential loss of reason. If the host can maintain control, there is a chance to awaken Super Saiyan 4 and easily defeat the enemy. Third, daringly use the 50 times Kaioken, which could defeat the enemy, but may also leave the user incapacitated due to the side effects of the Kaioken. Looking at the 3 suggestions, the second option is definitely too risky. If I lose my sanity, what good am I? It'll just be a mindless monster causing destruction. The first option is feasible. As long as Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3, he can fuse with me. I wonder how long it will take him to arrive. In the midst of his ponderings, suddenly the figure of Demon Buu appeared before him. Yunfeng, you're distracted. This isn't like you, he said, landing a punch on Yunfeng's face, sending him flying into the mountain. Yunfeng shook his dizzy head, furious at Demon Buu. He'll fight you to the end. With a whoosh, he silently exited the mountain and summoned all his strength, delivering a punch, but Demon Buu, with his back turned to Yunfeng, raised his arm to block the attack. Then turning around, he kicked Yunfeng back again. Damn it, I didn't expect the gap to be this wide. How can I fight like this? Yunfeng slowly got back on his feet. A terrifying aura erupted from him, golden flames soaring into the air. Pushing himself, he activated the 20 times Kaioken, and a red aura enveloped the golden flames. His power level skyrocketed, an overwhelming force erupting from Yunfeng. Demon Buu smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to have hidden such a skill, Yunfeng. I underestimated you. Demon Buu, haven't you noticed something? Demon Buu looked puzzled. What issue? I feel great after merging. There's no problem. Yunfeng grinned. It's that after merging you became quite the chatterbox, very annoying. Die. He instantly teleported behind Demon Buu, where an angelic staff appeared in his hand, thrusting it toward him. Demon Buu's hand glimmered, and a trident appeared to clash with Yunfeng's attack, sending out waves of energy. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons colliding echoed as they fought, evenly matched. Yunfeng unleashed a dragon fist using the staff, a gigantic golden dragon soaring from it, with tremendous force. Demon Buu chuckled. Nice idea, but it's just a futile struggle. Demon Buu's trident crackled with dark energy as a black energy sphere shot towards the golden dragon, colliding in midair. Yunfeng roared, Dragon fist, let nothing stand in my way. Break. Demon Buu simply smiled faintly. Yunfeng, you still failed to see the gap in our strengths. A terrifying explosion erupted, creating a massive crater between them as both forces clashed with equal might. Yunfeng, you have some skills, but the game is over. I'm bored now. Demon Buu's body became blurry, and when he reappeared, he was directly above Yunfeng. With a swift motion, he slammed the trident down, and Yunfeng quickly raised the angelic staff to block. As the two weapons collided, a tremendous force sent Yunfeng flying. Boom! Another large crater formed on the ground. Yunfeng, this time you're doomed. Die. A terrifying black energy sphere formed on Demon Buu's trident, heading straight for the crater. The sphere exploded, unleashing a terrifying force that wreaked havoc on the ground. Ha ha! Yunfeng, opposing me has brought you to a gruesome end. Really? How am I still alive? As Demon Buu turned his head, he threw a punch, but Yunfeng countered, landing a blow to his face that sent him stumbling back. Yunfeng, how did you evade that strike? It's impossible. Demon Buu suddenly recalled something. That move again, disappearing and suddenly reappearing, it's truly troublesome. Yunfeng gazed solemnly at Demon Buu. He knew he was no match for him. It seemed he had to go all out and try the 60 times Kaioken. His body better hold up. Just as Yunfeng prepared to unleash his energy, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Goku, you finally made it. Yunfeng exclaimed with delight. Master, I've fully grasped the power of Super Saiyan 3, so I rushed over. Demon Buu smiled as he looked at the newcomer. Good that you came, so I won't have to hunt you down one by one. In the Kaishin realm, the 15th generation Kaishin suddenly stood up. Alright Gohan, your potential has been unlocked. How can I unleash my power, Grandpa? Gohan asked, standing and feeling the strength within him. You transformed into that Super Saiyan using the same method. Gohan erupted with energy and immense power bursting forth that even blew the 15th generation Kaishin away. Fool, don't try that in front of me, the 15th generation Kaishin shouted. Such terrifying power. It feels even stronger than Uncle Yunfeng's Super Saiyan 3. Alright Dad, Uncle Yunfeng, wait for me, I'll be right there to help you. Gohan confidently looked towards the Kaishin. Jebit, take Gohan over there, Jebit nodded. Once we arrive, I'll drop you off here. You can fly the rest of the way yourself. Gohan nodded and swiftly flew towards the others. Yunfeng and Goku sensed an immense power approaching. This power was astonishingly strong. Master, could there be a new enemy? This power feels unusual. Yunfeng also looked solemnly at the approaching strong presence. Goku, do you sense that this power seems somewhat familiar? A flash of light passed by and a tall figure appeared as the brilliance gradually faded, revealing the silhouette within. Gohan, is that you? Gohan and Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise. Yunfeng suddenly recalled the original story. Gohan, did you encounter the 15th generation of the King of Worlds? Uncle Yunfeng, you're amazing. How do you know that? Goku was left confused. Master, what are Gohan and you talking about? What is this 15th generation of the King of Worlds? Gohan and Yunfeng exchanged smiles without explaining, instead turning to look at the transformed Majin Buu. Dad, Uncle Yunfeng, don't interfere, I'll handle this guy. The system immediately displayed Gohan's current attributes. Name Son Gohan. Race half Saiyan. Strength Divine Level Sun Gohan Combat Power over 80 trillion Explosive Power exceptionally strong. Yunfeng looked at Gohan's attributes and realized he had indeed reached the divine level, surpassing Super Saiyan 3 in combat power on par with Majin Buu. Gohan gazed at Majin Buu and slowly approached. As they stood together, Gohan kicked out, and Majin Buu raised his hand to catch Gohan's leg. Gohan pressed down hard, causing Majin Buu's body to sink into the mountainside. Majin Buu erupted with rage, a fierce wind blowing Gohan away. Gohan steadied himself, his figure becoming blurry, and then he punched Majin Buu in the abdomen. Majin Buu clutched his abdomen, stumbling backward. Damn it, you bastard. Gohan's current strength is indeed terrifying. He can actually compete with Majin Buu and is currently holding the advantage, Goku said to Yunfeng. Yunfeng's brow remained tightly furrowed. Goku, while Gohan is strong, such strength might only lead to a mutual defeat against Majin Buu. Defeating him is extremely difficult. Goku understood Yunfeng's implication. Master, you don't have any good strategies. Goku, right now our only option is fusion. Only through fusion can we quickly eliminate Majin Buu. Yunfeng and Goku nodded in agreement, immediately retreating into the distance. Gohan and Majin Buu moved at an incredible speed, their shadows colliding in the air. The terrifying energy ripples caused the surrounding mountains to continuously shatter. Gohan raised both hands, quickly gathering light, and unleashed an orange energy wave towards Majin Buu. Majin Buu raised his right hand and knocked Gohan's energy wave away. While Majin Buu was still reveling in his power, Gohan kicked him in the face. Majin Buu, what are you dazed for? Majin Buu's face contorted with rage. Kid, don't get too cocky, as a trident appeared in his hand, pointing at Gohan. Gohan quickly dodged, and countless chains flew out. Gohan's hands glowed, his aura surged, and numerous energy blasts shot forth, directly exploding against the chains that were heading towards him. Such bizarre chains, this Majin Buu has some tricks up his sleeve, Gohan murmured. What Gohan didn't know was that these techniques were absorbed from the demon. How could a single Majin Buu possess such strange skills? After the explosion, Gohan found that the chains were completely unharmed, prompting him to quickly retreat. He clasped his hands together and then pulled them apart, revealing a terrifying sword shadow formed purely from power. It was the King of Worlds sword. Gohan swung the King of Worlds sword shadow at the chains, which shattered into pieces, and Gohan dashed towards Majin Buu. This kid's sword actually contains angelic energy. That's unusual. The trident met Gohan's King of Worlds sword shadow, and the two clashed incessantly in the air, energy surging as their figures danced above and below. Goku and Yunfeng stood on either side, taking on fusion stances. They shouted simultaneously, fusion. A beam of light shone, revealing a pudgy warrior who ran a few steps before panting heavily. It seems they have failed. Goku's finger turned into a fist again, and they would have to wait 30 minutes before the fusion could be undone. The terrifying collision between Gohan and Majin Buu continued, with both their strengths being equal, unable to gain the upper hand. Gohan suddenly slashed down with his sword, but Majin Buu blocked it with his trident. Goku fired an energy blast from his left hand, striking Majin Buu. A black armor emerged on Majin Buu's body, and Gohan's energy blast hit the black armor, resulting in a loud explosion. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and suddenly a pink tentacle shot out, wrapping around Gohan's neck. Gohan screamed in agony, gripping tightly with both hands as a powerful aura erupted from him, causing Majin Buu to cry out in pain and hurriedly retreat. The tentacles above him snapped into multiple pieces, and Gohan quickly flew back, coughing a few times. This Majin Buu's strength is terrifying. I have become so powerful, yet I nearly fell into his trap. Majin Buu was also exceptionally surprised, having thought that after absorbing that powerful black creature, he was invincible. He didn't expect to suffer such a significant setback. Heavenly Realm. Trunks and Goten emerged from the room of spirit and time. Goten confidently asked Uncle Piccolo, where did Dad and Uncle Yunfeng go? They are down below battling against Majin Buu, Piccolo replied. The two began to sense the energy from below. This overwhelming energy, like a monster, must be Majin Buu, but what about that other powerful energy? That's my brother Gohan. I didn't expect him to become this strong, Goten exclaimed joyfully. Trunks, let's go help my brother, Goten said eagerly. You two might not be a match for Majin Buu even after your training. Best to stay here and observe, Piccolo said coldly. Trunks confidently replied, Uncle Piccolo, we've already completed our fusion, and our strength is beyond your imagination. Just wait for our good news. The two immediately stood apart and shouted simultaneously, fusion. A white light flashed, and Super Gotenks was born. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Super Gotenks emanated a terrifying aura which even shocked Piccolo. Super Gotenks vanished in a flash to the battlefield. Piccolo watched the departing Super Gotenks and said these two kids are too reckless, they might get into trouble. Piccolo quickly followed where Gohan and Majin Buu were still locked in an intense battle, both having sheathed their weapons. Their fists collided, sending massive energy waves scattering everywhere, shattering stones. Gohan erupted with energy, and Majin Buu challenged him, try this super magic flash. A colossal energy gathered in Gohan's hands. Majin Buu smirked slightly, gathering black energy in his hand and launching it at Gohan. The two terrifying energies collided in the air, creating a standoff. Two hemispherical energy blasts clashed violently, each equally matched. The sky turned white, stones flew chaotically, the ground cracked, and both shouted madly, channeling energy into the energy wave. Super Gotenks had just arrived at the battlefield when he was blown back by the fierce winds. Gohan, brother, is so powerful. I can feel the aftermath of their battle from so far away. They looked at the scattered stones and the white sky ahead with two horrifying energies clashing. Let's help Gohan, brother. The two began to shout wildly, their golden flames rising, their hair lengthening, and a terrifying aura emanating from them. Super Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Let's help Gohan, brother. They gathered terrifying energy waves in their hands, launching them at Majin Buu. As Majin Buu was distracted, turning his head, Gohan seized the opportunity. This is a great opportunity break. The terrifying energy wave charged towards Majin Buu, overwhelming him completely. The terrifying sound of the explosion blurred the surroundings, and Wu-Tien Keks was filled with pride. Looks like I have to rely on myself. Majin Buu must be aware of my strength now. Gohan looked at the incoming unfamiliar strong figure, but felt a strange familiarity. Brother Gohan, how about it? We're impressive, right? Wu-Tien Kek's smugness was palpable. Gohan slowly spoke. Are you Wu-Tien and Trunks? How did you both end up like this? Brother Gohan, this is the fusion technique that teacher Yunfeng taught us. It can last for half an hour. King Kai's realm. Ancestor Gohan has defeated Majin Buu. King Kai Aishin celebrated with great excitement. The 15th King Kai's expression turned grave. If Majin Buu has truly been defeated, that would be great. But I can still feel Majin Buu's presence. King Kai Aishin was taken aback. Then why hasn't Majin Buu appeared yet? What is he plotting? That's what I'm worried about. Gohan is strong, but he's still lacking to kill Majin Buu. Aishin, you need to go to the battlefield and deliver these earrings. As the two strategized, they suddenly noticed a change in the crystal ball. Gohan sensed that something was off. Although the last energy blast was powerful, he absolutely did not believe it could kill Majin Buu. Just as Gohan was searching for Majin Buu, a sudden change occurred. A bag-like object appeared behind Wu-Tien Keks, enveloping him. This is bad, it's Majin Buu's trick. Gohan saw Majin Buu appearing on the opposite stone, displaying a sinister smile. Majin Buu waved his hand, and the bag enclosing Wu-Tien Keks flew towards him. At that moment, Piccolo also arrived at the battlefield and saw the monster Majin Buu writhing madly. Piccolo's green face turned even greener with beads of cold sweat dripping down. Gohan clasped his hands together, powerful energy waves radiated from him, and countless energy blasts shot forward. Uncle Piccolo, get out of there. Boom. The violent explosion created chaos and thick smoke enveloped the area as Gohan gasped for breath. Damn it, Majin Buu is too cunning, he actually swallowed Wu-Tien and Trunks. How infuriating. Gohan was filled with self-reproach, but didn't know what to do. Majin Buu, I will kill you. Gohan began to unleash his power. Waves of white energy surged around him as a terrifying aura erupted from within, and his fighting strength grew continuously. Gohan raised his battle power to the maximum and slowly tracked Majin Buu. King Kai's realm. The 15th King Kai's expression became even graver. This is bad, Gohan is in danger. Where are Goku and Yunfeng? Goku and Yunfeng seem to be practicing fusion not far away. They might have failed once and are now waiting to recover. As long as Gohan can hold on for another 5 minutes, Yunfeng and Goku should arrive soon, King Kai Aishin replied. Slowly the scene became clearer. Majin Buu had changed, he appeared taller, and the distinctive yellow adornment of Wu-Tien Keks appeared on his shoulders. Damn it, Majin Buu, you actually ate Wu-Tien and Trunks. I will kill you. Son Gohan, what are you going to do now? My power has changed drastically and is no longer what it used to be. Are you sure you can still defeat me? Gohan charged at Majin Buu and the two engaged in battle. Gohan quickly threw a punch, but Majin Buu crossed his arms and dodged by a hair's breadth. Son Gohan, how has your speed become so slow? Such sluggish punches can't hit anyone. Let me teach you how to use your fists. Majin Buu laughed triumphantly. Majin Buu's figure became blurry and Gohan felt a flash before Majin Buu's punch struck his abdomen, sending a wave of agony through his body. Blood uncontrollably spewed out as Gohan wiped it away and kicked again, but Majin Buu caught his leg. He jumped up and threw Gohan down hard, creating a massive crater in the ground. With another throw, Gohan was hurled towards a mountain. Enduring the pain, he managed to stabilize his body. Damn it, I didn't expect the power gap to be this vast. What should I do? I can't give up. I must hold on until Dad and Uncle Yunfeng return. Gohan's body became ethereal, and in an instant he appeared above Majin Buu, kicking down quickly, but Majin Buu raised a hand to block Gohan's attack. Gohan unleashed several attacks, but they were easily blocked by Majin Buu. Gohan then condensed a terrifying energy sphere, but Majin Buu pushed back the energy sphere directly at Gohan. Gohan was sent flying by the energy sphere, and Piccolo shouted frantically, "Gohan!" rushing over to save him, but the terrifying impact took Piccolo along, crashing into the mountain. Boom! A hole appeared in the mountain, and Majin Buu looked at his palm in disbelief, surprised by his newfound strength. Ha ha! This is thanks to Trunks, who rushed over to lend me his strength. Gohan emerged slowly from the mountain with Piccolo in his arms. Piccolo opened one eye and weakly said, "Gohan, are you alright? Don't worry about me. You should escape quickly. Majin Buu is too strong." Gohan panted, "Uncle Piccolo, you should rest here for a bit. I have my reasons for not fleeing." Gohan felt intense pain throughout his body and his energy had dropped significantly. Suddenly, Majin Buu spat out numerous little demons that floated ominously. "Son Gohan, receive my super demon wind attack." The little demons charged towards Gohan. Gohan quickly retreated, realizing these little demons were not simple. His 5 fingers glimmered with light as 5 waves of energy enveloped several little demons. With a thunderous boom, a terrifying explosion occurred, and Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Majin Buu's sinister smile emerged through the swirling smoke. "Son Gohan, this move is not as simple as you think." 2 little demons suddenly charged out from the smoke. They dashed towards Gohan, who hurriedly protected his face with his hands. Boom! Another horrifying explosion rang out, and Piccolo shouted weakly, "Gohan!" Moments later, Gohan leaped out from the smoke, blood streaming from his forehead and one arm clearly wounded. "Son Gohan, your resilience is admirable, but this attack will surely finish you." Majin Buu vanished from his spot only to reappear and punch Gohan in the face. Gohan cried out in pain as Majin Buu appeared where Gohan fell, kicking him up into the sky, his hand glowing super sweet ring. Several pink rings bound Gohan, and Majin Buu conjured an oval-shaped energy round slash. Gohan barely opened one eye, realizing, "Oh no, it's the energy round slash. If I get hit by this, it's over." Gohan roared in fury, a powerful aura erupting from him, white energy waves rising. "Die!" Majin Buu hurled the energy round slash, and Gohan unleashed his full power, the sweet rings slowly cracking. With a roar, he shattered the sweet rings and narrowly dodged the energy round slash. "Son Gohan, impressive. You actually managed to escape this deadly situation." Goku and Yunfeng's fusion time finally arrived, and the two separated. "Goku, hurry up and fuse again. I sense Gohan is in trouble." The two took their positions once more, simultaneously calling out, "Fusion." A flash of white light enveloped them. A terrifying aura emerged as a striking figure appeared. The warrior formed from the fusion of Goku and Yunfeng. An aura of terror emanated from the newly awakened warrior. Inheriting Yunfeng's dashing hairstyle and Wukong's resolute gaze, he declared with unwavering conviction, "I am neither Wukong nor Yunfeng. I am the warrior who defeated Majin Buu. My name is but 2 characters, Shinfeng." Ding! The host has completed fusion and fulfilled the subquest. Reward: Supreme Barrier, a defensive shield capable of repelling all threats, an ultimate evolution of conventional barriers. The realm of the Kaishin. Salvation has arrived, Elder Ancestor. It seems my intervention is no longer needed. Shunfeng's aura is terrifyingly overwhelming. He will surely vanquish Majin Buu. Young man, compose yourself. Why flail about so recklessly? This Shinfeng is undoubtedly reliable. Kaishin Axion swiftly settled into stillness and gazed intently into the scrying crystal. Majin Buu stared at Gohan, his body already scarred and battered, then conjured a horrifying energy sphere in his palm. "Son Gohan, let this technique escort you to the afterlife." The terrifying energy sphere hurtled towards Son Gohan. He whispered faintly, "It's over. I never imagined I'd remain so weak, unable to aid father or Uncle Yunfeng." Gohan slowly closed his eyes, when suddenly a suave voice rang out, "Gohan, you've done well, but never lose faith. The rest is mine to bear. With a single raised hand, Shenfeng effortlessly deflected Majin Buu's energy sphere. Gohan cried out, elated, "Father! Uncle Yunfeng, you've succeeded, you've truly succeeded." Shenfeng flashed Gohan a triumphant gesture. "Rest now, Gohan." Then he tossed 2 sacred beans to Yunfeng. "Take one, give the other to Piccolo." Shenfeng studied Majin Buu now, utterly transformed. "Majin Buu, why have you altered your form once more?" Majin Buu grinned malevolently. "It's not just my appearance. Test my power yourself. It surpasses even your wildest imagination." Shenfeng smiled faintly. "Confidence is admirable, but excessive confidence becomes arrogance." "Father, Uncle Yunfeng, I failed. Majin Buu absorbed Gotenks, and I couldn't protect them," Gohan confessed, stricken with guilt. "So that's how it happened. Gotenks. I hadn't expected those 2 young ones to succeed after all. Enough, Gohan. The rest is mine. I will rescue Gotenks." Shenfeng rapidly unleashed his battle aura. Golden flames rose steadily around him, and his hair blazed gold. "This is Super Shenfeng. Majin Buu, meet your end." Shenfeng shot forward like a golden comet. Majin Buu likewise erupted with power. Their clashing auras merged midair as he met Shenfeng's charge with a devastating punch. Their fists collided in midair. Tremendous force rippled through the atmosphere, and jagged lightning crackled violently between their knuckles. Majin Buu felt an irresistible force slam into him. His body flew backward, utterly uncontrolled. A radiant energy wave coalesced in Shenfeng's palm, lifting Majin Buu clear from the shattered mountainside. Majin Buu gradually freed himself from the energy wave, snarling, "Cursed fool, I am the strongest." Then he spat forth several miniature clones. Super Shenfeng technique. Attack. The tiny clones rushed toward Shenfeng, only for him to remark coolly, "Childish tricks, hardly worth displaying." Just as the clones reached him, Shenfeng vanished, reappearing instantly with energy spheres in hand, obliterating them in a flash. Shenfeng's figure blurred, then reappeared, driving a crushing blow into Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu doubled over in agony, staggering backward. Shenfeng surged forward. Their movements became streaks across the sky, each collision sending shockwaves rippling through the heavens. Only twin silhouettes flickered amid the chaos, mountains crumbling in their wake. Gradually their combat resolved into clarity. Shenfeng stood motionless, arms crossed over his chest. Yet with only his legs he parried every one of Majin Buu's furious assaults. Majin Buu's face flushed, livid with rage. He could scarcely believe the chasm between his strength and Shenfeng's. Suddenly Majin Buu launched 2 razor-edged energy discs from both hands. Shenfeng evaded, but to his astonishment the discs pursued him relentlessly, tracking his every movement. Shenfeng darted through the air at impossible speed, shifting position ceaselessly, yet the discs remained inseparable, unshakable. "Huh, brat, you finally grasp its power. These discs will hunt you to the ends of the earth." "Ha ha ha ha." Majin Buu laughed triumphantly, while Shenfeng merely smiled softly. "Since you're so confident in your own technique, allow me to return it to you." Shenfeng accelerated beyond perception, materializing before Majin Buu just as the discs closed in. Then, vanishing entirely, Majin Buu was bisected cleanly at the waist. "Aff!" Majin Buu screamed in agony. "Don't play dead, Majin Buu. Such a trivial wound cannot harm you." Majin Buu smirked darkly. "Indeed, you see through my ruse. Behold, my severed halves reunite. Majin Buu, this warm-up ends now. Show me your true power." Shenfeng unleashed his full power. The ground trembled violently, skies split with lightning, and a colossal spherical aura bloomed around him, expanding steadily as golden flames roared ever higher. Terrifying white lightning coiled across his body. Majin Buu too ignited, his aura shimmering with an eerie fusion of gold and black flame, and a matching spherical aura began to swell. Their spherical auras collided, distorting into ellipses, grinding against one another ceaselessly. Their energies soared to their absolute zenith. Both warriors' faces gleamed with fierce, unshakable confidence. What overwhelming auras, both reminiscent of Wukong and Yunfeng, yet distinctly different. "This one rivals that of a primordial demon," Krillin murmured, awestruck. The entire heavenly realm convulsed violently. Kami, gazing into the distance, gripped his staff tightly, his expression grave. "Earth endures calamity upon calamity, each foe stronger than the last." Shenfeng spoke calmly. "Majin Buu, is this truly your full strength?" Majin Buu retorted, brimming with arrogance, "Afraid? Even if you beg now, I shall show you no mercy." "Not particularly impressive," Yunfeng sneered, sending Majin Buu into a silent, teeth-grinding fury. "You dare mock me? Shenfeng, you court death. Enraged Majin Buu hurled a massive energy blast, only for Shen Feng to casually deflect it with a raised hand. Shen Feng charged headlong, launching a thunderous punch. Majin Buu blocked with both arms, but still blasted backward, stunned by the impact. Shen Feng pursued him upward, kicking Majin Buu high into the sky. Then, blurring into invisibility, he reappeared above, clenching both fists and driving down with cataclysmic force, warping Majin Buu's entire form. Majin Buu lay utterly helpless, whereupon Shen Feng raised his hand, conjuring a brilliant spherical energy orb and hurling it downward. Kaboom! The orb detonated, erupting into a monstrous mushroom cloud. Shen Feng hovered above, gazing down upon Majin Buu buried deep within the crater below. Emerge. Your survival is no secret. If you refuse to rise, I shall compel you. Yunfeng's palms crackled with blinding white lightning. With a sharp, sizzling hum, he locked onto the crater, then unleashed a devastating energy wave straight into its depths. Crockum! The crater plunged into unfathomable darkness. Majin Buu slowly ascended, battered, bleeding smoke rising from his charred, tattered garments. Majin Buu shrieked in utter frenzy, "Impossible! Impossible! I am the ultimate warrior. I cannot be defeated." His body erupted with apocalyptic energy, turning the entire space blindingly white. Shen Feng vanished, reappearing instantly beside Piccolo and Son Gohan, whisking them safely beyond the expanding maelstrom. Kurum. Uncle Shinfeng, what scheme is Majin Buu up to this time? Every self-detonation seems to give him another chance. Gohan, take Piccolo back to the other world. I have a feeling something isn't right. Gohan nodded, picking up Piccolo and flying towards the other world. Shen Feng stood in the sky, observing the chaotic scene below. It seems Majin Buu has become so enraged that he's lost his senses. How could such meaningless self-detonation cause any real damage? In the Kaioshin realm, the face of the 15th generation Kaioshin was wrinkled with worry. Majin Buu has run out of options, but what is Shen Feng thinking? Why isn't he eliminating Majin Buu quickly? Shen Feng smiled slightly, saying, "Since you won't come out, I'll take matters into my own hands." With a powerful surge of energy, he struck out, sending Majin Buu flying from the pit. Majin Buu looked utterly disheveled, his clothes tattered beyond recognition and blood flowing from his body. Shen Feng slowly approached Majin Buu, his mocking smile glaring at him. Majin Buu's expression was one of utter despair. Transform into candy. The severed tentacle on the back of Majin Buu's head suddenly emitted a pink glow, enveloping Shen Feng. Shen Feng transformed into a black piece of candy, and Majin Buu danced with glee, exclaiming, "Ha! Who told you to approach me carelessly? This is your fate." In the Kaioshin realm, seeing Shen Feng transformed into candy, the Kaioshin were astonished. How is this possible? Such a powerful warrior has turned into candy. Foolish Shinfeng, trying to be cool. You should have dealt with Majin Buu quickly. Now look, everything is over. The 15th generation Kaioshin stood up in anger. Holding Shinfeng, now candy, Majin Buu's face was filled with delight. I truly am the ultimate victor. This foolish Shinfeng, once I absorb him, there will be no opponents left in this world. Suddenly, Majin Buu felt his hand move uncontrollably and smashed it into his own nose, causing blood to gush out. What's happening? Realizing he was holding the candy, he slowly relaxed his grip. The candy suddenly spoke, "Majin Buu, you really are a fool. Although I've turned into candy, my power hasn't diminished. You will face the strongest candy in the world." The candy attacked Majin Buu's abdomen, sending him staggering back several steps, resulting in a scene where a piece of candy was relentlessly beating Majin Buu. Majin Buu frantically grabbed at the candy, but even though Shen Feng had transformed, his speed was still astonishing. Majin Buu used all his skills but couldn't catch the candy. "Since you want to eat so badly, I'll grant your wish." The candy flew into Majin Buu's mouth and out the other side, even breaking the tentacles at the back of his head. "I saw you drooling, so I thought I'd give it to you, but I accidentally used too much strength and made a hole in your head. My bad." Majin Buu was now furious. Damn it, how could this happen? This isn't supposed to be. With no options left, he restored Shen Feng to his original form. Shen Feng looked at his restored self. "I'm not candy anymore. Majin Buu, you have no tricks left, right? In the Kaioshin realm, this kid, even at my age, still manages to scare me. Now he should take care of Majin Buu. It's time to get serious." Kaioshin Ashin agreed, saying, "Don't worry, ancestor. Shen Feng will definitely deal with Majin Buu thoroughly this time." Suddenly, a terrifying light shone from Shen Feng's hands, an ominous aura emanating. Majin Buu watched Shen Feng warily. What kind of trick is this kid up to? Shen Feng suddenly drew a circle in the air, creating a ring of energy that trapped Majin Buu within it. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Suddenly Majin Buu transformed back into his demon form, wearing black clothes and sporting horns, his power diminishing significantly. Shinfeng clapped his hands in realization the time for Gotenks is up, and the two have separated, causing Majin Buu to revert to his original form. Shinfeng felt more relaxed. Even in this form, Majin Buu was manageable for Gohan, let alone for Shinfeng. Majin Buu gritted his teeth, glaring at Shinfeng. Now trapped, his power diminished, he needed to come up with a plan. Majin Buu suddenly noticed the severed tentacle that Shinfeng had interrupted earlier, smirking slightly as he subtly moved his fingers. The severed tentacle slowly transformed into a mass of flesh moving towards Shinfeng. Good, Shinfeng hasn't noticed. This is perfect. Majin Buu was extremely tense. Finally noticed your severed tentacle. Good, this way I can enter Majin Buu's body and rescue Goten and Trunks. Shinfeng turned to see a mass of flesh that enveloped him like a bundle, and he quickly activated his protective shield to protect himself. With a flick of his finger, Majin Buu directed the mass of flesh back to him, a crazed smile on his face. In the Kaioshin realm, this fool, it's over now. The Earth is doomed, and our realm won't escape either. We've toyed with Majin Buu, and now we've been absorbed. Our hopes are gone. In the other world, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Android 18 suddenly felt Shinfeng's aura vanish. Gohan, what's happening? Shinfeng's energy has disappeared, and Majin Buu's energy has decreased as well. I don't know what happened, it wasn't like this just now. You all take care of Uncle Piccolo, I'll check it out. Gohan flew back towards the battlefield. Majin Buu looked at his hands and appearance, which had not changed. What's going on? Logically absorbing such a powerful warrior as Shinfeng should have evolved me into the ultimate warrior, yet my power and appearance remained unchanged. Majin Buu, maintaining his composure, thought it doesn't matter. The strong enemy Shinfeng is gone, and no one will stop me from now on. Ha ha. Majin Buu's maniacal laughter echoed. Shinfeng suddenly used his protective shield to enter Majin Buu's body, and upon entering, Goku and Shinfeng separated, becoming two individuals. Master, it hasn't even been 30 minutes, oh, why did we separate automatically? Shinfeng shook his head. Perhaps it's due to the different environment inside. Let's hurry and find the others, saving them is urgent. The two rushed into Majin Buu's body, looking at his internal organs. Master, you have so many tricks. I never expected we could enter Majin Buu's body. Suddenly they spotted the group, wrapped up. Found them. Master, look, this is Trunks, this is Goten, and there's even a Majin Buu here. Goku saw the absorbed fat Majin Buu. Gohan, hurry and save them. Goku and Shinfeng each pulled, freeing Goten and Trunks. Outside, Majin Buu suddenly felt his power declining again. What's happening? It seems something is wrong inside my body. I need to check it out. Shinfeng pulled again, unexpectedly rescuing the demon Guldo. Now Majin Buu was thoroughly panicking because he had transformed back into the large Majin Buu he was when he went to the other world, and his power had significantly decreased. Now either Shinfeng or Goku alone could handle Majin Buu. As the two were about to figure out how to escape, another Majin Buu suddenly appeared inside Majin Buu. Damn it, it's really you two. I thought something was off, so it was you two who sabotaged my efforts. After I painstakingly absorbed him, you just had to ruin it. This is unforgivable. Majin Buu was now filled with rage, realizing that all his previous efforts had been in vain. In the Kaioshin realm, he questioned what happened. How did Majin Buu return to his original form? Could it be Ancestor? It must be Shinfeng's doing. He probably infiltrated the enemy from within and eliminated them, Ashin said excitedly. This Shinfeng really does not give me a moment's peace. At my age, I am nearly scared to death. Majin Buu glared angrily at the two. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and shot a blast at him with a boom. Majin Buu laughed maniacally. Useless. In my body, I am invincible. Indeed, Majin Buu suffered not even a scratch. Master, what should we do? It seems we can't harm Majin Buu here. Yunfeng smiled lightly and approached the package containing the fat Majin Buu, saying, Majin Buu, what would happen if I tore you apart? Upon hearing this, Majin Buu panicked. Please don't hurt him. He'll let you go as long as you don't touch him. Yunfeng smiled and said, is it really that important? Seeing you so anxious makes me want to try tearing him apart. With a forceful tug, the fat Majin Buu was torn apart, and he slowly began to disappear. Suddenly, the interior of Majin Buu became tumultuous. Goku, let's get out of here. And he quickly began to move, spotting a hole. Goku, this way. This should be the hole atop Majin Buu's head. Let's go out. The two dashed towards the hole and emerged outside. Goku helped Goten and Trunks tear off the bindings that enveloped them. Just ask Shenron to revive them later, Yunfeng said, watching the ever-changing Majin Buu. Majin Buu was now holding his head and crying out in distress, his form undergoing drastic changes, appearing to be in great pain. Majin Buu continued to howl, while Yunfeng began to strategize on how to deal with the new Majin Buu that was about to appear. After a while, Majin Buu finally completed his transformation, becoming smaller, but his gaze had turned even more sinister. In the Kaioshin realm, Ashin watched the crystal ball in disbelief. Ancestor, now Majin Buu, has reverted to his original form, the most evil state, the same way he once killed several Kaioshins. Yunfeng looked at the small Majin Buu. Finally, he has returned to his most primal form. This means I can complete my mission. Goku, keep an eye on Majin Buu, don't let him escape while I deal with him. Yunfeng began to unleash his energy, a powerful aura emanating from him. As his energy surged, lightning flashing in the sky and flames rising from his body. His hair became sparser, entering the third level of Super Saiyan. Yunfeng maximized his energy. The small Majin Buu noticed him, and with an evil grin charged at Yunfeng, who braced for impact. The two collided, an immediate shadow of their power clash appearing in the air. Their speeds reached unimaginable heights as their figures wildly collided. Yunfeng continuously unleashed energy blasts while the small Majin Buu retaliated with numerous blasts of his own, filling the air with the sounds of explosive collisions. The small Majin Buu, now purely evil, struck with lethal precision. Yunfeng did not fall behind. They fought fiercely in the air, causing the mountains to shatter. During the battle, Yunfeng quickly assessed the small Majin Buu's strength. Currently, Majin Buu was at a mid-level of the Super Saiyan 3 stage, which he could handle. However, Majin Buu's recovery ability was too strong, leading Yunfeng to ponder how he could completely eliminate the small Majin Buu. He recalled that in the original story, Goku had gathered the energy of the entire Earth to finally defeat Majin Buu. System, is there any method available to eliminate Majin Buu? The mechanical voice of the system replied that this small Majin Buu's recovery ability was not as strong as the previous one. There are 3 methods. First, to use the 40x Kaioken followed by the Kamehameha wave. Second, you can use a side quest reward to seal him with powerful sealing techniques before defeating Majin Buu. Yunfeng was not satisfied with the system's suggestions. Neither option seemed easy. To seal him would require the 40x Kaioken to destroy him completely, but the reward for defeating the small Majin Buu had a time limit, otherwise it would return to the system when he became stronger later. Given this, it seems he would have to endure a period of weakness. First, he needed to deal with this evil Majin Buu. The two were roughly evenly matched in speed. The small Majin Buu wore a sinister grin, sending chills down Yunfeng's spine. Suddenly, Gohan arrived, and Yunfeng's mind raced. Gohan's strength now surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 3. He could surely eliminate the small Majin Buu, which would save Yunfeng from overexerting himself with the 40x Kaioken. Dad, why is Uncle Yunfeng fighting Majin Buu alone? How did Majin Buu end up like that? Gohan, what are you doing here? It's a long story. Let's watch the battle first, and if Master is overwhelmed, we'll step in to help. Gohan nodded, realizing that much had transpired during his absence. In the Kaioshin realm, Ashin asked Ancestor, do you think Yunfeng stands a chance? They seem evenly matched. As far as Yunfeng's current strength goes, he is at most equal to this evil small Majin Buu. To defeat Majin Buu, he will need special means. Yunfeng instantaneously moved behind Majin Buu, delivering a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu flying. He approached Goku and Gohan, saying, when the time comes, both of you attack together and watch for my signal. Majin Buu crawled out from the rubble. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as he got hit, but the attack only scratched him. Buu, I'm sorry. I don't want to kill you, but I have no choice, Mr. Satan murmured with his eyes closed. Yunfeng smiled at Mr. Satan, so there are still Earthlings alive, this Mr. Satan is quite fortunate. The small Majin Buu charged at Satan, and just as Yunfeng was about to intervene, he noticed something was off with the small Majin Buu. The small Majin Buu clutched his head, crying out in pain, and suddenly seemed to expel something which rapidly grew larger. It turned out to be the fat Majin Buu. After spitting out the fat Majin Buu, the small Majin Buu charged towards Satan again. As he neared Satan, an energy blast shot past, prompting the small Majin Buu to leap back. You shall not bully Satan, the fat Majin Buu glared furiously, while the small Majin Buu wore an expression of rage. Buu, you're alive. That's wonderful. Tears streamed from Mr. Satan's eyes. The small Majin Buu lunged at the fat Majin Buu, and they began to fight, trading punches and kicks in rapid succession. Yunfeng was somewhat astonished. What was happening? Suddenly, someone had come to his aid, and the fat Majin Buu was still alive. Mr. Satan seemed to be quite the character. Yunfeng flew over to Gohan. This was a great opportunity. Goku, Gohan, transfer your energy to me. I will use the full power of Super Saiyan energy to eliminate Majin Buu. Goku quickly unleashed his energy, raising it to its peak, surrounded by terrifying golden flames, his hair lengthening into a golden mane crackling with white lightning. Gohan also rapidly unleashed his energy, and their Super Saiyan powers surged into Yunfeng's body. The fat Majin Buu and the evil Majin Buu exchanged blows, having fought for no less than 100 rounds. The fat Majin Buu was clearly showing signs of fatigue, panting heavily, while the evil Majin Buu appeared unaffected. Hee. The evil Majin Buu grinned wickedly as he charged at the fat Majin Buu, declaring turn into chocolate. A pink lightning-like energy shot from the fat Majin Buu's head. Beep beep beep. Seeing this, the evil Majin Buu blew a puff of air, conjuring a cloud of mist that blocked the fat Majin Buu's energy. The two resumed their fierce battle. Goku and Gohan began to feel their energy depleting, nearly reaching their limits. Yunfeng also sensed that his power was nearly overflowing as his energy had been fully charged. Goku, Gohan, you two should hold back. Yunfeng tossed 2 sins of beans to the two of them, saying, leave the remaining Majin Buu to me. Yunfeng quickly unleashed his energy, a formidable aura emanating from him. The ground soon cracked with numerous fissures, and Yunfeng's golden flames blazed even more fiercely. Now in his complete form, Yunfeng had absorbed the powers of Gohan and Goku, reaching the peak of Super Saiyan level 3. The system immediately displayed Yunfeng's attributes. Name Yunfeng. Race, pure-blooded Saiyan. Power peak, Super Saiyan level 3. Combat power 100 trillion. Super Yunfeng state with extremely high explosive power. Skills Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Kaioken, Dragon Fist, Automatic Stamina Recovery, Shadow Clone, Instant Transmission. The fat Majin Buu was clearly unable to hold on any longer, being relentlessly attacked in the abdomen by the evil Majin Buu's tentacles, his body covered in wounds. The fat Majin Buu had managed to buy himself some time, thinking from now on leave it to Super Yunfeng. With a swoosh, a kick landed squarely on the evil Majin Buu's face, sending him flying into a mountain. Satan, quickly take this Buu away. Satan rushed over. Buu, how are you doing? The evil Majin Buu crawled out from the pile of rocks, charging directly at Yunfeng, and the two clashed once more. Yunfeng's power at this moment was beyond what it had been earlier. After only a few exchanges, the evil Majin Buu was already covered in wounds. The evil Majin Buu unleashed a powerful energy wave that spread outwards with a rumble. His face twisted with anger. Just as the light wave faded, he felt a tightness around his neck. Yunfeng's hands glowed with golden light as he grabbed the evil Majin Buu by the neck and lifted him up. With a powerful throw, he smashed him into the mountain while shouting, Demon Wave, Kamehameha. The immense energy wave struck where the Majin Buu had crashed into the mountainside. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted, a terrifying explosion resonating through the air. Yunfeng hovered above, gathering energy for another barrage, while the evil Majin Buu suffered terribly within. Wave after wave of energy blasts exploded against him, his body shattering, and then restoring only to shatter again. After a while, as the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the evil Majin Buu was bleeding and glaring angrily at Yunfeng. The evil Majin Buu stretched out his arms to strike Yunfeng, but Yunfeng seized his arm and with a powerful throw slammed him against a large rock nearby. The rock shattered upon impact, and Yunfeng followed up with a knee strike, causing the evil Majin Buu to spit out blood. Seizing the opportunity, the evil Majin Buu's tentacles wrapped around Yunfeng's neck. Yunfeng's aura surged rapidly, blasting the evil Majin Buu away, and with a kick, he sent him soaring into the sky. The evil Majin Buu quickly regained his balance, searching for Yunfeng's figure. With a swoosh, the evil Majin Buu was caught by Yunfeng, whose body was engulfed in golden flames as he rapidly descended. Boom! The evil Majin Buu hit the ground, while Yunfeng hovered in the air, smiling down at him. Buu, what's wrong? Why has your power weakened so much? The evil Majin Buu's face twisted in a grimace as he jumped up, conjuring a pink death ball in his hands, which blotted out the sky and turned it a deep pink. Yunfeng stared at the descending pink energy ball and kicked upwards, unleashing his energy as golden flames spiraled around him, burning fiercely. Go! With a bang, the pink energy ball was pushed upwards. The evil Majin Buu was propelled upwards, the red energy ball flying out of the earth. Yunfeng began to unleash his energy. His power surged to its maximum, 30 times Kaioken, as the red energy waves surged upwards. Yunfeng's roar echoed across the sky, and he teleported to the sky right behind the partially transformed evil Majin Buu. With his hand placed on the evil Majin Buu's body, a blast of energy erupted. It's over. Majin Buu. Kamehameha. Under the influence of 30 times Kaioken, the white energy gathered in his hand shone brightly. Majin Buu. It's the end. A terrifying white energy surged towards the evil Majin Buu. Within the white energy, the figure of Buu became blurry and gradually vanished. Ding, the host has completed the main quest. Eliminate the evil Majin Buu. Reward ceiling technique, 10,000 Fox ceiling technique. System, your rewards are getting worse. For a boss as big as Majin Buu, you only give me a ceiling skill. That's too stingy. Host, I apologize, but the rewards are assessed by the system. If you think Majin Buu is too strong, perhaps the host is too weak. Please do your best. Yunfeng stumbled, nearly falling over, being told he was weak. System, is there a quest for me to transform into Super Saiyan level 4? Host, there is indeed none. Yunfeng's forehead began to twitch. What about a quest related to Super Saiyan level 4? Ding, host, a quest related to Super Saiyan level 4 has been found. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Main quest, find the Dragon Balls created by the previous gods. Collect rewards, maintain consciousness while transforming into a great ape. Yunfeng felt a surge of frustration. Oh, wasn't this the process of transforming into Super Saiyan level 4? This system was too rigid. Since there is such a quest, it should be straightforward. The Dragon Balls created by the previous gods must be known by Mr. Popo. Asking Mr. Popo should make everything much easier. Yunfeng approached the fat Majin Buu and fed him a senza bean, then said to Satan, you need to guide this Buu onto the right path. As the world champion, you have a responsibility. Don't worry, this matter will be handled by the world champion, Mr. Satan. I will definitely make the world recognize Buu anew. Yunfeng, along with Goku and the others, instantly teleported away from there. Just as they arrived at the Chaos Palace, Android 18 rushed over and tightly embraced Yunfeng. You mustn't engage in such dangerous actions again. What would I do if something happened to you? Yunfeng felt embarrassed. 18. Please let go of me. There are so many people watching. Only then did Android 18 blush and release Yunfeng, who slowly approached Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, I have something I would like to ask you. Please be sure to tell me if you know. Mr. Popo's face remained expressionless as he replied, Mr. Yunfeng, please speak. If I know, I will certainly provide you with answers. Mr. Popo, I heard that the ancient gods also created a type of Black Star Dragon Ball. I wonder if you know anything about it. I know about this. The previous generation of gods created 7 Black Star Dragon Balls using their entire life force before passing away. These 7 Dragon Balls scatter across the universe after wishes are granted. Moreover, these 7 Dragon Balls seem to be connected to the Earth's dragon veins. If they leave the Chaos Palace for a year, the Earth will explode, which is why Mr. Popo keeps them collected here. Yunfeng was so happy he nearly jumped up. What a breeze to obtain these. It seems the reward will be easy to secure. On Earth at the Heavenly God Temple. Everyone please follow me, Bobo said as he walked into the temple, and everyone followed suit. Number 18 clung to Yunfeng's arm, refusing to let go, and Yunfeng, feeling helpless, allowed her to do so. After walking for a while, Bobo suddenly ran ahead, exclaiming, "It's gone! How could it be gone?" Bobo searched everywhere. Yunfeng sensed something was amiss, asking, "Bobo, what's wrong? Has something happened?" Bobo looked up at Yunfeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Mr. Yunfeng, the Dragon Ball was right here on this plate, but now it has vanished." Yunfeng was taken aback. It disappeared. He recalled how in the original story Pilaf and his gang used the Black Star Dragon Ball to shrink Goku, but how could Goku be right there, and yet the Dragon Ball be missing? Suddenly the voice of the North Kai echoed in everyone's minds. "Goku, something terrible has happened. Earth will explode in 11 months. Lord Kai, did someone use the Black Star Dragon Ball? How could it suddenly disappear?" The Kai pondered for a moment and said, "It must have been used by some schemers on Earth. The Dragon Balls should be scattered throughout the universe. You must find them before 11 months are up." "It truly isn't that simple. Let me complete this task," Yunfeng said with a sigh. "Goku, accompany your master to the universe and retrieve the Dragon Balls." Goku nodded excitedly, saying, "No problem, master. They'll go home and inform Chi-Chi, and then we can set off." Number 18 said resolutely, "I want to go as well." Yunfeng smiled awkwardly, saying, "Number 18, the universe is too dangerous. You should stay home and wait for my return." "No way. If you don't let me go, I'll make you regret it. You know what I mean." Yunfeng helplessly said, "All right then, but you must not leave my side." Number 18 sweetly nodded and pulled Yunfeng close, kissing him lightly on the lips. "You're the best." Yunfeng's face turned slightly red. "Goku, you all go prepare." Then he turned to Bulma, saying, "Please take care of making the spaceship and the Dragon Ball radar for us." Bulma nodded slightly. "We have the spaceship already built at home. I'll just modify it for you, and you can come pick it up in 10 days. Yunfeng and the others arrived at the center of the Heavenly God Temple and summoned the dragon. "Come forth, dragon." The sky turned dark and lightning crackled as the emerald green dragon surged forth from the Dragon Balls. "State your wishes. I can grant any wish, but only 3. Dragon, please revive everyone who was killed by Majin Buu. That's too easy, the dragon's red eyes flashed. Your wish has been granted, now state your next wish. Erase everyone's memory of Majin Buu. The dragon easily fulfilled the wish. Yunfeng considered for a moment. Dragon, for my final wish, restore everything that was destroyed by Majin Buu. The dragon's eyes brightened again. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Now farewell. The 7 Dragon Balls flew into the sky, swirling before scattering in all directions. Yunfeng bid farewell to everyone and prepared to return home with number 18. Yunfeng, let's go to the city. We need to buy some things for the universe trip. Yunfeng nodded and flew towards the now restored city. Holding number 18's hand and admiring her beautiful figure with her proud curves and long legs, Yunfeng felt a wave of satisfaction. After half a day of shopping, Yunfeng's hands were full of bags. Unable to carry any more, he stored everything into the system's space. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Hey beautiful, why don't you come play with us? Don't follow this country bumpkin around. Yunfeng looked up to see 3 blonde men in flashy clothes grinning as they stared at number 18. Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle. These thugs really had no sense of danger. Number 18 suddenly perked up, adjusting her proud figure. I also want to play with you, but my companion wouldn't agree. You might want to check with him first. The men's eyes widened. Kid, did you hear that? You don't deserve such a beautiful lady, so you better scram before we take action. Yunfeng frowned and slowly walked over. The 3 men looked at Yunfeng, approaching, their expressions shifting to incredulity at his aura. Kid, what do you want? One said, flashing his knife. Yunfeng kicked him in the face, sending him flying into a nearby store. Yunfeng looked at the remaining 2 with a playful expression. What do you plan to do? Kid, how dare you hit Shingo? You're finished. Yunfeng pressed one of them down to the ground, causing him to spit blood. The last person turned to run, but Yunfeng shook his head. You think you can leave after offending number 18 and me? Yunfeng swiftly blocked this person's path. The man was so frightened he fell to the ground. Just as Yunfeng was about to make his move, a female voice called out, Yunfeng, is that you? Yunfeng and number 18 turned to see it was Babidi. Yunfeng, why didn't you say you were coming to the city? She happily grabbed Yunfeng's hand. Number 18's expression turned cold as she looked at Yunfeng. Yunfeng, who is she? She looks quite young. Anyone could hear the jealousy in number 18's words. Yunfeng quickly urged Babidi to let go, saying, this is Mr. Satan's daughter, a person you've met before. Babidi sensed the atmosphere was a bit off and waved at Yunfeng. Yunfeng, I have to go to class now. I'll come find you to practice martial arts next time. Number 18 glared at Yunfeng. Practice martial arts? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Yunfeng hurriedly defended himself. Finally, after Yunfeng's assurances, number 18 let it go, returning to her usual demeanor as if nothing had happened. That night, the 2 finally returned to their home. Yunfeng began preparing supplies for their journey to the universe. Suddenly, number 18 came over, wrapping her arms around Yunfeng's neck. Am I not as pretty as Babidi? Yunfeng's head immediately began to ache. Knowing that any words would be futile, he leaned in and kissed her. After a long moment, they parted, and seeing number 18's affectionate gaze, he couldn't resist, leading to an indescribable encounter. 10 days later, Yunfeng and number 18 arrived at Bulma's house with their supplies, where Goku was already waiting. Master, Mistress, you've come. Bulma briefly explained the spaceship's functions, and then the 3 boarded the spaceship, unaware that Goten and Trunks had hidden on board. Is everyone here? Then we'll set off, she said as she pressed the launch button. The spaceship shot out of Earth and into space. Goten, Trunks, why are you 2 here? The 2 laughed, saying, we wanted to go on this fun trip to the universe too. We were afraid you wouldn't agree, so we hid on the spaceship in advance. Yunfeng shook his head, helplessly conceding. All right, since you're here, we might as well go together. But you mustn't run around and listen to commands. The 2 immediately perked up. Yes, we will definitely listen to Uncle Yunfeng. As they gazed out at the vastness of space, the journey of Yunfeng and his companions into the cosmos began. In the spaceship came, hey, a white energy wave shot towards Yunfeng. Under 100 times gravity, the wave slowed down somewhat. Yunfeng caught the Kamehameha wave with both hands, and after a while the wave dissipated. Wukong, your control over power has improved significantly. The main goal now is to enhance your strength to reach the mid-level of Super Saiyan 3. Yunfeng has already cultivated to the high-level strength of Super Saiyan 3 and possesses many skills. His primary objective now is to gather the 7 Dragon Balls to reach Super Saiyan 4. As they exited the training room, number 18 immediately approached Yunfeng to help him with his back. Goten and Trunks, though still young, quickly ran away, saying, kids shouldn't look, kids shouldn't look. Yunfeng took out the dragon radar, which suddenly reacted. Wukong, come quickly, the radar is reacting. Following the radar's signal, he commanded the spaceship to descend toward an alien planet. After a fierce descent, they landed on a strange planet that appeared lush with trees and had a pleasant environment. Following the dragon radar, Yunfeng and his companions began searching and soon discovered many houses indicating that there were inhabitants. Yunfeng approached and knocked on the door. An old man opened it, looking completely different from Earthlings, with an antenna-like protrusion on his head and bulging, elongated eyes. "Are you aliens? How did you come to Atlan Star?" "Old man, don't be afraid. We're just here to find an orange and black star bead." "What? You're looking for the holy bead? Young people, I advise you to turn back. The holy bead is kept by the king, and General Wright, who is beside the king, is the strongest on Atlan Star, with extraordinary power. You have no chance. Just go back." Yunfeng thought for a moment and said, "Old man, may we come in and sit for a while?" The old man was hospitable, saying, "Come in as long as you don't mind this old man's dirty and messy place." Yunfeng and his companions entered and sat down. "Old man, are you the only one living here?" "To be honest, young man, I previously had a partner and a daughter, but the king is tyrannical and has taken them away." Yunfeng felt a surge of anger. "They've all been taken. How can the king treat his own people like this? He will not have a good ending. Old man, why don't you resist?" The old man seemed agitated upon hearing this. "We the people have united to resist, but General Wright beside the king is too terrifying. We are simply no match for him. Damn it, this king is a scoundrel. Wukong, we will go to the palace to rescue the old man's partner and daughter and retrieve the Dragon Balls." Wukong nodded, but the old man grew anxious. "Young man, don't act impulsively. You do not understand the power of General Wright. Many of our people who resisted were killed in an instant. Old man, don't be afraid. We have our methods. Just tell me where the palace is." The old man pointed the way to Wukong and the others. Yunfeng also took out the radar and saw that it indeed indicated one direction where the Dragon Balls were located. "Old man, what is your daughter's name? It will help us find her." The old man excitedly replied, "Her name is Misai. Please be careful and don't take unnecessary risks." Yunfeng and his companions headed towards the palace. By the time they arrived at the royal city, patrols had already begun in the surroundings. They skillfully avoided several waves of patrols due to their formidable strength. "Wukong, do you sense that there are 3 powerful presences in the palace?" Wukong nodded, and Yunfeng silently thought, "System, please scan for Reita's information." Soon the system provided the results. Name: Right race, Atlan Star, person strength 200 billion, combat power. Skill: Thunder Blade technique. Yunfeng looked at Reita's attributes and noted that his strength was considerable, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. "Goten, Trunks, I want you both to take this test. This enemy is very strong, so you two will handle it. Can you complete the mission?" Both replied in unison, "Uncle Yunfeng, don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission." "Master, are they too reckless?" Wukong expressed his concern. "Wukong, even raw jade requires carving. I will keep an eye on them, and if there is a problem, I will step in." Upon hearing that Yunfeng would intervene if necessary, Wukong felt relieved. Now Yunfeng's strength prompted Wukong to say unfathomable. Wukong and Yunfeng sparred dozens of times on the spaceship, and Wukong never won once. They slowly infiltrated, standing on the roof of the palace while keeping their energy levels to a minimum to avoid detection by Wright. Yunfeng carefully removed a rooftop tile and looked down. An Atlan man wearing a crown was seated on the throne, enjoying the dance below. Yunfeng noticed that a 6-star ball was placed on a plate beside the king. Wukong, look, that's the Dragon Ball on the plate. Let's discuss our battle plan. Wukong, you create a distraction. Number 18, you go get the Dragon Ball. Trunks, Goten, you two hold off, right, while I provide support from behind. Also, there are 2 strong presences hidden in the castle, though not as strong as Frieza, they still possess considerable power. Alright, since that's the case, we will act separately. Wukong charged in directly, standing in front of the king, and unleashed a fireball, causing an explosion that instantly threw the scene into chaos. Quick, summon General Wright. Hurry, protect the king. Many soldiers rushed in, but Wukong simply waved his hand lightly, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that blew a large group of soldiers away. Number 18 accurately burst through the roof and reached the plate holding the Dragon Balls, took the Dragon Ball, and flew away. Wukong gave her a thumbs up and also exited the main hall, with soldiers no longer daring to approach. The king watched as Wukong and the others left, and then yelled, "You useless fools! Why aren't you chasing them? The holy bead has been taken. Hurry!" Then he turned to one of his confidants and said, "Quickly tell Wright to retrieve the holy bead for me. The holy bead must not be lost." Wukong moved through the palace, searching for the place where female prisoners were kept. The tall Wright had already been blocked in midair by Goten and Trunks. So these two little brats are the troublemakers. You are not from this planet. Who are you and what is your purpose here? The two immediately took their stances and said in unison, fusion. A white light flashed and Gotenks made his entrance. The sky echoed with Gotenks' arrogant voice. Big guy, what are we here for? You don't need to know. Just let Lord Gotenks teach you a lesson. Reita's expression darkened and the green blade in his hand crackled with lightning. Since you refuse to speak, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a whoosh, Right vanished and the green blade struck Gotenks. Boom. Below, a large area of buildings were destroyed. Yunfeng slapped his forehead in the shadows. These two fools are so careless. It's said that the enemy has near Super Saiyan 2 strength, yet they are confronting him in their normal state. Gotenks quickly got up saying, damn it. You actually resorted to a sneak attack. Lord Gotenks will make you regret it. A massive aura erupted from Gotenks' hair, turning golden with golden flames rising around him and white lightning crackling. This is Super Gotenks. Big guy, you've angered me, and now you're going to pay. Right watched the transformed Gotenks and thought, this alien is not simple. The energy he emits is quite high, it seems I must treat him with caution. Rato's body surged with a terrifying aura, his muscles swelled, and his frame towered significantly taller than before, lightning crackling violently along the blade he gripped. Gotenks did not even deign to regard Rato as a threat. Like a streak of light, he materialized directly above him and fired a devastating energy sphere. Lightning blazed even more fiercely along Rato's blade. In an instant, a flash of searing radiance intercepted and nullified Gotenks' energy sphere. The smile vanished from Gotenks' face. What? How can this giant be so formidable? They stood face to face and Gotenks unleashed a flurry of intricate techniques, their movements dissolving into countless afterimages across the sky. Yunfeng slapped his forehead. Gotenks' techniques are all flash and no substance. Too many unnecessary flourishes. He could have subdued the enemy swiftly, yet now it's devolved into a protracted battle. No. 18 appeared beside Yunfeng and extended a hand. There, gleaming in his palm, rested a 6-star orb. Yunfeng's eyes lit up with delight. Excellent. A promising beginning. Yunfeng ceased observing the clash between Gotenks and Rato, since earlier he had sensed a faint concealed aura emanating from deep within the Imperial Palace. No. 18. I'll investigate. Stay here and monitor Gotenks. Contact me immediately if anything arises. He handed No. 18 a communication device issued by the system. No. 18 nodded solemnly. Be careful. In a flash, Yunfeng vanished from sight, hurtling inward at blinding speed. Goku navigated the corridors puzzled. Why were so many of the girls inside elderly women while youthful ones had grown exceedingly rare? Suddenly, a colossal robot loomed into view and struck Goku. Unprepared, he was sent flying. Oh, so painful. Who dared ambush me? Goku cried out. The massive robot stood before Goku, its voice booming. Intruder, die. Goku smiled faintly. You wish to kill me? Not so easily. A terrifying aura erupted from Goku's body. White energy waves coiled around him like living serpents, and in a blink he shot forward, moving at incomprehensible speed. What? That speed? Before the robot could react, Goku pierced straight through its hull. The Atlantean pilot inside perished instantly in the resulting explosion. I don't know which girl is the elder's daughter, so I'll release them all. They are innocent. Goku shattered each lock with a single punch. The elderly women inside, seeing their cells opened, wept uncontrollably, not with joy of deliverance, but with sorrow too profound for relief. Goku shouted, run. I'm here to save you. The General Rato will fall. The white-haired women wept bitterly. We've aged beyond recognition. What meaning remains in stepping outside? Sir, please spare yourself and flee while you still can. Goku froze, stunned. What on earth has happened here? Suddenly, soldiers flooded the corridor. Leading them was a general whose aura resonated with formidable power. Intruder, I am General Yaori. You are surrounded. Surrender now. Fury ignited within Goku. Something deeply unnatural was unfolding here, and he could not stand aside. Golden flames erupted around Goku's form. His hair blazed gold, and his aura swelled to overwhelming intensity. Yaori barely registered the blur. Then Goku's fist slammed into his abdomen, sending the general crumpling to the ground. As he collapsed, Yaori gasped, Lady Gully will never forgive you. His soldiers, witnessing their mighty commander felled by a single blow, scattered in terror. Goku frowned inwardly. Lady Gully. Is she truly that powerful? Enough. I must save them. One by one, Goku shattered the locks. Seeing him defeat the indomitable General Yaori, the captives glimpsed a sliver of hope and fled outward, with Goku clearing their path by eliminating pursuing soldiers. Yunfeng moved with astonishing speed, soon arriving at a black castle at the palace's rear. Suppressing his aura, he slipped silently inside, then heard a woman's laughter echoing from within. A potent, chilling aura washed over him, one strangely familiar. Emboldened, Yunfeng crept deeper, only to freeze upon entering the chamber, eyes wide with disbelief. Before him, a female demon was draining the youth from an Atlantean girl. Yunfeng watched horrified as vibrant vitality bled away, leaving only withered age in its wake. Two other young girls stood nearby, trembling violently, tears streaming down their cheeks. Wretched demon, you commit such atrocity. Since fate has brought me here, you shall bitterly regret ever setting foot upon this world. Yunfeng activated instant transmission. His kick sent the demon hurtling backward with explosive force. Crash. The demon crashed through rows of ornate chairs, shattering them to splinters. Yunfeng helped the two trembling girls to their feet and gently placed the aged girl into their arms. Hurry. Your companions have already escaped. I'll hold her off. The two young women bowed deeply to Yunfeng, then hurried away, supporting their aged companion. A shrill, venomous voice cut through the silence. Who dares assault my sovereign self? Your esteemed elder Yunfeng, and today your misfortune is sealed. The system interface flickered into view, displaying the demon's profile name: Gully, race Demon Clan, our rank high-tier demon, combat power 5 trillion. Skills: Demon Tridents, Demon Chains, Demon Death, Blast, Demon Armor. Yunfeng exhaled. Her combat power confirmed she was newly ascended to high-tier demon status. The female demon emerged, her features twisted by rage. Who are you? To dare interrupt my feast? To defile my peerless visage? You deserve death. Ha 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 ha. Yunfeng laughed aloud. How laughable, how utterly laughable. You are the most arrogant demon I have ever encountered. Your demon clan commands great reverence, yet you skulk here committing petty, despicable acts. Do you fear your kin's scorn? Who are you, and how do you know of the demon clan? She hissed, voice glacial. No mystery, merely two careless demons I dispatched before. Today makes 3. Boy, you seek death. Then I shall grant you none of my mercy. Yunfeng dispensed with further words. His aura surged upward. Golden flames roared to life around him, his hair lengthened, white lightning spiraled violently across his form. His power peaked in an instant. Transcending to Super Saiyan 3rd tier is now seamless and swift. Gully's gaze darkened, unsettled. The sheer magnitude of Yunfeng's rising power sent tremors through her very being. It was a sensation she had never known, not once since her birth. Black flames erupted around her, and her own aura climbed rapidly toward its zenith. That's Master's aura. So immense he must face a formidable foe. I must evacuate these people from the city, then rush to aid him. Master, hold on. Hurry, follow me. Goku urged, racing onward. Yunfeng watched as the demonic Guli's aura surged, and he charged directly towards her, delivering a powerful punch against the trident that appeared in her hand. Guli staggered back several steps before stabilizing her form. Kid, you have quite the strength, she remarked. The real power is still to come, Yunfeng replied with a smile. In an instant, Yunfeng unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving the demonic Guli at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by the onslaught. The frustration brewing within her was unbearable. Demonic chains, kill this kid for me. A black chain flew out, rushing towards Yunfeng. With a furious roar, Yunfeng unleashed a powerful golden energy, shattering the approaching black chains. In a flash, Yunfeng appeared above Guli, and with a swift elbow strike, she was sent crashing to the ground. What's wrong? Is that all you can do? You must be the weakest demon I've encountered, yet the most ruthless one at that. Damn you, I will tear you apart. Too bad you might not get the chance, Kamehameha. A terrifying wave of white energy crashed down onto the ground. Boom. A dreadful mushroom cloud erupted, causing the entire Atlantis to tremble. What happened? Quick, summon the demon lord, the king shouted in fear from beneath the table. As the energy wave dissipated, a cloud of dust rolled in slowly, revealing the female demon's figure, blood trickling from her mouth, adorned in a set of black armor. Yunfeng frowned. The armor of the demon race was indeed formidable. Damn it, kid, I will kill you. The female demon suddenly appeared before Yunfeng, launching a barrage of punches. Is this what you call a punch? Yunfeng grinned at the female demon. Impossible. This can't be. Getting hit by my own punches yet remaining unscathed. The female demon retreated in disbelief. Today I will teach you what a true punch feels like. As soon as the words left his mouth, he delivered a punch to the demon's abdomen, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. With another uppercut, several of the female demon's teeth flew out. Yunfeng followed up with a kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. Boom. She crashed into a house. As the female demon stood up, she stumbled and collapsed to the ground, continuously coughing up blood. What's wrong? Can't handle it. When you fed on the youth of others, did you ever consider their feelings? A good girl turned into an old woman, all for your selfish desires. I think it's time for your end. You demons will never know remorse. You should go to the king of hell to repent. Ha ha ha. I admit you're strong, but can you kill me? The armor of my kind protects me. You can only injure me. Can you truly kill me? How arrogant. I've already slain 2 demons, you will be the 3rd. They'll show you how you will die. Yunfeng raised his hand, and a staff appeared, emanating a soft glow. Impossible. It can't be. An angel's staff. I sensed an uncomfortable aura from you earlier. I never expected you to be from the angel race, but they don't have anyone like you. You don't need to know much, just know that you can go die now. Yunfeng infused power into the angel's staff, activating an instant move that pierced through the female demon's body. The female demon coughed up blood, her consciousness beginning to blur as the angelic power wreaked havoc within her. Damn it. I never thought I would die on such a lowly planet. But my kind has powerful warriors who just wait for endless revenge from my race. I'll be waiting. I won't spare your kind either. Yunfeng put away the staff, and suddenly a voice from the system chimed, ding. Host has killed the demon, Gu completing the side quest. Reward observation hockey ability to predict the enemy's next move and attack path. This skill is quite useful against opponents of the same rank. Even a slight difference can allow me to defeat them. Yunfeng swiftly flew towards the outer side of the palace, discovering that the battle with Wutian and Trunks was nearing its end. Wutian had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, thoroughly dominating REIT. REIT's lightning blade had already snapped in 2. In the end, under the relentless barrage of Super Wushan's Super Death Barrage, REIT was blown to pieces. The duo of Wutian and Trunks also returned to their 2 forms, flying over proudly. Uncle Yunfeng, how's it going? We've taken care of the most formidable enemy. For such an enemy, you not only fused together, but also transformed into Super Saiyan at the 3rd level to defeat them. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed in both of you. When we return, you will undergo special training. Special training. Their faces immediately fell. All right, hurry, and find Goku to regroup. The 4 flew towards Goku's energy. The girls looked at their hands and their companions' faces in disbelief. Their youth had returned. After Yunfeng defeated the female demon, the youth they had lost was restored. Master has indeed defeated the enemy. These people have also recovered. Truly worthy of being master. Yunfeng quickly brought the 3 to Goku, watching as the girls returned to their homes. Goku, good job. This time not only did we obtain the Dragon Balls, but we also eliminated a cruel demon. It's quite a harvest. Now I must hand over the special training of Wukong, Wutian, and Trunks to you. If they can't quickly defeat opponents weaker than themselves, it's clearly a lack of practical experience. First, they need to enhance their own strength. The power gained from fusion will rapidly increase, but their arrogance, fusing only to become unbearably proud, will eventually provide opportunities for the enemy. Yes, Master Yunfeng. The 2 replied, intimidated by Yunfeng's aura, standing at attention. Goku helplessly shook his head at the 2 kids. When they returned to the old man's home, he excitedly knelt before them. Snow Peak hurriedly pulled him up, saying, Old man, don't do that. We haven't done anything, we just wanted what we desired. His daughter also knelt to thank them. Yunfeng and the others had no choice but to bid farewell to the old man. The group returned to the spaceship and continued their space journey. Trunks excitedly said, Let's set off again. He pressed the launch button, and the spaceship quickly soared into the sky. Yunfeng took out the Dragon Ball radar, and the spaceship flew towards the location of the next Dragon Ball. Goku also began training the 2, with the initial goal being to help them comprehend the power of Super Saiyan at the 2nd level. The 2 were at their wits' end, except for sleep. Their rest time was spent sparring with Goku, and time passed quickly. Almost there. We're about to reach the next Dragon Ball's location, Yunfeng said, looking at the radar. Number 18, and Goku immediately ran over to check the radar. Number 18's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, we can go down and stretch our legs. After a day aboard the spaceship, she felt like she was about to die of boredom. Thankfully, Yunfeng was there. Wutian and Trunks were doing their homework for the day, doing 1,000 one-handed push-ups. All right, we are starting to descend. Yunfeng controlled the spaceship to begin its descent, landing slowly on a stretch of yellow sand. As Yunfeng and the others exited the cabin, they found themselves in a vast expanse of yellow sand. The entire planet resembled a massive desert, indicating it was an abandoned planet. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, the yellow sand swirled ominously, as if it were devouring something, a terrifying sight. Yunfeng and his companions walked through the desert, guided by the Dragon Ball radar. "We're getting closer, very close to the location of the Dragon Ball," exclaimed Wukong and the others excitedly. The weather in the desert was scorching hot, and as they walked they began to feel parched. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, making Yunfeng sense that something was amiss. "Everyone be careful. Wukong, make sure to take good care of Wutian and Trunks," Yunfeng warned. Just as his words fell, he noticed a hazy figure in the distance, and the surroundings began to tremble, causing everyone to struggle to stay upright. Yunfeng tightly embraced Android 18 as saying, "Don't leave my side for a moment." Android 18 blushed slightly and nodded. Wukong also shielded Wutian and Trunks behind him. Suddenly a massive tornado appeared. Just as everyone was about to retreat, Yunfeng realized that the Dragon Ball seemed to be inside the tornado. "Wukong, take everyone back. I'll go get the Dragon Ball," Yunfeng instructed. Before he could finish, another tornado approached from behind, engulfing them all. Yunfeng protected Android 18, moving within the tornado's path. "This is quite fun," Trunks exclaimed excitedly. The terrifying wind made it impossible for everyone to escape the tornado temporarily. Yunfeng held Android 18 tightly, a faint white aura radiating from him as he stabilized himself in the center of the storm. Suddenly Yunfeng spotted something shiny. 18, let's go check it out," he said as a beam of light formed in his hand, propelling them forward towards the bright object. Yunfeng radiated a white aura as he resisted the fierce winds while searching for the Dragon Ball. "Found it," Yunfeng exclaimed as he saw an orange sphere spinning with the wind inside the tornado. He immediately surged forward. One arm tightly holding Android 18, he reached out his other arm towards the Dragon Ball. Suddenly, a massive creature emerged from the desert, attacking Yunfeng. Yunfeng paid no heed to the terrifying desert creature and continued reaching for the Dragon Ball. "Got it." Yunfeng quickly stored the Dragon Ball in the system space, just as the desert monster lunged at him. A bright light flickered in his hand as a sphere of energy appeared. Just as Yunfeng was about to attack, he noticed a creature resembling a centipede charging at him from behind, colliding with his back and sending him crashing down like a cannonball. Yunfeng clutched Android 18 tightly, quickly releasing his energy to stabilize himself. He discovered that he had escaped the tornado's grasp and stood on the desert, letting go of Android 18. He asked with concern, 18, are you okay? Android 18 shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me, Yunfeng. My strength is not weak either." Yunfeng recalled how even Darl, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan Level 1, had been defeated by Android 18, feeling flustered. What about Wukong, Wutian, and Trunks? They should be able to withstand the tornado's threat with their strength. Suddenly, a centipede creature burst from the desert, charging directly at Yunfeng. In a flash, he appeared above the centipede, delivering a kick. "So tough," was the only impression Yunfeng had after the strike. A cry for help reached Yunfeng's ears. Android 18 had already been ensnared by another centipede and dragged into the desert. 18, I'm coming to save you." This creature's body was incredibly tough, withstanding Yunfeng's punch without faltering. He threw another punch, only to be met with a spray of venom from the centipede. Yunfeng quickly retreated, dodging the venomous attack. No way, 18 is in danger. This centipede was quite troublesome. Yunfeng then heard a loud shout as a centipede flew low over the desert. Looking over, he saw Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan Level 2. Yunfeng didn't dare delay. If he waited any longer, 18 would be in peril. Down below, 18 was fiercely battling the centipede. What kind of monstrous thing is this? It's so tough that I can't even break through its defenses. Then 18 noticed the swarm of centipedes crawling densely on the ground, hundreds and thousands of monsters. She felt a chill run down her spine as countless streams of venom sprayed towards her. At that moment, Wutian and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, unleashing energy blasts at the centipedes attacking Android 18. "Sister 18, hurry and escape. We can't defeat these monsters." Android 18 nodded in agreement. The three of them fled towards the upper reaches of the desert, attacking the centipedes with energy blasts as they ran. Yunfeng's energy surged rapidly as a terrifying golden flame erupted around him. His hair turned golden and white lightning crackled around his body, letting out a roar. An overwhelming aura emanated from Yunfeng, shaking the entire desert. All the centipedes abandoned their pursuit of 18 and charged towards Yunfeng. "Come on." Yunfeng raised his energy to the peak of Super Saiyan Level 2, Kamehameha. A horrific white energy formed in his hands as he compressed it, shouting, "Wukong, quickly take 18, Wutian, and Trunks away." In an instant, Wukong teleported beside the three, grabbing them and flying into the sky. Yunfeng saw a swarm of centipedes spewing venom charging towards him. A faint protective shield appeared around Yunfeng. Wave. A terrifying white energy wave surged downward towards the centipedes. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the powerful Kamehameha from Yunfeng turned the entire desert into a white expanse. Then amidst the rolling clouds of sand, Yunfeng zipped in front of the three. Let's hurry and leave. There are too many monsters here, and the terror hasn't subsided yet. The four of them flew towards the spaceship, soon spotting the landing site. Just then an unexpected event occurred. A centipede charged from the desert towards the spaceship. Yunfeng instantly appeared in front of the centipede, delivering a punch that sent it flying. In Super Saiyan Level 2, Yunfeng's aura was truly unmatched. You all hurry onto the spaceship and take off. Don't worry about me. I have my ways to return. Quick, get on. Follow what Master said. Under Wukong's urging, the group quickly boarded the spaceship, which took off as Yunfeng punched and kicked at the monsters. As dozens of monsters fell, more continued to surge forward. Damn, it truly seems never-ending. Yunfeng gathered a terrifying energy blast in his hand and threw it down. Boom. Yunfeng instantly teleported back to the spaceship. Yunfeng, you're back. Android 18 rushed over and hugged him. Yunfeng patted her shoulder, reassuring her, it's okay, it's okay. Unexpectedly, cosmic creatures are so troublesome. We must be cautious when searching for the Dragon Balls in the future. This was extremely dangerous. The strength of these centipedes could withstand the power of Super Saiyan Level 1 without faltering. Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. Wukong trained Trunks and Wutian so they can quickly master the strength of Super Saiyan Level 2. That way they can handle dangers in the future more easily. Wutian and Trunks looked dismayed, realizing they wouldn't have come to the universe for fun had they known how strict Yunfeng would be. They would have preferred to stay on Earth. The adventure continues. The sky ship was flying smoothly. We have already found 2 Dragon Balls. We just need to find 5 more, and we can return to Earth. Trunks said excitedly. After the trials we've faced, we need not only strength, but also wisdom to avoid many difficulties. Listening to Yunfeng's words, the others nodded in agreement. As Master said, Wutian and Trunks, you must learn well from Master. The Dragon Radar displayed a new response. The 3rd Dragon Ball is very close. We are preparing to land. The spaceship slowly descended, and through the window they saw Trunks. Look, there are trees, water, and many houses. This is wonderful, a planet similar to Earth. Let's go down. Once we find the Dragon Ball, we will leave immediately. The others nodded, holding on to Android 18's hand as they slowly stepped off the spaceship. The environment of this planet is quite nice. Ding ding ding. Suddenly 2 tall beings that looked exactly like Piccolo walked out. The Namekians, but this is not Namek. How do you know we are Namekians? Who are you? What brings you here? They really are Namekians. Perhaps they fled here due to the climate back then. Hello, my name is Yunfeng, and I come from Earth. Have you seen such a ball? Dragon Ball. How could it be? Could Earth also have Dragon Balls? It seemed they were indeed Namekians. However, I always felt something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It was as if everything came exactly as we imagined. You are looking for the Dragon Balls. We can help, and we are willing to assist. Great. Thank you so much for your willingness to help, Goku said. They had a meal at the 2 Namekians' home and began their search for the Dragon Balls using their transportation. After passing through the woods, we're getting close. Yunfeng is detecting the Dragon Ball's location with the Dragon Radar. Then they entered a cave filled with ice. It seemed that the temperature on this planet had been quite low before. It's your first time on our planet, right? There are only 2 of us here. We've been everywhere except this cave. Thanks to your precise machines, we were able to find it. Suddenly they saw a Dragon Ball frozen in the ice. With one punch, the ice began to crack and the Dragon Ball rolled out. We've got it. We can go find the next one, Goku said happily. Just then, everyone felt dizzy as the entire world started spinning. What is happening? Why do I feel like the world is shaking? These 2 individuals were indeed suspicious. I had felt something was off right from the start. Everything was too smooth. System, what is going on? Ding host, you are under the illusion of the extraterrestrials. This kind of illusion allows you to see what you want to see. Is there a way to break it? Hurry, I feel my consciousness fading. As long as the host presses the release button, it can be undone. Trembling, Yunfeng slowly pressed the release button. In an instant, he felt himself revived. Ding, the host has activated a side quest. Eliminate the 2 extraterrestrials. Reward illusion, which can trap enemies in what they want to see, keeping them immersed. This is useful. If used well, it could be considered a divine skill. Looking at Goku, Android 18, Trunks, and Wutian lying on the ground, it seemed he needed to get them back to the spaceship first. Suddenly, the surroundings began to change. No longer the bright and spacious cave, but a damp cave with dripping water. Suddenly, the entire cave started to shake. Something was coming. A giant red python charged out. Where did those 2 go? We were tricked. How despicable. Seeing the charging red python, I grabbed its jaws with both hands and threw it out, smashing it into a rock, creating a cloud of dust. We need to leave here quickly and get Goku and the others to the spaceship. Were the Dragon Balls in the ice also fake? Suddenly stones flew, wildly charging towards them. Beast, will you never give up? Once again I grabbed the oncoming massive jaws and shouted. A white aura erupted from my body, and the giant python was torn in half, thrown aside, directly dragging the four out. Upon exiting, I was stunned. Was this still the planet we just visited? It was completely desolate, with bones covering the ground, surrounded by erupting volcanoes and black rocks, with no trees or water in sight. System, activate the positioning system to locate the spaceship. After a while, the positioning system activated, allowing us to quickly fly towards the spaceship. What is this? Two small, thin, dark creatures with eyes taking up half their faces were moving things into the spaceship. It's that kid again. How did he break free from our illusion? Shiragu, take care of him. Suddenly, the extraterrestrial, named Shiragu, grew larger, his body expanding, but comically his head remained the same size. Ha ha ha. So strange, I can't help but laugh looking at Yunfeng, who had been mocking him. Damn you, kid, go die. Red ripples emanated from Zia's eyes. Not good, another illusion. I couldn't give them a chance to cast their spell. A terrifying aura erupted from me, my hair turning golden, and a horrific golden flame surrounded my body. With a whoosh, my body became ethereal, and I struck the unresponsive Xia with an elbow. Boom. Xia was sent flying over 100 meters away. I slowly floated up into the sky, pointing directly at the fallen Xia. Die super destruction cannon. A terrifying energy blast shot toward Xia. Boom boom. Xia had been buried beneath the surrounding stones, and there was no longer any aura detected. Next, it's your turn. Accept your fate. You were able to defeat Xia. It seems you have some skill, but it ends here. A red light flashed from his fingertips, and Yunfeng felt a sharp prick in his head, and many illusions appeared in his mind. Die? I hate you. Oh, I want to become stronger. Various chaotic scenes appeared in his mind. Damn it, system, quickly release the illusion. Struggling against the chaotic thoughts flooding in, he awakened the system. Ding, the illusion has been released for the host. So weak, and it made me nervous for a while. Xia was too careless. It seems I'm the only one who gets to enjoy the bountiful planet. Ha. What are you laughing at? Do you think that will defeat me? A punch landed squarely on the alien's abdomen, and a mouthful of blue blood splattered out, flying quite a distance. Instant transmission. I appeared behind the alien in an instant. Came. Hame. Huh. A terrifying white energy wave gathered in my hands. The white energy wave struck the incoming alien directly. Boom. Black dust fell from the sky, and Goku and the others slowly began to awaken. It seemed that once the caster died, the illusion was also lifted. Ding, the host has killed the alien. Reward illusion. Illusion is a form of mental attack. It seems I must fully utilize this skill to achieve unexpected rewards. Master, how did we end up here? Weren't we just in the cave finding the Dragon Ball? Ugh, my head hurts, Wukong said, patting his head. Helping the somewhat dazed number 18, she exclaimed. I just had a terrifying dream, so scary. She shook her head vigorously and then hugged Yunfeng tightly. All right, it's okay now. Before encountering Yunfeng, number 18 had been modified indiscriminately by Dr. Zhero to defeat Wukong and was set up as a cold-blooded killer carrying a dark past filled with painful memories. Wutian and Trunks, being children, treated their surroundings as toys. They were a bit dazed when they first recovered, but soon returned to normal. I don't even know if we found the Dragon Ball just now, and those two aliens are gone. Yunfeng took out the Dragon Ball detector. To his surprise, the third Dragon Ball was already on the spaceship, having previously found two in Yunfeng's system space. Inside the spaceship, there were many belongings of the two aliens. Anything unrecognizable was thrown out, and finally a bag was found containing the Dragon Ball, which had indeed been collected by the two aliens. With the third Dragon Ball found, only 4 remained, Yunfeng thought excitedly. The spaceship took off once again, and the group resumed their journey to conquer space. Wukong, the next Dragon Ball, will take some time to reach. I will outline our training plan for the time being. First, we will continuously adjust our control over Chi, striving to achieve a state where we can lift heavy weights with ease and control it freely. Another aspect is the training to maintain a regular Super Saiyan state, which can help us avoid wasting unnecessary Chi. Wukong, have you tried merging angelic energy with our energy to elevate our strength to the divine level? Wukong scratched his head. Master, what you're saying is too profound. I don't quite understand. Wutian and Trunks nodded vigorously in agreement. Number 18 watched Yunfeng train Wukong with boredom. Being an ultimate warrior, training was useless for her. Her stamina and strength were always maxed out, but her combat power was a bit low, only equivalent to a first-tier Super Saiyan. It seems Saiyans are all battle maniacs, never considering these issues, so let's proceed as such. Wukong, starting today, I will help you adapt to the illusions, strengthening your mental power, and your strength will surely progress rapidly. Wu-Tian Trunks, you too continue with your foundational training to adapt to gravity training and enhance your combat power. The group entered intense training with Yunfeng using illusions while attacking Wukong, who initially fell into the illusion in an instant. 3 days later, Wukong was already able to withstand the illusion for 10 minutes, which was a significant improvement. That's enough. As long as you can resist the illusion for 10 minutes, you can definitely last through a battle. As expected of a master, you even know how to use illusions. Yunfeng's illusion skills astonished Wukong. Wukong, today, I will teach you the Dragon Fist, a powerful technique that can only be used by Super Saiyans at the 3rd tier. Perfected, it can rival the reincarnation of the Dragon God. I will demonstrate it for you, so watch closely. A week later, Master, I finally mastered it. Oh, what a terrifying technique it allows for such control of Chi. Wukong, your talent is quite good. Alright, the special training will come to a temporary halt. We are about to reach the location of the 4th Dragon Ball. The spaceship slowly approached a new planet. Wukong, remember the lesson from last time. As we go to this new planet, we must be cautious. With a loud crash, the spaceship landed. This was a beautiful planet, and as the group exited, they found themselves in a forest. They instinctively looked at Yunfeng. Master, is everything alright this time? It won't be. Again. The system checks the current location to determine if it is the real world. Host, you are currently on the planet Ihyla, which is a normal world. Ihyla is a planet similar to Earth. Wukong, rest assured, according to my investigation, this is a normal planet. Let's quickly search for the Dragon Ball. Thud, thud, thud. A series of sounds echoed as if something was striking wood. The group walked over to find a boy who looked very much like a human from Earth, but the difference was a finely crafted little horn on his head. The boy was punching the wood vigorously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Wukong, this should be a child who loves martial arts. Wukong nodded. Then let's go ask about the situation on this planet. System, analyze the data on this child. Ding, name Haima. Race Avilian. Combat power 18. Signature moves, side kick, straight punch. He seems to be a local child. Wukong, you go and ask about the situation. We will stay back. Too many people might scare this child. The child, who was diligently training, suddenly felt someone approaching. Who? Wukong slowly walked over. Who are you? The boy instinctively felt wary of Wukong, who obviously did not belong to this planet. Little friend, don't be afraid. I come from another planet to find something on this planet. Looking at the boy, whose guard did not lessen in the slightest. Child, I saw you practicing just now. Do you really like martial arts? Then I can teach you. You understand martial arts. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wukong punched the wooden stump that the boy was training on, and it immediately broke in response. That's amazing. Can you teach me? The boy knelt down, bowing, as hiring a martial arts master was very expensive on this planet, and a child from a poor family could not afford it. Wukong gently helped him up. I can accept you, but it must be with my master's consent. Master's master. Isn't that a powerful being? The boy thought wildly. Wukong brought Haima over, and as soon as Haima saw Yunfeng, he immediately knelt down. Please allow me to be your disciple's disciple. Wukong, if you like this child, then take him in. Little Haima, what is your name? Can you introduce me to this planet? My name is Haima. I live with my mother and sister. This is a martial-centric planet. Those who do not know martial arts will be bullied, and only those with great strength are valued and utilized by the king. So do the people on your planet all practice martial arts? Yes, the noble disciples are all martial arts teachers, and there are martial arts schools teaching martial arts. We common children can only practice ourselves. Then why do you want to learn martial arts? I want to find my father and protect my sister and mother. That's ambitious. Then in the future study martial arts well with Master Wukong and protect those whom you can protect. The boy nodded earnestly. I will definitely do that. Taking out a Dragon Ball. Haima, have you seen this? Haima looked closely for a long time and shook his head, clearly indicating that it wasn't as simple as Yunfeng thought. Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, I identified the direction. The Dragon Ball's location is behind a large mountain from our current position. Haima, are you familiar with that mountain? Looking at the mountain pointed out by Yunfeng, I am familiar. Since I was a child, I have gone up the mountain with my father to hunt and gather firewood to sustain our living. Suddenly, little Haima's eyes became moist. Last year, my father was taken away by a beast in the mountains, and he has not returned since. I swear I will find my father. Little Haima's eyes were filled with determination. A few people followed Hyma to his home, which from a distance appeared to be a cluster of rudimentary wooden houses with a straw hut inside. "Mom, sister, we have guests." Hyma joyfully ran inside. Seeing the house where Hyma lived, one couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. It was truly not easy for Hyma's mother after losing her husband. A middle-aged woman resembling Hyma somewhat came out saying, "You are the martial arts masters Hyma spoke of, but we don't have money, so please go teach the children of wealthy families instead." "We don't want any money. This child Hyma is hardworking and eager to learn. I am willing to teach him for free," Wukong said sincerely. "Really? You truly won't take any money? Then if you don't mind the simplicity of our home, please come in." As they walked in slowly, Hyma's mother was hiding a frail child behind her whose face appeared somewhat gaunt, clearly malnourished, but still showing signs of being a beauty. "This is my sister Hyme. Wukong, let's finally build a home for Hyma." "Wutian Trunks, this is special training. You all join in, and Hyma will join too." Wukong explained the basics of martial arts to Hyma, along the way emphasizing the need for a strong body. Within minutes, they gathered a lot of wood and flew to Hyma's house, dragging it with their chi. Hyma dragged the wood into the house piece by piece. After much effort, a brand new home was built. The next morning, when Hyma woke up, Wukong had already taken him out for morning training. Indeed, Wukong was well trained under Master Rose's systematic training. Teaching the disciples was done with great style, laying a very solid foundation for Hyma. After lunch, the group followed Hyma into the mountains. Hyma was quite familiar with the mountains after frequently accompanying his father there, and with the help of the dragon radar, they ventured deeper into the mountains. The forest was particularly quiet, filled with dense trees, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of birds chirping. Number 18 clung to Yunfeng's arm, staying close, glancing around nervously, as if girls had an inexplicable fear of unfamiliar environments. "We're not far now, just a few hundred meters, and we will reach the Dragon Ball's location," Yunfeng's clear voice rang out. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes not far away. "Everyone be careful, something is approaching." The group looked warily at the bushes. Suddenly, a creature resembling a leopard and a tiger leaped forward. "Why is this big cat so unruly?" Wutian had already pressed one hand on its head, pinning it down. Hyma was so frightened that he sat down on the ground while the beast was held down by Wutian, unable to move. "So impressive. Wutian brother is really amazing. No wonder he is the master's son. Hyma, work hard, and you can be as strong as Wutian in the future." Hyma's eyes sparkled with stars as if he could already see himself becoming super powerful in the near future. The group continued forward until they reached a cave entrance. "The Dragon Balls should be inside this cave. Wukong, could you please go in and get it?" Wukong nodded and walked inside. After a while, he asked, "Master, do you think the master will be all right? There are many beasts in this mountain." "Don't worry, your master has the strength to handle it." Soon Wukong emerged with a smile, holding the Dragon Balls with a small black creature biting down on his head. Sweat streamed down his forehead. It was the first time he encountered a creature that didn't care how much it bit him. Hyma's admiration for his master elevated to a new level. "Dad, let me take this little black cat down for you." Wutian grabbed the black beast by its neck and pulled it down. "Little black cat, how could I, the mighty ruler of the mountains, the Black Knight Saint Tiger, be ignored and called a little black cat, treated like a mere plaything?" As soon as Wutian let it go, it frantically dashed back into the cave. With the Dragon Balls safely collected, this mission was considered complete. Except for Wukong, everyone else flew away directly. "Hyma, now we will begin special training." Wukong took out a capsule and threw it to the ground. With a bang, several turtle shells appeared, each with different weights. Originally meant for Wutian, but unexpectedly the mixed blood scion was getting stronger too, quickly, easily transforming into a super scion. He chose the lightest turtle shell for Hyma to carry. Hyma immediately felt his legs become heavy. "Master, this is too heavy. How can I walk like this?" "From now on, aside from sleeping, you must wear it at all other times." Wukong recalled when he first apprenticed under Master Roshi alongside Krillin, carrying turtle shells, delivering milk in the morning, working at construction sites, and enduring various arduous training. Remembering these times, Wukong gazed at the distant blue planet. Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, and Shishi must be doing well. Hyma struggled to lift his feet and move slowly forward, while Wukong quietly followed behind. It wasn't until sunset that Hyma returned home, plopping down on the ground with sweat streaming down his face like a waterfall, gasping for breath. Wutian and Trunks looked at Hyma's miserable state, feeling a sense of schadenfreude, as they had gone through the same when they were on the spaceship. Thus, they trained every day, going back and forth to the mountains 7 or 8 times a day. Hyma's character developed to be very resilient from a young age. He never complained about being tired, which greatly pleased Wukong. At night, Wukong said, "Let's stay for another week. We will set off to a new planet to search for the next Dragon Ball. Teach Haima the basic training methods so he can train well on his own in the future." The next day, he said, "Let's take a stroll in the city. Staying here is so boring." After some persuasion from number 18, they decided to take her to the city for a visit. The two moved quickly and soon arrived in the city. They landed and noticed that the architecture here was very different from that of Earth. The roofs were all round, and the items being sold around were bizarre and unique. Many of them had never been seen before. One stall was selling beautiful jade stones, but they were different from those on Earth. They were various colors. Number 18 squatted down in amazement to take a look. Suddenly, a figure rode in on a unicorn-like beast shouting, "Everyone get out of the way, make way." The surrounding people hurriedly stepped aside. "Yunfeng, do you think this is pretty?" Suddenly, a whip lashed out. "Ah!" Number 18 exclaimed, only to see Yunfeng firmly grasping the whip in his hand. "Let go of this prince, you lowly commoner." The prince, dressed in splendid armor and wearing a crown, shouted angrily. With a forceful tug, he fell off the unicorn beast, landing in a disheveled state. The furious prince stood up shouting, "Kill him." Two armored guards immediately drew their swords and approached Yunfeng. The surrounding crowd fled in all directions. As the swords lunged, Yunfeng raised his fingers to catch the sword, then forcefully flung it away, sending the guard flying. The prince's eyes widened in shock. "So it turns out you're a master. No wonder you dared to bump into me. Summon the captain of the guard." The captain, riding the unicorn beast, slowly moved forward, clearly much sturdier than the surrounding guards. System analyzed this person's information. Ding. Name Lifu, race Avila, alien, battle power 500, skill explosive fist. With a battle power of 500, this was quite impressive on a planet with similar martial capabilities to Earth, but to me he was just a slightly larger ant. "Quick, tear this boy limb from limb. How dare he offend His Highness the Crown Prince?" The Crown Prince roared in fury. Unit 18 seized Yunfeng's arm, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Yunfeng gave Unit 18 a reassuring glance. He had met rulers of many nations, but truly he could not fathom how such a man had ever been named Crown Prince. The king, it seemed, exercised remarkably poor judgment. The captain rode slowly forward atop a unicorn beast. "Boy, blame only yourself. You offended the wrong person. Don't hold it against me when you reach the underworld." His spear whirled through the air, its tip blazing with friction-borne fire as it lunged straight toward Yunfeng's face. "I thought you might be formidable, yet under the captain's assault you stand frozen like a startled deer. Today you shall learn the price of crossing me." As the spear hurtled toward him, Yunfeng lifted his right hand with effortless grace and caught the blazing spearhead mid-thrust. The soldiers stared in stunned silence. They knew their captain's strength better than anyone. The full-force thrust of that spear, delivered with lethal intent, had been arrested with casual, almost contemptuous ease. Impossible. That spear was launched at full power. How could it possibly be stopped? The prince staggered backward, disbelief etching deep lines across his face. A faint, unshaken smile never left Yunfeng's lips. Since the first moment, the captain had strained every sinew to drive that spear into his chest. Yet no matter how fiercely he pushed, the weapon remained utterly motionless. His face flushed crimson. "My lord, I had no idea your strength was so overwhelming. I beg your forgiveness for my grave offense." Indeed, this world revered strength above all. With a gentle twist, Yunfeng snapped the spearhead cleanly from its shaft. The recoil sent the captain staggering backward over a dozen paces. His entire arm trembled violently. Slowly he raised both hands in humble surrender. "I am deeply grateful for your mercy, my lord." Yunfeng turned slowly toward the once arrogant crown prince, whose face now twisted with raw terror as he retreated step by trembling step. "Don't come any closer. I am the crown prince. Harm me, and you will bear consequences beyond your reckoning." Yunfeng smiled faintly. "You are truly unwise. Were I you, I would not threaten an enemy I cannot defeat, especially not now." His figure blurred. Then, with devastating precision, he drove a crushing fist into the prince's abdomen. A human projectile soared backward, slamming into a nearby building with a thunderous detonation. Stone crumbled, dust billowed skyward. Only then did the soldiers snap out of their daze. "Your Highness, fetch a physician immediately." They rushed to dig the prince from the rubble, only to pull forth a lifeless body, cold and still. Dragons guard their most vulnerable scale, so too does Yunfeng guard what is precious to him. To even conceive of harming Unit 18 sealed the prince's fate. Turning calmly, he took Unit 18's hand and began to walk away. Suddenly, soldiers encircled them. "You will not leave? Murdering the crown prince is treason. Your fate lies in the king's judgment. Huh, 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 huh. Do you truly believe you can detain me? His gaze hardened, sharp, piercing, unyielding. The soldiers instinctively recoiled several steps. Having slain the crown prince, you still presume to walk free. Have you no regard for our nation's sovereignty? A deep, resonant boom echoed overhead. Suspended in midair loomed a colossal figure, towering like a living iron citadel, his frame dwarfing those below, clad in thick, gleaming armor. At the sight of him, the soldiers dropped instantly to one knee, voices unified in reverence. Hail, General Leke. This alien has murdered the crown prince. Rise, all of you. I am already apprised of what transpired. Since the crown prince lies dead, this man's life must now be surrendered to His Majesty's justice. Unbeknownst to Yunfeng, one soldier had discreetly activated a signal, a transmission method native to this world, whose workings he did not yet comprehend. Have you also come to avenge that crown prince? He sought to harm my woman. His death was just deserts. Do you too wish to share his fate? Huh, huh, huh. I have never before encountered a youth so brazen. I am General Leet, commander of this realm's armies. I advise you accompany me to His Majesty, willingly, or suffer the consequences of my reluctance. System, analyze this individual. Beep, analysis complete. Name Leet. Species Avira Starling. Combat power 50000. Skills explosive fist, explosive leg. Yunfeng studied the general's data. So, every martial technique in this land culminated in explosive force. Curious. Well, boy, have you decided? Will you walk with me of your own accord, or must I drag you? You are not worthy. Foolish boy, if you court death so eagerly, do not blame this general for offering no further reprieve. A thunderous punch surged forward, its knuckles trailing flickers of flame. Yunfeng seized the fist barehanded, and instantly a violent detonation erupted. Huh, that is my explosive fist. Contact alone triggers detonation. Yunfeng exhaled a plume of black smoke. Why didn't you warn me? Now, you'll have no chance to speak again. His form dissolved into motion, leaving only fragmented afterimages suspended in the air, impossible to track, impossible to grasp. Watching those fleeting phantoms dart across the sky, cold sweat beaded upon the general's brow. What speed is this? This alien is terrifyingly powerful. A kick struck his mouth, two teeth shattered, and flew outward. As he tumbled backward, Yunfeng gathered a searing sphere of crimson energy within his palm. The monstrous energy orb hurtled toward Leet's fallen form. Then with a deafening shockwave, the debris pinning him exploded outward. Leet rose, blood streaming from his mouth, and slammed his fist into the orb. A cataclysmic blast tore through the air. He was hurled backward again, flying dozens of meters, before slowly, painfully rising once more. Remarkably tenacious, beginning to show promise, Yunfeng observed coolly, as Leet charged anew, meeting him with another devastating blow. Their fists collided. Another detonation shook the earth. Yunfeng staggered back several paces, regaining his balance. Leet's entire arm hung ruined, torn flesh, shattered bone, rendered utterly useless. This man earned the title of general, not by sheer power but by indomitable will and commanding presence. One day perhaps he would become a true sovereign warrior. Leet lay gasping on the ground. Your Majesty, forgive me. The foe was beyond measure. I gave my all. Seeing the two warriors felled, the soldiers dared not impede Yunfeng's departure. They parted silently, clearing a path. Hand in hand, Yunfeng and Unit 18 departed the city with serene composure. 18. I'm sorry, today's incident spoiled our outing. Hearing those tender words, Unit 18's heart swelled with quiet joy. It doesn't matter. I'm already overjoyed just to be with you. This planet has become a cherished memory. Upon returning to Haima's residence, dinner awaited them. Master, you've returned. Haima has completed today's training. Since you're here, let us eat. Yunfeng nodded to son Goku and seated himself, when suddenly a suffocating wave of malevolent energy washed over them all. This chilling aura approaching the planet. It belongs to a demon. No mistake. It is unmistakably demonic, cold, ancient, and dreadfully potent. At last they have discovered this world. Yet I am astonished. They dispatched so fearsome a demon to a realm of such modest martial cultivation. Goku, we go? Having crossed paths, we must eradicate this demon. A subtle, dangerous smile touched Yunfeng's lips. Master Yunfeng, may we accompany you? Super Gotenks possesses formidable strength. He would certainly aid us. Goten Trunks, your duty is to protect Sister 18. Haima, perceptive beyond his years, remained silent, watching his master's solemn expressions. Demon Clan, you will bitterly regret provoking Yunfeng. Sitting in the spaceship holding a glass of red wine and savoring it, he thought the clan actually sent me to such a lowly planet. How dull. Looking at the approaching planet, he remarked, this planet will be destroyed in just 3 hours. A cruel smile appeared on his face. The spaceship finally arrived, and the hatch slowly opened. The demon stepped out, glancing around. The environment is not bad, but the thought of turning this place into ruins later makes me feel delighted. You took too long making us wait for so long. The demon followed the voice and saw 2 figures standing on a nearby mountain peak. One wore a black tight suit, handsome in appearance with a warm smile, while the other was dressed in orange, his expression serious, with a strange hairstyle. Indeed, these were Yunfeng and Wukong, who had arrived early. Who are you, and how did you know I was landing here? We are the ones who will kill you. It seems like some ignorant fools have come my way. Since you have delivered yourselves to me, I'll play with you. System: analyze the strength of this demon. Ding, analysis complete. Name: Guhi. Race: Demon Clan. Strength: High-level Demon. Combat Power: 80 trillion. Skills: Trident. Dark Chains. Destruction Sphere. Death Light. Looking at the demon's attributes, another high-level demon equivalent to a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Another tough battle was coming. Wukong, this demon is terrifying. We must go straight to Super Saiyan level 3 to deal with him, otherwise we will be the ones suffering. Both Yunfeng and Wukong erupted with rage, releasing a terrifying aura from their bodies. These two are impressive. They shouldn't be from this planet. It's just perfect. They can entertain me, or it would be too boring. The entire planet was shaking violently. The ground began to crack open in several places, and golden flames rose around the two, their hair continuously growing longer. In the palace, the king was reclining in his chair, enjoying the sight of beautiful women dancing in sheer veils below, when suddenly the entire palace shook violently. What is happening? Go check immediately. Is it the gods punishing our kingdom? Call the general, hurry, find out the result, and report to me. Everyone in the palace was unable to stand. The floor began to crack. As the two finished their transformations, their hair reached their waists, and their faces changed. You must be Scions. I didn't expect even wild monkeys could evolve. Since you have transformed, let's begin. Giving Wukong a glance, he activated instant transmission, launching 2 punches aimed at Guhi's face. Guhi was caught off guard and flew backwards. He crashed directly into a mountain peak, dust rising everywhere. Those 2 wild monkeys just appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? It doesn't seem like high-speed movement. There's no trace to follow. When did the Scions master such advanced techniques? Boom. Countless rocks flew in all directions as a black figure slowly floated over. Wild monkeys, I underestimated you. I didn't expect Scions could possess such strong power. You have no idea of the surprises in store for you. Let me enlighten you, Yunfeng said. Black energy gathered in Guhi's hand, directly entangling itself around the two. The two, in perfect sync, threw out 2 energy orbs that halted Guhi's black energy. What's happening? Why are the Scions not afraid of my demonic power? That shouldn't be. My demonic power belongs to divine strength, and their power should be suppressed. Guhi had conquered many planets and was confident in his divine power, but he was taken aback today, finding it ineffective. Observing the 2 energy orbs closely, he was shocked. Angel energy. The 2 powers clashed and canceled each other out, resulting in a terrifying explosion with countless rocks flying and chaos all around. Moments later, a massive crater appeared before the 3. Guhi's face turned pale. How do you possess angel energy? Have you Scions allied with the despicable Angel clan? You don't need to know. Just know that you will be my 4th kill today. 4th. Guhi widened his eyes. You dare to harm my holy race's kin. I will make you bleed to death here. Black chains emanated from Guhi, rushing towards the 2. The 2 nodded at each other, unleashing their aura, once more shaking the heavens and earth. The chains collided against the flames surrounding them, but could not penetrate any further. The 2 figures vanished in an instant, and Guhi quickly realized they were already above him, preparing to engage. The 3 became entangled, their shadows colliding in the air at an unbelievable speed, with ripples of energy exploding outwards and surrounding debris continuously shattering. Before long, they had already exchanged over 200 blows. With a punch thrown, Guhi countered with 2 punches, but the terrifying force made him feel the strain. They separated, staring at each other, locked in a standoff. Are these 2 really Scions? The strongest Scion I know is barely on par with a low-level demon. How come these 2 Scions are so absurdly strong? Even if I give my all, I might only reach a stalemate, not knowing if they have trump cards. Wukong, I will use illusion to confuse Guhi. Take the chance to use the dragon fist on him. Wukong nodded, showing their developed synergy as master and disciple. With a whoosh, Yunfeng's figure vanished. Guhi quietly observed Yunfeng's shadow and a red energy directly struck Guhi's forehead. Guhi felt a flash of red light, then everything around him changed. The mountains of corpses and rivers of blood filled him with terror, and then he saw himself seated in the position of the demon clan leader, a wide grin on his face. Guhi fluctuated between fear and mad laughter, seemingly oscillating between extreme joy and sorrow. Wukong unleashed a terrifying aura with deadly golden flames rising continuously. Raising his right fist towards Gu, Wukong loudly declared, "Dragon Fist, who dares to challenge me?" A golden dragon emerged from Wukong's fist, roaring and twisting towards Gu, radiating golden energy, while Gu spat blood continuously. With a loud boom, a terrifying explosion echoed, and a mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield. Wukong raised his fist high as if proclaiming victory, while smoke billowed, and both their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Guhi's furious face appeared before them, blood still flowing from his mouth, his body covered in a layer of black armor. "You dare to injure me so severely. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Looking at Guhi's battered body, it was clear he was quite the formidable opponent. Initially thinking this would be enough to defeat him, Yunfeng realized he had underestimated the demon clan's protective abilities. The skills passed down from the demon kings truly are life-saving artifacts. "Wukong, it seems we need to exert more effort. Guhi's defense is truly terrifying. We should combine our attacks and utilize the angel's staff. Damn it, those two wild monkeys actually caused me such serious injuries. I will not let you off." High-level demons may not be anything among their kind, but in the universe they are undoubtedly powerful, sweeping through the cosmos without issue. However, Guhi never imagined that he would suffer such a significant loss at the hands of two scions. Could these two be the legendary ancient scions? No, it's impossible. Such beings exist only in legends. How could they appear in reality? Guhi slowly floated up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as he looked at the two. Previously, it was Master battling the demons, and I never expected them to be so resilient. Their combat power isn't even that strong. Master will make the first move, you look for an opportunity to strike. With a swift step, he shot forward, delivering a punch directly at Guhi. "Come on today, I'll let you wild monkeys know the terror of our demon clan." The two engaged in battle. Wukong threw a punch. Guhi dodged to the side, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, then kicked out, causing Wukong to be blown back. "Wild monkey, you've angered me." Guhi emitted a terrifying black energy, causing the entire planet to tremble violently, dark flames rising around him. Guhi's power continuously increased, 81 trillion, 82 trillion, 85 trillion, 87 trillion. Wukong, get away from there. Guhi's combat power has suddenly become terrifying. The evil in Guhi's eyes grew thicker, and the black flames around him became more intense. Wild monkeys, you have angered me." Wukong stared in shock at Guhi's ever-increasing power as the surrounding mountains crumbled and Guhi sank rapidly into the ground. How is this possible? His power has increased to this extent, yet it continues to rise. Suddenly he grew rapidly, becoming a giant. What? How is this possible? Wukong looked in shock at Guhi. "Damn it, I can't let you increase any further." Wukong unleashed a powerful aura, golden flames rising as he charged at Gu. He striking with numerous punches came. "Hey, huh?" A terrifying white energy wave exploded around Guhi. "Golden, why does that demon's aura feel so terrifying? I'm shaking all over. Trunks, I feel the same, my body is trembling uncontrollably. His power is so overwhelming that it's suppressing my father's and master's auras. Should we go help? Although I am scared, if we fuse into Super Gotenks, I believe we can help. Let's go." As the two of them rose with golden flames, their hair turning golden, they prepared to move forward. "What are you two doing?" Yunfeng said, "Not to let you go over there, it's too dangerous. The demon's power won't be of any help. Sister 18, we must go. We can't let Dad and Master fight desperately while we do nothing here. We're scared too, but we have to go." 18 was stunned, her eyes filled with shock, as this was something mischievous Trunks would say. In silence she replied, "Okay, but you must be careful and remember not to engage." The two of them erupted in golden flames and flew towards the demons. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive black hand shot out, moving with incredible speed, grabbing Wukong by the head and slamming him into the ground. Boom! A giant pit appeared as Guhi jumped up, driving his knee into Wukong's abdomen. "Oh!" Wukong's miserable scream echoed. Yunfeng's hands glowed red as the one whose seal was finally ready, unexpectedly taking so long. "Ha ha! Scream, wild monkey, today I will make you experience true terror." The giant Guhi lifted his foot, ready to stomp down on Wukong. That bastard, he instantly teleported, landing a punch on the giant Guhi's eye. Guhi clutched his eyes, stumbling back. Ah, damn it, I forgot there was another wild monkey. The red glow in his hand enveloped Gu, he rendering him immobile, as though bound by 9 tails. What is this? Why can't I move? Am unwilling, I refuse to accept this. My clan is of the divine lineage, how can I lose to a wild monkey? I hate this. Slowly he helped Wukong up and fed him a senzu bean, healing his injuries. Master, what's wrong with him? Why can't he move? I didn't expect this demon to be so strong, growing so large while maintaining his speed. This is truly difficult to deal with. Suddenly 2 small figures rushed out, landing punches on Gu, he followed by 4 or 5 more. They gathered a terrifying energy blast and slammed it into the demon's face, causing the giant demon to sit down. Wait a minute, Trunks, why isn't this demon fighting back? It seems like he's just standing there for us to hit. Trunks nodded. It does seem that way. Oh, I feel like he isn't resisting at all. What are you two doing here? Upon hearing the voice from behind, both turned around startled. They awkwardly smiled. Master, we just wanted to help. We arrived and saw the demon standing here, so we started attacking. The demon has already been sealed by me. How dare you disobey and sneak over here? It seems your energy is still quite vigorous. When we return, you will double your training. Their faces immediately fell. No, we won't dare to do this again next time. They slowly approached and looked at the now immobile demon, retrieving the angel's staff. A staff of angels appeared in Yunfeng's hand, radiating mysterious power. Angel staff, you truly are the dogs of the angels. No wonder you have such strong power. The despicable angel clan will eventually become our slaves. Enough with the nonsense. Oh, I will send you on your way now. The demon Gu, he lay in a pool of blood as the angel's staff was plunged into him. Ding. Host has completed the hidden task of killing a member of the demon clan. Reward a large amount of Super Saiyan energy. A surge of golden energy entered Yunfeng's body, immediately filling him with strength, and the system chimed. Name Yunfeng. Race purebred Saiyan. Strength Super Saiyan. Grade Combat Power 110 trillion. Skills Kamehameha Solar Flare Instant Transmission Kaioken Wanhu Seal Illusion Technique Angel Energy Super Shield. My combat power has increased so much if I face this demon now I could easily handle it instead of struggling as I am now. Retrieving the angel's staff, a light blast dealt with the demon's corpse, and the spaceship that the demon came in was stored in the system space. Yunfeng realized just how vast the system space was. In the system's words, it was a small world. The group returned to the home of the seahorse, and 18 rushed over. Are you okay? I was so worried. It's fine now, the demon has been eliminated. Master, did you chase away the bad guys? The seahorse ran over. Wukong nodded with a smile, and Yunfeng knew it was time for them to leave this planet. After training with Wukong, the seahorse can now swiftly navigate through the forest, much stronger than at the beginning. Name Seahorse. Race Avira, alien. Combat Power 13000. Skills Sidekick. Straight Punch. Turtle School Martial Arts. Kamehameha. Indeed, this little seahorse is diligent and has surprisingly reached a combat power of 10,000 in such a short time. Host, it has been discovered that the scanned indigenous people possess a hidden bloodline. Awakening it would bring about devastating power. Hidden bloodline. What is that? System analyzed the hidden bloodline in detail. The scanning sound of the system was heard. Ding. Host analysis complete. This is an ancient bloodline of the Avira aliens. Once awakened, strength skyrockets, and at its peak it can rival that of a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Wow, that's incredibly powerful, at least comparable to Super Blue and Super Red. It seems this seahorse will be a strong ally for me in the future, with potential not inferior to Wukong. Slowly walking up to the seahorse. Seahorse, do you want to go with me to explore other planets? The seahorse lowered its head. Master, although I really want to go, my sister and mother are still here, and I need to protect them. I'm afraid that if I leave, they will be bullied. Yunfeng thought for a moment. All right, then you must train hard and not slack off. Your master and I will come to check on your strength at any time. Yes, master, I will definitely train hard and will not slack off. After bidding farewell to the seahorse, he boarded the spaceship and flew towards the next Dragon Ball planet. Opening the Dragon Ball radar, this Dragon Ball is quite close. Suddenly, he saw a large rock ahead that seemed to block the spaceship's path. Alarm, alarm, a massive meteorite has appeared on the flight path. Please land, please land. Everyone looked at Yunfeng. Master, should I go out and destroy this meteorite? You all stay here, I'll handle this meteorite. Super Shield. A faint glow surrounded me as I opened the hatch and jumped out of the spaceship. Looking at the meteorite that was slowly approaching, a white aura surged around me and my combat power skyrocketed. Came. Huh. A terrifying white energy compressed in my hands, shining with a brilliant white light. I hurled it at the meteorite. Boom. A terrifying explosion echoed, and the entire meteorite was blown into fragments that floated in space. Master, that was amazing. I could move in space as if it were solid ground. Entering the spaceship. All right, the obstacle has been cleared. Let's head to the next Dragon Ball planet. The spaceship flew rapidly, and after a while it landed on a new planet. After a few moments of cushioning, it came to a halt. Suddenly the planet began to shake violently, and they saw a giant slowly walking towards them, crashing through many trees. Are the inhabitants of this planet all this gigantic? Is this a giant planet? Taking out the Dragon Ball detector, I pressed a button. Beep, 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 beep. We are very near. The Dragon Ball should be nearby. Let's split up to search. Everyone moved quickly through the forest, and seeing the Dragon Ball getting closer, Yunfeng felt a surge of excitement. It was very close. A large apple tree appeared in front of him. Beep, 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 beep. It must be here. He searched around, but found no Dragon Ball. Suddenly the ground shook violently, and Xiefeng felt unsteady on his feet. Everyone gathered, shaking their heads to indicate they hadn't found the Dragon Ball. A giant slowly approached, and Yunfeng waved for everyone to hide, and they concealed themselves in the woods. A giant resembling a primitive man walked over holding a stone axe. He grabbed the apple tree and shook it violently, causing apples to fall to the ground, piling up into a small mountain. The giant grabbed an apple and tossed it into his mouth. The crunching sound echoed as he quickly devoured it. Wukong noticed a glimmering apple below. Master, look. That apple seems to have the Dragon Ball on it. Looking in the direction Wukong pointed, he indeed saw the Black Star Dragon Ball resting on the apple. Truly a stroke of luck. Stay here and don't act rashly. I'll go retrieve the Dragon Ball, Yunfeng said as he vanished in an instant. He quickly reached a large pile of apples, and in front of the giant they were no different from ants, so they were not noticed. He arrived at the apple and was about to lift it away. Suddenly the giant's hand reached out and grabbed the apple. Yunfeng was just about to lift the Dragon Ball when both he and the apple were lifted by the giant. Master, Wukong shouted, anxiously about to rush over, but he shook his head at Wukong. The giant tossed Yunfeng and the apple into his mouth. A foul odor hit Yunfeng's face. Crunching sounds echoed, and suddenly the giant let out a mad scream, realizing that the Dragon Ball was stuck in his teeth. The giant, holding his jaw, screamed madly. Yunfeng, enduring the stench inside the giant's mouth, thought of a solution. I can knock out one of his teeth. A surge of white chi erupted around Yunfeng. Came. A terrifying white energy orb compressed in Yunfeng's hands, shining brightly, illuminating the entire giant's mouth. A white energy wave was hurled towards the giant's teeth. The giant let out a howl and spat out Yunfeng along with the tooth. Feeling completely covered in stench, he grabbed the giant tooth and fled. The giant looked puzzled at the moving tooth, then angrily raised his stone axe and swung it down. Wukong quickly rushed over. A punch struck the stone axe, releasing a terrifying shockwave that caused several large trees to topple. A spider web-like crack immediately appeared in the center of the axe, breaking apart, and the giant was pushed back by the immense force. In an instant, the group was already hundreds of miles away, and the giant's enraged roars echoed from behind, shaking the entire forest. This giant is undoubtedly the overlord of this planet. His authority was challenged, just now being pushed back by a creature the size of an ant. He was furious. The group returned to the spaceship, pressed the launch button, and the ship quickly took off. Yunfeng hurried to take a shower and change clothes. When he came out, Wukong had already retrieved the Dragon Ball from the giant's massive tooth. Now I have 5 Dragon Balls, getting closer to my goal. According to the unfolding plot, the big boss baby will soon appear, and I need to be fully prepared. This enemy is not easy to deal with. It can parasitize a person's body and seize your power, making it a very terrifying monster. Yunfeng pondered how to eliminate him. After thinking it over, it seems that only illusions and sealing techniques could work. Super Scions are not effective against Baby. He can directly enter your body when you unleash your power, controlling you. Only Majin Buu is immune to his control. The spaceship flew quietly through space, and Wukong and the others had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yunfeng, why aren't you coming into sleep? 18 appeared, slowly walking out in her pajamas. Looking at the alluring 18, all my worries faded away. I'm just about to sleep. I'm thinking about some things. Baby, bring it on. With the system, I won't be afraid of a monster made from alien cells. The planet Zephyr was destroyed and its people annihilated by the Scions. In order to take revenge on the Scions, the king of Zephyr used his own cells to create Baby, a parasitic being, and also created the robot Dr. Mio to help Baby gradually mature and grow. Dr. Mio, an ambitious scientist, relocated the entire laboratory to the Dark Charm Star, continuing his research and growth of Baby, while Yunfeng and the others were heading towards the Dark Charm Star. Master, the next Dragon Ball planet seems to be not far away. Yunfeng nodded, and everyone perked up. We might face powerful enemies ahead, so we must not let our guard down, especially you Wutian and Trunks. You still have not mastered the transformation to Super Saiyan 2, which is the most dangerous. Trunks muttered, can't we just fuse? A glare from Yunfeng startled Trunks. The enemy won't give you time to fuse, you need to enhance your own strength. Goku intensified the special training so they can quickly grasp the essentials of Super Saiyan 2, otherwise when they encounter powerful enemies they will just be food for the enemy. Trunks and Wushin's faces fell. Wutian, look how good it is to stay on Earth. You insisted on coming to the universe, and now we've encountered a devil of a master. What are you two whispering about? The two hurried to escape and began their training. These two little brats, Yunfeng chuckled and scolded. It's very close, very close. The dragon radar indicates that the next Dragon Ball is almost here. Everyone prepared, soon we will land. Their expressions serious, unaware of the kind of planet and trials that await them. The spaceship slowly descended, and after several gentle bounces, it finally landed steadily on this planet. Fortunately, it is a normal planet. We are afraid of encountering a terrible environment like the desert planet before, which has left everyone with a psychological shadow. As everyone stepped out of the spaceship and walked through a mountain range, they suddenly heard a cry for help. Yunfeng swiftly appeared at the source of the sound, where a monster was menacingly eyeing a handsome young man with long ears. Help! Someone save me! A figure appeared and punched the monster on the jaw, sending it flying. Yunfeng stood firmly on the ground. Are you all right? Thank you for saving me. The young man slowly climbed to his feet. It's nothing, just a small act of kindness. Looking at the amiable Yunfeng, the young man slowly approached him and extended his hand. Soon Wukong and the others arrived, and Trunks and Wutian quickly became familiar with the young man. The young man was named Xia, a prince from a small country on this planet who got lost while playing and separated from us. Yunfeng took out the Dragon Ball. Prince Xia, have you seen this ball before? Xia examined the Dragon Ball for a while and said, I think I've seen it in our royal treasury. Really? Can you give it to us? Yunfeng asked excitedly. Young Xia narrowed his eyes and said, no problem, you are my savior. It's just a ball. They'll have my father open the treasury to give it to you when we return. Hearing that the Dragon Ball finally had a lead, everyone was very happy as they flew with Xia towards his royal palace. I can fly. I didn't expect you all to know how to fly. Oh, it's amazing. Xia exclaimed excitedly. In no time they arrived at the palace gates, and the architecture looked quite advanced, giving off a modern vibe. The guards saw Xia and immediately bowed in greeting. Upon entering the royal hall, they noticed many people around, presumably ministers of the kingdom. Seeing the newcomers, the king ran down excitedly. Upon a closer look, Xia indeed resembled the king. Xia, where have you been? The returning soldiers reported that you were lost. Did you encounter any danger? I'm just glad you're back. Father, I got lost and encountered a huge monster, but it was the warrior Yunfeng who saved me, Xia said as he pulled Yunfeng to the king's side. Thank you for saving the prince. I am immensely grateful. Please state your conditions, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Father, they want a useless ball from the treasury. I saw it there before. The king responded, a ball. Since the warrior needs it, then give it to them. Someone go to the treasury and fetch the ball the warrior needs. Father, no need. I will take them to get it. I can also show them around the palace. All right, you guide them then. The ministers whispered among themselves, but clearly they did not dare to object to the king's decision, watching as the prince led them out of the hall. Suddenly, a familiar, yet strange figure brushed past them. Yunfeng, that old man just now looked so much like Dr. Jero, number 18, asked in surprise. Yunfeng also noticed it really looked very much like the Dr. Jero who became an android. Who was the old man that Xia just went in with? Do you know? Are you talking about Dr. Mio? He is an all-purpose scientist who came to our kingdom last year, bringing many new technologies that helped our country progress significantly and is highly valued by my father. Dr. Mio. This is the first time I've heard this name. I hope he doesn't create terrifying warriors like Dr. Jero did. Xia even pointed out a large building next to the royal hall to Yunfeng, saying that is Dr. Mio's laboratory. Looking at the massive laboratory, he took a few glances to remember the location. Xia kept introducing various buildings of the palace as they walked, and after a while they finally arrived at the treasury. Xia spoke a few words to the guards and the doors opened. Wow, this place is so big. There are so many treasures inside. Everyone exclaimed in awe as they looked at the rare and exotic items everywhere. Xia rummaged around saying, "This doesn't make sense, so I remember seeing it here before," and then began to dig vigorously. Found it. It fell down below. Xia joyfully raised the Dragon Ball in his hand. "This is the 7-star ball." "Thank you so much, Xia," Yunfeng said excitedly as he took the Dragon Ball. This made the 6th one, only one more to complete the collection. "It's nothing, just a ball. I don't even know who put it in there." After exiting the treasury, Xia arranged for everyone to stay in the palace. "I can't shake the feeling of unease," Number 18 whispered to Yunfeng, looking at Number 18 lying on his chest. "Are you feeling restless because you saw Dr. Mio today and thought of Dr. Gero?" Dr. Gero was indeed a nightmare for Number 18 and the others. He altered them without mercy and even ordered them to kill Goku. The entire process was a nightmare for them. Unlike Number 16, who are fully mechanical, they were once living human beings, so it's normal for them to struggle with the modifications. "It's okay now, it's all in the past. You have me now, and I won't let you go through that terrifying life again." Outside Dr. Mio's laboratory, a small figure sneaked around looking for the entrance. "Wutian, hurry up. Don't you think that Dr. Mio from earlier today is very interesting? Trunks, we should go back. It's so dark here, it's scary. Hurry up, Wutian, why are you so timid?" The two quickly found the door and slowly sneaked in, moving at lightning speed. The people inside hadn't noticed that someone had already entered. Walking in the technologically advanced laboratory, "Wutian, where is this place? It feels even larger than my grandfather's research room." Wutian had never seen so many technological devices and was already overwhelmed, staring in awe at his surroundings. "Someone's coming." The two quickly pressed open a door and hid inside, peering through the crack to see two people in white clothes walk by. "Wutian, we must be careful. If we get caught, that old man will take us to the master and we'll be in big trouble." Thinking of the strict Yunfeng, both shuddered. Trunks' eyes widened. "Wutian, look at all this stuff." Cautiously walking inside, they saw large experimental vials containing a person submerged in blue liquid. "This can't be artificial humans, right?" Remembering the horrors of the artificial humans, Trunks shivered. During the siege against them, he was held by Bulma. Although he never fought them directly, he heard from Piccolo and others that it was simply terrifying. Wutian felt nothing as he was born after the incident with the artificial humans, but he had heard from his brother Gohan about their terror. "Trunks, isn't Sister No 18 an artificial human? She's quite nice, though." Trunks quickly covered Wushin's mouth. "Wutian, what nonsense are you saying? Don't discuss Sister No 18. If the master hears you, you won't want to live." Wutian stuck out his tongue, and as they ventured further inside, they suddenly spotted a massive glass tank containing a naked person. "Trunks, this person seems to have a tail. Could it be a scion?" "It really has a tail. It truly is a scion. That old man wouldn't have turned a scion into an artificial human, would he?" Suddenly, the person with the tail opened their eyes, and the two were so frightened that they hurriedly stepped back. "Trunks, let's get out of here. This place is terrifying." "Wutian, I feel scared too. Let's leave this place first." The two opened the door and quickly ran out. Gasping for breath, they looked at each other. "Wutian, wasn't that thrilling? Just thinking about that scion makes us feel something's wrong. We need to go back and inform the master, even if we get scolded." If Goku and Yunfeng were here, they would surely exclaim Broly. "Master, we discovered something significant." Creak, the door opened. "What happened to you two?" Scion. What are you two talking about?" "Don't rush, explain clearly." Trunks, calm down. "Master, just now Wutian and I accidentally entered Dr. Mio's laboratory and found many artificial humans. The most terrifying part is that there is an artificial human who is also a scion at the back." "What did you say?" "Artificial humans. And a scion." In the original story, Dr. Mio was a robot created by King Ziffel to produce baby. It seems my intervention has altered the storyline. No matter what, the situation has become serious. This Dr. Mio is far more terrifying than Dr. Gero. "You two go and call Goku to see me. We have matters to discuss." Trunks readily agreed, thrilled that the master wasn't angry with them. Before long, Goku arrived. "Goku, Trunks just said he saw artificial humans in Dr. Mio's laboratory, including a scion. I feel the situation isn't simple. Mio's purpose for coming to this country might not be pure. He might be using the resources of this country to create artificial humans to achieve his horrifying goals. We cannot stand idly by. We need to investigate Dr. Mio's laboratory tonight. Trunks, Wutian, you two stay here. If anything happens, we can instantly teleport back using your coordinates." With a whoosh, the two vanished from their spot and arrived at Dr. Mio's laboratory entrance. Yunfeng watched as the guards passed by and waved to Goku, allowing them to swiftly enter the laboratory. Upon entering, they were bewildered. There were doors everywhere. Which one contained the artificial human Trunks mentioned? Well, they would have to check one by one. Opening the first door revealed rows of glass containers with bubbles occasionally rising from them. System analyze what this is. Host, please wait, are you analyzing? After a while, host analysis complete. This is a type of bioengineered human, a warrior cultivated using biochemical fluid combined with human cell blood. Bioengineered humans. What does Dr. Mu want with these? He can't possibly be trying to conquer the universe, can he? Goku, let's check another room. They opened the second door and immediately saw Broly, who was placed at the back. This is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Goku, how could he be here? Didn't we defeat him already? Yunfeng suddenly recalled from the original story that Broly did not die in that battle, but escaped in a spaceship. But who is this Broly now? Broly suddenly opened his eyes, Kakarot. His energy began to rise. The entire laboratory began to sound alarms with red lights flashing and loud sirens echoing throughout. Goku, we need to retreat. We've been discovered. The two instantly teleported away from the laboratory, returning to where Trunks was. Master Uncle Goku, you're back. Did we see wrong? Trunks, the situation has become quite complicated. You don't need to worry, Uncle Goku, and I will handle it. In the laboratory, what happened? Quickly check the source of the alarm, Dr. Mu said angrily. Report to Dr. Mu, it seems to be the Science laboratory. Quick, check it out. Suddenly a hand reached out as Broly burst out of the glass container. Kakarot, boom. The laboratory exploded. This is bad, that Scion has emerged. How could it be so soon? According to my calculations, it should still take some time. Did something provoke him? Quick release bioengineered humans, no. 1, 2, and 3 to stop this Scion. Under Dr. Mu's command, 3 bioengineered warriors charged at Broly. With a single hand, Broly grasped one bioengineered warrior's head and smashed it into the ground. Kakarot, as a greenish flame surged around him, shaking the entire laboratory. Someone go check Dr. Mu's laboratory and see what's going on. Why is there such a commotion? The entire capital is shaking. After the soldiers left, the king felt uneasy, summoned General Wei He to come here. General Wei He is the strongest in the kingdom, and the king felt at ease only with him by his side. It seems Broly has emerged after all. Since it's something created by Dr. Mu, let him handle it for now, or we will deal with the aftermath later. Broly's strength is considerable, although Yunfeng defeated him before. One cannot underestimate the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. In the original story, Broly even matched Ultra Blue Goku and Ultra Blue Vegeta in battle without losing ground. The variables of the legendary Super Saiyan are too great, no one dares to gamble. It requires high-level attention. Goku, get ready for the strong enemy. Prepare to face the formidable foe. In the laboratory, 2 other bioengineered fighters struck Broly with a punch. Broly revealed a cruel smile and retaliated with a punch that sent the bioengineered fighter flying like a kite with its string cut. One of the bioengineered fighters actually showed signs of fear, slowly retreating. Haha. In a whoosh, Broly seized the last bioengineered fighter by the neck, and with a savage grip, he crushed the fighter's head. Report to Dr. Meow, the bioengineered fighters are no match for that Scion. They have all been wiped out. What? They couldn't hold out even for this short a time. Damn, it is my years of effort going to waste. No, I refuse to accept this. Quickly mobilize more bioengineered warriors to stop the Scion. By the way, release Kubo for me. Dr. Meow, are you really going to unleash that cosmic beast? It is uncontrollable. Do you want the Scion to destroy my laboratory? Hurry up. No, Baby is about to awaken. Why now? Baby was created using the cells of his master King Zephyr. He has the great task of taking revenge on the Scions and restoring the Zephyr star. It must not fail. Dr. Meow rushed towards the underground of the laboratory. Meanwhile, at the palace, Your Majesty, I have come at your urgent summons. What is the matter? General Wei He, please be at ease. It seems there's a problem at Dr. Meow's laboratory. The commotion is significant enough to shake the palace. The soldiers I sent have not responded for a long time. It's troubling. You please go and investigate what is happening. Your Majesty, I advised against building that laboratory years ago. I always felt that Dr. Meow had ulterior motives, and now it seems trouble has finally arisen. I will go take a look, please rest assured. General Wei He slowly floated up and shot towards the laboratory. Yunfeng and Wukong watched Broly battling the bioengineered fighters from a distance. Master Broly seems to be even stronger. It appears that the legendary Super Saiyan truly does not require training. Their power continues to grow. Wukong, let's observe for now. I want to see just how much strength Dr. Meow has hidden. General Wei He arrived above the laboratory. Observing this, Dr. Meow has indeed created many powerful warriors. He must have ulterior motives. This chaos today must be due to his own creations going out of control. Kakarot Broly conjured a compressed green-yellow energy ball and hurled it, instantly obliterating a large number of bioengineered fighters. Kakarot, come out and fight me. I know you are nearby, Kakarot. The bioengineered warriors charged at Broly in a frenzy, and Broly exploded with rage. A series of greenish circles materialized around him, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, sending a large group of bioengineered fighters flying, unable to approach him. The dreadful energy was still intensifying. Broly's hair transformed into a greenish hue, his muscles began to swell, and the ground started to collapse. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in the laboratory, resembling both a wolf and a tiger, towering at 3 times the height of a person. It drooled white, foul-smelling saliva and swallowed the one who released it in one bite. At first glance, it spotted Broly rampaging in the laboratory and charged towards him. With sharp claws, it slashed at Broly. As the claws struck him, Broly turned to look, his eyes completely whitening, suddenly revealing a cruel smile. Ha! Trash! He delivered a punch to the beast, sending it flying like a kite, with its string cut, crashing into the laboratory, spilling bioliquid everywhere, as many bioengineered beings escaped. The cosmic beast stood up, its eyes glowing green, immediately devouring numerous bioengineered warriors, its size doubling, and it charged at Broly. Kakarot, the greenish light in his hand flickered continuously, and a terrifying energy wave struck the cosmic beast in its mouth. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed, shaking the entire laboratory. A massive crater appeared, and the so-called cosmic beast lay motionless. Broly erupted with a terrifying aura, and waves of fear spread across the planet. Damn science, no wonder my master despises them so much. They have destroyed my laboratory like this. Reaching Baby's computer, a massive machine was slowly running, while inside a large glass vessel, some purplish red-horned infants were growing in the bioliquid. Soon, in another 12 hours, the great Zephyr warrior will be born. Dr. Meow looked fervently at the purplish red infants in the glass vessel, bubbles occasionally rising in the bioliquid. Broly went berserk, destroying the entire laboratory, sending terrifying waves of light outward, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Damn it, it seems I must take action. If I don't, the whole kingdom will be destroyed by this monster. General Wei, he muttered. His body became ethereal, and he kicked Broly under the chin. Broly revealed a cruel smile and grabbed his foot, throwing him out. He crashed down onto the ground, smashing through several houses. Damn, this monster is incredibly powerful. It seems I can't hold back anymore. A terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloped in a white energy wave. Yunfeng watched as a strange and powerful figure charged towards Broly. System analyzed this person's information. Host, please wait a moment. Analysis in progress. Ding, analysis successful. Name Wei-He. Race Dark Charm, Star Being. Battle Power 150000. Skills Death Energy Wave. A battle power of 1500 is quite strong among the native inhabitants. He must be a powerful warrior from the country of Xia. Wei-He flew overhead, directly locking onto Broly's position, releasing purplish red light from his hands as he compressed his power. Broly looked up at the enemy above and shouted, Kakarot, charging toward him. Suddenly, a massive wave of purplish red energy came crashing down, creating a large circular pit in the ground, the terrifying force continuing to bombard. Broly tried to charge up, but the overwhelming force prevented him from advancing. Die, monster. Restore peace to our planet. Your Majesty, look at that light over there. It seems to be General Wei-He's death energy wave. The king turned towards the source of the purplured energy hammering the ground. It can't be wrong. This is General Wei-He's technique. I have seen it once before. Since Wei-He has used this move, the outcome is basically determined. We can rest easy. The faces of those in the palace also showed relieved smiles. Aya! The terrifying purplured energy continued to pound Broly, and the pit in the ground grew larger. Wei-He's energy gradually decreased. Finally, after 10 minutes, he displayed a relieved smile. This monster should be no more. Suddenly, from the smoky pit, a figure emerged, mostly unharmed except for a little black smoke wafting off. How is this possible? Impossible. What kind of monster are you? Kakarot, come out. A punch sent Wei-He flying completely defenseless as he tumbled away. Ryukon could no longer hold back, catching Wei-He and placing him aside. As he walked, golden flames erupted around him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Broly, you are unforgivable. Kakarot, you've finally shown yourself. Broly sneered with cruel delight. Royal Palace. What's happening? Has the battle ended? General Wei-He must have claimed victory. Quickly, prepare a triumphal banquet in his honor. Everyone follow me to the city gates to welcome General Wei-He. A figure materialized suddenly behind Broly and delivered a devastating kick. Broly was sent hurtling backward. Boom! Slamming into nearby buildings, sending plumes of dust and rubble billowing skyward. Broly, how dare you remember only Kakarot and forget old friends? Then allow me to offer a proper greeting. Af! Crunch! The monstrous force blasted away the boulders, crushing him. Damn you, Kakarot. Yunfeng, you will all die. Broly's emerald green aura blazed with terrifying intensity, erupting in waves of raw destructive power. Goku and Yunfeng unleashed their energy simultaneously. With thunderous roars, their battle auras surged, golden flames roaring to life around their bodies, spiraling ever higher. Cracks split the earth beneath them. The entire planet trembled violently. His hair lengthened in an instant, transforming him into a Super Saiyan third grade, radiating overwhelming power that pulsed outward like shockwaves. What? Why is it shaking again? The battle isn't over yet. Send scouts immediately. Find out what's happening. Why does this conflict persist? Goten, is that monstrous demon-like aura emanating from the artificial Saiyan? Yes, and the other two terrifying auras belong to Master and Dad. Let's go help them. Trunks' gaze hardened with resolve. Very well, let's go see for ourselves. Perhaps we can even lend meaningful aid and earn Master's respect. Instantly, both powered up and transformed into Super Saiyans, streaking toward the laboratory at blinding speed. Broly lunged at Yunfeng, muscles swelling grotesquely, as he threw a thunderous punch. Yunfeng sidestepped, then retaliated with a counterstrike. Broly blocked with his forearm. Emerald green and golden flames flared fiercely across both warriors' bodies. Yunfeng unleashed a rapid barrage of punches. Broly parried each one. Suddenly, Goku appeared midair and slammed a devastating blow into Broly's abdomen, followed by a brutal uppercut. Staggering back in pain, Broly was struck again. Yunfeng's kick sent him flying like a severed puppet. F. Ghost. Came. Haim. Huh. Both warriors gathered radiant white energy spheres in their palms, their brilliance illuminating the heavens. Whoosh! Two blinding beams shot forward. Kaboom! A deafening explosion rocked the world anew. A colossal mushroom cloud bloomed on the horizon, visible to both combatants. The ground shuddered endlessly, thick clouds of dust churned skyward. Yet per the ancient law, where smoke rises no wounds follow, Broly likely emerged unscathed. True to form, Broly charged forth moments later, his fist striking Yunfeng squarely across the face. Yunfeng did not retaliate. Goku, stay back. I'll defeat him alone. Yunfeng waved mockingly at Broly. Come on, attack. Again and again Broly struck. Yunfeng stood motionless, absorbing every blow. Ha 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 ha. Yunfeng's laughter echoed across the battlefield. Broly, so this is the legendary Super Saiyan's true strength. Pathetic. Am I simply too powerful now? Let me show you what a real fist feels like, and what true terror truly means. Whoosh! Yunfeng blurred into motion, a crushing blow to Broly's gut, then another to his jaw. Blood welled at Broly's lips as he staggered backward. How do you like that, oh legendary Super Saiyan? Aren't you supposed to be invincible? You wretched fool. I'll erase you from existence. Broly screamed, gathering a seething emerald green energy sphere, and hurled it straight at Yunfeng. Yunfeng raised a hand and halted the blast midair, its light frozen, trembling against his palm. Since it's yours, I'll return it. Enjoy it yourself. With a flick, the monstrous orb reversed course, hurtling back toward Broly. What? It's coming back. Broly recoiled in shock, emerald flames flaring wildly as he conjured a second sphere and launched it. The two collided mid-sky, kerkum, a cataclysmic detonation tearing the air apart. Curse you all, you shall perish. I cannot lose to you. His aura, already rivaling that of a Super Saiyan third grade, surged once more, transcending even legend. Did I provoke him too far? Have I fallen prey to the Saiyan curse? Overconfidence born of strength leading only to ruin. Broly's aura swelled uncontrollably, his mind unraveling into feral rage, his power escalating without limit, his combat prowess ascending beyond measure. 6 trillion. 6. 5 trillion. 6. 9 trillion. 7 trillion. 7. 5 trillion. As Broly's battle power soared, Yunfeng remained utterly calm. After their last clash, the system's reward had elevated his strength far beyond even Super Saiyan third grade. Though Broly's might continued its terrifying ascent, Yunfeng held firm, until a golden blur descended from above, delivering a crushing kick that sent Broly rocketing skyward. It was Gotenks, now ascended to Super Saiyan third grade. Shut your mouth, and take this death missile kick. Watching Broly soar through the air, and then observing Gotenks hovering triumphantly, arms crossed, only one word came to mind: formidable. Master, how's that? Only Super Gotenks could subdue this behemoth. Don't grow complacent, you two. Broly isn't defeated, not yet. Stay sharp. Goku shook his head. When will these boys shed that arrogance? True to form, Broly reappeared before Gotenks in a flash, speed defying comprehension, and struck with a single shattering punch. Gotenks. Goku and Yunfeng cried out in unison. Their swift humiliation was complete. Lessons in humility delivered swiftly and brutally. That monstrous brute, making fools of us before Master. Unforgivable. Mid-flight, Gotenks stabilized his trajectory, light blazing in his palms. Super Donut. Concentric rings of energy sealed Broly inside a shimmering prison. Huh. How do you like that, you ugly giant? Can't move an inch now, can you? Master, we'll execute a super volleyball assault. Just assist me for the final strike. Yunfeng sighed inwardly. Fine, let Gotenks handle this. And there he was, Gotenks spinning Broly, now compressed into a glowing spherical projectile effortlessly in his palm. Super volleyball attack, set. He launched it toward Yunfeng. Yunfeng swept his hands upward, guiding the sphere into position beside Gotenks. With one hand clenched tight, Gotenks gathered a torrent of Super Saiyan energy, golden light blazing with apocalyptic intensity. Spike! His fist crashed into the sphere. Whomp! It plummeted like a meteor, striking the earth with cataclysmic force. Boom! Carving a bottomless crater, swallowing light and sound alike in a churning storm of dust. Huh. I may have overdone it. Did I just obliterate the beast? No matter. I'll finish him off properly. Gotenks raised both palms skyward, super death barrage missile attack, and summoned countless white energy projectiles, unleashing them in a relentless torrent into the abyssal crater below. The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. Die, super chain death missiles. A white wave of light continuously penetrated the giant pit, with smoke swirling below, obscuring any real situation. Wu Tian-Kusi gasped, this big monster should be dead now, right? You did well, Wu Tian-Kusi, Yunfeng praised. Haha, master, this big monster is nothing but that I haven't even exerted myself yet, and it has already fallen. Seeing Wu Tian-Kusi, who was lost in his own triumph, Wukong and Yunfeng felt a headache. Report, your majesty, I have seen clearly that the one fighting the monster is not General Wei He, but several aliens brought back by the prince. Did you see clearly which aliens they are? I didn't expect these aliens to be so powerful who summoned the prince to see me. Damn it, my husband has left me alone in this palace again. When you return, I will definitely make you pay. You will demonstrate your 18 martial arts to me, and if you dare refuse, I will castrate you. Number 18 said. Yunfeng suddenly felt a chill down his back. Had he offended someone? Why did he have such a bad feeling? As the smoke slowly dissipated, a greenish-blue light shot up into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. Wu Tian-Kusi, retreat quickly. This aura is not simple. Broly shouldn't have such power. He must have undergone some change. System, come out quickly and analyze Broly's current condition for me. Ding host, Broly is currently in the stage of advancement and will soon enter the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd level with power 10 times that of before. What? 10 times? That means 70 trillion. How can we fight this? Let's just surrender. System, what should we do? Is there any way to defeat him in this situation? Ding host, don't panic. There are 3 ways to defeat Broly. First, use the 100 times Kaioken. You can forcibly use the power of the angels, but the massive side effects will cause you pain for a while after using it. Second, transform into a great ape and comprehend the power of the Super Saiyan 4th level. You should easily defeat Broly. However, I must warn you that you might lose your mind due to the Saiyan's violent aura becoming a mindless battle machine. Third, fuse with your disciple son Wukong. Shenfeng is the ultimate warrior capable of handling the current situation. The choice is entirely up to the host. Additionally, a main mission has been detected. Defeat the ancient Super Saiyan 2nd level Broly. Reward Kaioken without side effects. What? No side effects? As long as my body can handle it, I can use it freely. With no side effects, it's just like using a normal skill, and my power will not just increase, but multiply. In the unfathomable abyss, a greenish-blue light continually radiated, and the aura was steadily increasing, causing the entire planet to tremble. Damn science, why haven't they stopped? If this continues, my laboratory will collapse, Dr. Mew shouted as he awakened. Science. The monster baby created from the cells of King Zephyr slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the word science. After the Science destroyed planet Zephyr, King Zephyr's hatred for them caused baby created from his cells to finally awaken. Haha, it's finally successful. Ooh, I've awakened. Our planet Zephyr is saved. With a cruel smile on Baby's purplish red face, he stumbled out of the glass container and charged directly towards Dr. Mew. Seeing Baby rushing towards him, "What are you doing? Damn it, stop. What do you want?" Baby charged directly into Dr. Mew's mouth, and moments later Dr. Mew's eyes turned red. "Haha, I've finally been resurrected. Scions, prepare to accept my endless revenge. Father, I don't know why you summoned me here in such a hurry. My son, you must have felt the battle outside. If that monster's side wins, our kingdom will definitely be destroyed. How much do you know about the aliens you brought?" "Father, they saved me in a moment of danger. I'm not clear about their exact power, but I can sense that they are very strong. They are fighting that monster. Since they are strong, I feel at ease. The fate of our country rests in their hands." A minister spoke up. "Your Majesty, isn't General Wei he fighting the monster?" "General Wei, he may have already been defeated. From the fluctuations earlier, it seems he is already engaged, but the monster is unscathed. The best explanation is that he lost." A layer of gloom settled over everyone's hearts. In the unfathomable abyss, terrifying green flames surged continuously, and white lightning began to coil around the flames. Seeing this scene, it seems Broly has reached the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd level. Wukong and Trunks took advantage of the moment when Broly had not fully evolved and launched their attacks. The three of them unleashed terrifying auras, and the dreadful golden flames surged with white lightning coiling around the flames. Kame. Hame. Huh. The three stood together using the Kame House's Kamehameha wave. Three terrifying white energy blasts emitted countless rays of light from their hands, turning the entire sky into a white expanse. The three terrifying white energy blasts shot towards the deep pit. The horrifying explosion sound they imagined did not occur. "Kakarot, you are doomed." Death missile waved. A greenish-blue beam unexpectedly withstood the three energy blasts. Facing the energy wave from the Sun family, Yunfeng thought the Sun family has never lost against the energy wave, but I am not a Sun. It seems today will be unpredictable. Ooh, I can't afford to be reckless. Two terrifying forces were colliding violently. "Master, I can barely hold on. How is the opponent's power growing stronger?" "You two hold on. Broly has successfully evolved, and his battle power far exceeds ours. As long as one of us cannot withstand it, we will lose." "Yes, Master." The two unleashed all their power, and the terrifying energy poured directly into the Kamehameha wave. 40 times Kaioken. A red energy wave rose around Yunfeng, and his combat power immediately surged. His gaze sharpened, and he infused even more strength into the Kamehameha wave. Broly's greenish-blue energy wave was actually pushed back, slowly charging towards Broly. Kakarot, impressive, but what of this? Broly's greenish-blue flames surged violently, and white lightning flashed continuously. The terrifying power surged forward. Yunfeng and the others' Kamehameha wave was effortlessly pushed back. "Not good, Wukong Wutian. Kasi grabbed me quickly." He teleported instantly. He appeared directly behind Broly and kicked out, but unexpectedly Broly caught him directly. Suddenly disappearing and reappearing, a troublesome skill. With a strong throw, the three were sent flying out, but all stabilized their figures. Looking at the brand new Broly, the three widened their eyes. Broly's greenish-blue hair stood upright, flames rose around him, coiling with silvery white lightning, and his eyes turned completely white, showcasing an astonishing battle power. "This is the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd level. The three of us joined forces to attack. This is not an enemy that can be defeated by a single individual." Wutian Keisai unexpectedly showed a look of tension, then spat out 10 little ghosts resembling himself. "Big monster, take this move, Super Divine Wind Attack Technique." "I say, Wutian Keisai, can you be a bit more serious? This kind of trick won't work on Broly, right?" "Master, you underestimate my move too much. Oh, just watch quietly." Little ghosts charge. The 10 little ghosts rushed towards Broly. "Child's play, Kakarot, come over and die." Broly's 10 fingers emitted flashes of light, shooting directly at the 10 little ghosts, enveloping them in light. Yunfeng clapped his head, realizing it was a great opportunity. Instant transmission illusion technique. Red light instantly appeared in his hands and dashed towards Broly's head. "Goku, attack now. Dragon Fist attack, none shall stand in my way." Goku unleashed a powerful Dragon Fist attack in Super Saiyan 3 form, and a golden dragon instantly appeared wrapping around Broly, who was amidst the surroundings. "Kakarot, Kakarot, you vile creature." Broly's aura grew larger, preventing the golden dragon of the Dragon Fist from getting close. "Damn, Broly, quiet down." Illusion technique, strangulation. Broly immediately crouched down in pain, holding his head, and the golden dragon seized the opportunity to entangle him, resulting in a loud explosion. A A massive explosion echoed, shaking the entire planet. Master, this time Broly should be injured, right? Yunfeng shook his head. This attack was merely to buy time. Still resolute, he decided to take a gamble. 100 times King Kai Fist. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a red aura began to envelop him, attached to a golden flame. This was his first attempt at such a high multiplier of the King Kai Fist, which also posed great risks. Only by defeating Broly and completing the system's task could he gain the King God Fist without side effects. The terrifying red aura surged, his battle power multiplied dozens of times, making him appear distorted due to the overwhelming energy. Broly burst forth from the billowing smoke, and Yunfeng rushed forward. The two collided with fists, creating a massive shockwave that spread outward. I didn't expect the shockwave from the clash between Master and Broly to be this terrifying. How frightening. Broly actually retreated a few steps, saying, "Damn it, how is this possible? I refuse to believe it." "What's impossible? Broly, don't think you are invincible." He charged at Broly again, saying, "Damn it, kid, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The two fought fiercely again, exchanging punches and kicking each other, colliding dozens of times in an instant. Broly was marked with numerous injuries while Yunfeng's speed surged to another peak. Broly searched for Yunfeng's figure and suddenly appeared behind him, driving a knee into his back, sending Broly flying to the ground. Spitting blood, he exclaimed, "Damn it, how is this possible? What happened to this kid? How did his power suddenly become so strong? I refuse to believe it. I should be invincible. I still need to kill Kakarot. How could I lose here?" He charged at Yunfeng again, the two clashing rapidly in the air. Energy ripples appeared in the sky, and the buildings across the planet began to collapse rapidly. The greenish-blue shadow and the red shadow clashed continuously as Goku and the others followed their movements with wide eyes. Inside the palace, it was like an earthquake. Objects kept falling from the ceiling, and everything inside was toppled. The king and ministers had already crawled under the table. "Quick, someone check what kind of battle is causing our entire nation to suffer. Quick, summon all the generals to protect the royal family." The two had collided over 100 times, and under the super impact of the snow peak, Broly fell like a kite with a severed string. With a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared. Yunfeng panted in the air, "Damn it, the side effects of this King Kai Fist are so severe, I feel pain all over my body." Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he slowly flew towards Broly below. He realized time was running out. He needed to finish this with one move. Broly climbed up, blood flowing from his mouth. "Damn it, I will kill you." He flew straight into the sky. Radiating a greenish-blue flame, he raised his hands, and a terrifying energy began to gather. After a while, a massive greenish-blue energy ball formed in the sky, growing larger. "Ha ha, kid Kakarot, you will disappear along with this planet." Looking at the ever-growing energy ball in the sky, it seemed that Broly was truly pushed to his limits this time. His 100 times King Kai Fist could still hold for 5 more minutes, enduring the pain throughout his body. 100 times King Kai Fist Kamehameha. The white energy rapidly compressed in his hands, shining brightly as he aimed it at Broly in the sky. "Since you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end." The massive white energy wave shot towards the giant energy ball in the sky. The white energy wave struck the massive greenish-blue energy ball. The two forces immediately collided, canceling each other out in a terrifying display of power. The sky was illuminated in white and green, appearing extremely terrifying. As the two energy waves collided, buildings around them crumbled rapidly, causing chaos in the entire palace. Goku and Wutian Keisai burst with energy, standing firm against the residual waves. "Uncle Goku, do you think Master can win?" "Master's strength is unfathomable. He cannot lose. With such a massive energy boost from the King Kai Fist, he should be able to defeat Broly." As the two were locked in a stalemate, Broly was using all his might, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and the greenish-blue flames on his body burned rapidly. "It seems Broly has gone all out. In that case, you shall die." The power of the King Kai Fist only lasts for 2 more minutes. Going all out. Yunfeng roared, infusing an even more massive energy wave into the attack. The previously balanced forces suddenly became unbalanced, with the white energy clearly beginning to suppress the greenish-blue power pushing upward. "Impossible. How could this be? I have given it my all. There's no way I can lose." Broly yelled with bloodshot eyes, but the merciless reality offered him no more chances. The terrifying energy engulfed him, the horrifying force striking his body, eliciting a miserable scream. The sky was a blinding white, and the terrifying energy made even Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, feel the breath of death. After a moment, the energy in the sky slowly dissipated, and a figure fell from the sky. Broly was already battered, and bruised, unable to rise with only one eye open. Yunfeng gasped for breath. Every muscle and bone in his body ached as if he were about to fall apart. Ding! Main quest: defeat the legendary Super Saiyan Broly completed. Reward: King God Fist without side effects. Ha ha ha. Finally, I won't have to suffer from these side effects anymore. But the crisis is not over. Dr. Mio is crazily heading this way, or rather its baby. The danger is drawing closer. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, he slowly took out the immortal beans from the system's space and consumed one. A surge of power flowed through his entire body, healing all his injuries, though the mental fatigue remained, which would require time for his recovery skills to restore. Wukong also transformed back into an ordinary human as the time ran out, walking over and asking Master, what about Broly? They'll seal him away, otherwise if he recovers it will be troublesome. Wait, Wukong, a sinister aura is slowly approaching us. Who is it? The aura isn't very strong, but this evil feeling is unsettling. Damn it, Kakarot, how dare you hurt me like this? I won't forgive you. A teal flame began to rise from his body. Master, be careful behind you. A teal energy blast is coming. Yunfeng turned and blocked the energy blast with his hand. Broly, are you still not giving up? Looking at the clearly exhausted Broly, who could barely stand and was floating with the technique of flight, he still dared to attack us. Huh. He unleashed another teal energy blast. Damn it, the Mudman still has some fight left. Since you seek death, I shall send you on your way. Suddenly, a familiar figure landed. All Scions are here, great. Just in time to catch you all. Dr. Mew. No, wait, your energy feels unfamiliar. How should I address you? Broly, I never expected you to betray me. I saved you, and this is how you repay me. Scions are indeed cruel and ruthless. I should never have saved you. My laboratory has been destroyed by you. Wukong and Trunks quickly powered up, transforming into Super Saiyan. What nonsense are you babbling about, old man? Let us handle you. Wukong charged towards Dr. Mew, who was evading with his agility. Master, Dr. Mew is not a threat. Oh, let's deal with Broly first. Yunfeng nodded and vanished, his hands glowing red. Broly, for the sake of safety, I have no choice but to seal you. Trunks jumped up and unleashed an energy wave. Stop jumping around and die. Just then a purplish-red figure entered Trunks' body through the energy wave. Seeing this, Yunfeng halted his actions. Trunks, keep your heart steady and force him out. Trunks' face was already lined with white threads. Trunks, stay focused. Do not let baby take advantage of you. Get out of me, you bastard. Trunks erupted with terrifying Super Saiyan energy, golden flames rising continuously. How can this kid have such strong energy? Baby was forced to escape out of Trunks. Baby immediately saw the injured Broly lying on the ground and rushed towards him. Wukong quickly stopped him. His target is Broly. But it was too late. Wukong's Kamehameha was dodged by Baby and went straight into the already severely injured Broly's body. Ah! Broly screamed in madness, his eyes slowly changing color, white lines appearing on his head. This is bad. Wukong, act quickly. While Baby hasn't succeeded, yet kill Broly. Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards the howling Broly, landing a punch on him. What's going on? Why does Broly's body feel as solid as steel? He is too weak now and can easily be taken over by Baby. Seeing Broly's eyes change, Wukong realized the situation was dire. His hair turned from teal to white, with white lines appearing on both sides of his forehead and a line on his chin. Baby slowly ascended into the air. Scions, enjoy your last moments of happiness. Once I recover, it will be your doom. With Dr. Mew in tow, he vanished into the horizon. Yunfeng collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of spiritual energy. He finally could not hold on any longer. Master Wukong helped him up, and Wu Tian along with Trunks flew towards the palace. Later that night, General Wei, he woke up to find himself lying in the wilderness. It turned out Wukong and the others were busy rescuing Yunfeng, and Trunks completely forgetting about him. Upon waking, Yunfeng saw Android 18 looking at him with concern. Android 18, I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine, but it's just a depletion of my spiritual energy, but I've already recovered, as he used his skills to mend his soul's damage. Android 18 held Yunfeng, crying uncontrollably, unable to stop. After a while, Yunfeng stepped out of the room and saw Wukong and the others anxiously waiting outside. Follow me, I have something to discuss. They all proceeded to the hall. Trunks, come here. I need to check your body. In the original story, Trunks had still retained Baby's embryo after forcing him out. System scanned Trunks' body to check for the presence of embryos. Ding. Host scan complete. There is indeed an alien embryo growing inside him. System eliminate the embryo inside him. Ding. Host elimination complete. Alright Trunks, you're fine now. Rest well and train harder when you return. Wukong, now that Baby has taken over Broly's body, his power is unfathomable. Super Saiyan level 3 likely cannot match him. Wukong was shocked. Master, is it really that serious? Even Super Saiyan level 3 can't handle it. Yunfeng nodded gravely. In the original story, Baby took over Doll's body whose power was comparable to a beginner's Super Saiyan level 4. Broly's power far exceeds Doll's and Baby's power must be even stronger. Now only Super Saiyan level 4 can handle the current situation. Tomorrow we set off to find the last Dragon Ball. Once we find it and complete the system's task, I can advance to Super Saiyan level 4, which gives us a glimmer of hope. Additionally, we need to gather 5 Saions to consolidate all Saiyan power into one and reach the realm of Super Saiyan God. That is, Super Saiyan God, the basic divine realm, should also be able to defeat Baby. Alright, Wukong, let's not worry about Baby for now. We need to find the Dragon Balls, return to Earth, and discuss our strategy. The next day, Yunfeng said goodbye to the king, boarded the spaceship, and flew towards the direction of the last Dragon Ball. The god of destruction, Beerus, was surely still asleep. Currently, the only way to defeat Baby is through Super Saiyan level 4. As for Super Saiyan God, Wukong could give it a try to see if it works. Yunfeng was relying on the vague memories of the original story for his thoughts. The feasibility was still unclear. Unexpectedly, after Yunfeng and the others left, Baby returned to the laboratory with his severely injured body, dragging himself to the bottom, entering the treatment room and beginning his healing process. The machine indicated a treatment duration of 12 hours. Looking at the Dragon Ball radar, the location of the last Dragon Ball was getting close. Alright, prepare to land and search for the last Dragon Ball. The spaceship slowly descended and after several bounces finally landed on a grassy field. Everyone disembarked from the ship and below them was a vast green grassland. Master, why is this planet just a prairie? Where exactly is the Dragon Ball? Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, I pointed it towards the north. The group flew directly towards the north. After flying for more than half an hour, they finally crossed the prairie and saw numerous buildings, finally encountering the inhabitants of this planet. The radar shows that we can find the Dragon Ball 300 meters north. The group headed north and suddenly spotted a large waterfall, likely the location of the Dragon Ball underwater. You all wait for me, hero, go down to get the Dragon Ball, Yunfeng said. He dove straight into the water, swimming downward for about 10 minutes. As he adjusted to the radar's shifting position, he swam upward and suddenly spotted a glimmer of light between the rocks. Swimming over, he indeed found the Dragon Ball and stored it in the system space. As he swam upward, he emerged from the water and saw blue hair, floating slender arms, blue eyes, long ears, and snow-white skin. Oh no, this is a woman from this planet taking a bath. Yunfeng quickly swam towards the shore. A woman's shrill scream echoed. Wukong and the others heard the cry and rushed over, only to turn away blushing. Yunfeng slowly floated to the shore and 18 shot him a fierce glare. Yunfeng wore an innocent expression as many women suddenly appeared around, armed, and aimed at the group. The woman in the river spoke. Take these people back with you. Wukong, go check it out first. If we can avoid harming them, we should. Yunfeng suddenly felt a pain in his waist. What's this? Are you concerned now? The group was taken to a large mansion and pressured into a room. Pervert, you went to watch someone bathe, causing us to get caught too. Number 18 said angrily. I just got the Dragon Ball, and I ran into her when I went up. I didn't even know she was bathing above. I'm unfamiliar with this planet, so let's clarify the situation here and return to Earth quickly. Just then the Dragon Ball was placed down and the system's notification sounded. Host has completed the Dragon Ball collection task. Reward: transform into a great ape without losing sanity. Once I return to Earth, I can transform into a Super Saiyan level 4. Those men we saw earlier seemed like aliens. Oh, what are they doing in our daughter nation? The girl from the river was now dressed in a brocade robe, exuding the air of a high-ranking figure. Report to the Chancellor, since these people have come to our daughter nation, let them stay. They can bring men to our daughter nation. A smile appeared on the beautiful Chancellor's face. Since that handsome man saw my body, why not recruit him as a husband? Go bring that handsome man with black hair to me. I have questions for him. The door swung open and a female guard said to the group, Get up, my Chancellor wishes to see you. Chancellor? We don't even know her. Oh, why does she want to see me? Yunfeng was filled with confusion. I'll meet this so-called Chancellor and explain the situation so we can leave this planet. Entering the grand hall, he noticed a circle of women surrounding him. Why were there only women here? It seemed he hadn't seen a single man. Men, kneel and pay your respects to the Chancellor, a soldier shouted. Looking at the Chancellor sitting in the main seat, wasn't this the girl he saw bathing in the river? She is the Chancellor. This world is too crazy. A female Chancellor. The Chancellor waved her hand, signaling everyone to retreat. After everyone left, she said, You forgot me so soon. I remember, just didn't expect you to be the Chancellor. Can you tell me what place this is? My name is Hailing. This is a kingdom of women. All of us are women. I am the chancellor of this country. There are 4 other countries like ours on our planet. You are from another planet, right? What brings you here? The matter that brought us here has been completed. About the river incident, it was an accident. We hope you can let us go. Hailing snorted coldly. Are all you aliens so irresponsible? You saw someone bathing and think it's just an accident. Yunfeng frowned. What does the chancellor mean? Since you have seen my body according to our country's rules, you can only become a son-in-law. What the hell is son-in-law? Don't even think about it. I am charming and talented. There's no way I would ever accept being a son-in-law. Could it be that I'm too handsome and this female chancellor has taken a liking to me? Although she is quite beautiful, I already have number 18. Sorry, I already have a wife and cannot be your husband. We just accidentally entered this planet. The events of the day were also a misunderstanding, so please let us leave. Hailing looked at him in shock, not expecting him to refuse her. Having held a high position for so long, she had never been rejected before. Today, however, she was turned down by a man. Bring him down. Several soldiers came forward to take Yunfeng back to prison. Chancellor, I advise you to think carefully. Let us go. We do not wish to harm the innocent. Think it over. Yunfeng's palm glowed and a table shattered into pieces, causing the women to widen their eyes in shock. You have special powers? In that case, let's temporarily confine you while we discuss this. Master, what do you think? Will they let us go? Yunfeng shook his head. If they don't let us go by tomorrow, we'll leave on our own. Chancellor, since that person possesses special abilities, our prison cannot hold them. Hailing pondered for a moment and said, in that case, let them go. A person with special powers is indeed not something we can resist. The only person in our country who understands special powers is our national master. Even the queen treats him with utmost caution. You all keep an eye on that group. I will visit the national master. Hailing hurried to a mansion larger than the chancellor's. She knocked on the door and it creaked open. What brings you, Chancellor, to my mansion at this late hour? A woman who looked exactly like a human from Earth stood there, but she had 3 eyes. If Yunfeng were here, he would definitely exclaim, isn't this a person from the Tianjin fan planet? National Master, several individuals with special abilities have arrived on our planet today. They are currently under my custody at the mansion, and we do not know how to handle them, so I came to consult you. Special abilities. Are they aliens? She knew there were many powerful aliens, many of whom they could not resist. Accidentally entering this planet, he discovered it was inhabited entirely by women with a low power level and underdeveloped technology. However, the queen of this nation treated him with great courtesy, so he rented a place to stay. All right, Chancellor, I understand. Treat them well for now. I will visit tomorrow to check if they belong to a known race. Since that's the case, I won't disturb the National Master any further. Hailing retreated. Observing the National Master's expression, it seemed she wasn't very confident. I should go back and release them, waiting for the National Master to handle it tomorrow. On the second day, as dawn broke, the National Master rushed to the Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, Yunfeng and the others were already settled in the guest rooms, and the Prime Minister went to personally apologize to them. A soldier-like female attendant ran in while shouting, "My lord, the National Master has arrived." Hearing the report, Hai Ling hurried out to greet. "My lord, about the people you mentioned last night, may I see them?" "National Master, this way, please. They have already been arranged in the guest rooms." Knock, knock, knock. There was a series of knocks at the door. 2 women in brocade robes stood formally outside. The door creaked open, and Yunfeng, still drowsy, stepped out. "Prime Minister, is there something urgent this early?" "My lord, the National Master wishes to see you." Yunfeng looked at the woman beside Hai Ling and suddenly noticed the 3rd eye on her forehead, which was identical to that of Tianjin Fan. "You must be from the 3-eyed star, but why do you linger on this planet?" The National Master was taken aback and looked at him quietly. "Hello, my name is Shali. I am indeed from the 3-eyed star. The queen of this country has treated me well, and I am here to repay her kindness, so I stayed. I have no relatives left on the 3-eyed star. Let's find another place to talk. This is not suitable for conversation." Arriving at the Prime Minister's conference room, Shali scrutinized Yunfeng. "Can we spar a bit? I am quite curious about your strength." System scan this 3-eyed star individual's data. Ding, scan complete. Name Shali. Race 3-eyed star. Combat power 50000. Skills destruction wave solar fist. With a combat power of 50000, there might be no rivals in this country. If you want to spar, then let's go for it. They moved to the courtyard. "Feel free to strike. You won't hurt me," Yunfeng said calmly. "Underestimating me will make you regret it." Shali charged at Yunfeng, swiftly throwing a punch. With a slight lift of his hand, he easily blocked her powerful strike. "What? How is that possible?" You blocked it so effortlessly I don't believe it. She jumped back, her hands radiating with pink light waves. Don't be overconfident. If you can't block it, just dodge. A faint smile appeared. Hurry up and strike. You cannot hurt me. Destruction wave. The pink light waves surged towards him, turning the sky around them pink as the ground trembled. This is the National Master's ultimate move. That alien is too arrogant. If she gets hurt, don't blame us. Everyone around nodded in agreement. A terrifying light wave crashed down towards Yunfeng. He raised his right hand and flicked it, sending the pink energy ball flying. Silence enveloped the area as the air seemed to freeze. Everyone gasped in astonishment, not expecting their seemingly invincible National Master to be unable to harm even a finger of the opponent. Sha Li's eyes widened in shock. I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. Your combat power is beyond my imagination. Since this is the case, I can speak freely. Yunfeng was taken aback. What does the National Master wish to say? I wonder if you've heard of demons. Demons? Why did the National Master bring up this evil race? Her expression turned grim. A year ago, a demon arrived on this planet, rapidly consuming the nations here. 3 countries have already fallen. Only our country and our neighboring country remain. I hope you can help us fight against the demon. Ha ha ha. Why should I? There's no such thing as a free lunch. What obligation do I have to fight for you? The National Master's face showed a painful expression. As long as you help us through this crisis, we will agree to any conditions, even offering ourselves the women of the daughter nation for your choosing. Yunfeng's face displayed an awkward expression. That's not what I meant. The Prime Minister stepped forward. As long as you help us fight against the demon, I am willing to serve you. Looking at Hai Ling's alluring figure, Yunfeng felt a stir in his heart and quickly shook his head. Just then the system chimed in. Side quest discovered: the king of the daughter nation is exceptionally beautiful. See her beauty. Reward 8 trigrams palm technique. Upon hearing the system's quest, Yunfeng thought it rather absurd, but the 8 trigrams palm technique is a useful martial art for combat, so it seems he should assist the daughter nation. That's not what I meant. Prime Minister, please don't misunderstand. I just have a small request. What request do you have? Feel free to say it. As long as you help us fight against the demon, anything can be accommodated. After a moment of awkwardness, he spoke. I heard the queen of your country is breathtaking. I would like to see her beauty, and I hope this can be accommodated. The expressions of those around turned strange, and Yunfeng noticed their gazes. Is there something wrong? I'm just looking at it, shouldn't matter. My lord, you may not know, but the queen has worn a veil since childhood and vowed that the first person to see her face would be her husband. So we must ask her majesty and cannot decide this on our own. I will help the queen agree to this. I will speak to her about it, the National Master suddenly said. In that case, I thank the National Master. I will stay at the Prime Minister's residence for now, and if there are any signs of the demon, I will certainly assist your country in resisting it. I hope you can give your all. The entire daughter nation will be immensely grateful. Daughter Nation Royal Palace. What? That lord wants to see my beauty. The National Master looked at the queen calmly. Your Majesty, this is the only way to save our country. Moreover, I have fought with that lord, and his strength is unfathomable. Your Majesty, that vow of yours is just a superstition. I hope you can consider the greater good, otherwise if the country falls, everything will be lost. Think of the tragic fate of the other 3 nations. The queen turned pale, biting her silver teeth. I agree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for understanding. Now the daughter nation has hope. The National Master is so confident in that lord's strength. I've heard that the other 3 countries put up no resistance at all, and those countries all had mighty individuals. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I couldn't last even one move against that lord, so you can imagine how powerful he is. The queen, with fingers as white as jade, pondered for a moment. National Master, please bring that lord to the royal palace tomorrow. I would like to meet him. Certainly, Your Majesty. Tomorrow I will bring that lord to meet you. I will take my leave now. Someone escort the National Master. Clearly in this country, Sha Li from the Three-Eyed Star held significant importance, enjoying certain privileges not even some royals had, which is why she was willing to serve here. Prime Minister's residence. Master, how are things? When can we leave? There have been some changes. This planet has also been attacked by demons. Since we have encountered this, we cannot stand by and watch. If I see you are reluctant to part with that beautiful woman, Number 18 said, feeling jealous. Number 18, you're overthinking it. There really are demons, we are archenemies with them. Even if we don't provoke them, they will eventually attack Earth. We cannot allow them to massacre people from other planets. If you just have too many excuses. Hurry up and finish your business. I want to leave this planet. Yunfeng smiled, awkwardly feeling helpless. In a shattered palace, a dark demon sat on the throne with closed eyes. Suddenly his eyes opened, he had rested enough, and it was time to eliminate all the insignificant mosquitoes of this planet before returning to the Holy Clan to report. With wings spread wide, he soared into the sky, moving at an incredible speed, a shadow flashing by. The people of Yunfeng were following the National Master as they made their way to the palace, and the guards on both sides clearly recognized the National Master, bowing slightly. Before long, they arrived at the royal palace, where Yunfeng immediately spotted the queen seated on the throne. Her long blue hair cascaded down her shoulders, her elongated ears and beautiful eyes exuded an indescribable charm, and the crown on her head further enhanced her regal aura. Truly breathtaking. Have you had enough of the view? A faint voice sounded in Yunfeng's ear. Turning his head, he saw No. 18 glaring at him, causing Yunfeng to smile awkwardly. Your Majesty, this is the Great One I mentioned to you. A melodious voice echoed in the hall. Great One, what shall we call you? I am Yunfeng, and I am not really a Great One. Your Majesty can simply call me by my name. Oh, you are too modest. Few possess the strength that even the National Master praises highly. The queen chuckled, blooming like a flower. Are the other few also individuals with special abilities? Yunfeng introduced Wukong and the others to the queen, who began to take them seriously upon hearing they were all disciples of Xiefeng, especially since No. 18 was actually Yunfeng's wife. Since this Great One has a wife and still remembers her, the queen quickly categorized Yunfeng as a charming rogue. Master, a powerful aura is approaching fast. What? So soon? What should the National Master do now? Your Majesty, do not panic. With the help of Great One Yunfeng, we have nothing to fear. In a moment, a black figure hovered in the air. Everyone inside, listen up. This planet has been targeted by our holy clan. I advise you not to resist foolishly. Surrender quickly, and you may leave with your names. In truth, the demon was also salivating at the beauty of the women from the daughter nation. I heard that queen is quite something. You taking her back as my wife to bear me a couple of little demons would be nice. The National Master slowly floated into the sky. Which ugly brute dares to cause trouble in the daughter nation? Are you seeking death? Ugly brute. Wait until you see how ugly your grandfather is. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Destruction wave. A pink glow began to form in Shali's hand, and a terrifying energy wave shot toward the demon. A mere trick, and you dare show it off. With a wave of his hand, the red energy projectile was deflected. The black figure blurred and swiftly grabbed Shali by the neck. So weak, yet you dare to attack me. You really are impatient. Quickly summon your queen. My patience is limited. Suddenly the demon felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying. Kid, when did it become your turn to cause trouble? This kingdom is under my protection. Hearing Yunfeng's domineering words, the queen was taken aback. He seemed a bit heroic now. The National Master rubbed his neck. I leave him to you. Be careful. He flew down. The queen hurriedly welcomed the National Master inside. National Master, are you all right? What about that demon? Your Majesty, the demon's strength is unfathomable. I could barely withstand a single attack, so I must rely on Great One Yunfeng. They had all witnessed the National Master's strength, which could only be described as unfathomable, and now the slowly recovering demon flew over, glaring fiercely at Yunfeng. Kid, are you the backup sent by those women? You'll regret wading into these murky waters. Ha 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 ha. Such bravado. Indeed, the demon clan is full of arrogance. Gu, he who died at my hands, was just as foolish. The demon's mouth dropped open in shock. What did you say? You killed Gu He? Gu He was a high-ranking demon like himself, and their strengths were not too far apart. This person must be lying. System, analyze this demon's information. Ding, host analysis complete. Name: Gu Feng, race demon clan, strength high-level, demon combat power 90 trillion, skills demon armor, trident, demon chains, death missile, destruction, energy wave. This demon's strength surpasses that of Gu He, but not by much. They are on par with each other. The demon charged forward, and Yunfeng erupted with anger. Terrifying power radiated from his body, and even the clouds in the sky were blown apart. The entire palace shook violently, and a dreadful golden flame rose around him. This is the true power of Great One Yunfeng. I can feel the entire planet trembling. It truly is a terrifying force, Shali murmured. National Master, Great One Yunfeng's power is overwhelming. I feel that if this continues, the whole palace will collapse. We should go outside and not distract him. The queen suddenly said, Your Majesty speaks wisely. I'll everyone exit to the open ground. Do not distract Great One Yunfeng. Yunfeng's hair began to grow longer, and the terrifying power continued to erupt before finally stabilizing. His features turned cold, his hair glimmered like gold reaching his waist, and golden flames surrounded by silver lightning enveloped him. The demon stared in shock at Yunfeng's transformation. I didn't expect you to be from a race capable of transformation. But do you really think this can defeat me? What a naive thought. Then come and try, you'll know soon enough. With a whoosh, the two vanished into the horizon, their figures becoming blurred as they moved too fast for the eye to see. The queen gently covered her mouth, hidden beneath her veil, unable to believe her eyes as she caught glimpses of fleeting shadows in the sky. Can human strength truly reach this level? The people of the daughter nation around her were so shocked they couldn't speak, their mouths agape and eyes fixed on the sky. Uncle Wukong, can our master defeat that demon? The demon seems so powerful. Who should we go help? Wukong's expression was serious. Don't rush, master is still holding the upper hand. We will assist when the situation becomes critical. Everyone continued to watch the battle in the sky. The two exchanged blows, their legs kicking at each other, while the surrounding buildings constantly collapsed. Yunfeng's aura grew stronger, and the demon was blown away. In a swift movement, Yunfeng delivered a kick to the demon's body. Boom! He crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit, dust swirling everywhere. Great one, Yunfeng has won. The people of the daughter nation began to cheer. The queen gazed at Yunfeng, who resembled a war god in the sky, thinking that the prince charming she sought should be a powerful figure like Great One Yunfeng. Demons won't be so easily defeated, Wukong's calm voice echoed, causing the people of the daughter nation to feel as if they had been doused with cold water. Came. Huh. A white energy ball appeared in Yunfeng's hand, illuminating the sky with a brilliant white light. The white energy wave shot towards the large pit below, rumbling. The entire world seemed to turn white, and a terrifying explosion echoed continuously. The white world made everyone feel as if they were blinded. A rumbling sound emerged and dust billowed forth. According to the law of smoke and no harm, the possibility of exterminating the demons seemed slim. Gradually, the dust began to dissipate. Come out, Gufeng, I know you're fine. Your demon race won't be defeated so easily. Stop pretending for me. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to understand our demon race so well. Gufeng slowly floated up, adorned in armor with ancient black patterns. Demon armor, a truly troublesome skill. Only the angel's staff can easily break through its defenses. There must be other skills, or I hope I can have a chance to learn from Angel Weiss in the future. Kid, since you understand my holy race so well, you must also know our powers, yet you still dare to oppose us, truly unaware of your own mortality. Chains flew out from Gu He's body, rushing towards Yunfeng. Let's see how you fare against my new skill, 50x King's Fist. Immediately, red waves of energy surged around Yunfeng as golden flames were enveloped in another layer of red, creating a dazzling spectacle. He felt the power within him continuously rising, truly not feeling any discomfort. Indeed, there were no side effects. All right, today I will let you experience my new King's Fist. With a punch aimed at the chains, they shattered one by one. Not bad strength, he said, suddenly appearing behind Gufeng, delivering an elbow strike. Gufeng hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying as if severed from a kite. With a loud crash, he charged forward, directly following Gufeng as he pressed his head down, forcing him several meters forward. Gufeng's head was lifted, revealing a pitiful sight, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, and his forehead and face covered in blood. Quite resilient, huh? In that case, I'll be merciless. I seized Gui's head and kicked him into the sky. A light bullet shot straight up. With a bang, a black cloud of explosion appeared in the sky. Yunfeng stood on the ground, exuding confidence. When he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, his combat power from the inheritance system was only at the first level of Super Saiyan. Now he could overpower high-level demons equivalent to Super Saiyan 3, indeed feeling a sense of pride. The King's Fist from my master seems even more advanced than what I learned from the king. I haven't seen my master even breathe heavily. Far away on King Kai's planet, the North King was also watching the battle on this planet, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Where did this Yunfeng learn his King's Fist? It's even more refined than my own, without a trace of side effects. Did he comprehend it himself? Such talent is truly terrifying. Yunfeng's power is incredible. Even after so long, I couldn't see how he made his moves. Our kingdom of women has indeed encountered a nobleman. Yunfeng slowly floated up. Gufeng, is this all you've got? If so, you might as well die. With a swoosh, a black figure burst forth, wielding a trident clad in armor, surrounded by black chains, resembling a messenger from hell. Quite a strong presence. I wonder how much ability he possesses. With a thrust, Yunfeng kicked upward, sending the trident flying into the sky, while the chains wrapped around him tightly. Haha, kid, how about that? You can't move now, can you? A black beam of light appeared in Guhi's hand. Death Energy Ball. Die? No one has survived this move yet. Goku Trunks Master is in danger. You two protect 18. I'll go help Master. Seeing Yunfeng bound, Goku became anxious. National Master, what should we do? Lord Yunfeng has been captured. This is bad. Please think of a way. The queen's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Sally. Yunfeng's calm voice came. Goku, don't panic. This guy can't hurt me. You just watch. The black energy ball grew larger and larger. Kid, are you scared, silly? You don't even dare to move. The entire sky turned black. Die. The black energy ball pressed down towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng smirked. This demon has quite the theatrics. If I were to be defeated by you using the 50x King's Fist at Super Saiyan 3, I might as well find a tofu block to die against. Golden flames mixed with red surged around Yunfeng, and the seemingly solid chains shattered one by one. He kicked at the black energy ball, and a terrifying sound of two energies clashing echoed. Break for me. The black energy ball was kicked into the sky towards Yunfeng. Impossible, impossible. Don't come over. With a bang. A black mushroom cloud appeared, filling the sky with billowing black smoke. The people below crawled on the ground. Is it over? The queen murmured, a look of relief finally appearing on her beautiful face. Yunfeng's eyes remained fixed on the black smoke, knowing that the defense of the demon armor was incredibly formidable, not something that energy blasts could defeat. Sure enough, a disheveled figure leaped out from the smoke. Damn it, kid, you've truly angered me. However, I must commend you, and no one has pushed me to this extent besides the angel race. But this is where it ends. It is your honor to witness the secret techniques of our demon race. A series of dreadful screams emerged from Yunfeng as dark energy radiated in circles around his body. The entire sky was shrouded in black, looking utterly terrifying. Yunfeng slowly summoned the angelic energy within him, enveloping it around his own power. System summoned the angel's staff. After a while, the staff appeared in Yunfeng's hand out of thin air. Yunfeng's body began to swell, causing everyone to stare in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. In a moment, a demon several times larger than Yunfeng appeared in the sky. It turned out he was growing larger. I thought it was some terrifying secret technique. The enlargement skill had also been used by Gu-He, whom Yunfeng had defeated before. Yunfeng dashed towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng's elongated fingers with sharp nails swiped at him. Indeed, after growing larger, his strength increased. A fierce gust of wind blew, causing Yunfeng to struggle to maintain his footing. Red flames mixed with golden flames rose, and silver-white snakes coiled around him, finally stabilizing his form. This Yunfeng has quite some skills, he thought. I should aim for speed, becoming blurry as he moved. The two collided in the air dozens of times, but surprisingly, the enlarged Yunfeng did not slow down at all. The giant Yunfeng posed a significant challenge for Yunfeng. He was cautious in his attacks. Despite being much stronger than the original Yunfeng found himself only able to match him. Damn it, with a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Two shadows continuously clashed in the air. He landed a punch on Yunfeng's leg, who bared his massive teeth. Little ant, watch me crush you. The giant Yunfeng stepped towards him, unleashing a wave of light. Yunfeng narrowly escaped a fatal blow. With all his might, Yunfeng charged towards Yunfeng's chin. Let me give you a taste of my headbutt. He collided with Yunfeng's chin, blood gushing forth. Damn little brat, I will kill you. Yunfeng seized Yunfeng with both hands. The sound of cracking bones echoed. A wretched scream echoed. A chorus of agonized screams echoed through the air, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. What do we do? Uncle Wukong. Master forbade us from intervening, but he's in peril now. You two protect Unit 18, or I'll rescue him first. With a thunderous roar, Wukong erupted with overwhelming aura, instantly ascending to Super Saiyan 3rd tier. Golden flames roared around his body, while serpentine silver lightning coiled about him, like living things, and fissures splintered across the earth beneath his feet. What? Even Yunfeng's disciple wields such staggering power. Truly a master of unparalleled strength breeds no weak disciples. In an instant, Wukong activated instant transmission. A circular energy blade, the Destructo Disc, materialized in his palm. He reappeared directly behind Yunfeng and hurled the Destructo Disc. Yunfeng ducked low, evading it cleanly. Wukong swiftly altered his hand seals. The disc veered sharply, arcing back toward its target. Insolent brat. So you have allies, and resort to such petty tricks. Yunfeng spat forth a jet-black energy wave that collided head-on with the Destructo Disc. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by maniacal laughter. Daring to flaunt such trifling artifice. Before the words left his mouth, Wukong drove a crushing fist into Yunfeng's abdomen. A searing agony tore through him as he staggered backward, his grip on Yunfeng instantly broken. Wukong caught Yunfeng mid-fall. Master, are you unharmed? Wukong, you shouldn't have come. Watch closely. You'll see I can still handle this. Though Yunfeng spoke with stubborn resolve, his grievous wounds were unmistakable. Wukong steadied him gently. Yunfeng withdrew a sacred bean. Vitality surged back to its peak. He'd underestimated Goofing. He hadn't anticipated the colossal threat posed by his giant transformation. Previously, Guha had barely enlarged before being sealed away by Yunfeng's binding art. Now faced with such formidable escalation, concealment was no longer an option. Wukong, go protect the others. I'll take it from here. What happened before won't repeat. Wukong nodded, reverted to his base form, and descended. Is Lord Yunfeng unharmed? The queen asked anxiously. Merely superficial wounds, your majesty, already healed. Hearing her concern, Unit 18 gave a quiet huff and turned away, eyes fixed upon the celestial battle above. Cursed boy, you dare bring allies and strike from ambush. This time I won't fall for such tricks again. Prepare to die. Goofing, what transpired earlier will not recur. Consider your own funeral instead. Hundredfold Kaioken. Crimson aura exploded outward, golden flames now engulfed by even fiercer scarlet conflagrations. An apocalyptic force descended so immense it bleached the heavens of color. The very planet trembled violently beneath its weight. His combat power surged uncontrollably, reaching a level too terrifying to name. It far surpassed even the legendary Super Saiyan second tier, utterly devastatingly monstrous. Impossible. How could your power escalate so drastically? Such terrifying might. It transcends even high-tier demons verging on Earth tier. No human could possibly wield this. It must be illusory, mere spectacle. He lunged at Yunfeng. I'll test your true strength myself. With full force, Goofing threw a devastating punch. Snap. But Yunfeng raised a palm and halted it cold. No matter how Goofing strained, not an inch of progress could be made. Then, a blindingly swift strike slammed into Goofing's abdomen. Excruciating pain lanced through him, blood gushed from his mouth, and cracks spiderwebbed across his demonic armor. Another kick sent Goofing hurtling skyward, then crashing down with a thunderous impact deep into the earth. Hundredfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. White light blazed across the heavens as Yunfeng compressed unimaginable power within his palms, pushing it to its absolute limit, while angelic energy shimmered over the gathering blast. Krah! A searing white energy wave streaked downward. Damn brat, how did you grow so strong? Just witnessing this attack inflicted grievous harm. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Glancing upward, he beheld the cataclysmic wave descending, death energy wave. Black energy flared instantly in his hands, surging upward to intercept the white torrent. But contact dissolved both energies instantly. No, this cannot be. Boom. The cosmos fell silent, then flooded with blinding, all-consuming whiteness. Onlookers stared awestruck at a battle that seemed wrought by gods themselves. So fearsome were these demons. No wonder the 3 nations fell without resistance. Thank the heavens, Lord Yunfeng arrived in the kingdom of women. Lord Yunfeng, victory is yours. At that thought, the queen flushed faintly. Boom! Crack! A deafening roar shook the land, and a colossal white mushroom cloud billowed from the crater. Moments later, the entire crater lay buried under rubble. Only Goofing's blood-smeared head remained visible above the debris. His injuries were undoubtedly mortal. Yunfeng hovered in the air, observing the near-lifeless Goofing. Better seal him first. Demons possess uncanny resilience. No one can predict what might yet unfold. 10,000 Fox Seal. Crimson energy gathered in his hands, layer upon layer, when suddenly Goofing whispered 2 words: summon. The sky darkened instantly. Yunfeng halted his incantation and looked upward. Thick churning clouds swallowed the heavens, and jagged silver lightning split the gloom. All watched stunned as the heavens rent open, and a demon emerged identical in visage to Goofing. Brother. The newly arrived demon immediately locked eyes on the dying Goofing. This was Gu Yun, Goofing's twin brother, training among the Holy Clan. Sensing his elder brother's summons, he'd abandoned cultivation and hastened here via forbidden art, a birthright ability shared only by twins. Legends held that every demon born into their race emerged as at least an Earth-tier demon, each bearing innate extraordinary talents. Little brother, you've arrived at last. This foe surpasses either of us alone. Let us merge. Goofing struggled free from the rubble and clasped his right hand with Gu Yun's left. From their joined limbs erupted a vortex of horrifying black energy. Dangerous. Yunfeng vanished and reappeared beside them, firing multiple photon blasts in rapid succession, each detonated with earth-shattering force. Yunfeng leapt aside, eyes locked, unblinking on the epicenter, where thick roiling smoke churned like a living storm. Suddenly a shadowy figure rose from the smoke. Yunfeng felt his pulse stutter. His very soul recoiled before the raw primal terror radiating from this newly forged demon. Such unspeakable power. Demons possessed hidden arts beyond imagination. A truly dreadful race. Boy, I am neither Gufeng nor Gu Yun. Call me Feng Yun, a holy clan warrior forged solely to defeat you. Your fate is sealed. I shall make you know true fear. Ha 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 ha. The chilling laughter reverberated across the heavens. Wukong and the others soared upward, taking positions beside Yunfeng. Master, what now? Shall we fuse as well? Yunfeng shook his head. That being won't grant us the chance. Even Gotenks would stand no chance against him. Yunfeng gazed grimly at the newly born demon in the sky. System analyzed the information of this newly born demon. Ding host analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Name Fengyun race demon clan combined newly born demon strength earth tier demon combat power 80 trillion skills eye of death claw of death energy wave demon holy armor. Damn, even the demon armor has been upgraded. This is going to be even harder to deal with. Wukong Trunks Goten, let's all attack together without holding back full force. Fusion, Goten and Trunks posed dramatically as Xiefeng charged at the demon, throwing a punch. A golden figure appeared. Super Gotenks is here, directly unleashing the power of Super Saiyan level 3. Wukong also erupted with energy, a powerful force bursting forth from his body, golden flames rising, his hair lengthening to his waist. The clash of two powerful forces resounded in the air, energy ripples continually emanating. Their speed reached its peak, the sky seemingly unable to bear the weight of their power, turning ominously dark. The people of the Daughter Kingdom panicked. Is the apocalypse really here? Everyone calm down. Lord Yunfeng is fighting desperately in the sky for us, yet you show such cowardly behavior. It's disgraceful for the people of the Daughter Kingdom, the Queen said angrily. The others halted at the Queen's words, their eyes filled with determination as they looked to the sky, no longer expressing a hint of complaint. Boom. Yunfeng was knocked back by a punch caught by Wukong. The three exchanged glances and charged at the demon. Dark energy surged around the demon, a vertical pupil appearing atop its head. Eye of Death, a beam of black energy shot forth filled with the aura of death. It shot directly at Gotenks. Death Missile. Waves of energy crashed against the black light, and after a series of explosive sounds the black beam still struck Gotenks. The golden figure flew down like a kite, with its string cut. It crashed to the ground, splitting into two. Goten Trunks, damn it, Dragon Fist attack, who else but me? Illusion attack. A golden dragon burst forth from Wukong's fist, while Yunfeng shot a red energy wave from his hand. The demon stood motionless in the air, merely smiling at the two, such weak power. If you two are willing to become my underlings, I might consider sparing your lives. Two attacks had already reached the demon, whose hands glimmered with black gusts of wind, directly blowing away the two attacks. Useless, don't struggle in vain. Yunfeng and Wukong looked in shock at the two's ultimate moves, which were effortlessly blocked. This level of power was no longer something Super Saiyan 3 could withstand. Ding host main quest detected. Quest kill the Earth Deer Demon Fengyun. Reward awaken Byakugan. Byakugan, a vision that sees through everything, capable of discerning human acupoints and energy flow, also a scouting eye with 360 vision. This is definitely good, but now it's clear that we are no match for the demon. I need to think of a way to fight back. 100 times Kaioken Kamehameha. A white energy wave immediately appeared in Yunfeng's hand, shining in all directions. Wukong also shouted 50 times Kaioken. Red flames immediately rose from him, enveloping the golden flames of the Super Saiyan. The force continued to surge, clearing the black clouds of the sky. No wonder you are master and disciple. Even the moves are identical. But what can you do? The demon mocked. 50 times Kaioken Kamehameha. Wukong felt a pain in his shoulder. Sure enough, the side effects of the 50 times Kaioken are significant. I really don't know how the master maintained the 100 times Kaioken for so long. The two white energy waves shot towards the demon. Die, demon. Experience the terror of the Saiyans. Stubborn, if that's the case, I will shatter your pride and show you the gap between us. Raising his right hand, a black energy ball appeared above him, Death Energy Ball. He threw it down, colliding with the two white energy waves, causing the planet to tremble violently. The people below could hardly stand. Everyone, don't panic. Trust Mr. Yunfeng. The queen's stunning beauty was marred with worry, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Master, what do you think are Yunfeng and Wukong's chances? Shali's face showed a look of despair. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Their power has exceeded my expectations. I can no longer estimate it. I can only trust Lord Yunfeng and Lord Wukong. Two terrifying forces clashed wildly in the air, surrounding buildings, crumbling the sky, half white and half black, truly terrifying. Wukong put in more effort. 60 times Kaioken Ha. Two even stronger powers surged into the energy wave, slowly pushing the black energy ball upward. Ha! Struggling in vain. Ha! An even greater power surged into the black energy ball. Oh! Impossible. His power seems to be bottomless. I can barely hold on. Master, what should we do? If this continues, we will lose. Wukong, if you can't hold on any longer, use instant transmission to escape. Struggling to open one eye, the terrifying energy prevented the two from using any power. No, Master. If we run away, what will happen to those people below? The entire Daughter Kingdom will be destroyed. Yunfeng looked at the determined faces of the people of the Daughter Kingdom. Wukong, you go. I have my ways, hurry. Wukong gritted his teeth. Master, take care. You must not come to harm. Watching Wukong instant transmission next to number 18, Yunfeng felt relieved. Demon, since you want us dead, I won't let you have it easy either. Freeing one hand, Yunfeng immediately felt the pressure above multiply, possibly because Wukong had withdrawn his Kamehameha. A glowing sphere appeared in one hand, sparkling brightly, which he threw into the sky. Then as he clenched his fist, the sky was enveloped in a brilliant white light. Haha, have you lost your mind? Where are you aiming? Demon, you will know soon enough. Suddenly a moon appeared in the sky, causing everyone to stare in astonishment. The moon? What do you intend to do? The demon asked in surprise. The moon? Could it be? Master, no. You will lose your sanity. This will still destroy everything here. Trust me, Wukong. Xiefeng gave Wukong an assuring look. Watching the artificial moon in the sky, his heartbeat quickened. Thump, thump, his eyes glazed over, and his entire body began to grow larger, golden, first sprouting fangs emerging and a massive tail forming behind him. Great ape transformation. This kid is a scion. His entire body was expanding wildly, golden, first shimmering brilliantly in the air. The queen stared in shock at Yunfeng, who had transformed into a golden giant monkey. After the successful transformation, Yunfeng punched and sent the descending wave of black energy flying. Then he pounded his chest, roaring furiously, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that shot directly at the demon in the sky. Damn it, you lowly scion, dare to attack me. With hands encased in black energy, he directly blocked the golden monkey's energy wave, yet the wave did not dissipate. He kept pushing the demon upward into the sky. Damn it, that detestable scion dodged this energy wave with a swift move. This inferior scion's power is astonishing, rivaling that of a demon of the earth tier. Watching the rampant golden giant monkey, the master has lost his sanity. Things have become even worse. Suddenly, the golden monkey came to a halt, and a surge of energy flowed into its body. Ding host detected to have transformed into a giant monkey. Special reward for collecting all 7 Black Star Dragon Balls, maintaining consciousness in giant monkey form. A golden light radiated from the golden giant monkey, turning the entire sky golden as the transformation began. The master has evolved. It seems that Yunfeng has changed again. Truly, those with extraordinary abilities are ever changing. The people of the Daughter Kingdom were already numb with shock. Today's astonishments surpassed all the wonders they had witnessed in their lives. Gradually, the golden light faded, revealing a red figure before everyone. Damn it, this kid has changed again. I cannot let you transform further. He charged at the red figure. A punch was thrown, but unexpectedly he struck only a shadow. A kick followed, crashing down into the ground, creating a large pit. Everyone could finally see Yunfeng's image, jet black hair with a mysterious red aura at the edges, golden irises and red eye sockets, a handsome face brimming with confidence, clad in a red tight-fitting outfit with black pants and a red tail swaying in the air. The master looks so handsome. Feng has become more manly. Yunfeng has become so charming. Could he truly be the prince sent by heaven for me? Yunfeng clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy coursing through his body. This was the legendary Super Saiyan 4th stage. Super Saiyan 4. The master has truly accomplished it. His power has increased immensely, almost unfathomable. Ding host detected to have transformed into Super Saiyan 4th stage. A new main quest has appeared. Quest: use the body of a Super Saiyan 4th stage to kiss the queen of the Daughter Kingdom. Reward: skill Spirit Bomb. Damn system, you have no shame. You threw this task at me before I even finished the previous one, and now it escalates to another level. I refuse to compromise with a shameless system. Suddenly, I spotted the beautiful and alluring queen below. Perhaps this task isn't so bad after all. In that case, I reluctantly accepted it. System scan my information. Ding name Yunfeng. Race pureblood Scion. Power level Super Scion 4th stage. Beginner combat power 120 trillion. Skills Kamehameha. Instant transmission. No side effects King Kai Fist. Solar Fist. Myriad Fox Seal. Illusion. Automatic injury recovery soul power skills. Looking at his immense combat power, Yunfeng's lips curled into a smile. He could now deal with this Earth-tier demon, and a plethora of task rewards awaited him. Die Demon. A wave of light shot out directly, pulling the demon Hela from the depths of the pit, piercing through its body. The demon slowly emerged from the light wave. Damn, I didn't expect you to be a Scion, and it looks like you've evolved into a formidable Scion. It seems I can no longer hold back. Hold back? You really dare to say that? I haven't seen you showing any mercy since earlier, truly shameless. The demon filled with rage threw a punch, while Yunfeng crossed his arms in front of him, using his feet to block the demon's attack. The two fought fiercely for a while, exchanging 20 blows before disappearing from sight. The sounds of clashes echoed from the sky, energy ripples spreading through the air, boom, boom, boom. The surrounding buildings had been shattered. After this battle, the Daughter Kingdom would likely have to be rebuilt, as the two had left a scene of devastation. Goku's eyes darted around, observing the battle in the sky. No matter how fiercely the demon attacked, it could not force Yunfeng to use his hands. He effortlessly blocked with his feet. The surrounding people clearly couldn't keep up with the speed in the sky. They only heard sounds and saw buildings collapsing, while Sally looked on in bewilderment. Their battle has reached a super height. We can't even see it. Suddenly the two appeared in the air, locked in a contest of strength, the demon's fist and Yunfeng's foot in a deadlock. I'm truly disappointed your power is only this much. It seems you don't deserve to make me use my hands, huh? A kick landed in his abdomen. The demon clutched its stomach, staggering backward, and with another kick it vanished, preparing to strike the descending demon again, kicking back and forth repeatedly over 10 times. A wave of light struck the demon, sending it flying downwards. Boom. A deep pit appeared in the ground. All right, the next move will finish you. Tenfold came. Hamiha. A terrifying power concentrated in the hands of the red Yunfeng, as white light illuminated the entire sky. Coughing up blood, he slowly rose. I can't take another hit from this wild monkey, otherwise it would be troublesome. Demon God Armor. A golden armor appeared on the demon's body, the patterns looking obscure and difficult to decipher. It infused all its power into the armor, retreating behind it. A terrifying wave of energy crashed against the armor, which emitted a faint golden glow, slowly dissipating the horrific white energy wave. Suddenly, the overwhelming energy wave caused cracks to appear on the golden armor. How is this possible? It actually harmed the armor. The demon's face reflected nothing but shock and fear. Finally, the white energy slowly dissipated, revealing the demon's figure, but its expression was as grim as could be, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. This turtle shell is quite tough. It can withstand my tenfold Kamehameha. Impressive. Looking at the golden armor on the demon, Yunfeng remarked, since your turtle shell is so hard, I also have my own direction. With a whoosh, his figure vanished from sight, leaving the demon searching in vain. Suddenly an elbow struck his chin, blood spattering, even 2 teeth flying out. Then he vanished again, landing a double-fisted punch on his head. The demon felt the world spin around him. It's over. Myriad Fox Seal. Red light surged from his hands, spreading outwards. The red light gradually transformed into countless floating foxes, bearing their fangs and claws in the air. The red fox spirit charged directly towards the now less dazed demon, as myriad fox shadows clung to the demon, turning into countless red chains that tightly bound him. Tadpole-like runes covered the demon's entire body. Wukong rushed over. Master, is it over? Yunfeng made a peace sign with his fingers. Victory, ha! Soon deafening cheers erupted around them. That's wonderful, wonderful. Our country has been saved. The queen covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. Finally, we have preserved our ancestral legacy. Thank you, Lord Yunfeng. Yunfeng slowly walked up to number 18. So number 18, do I look handsome now? Number 18 smiled and hugged Yunfeng. Stop being vain, you're just a little more handsome than before. Sigh, is it so hard to admit someone is excellent? The queen glanced at number 18, hugging Yunfeng, her eyes showing a hint of loneliness. In Dr. Meow's laboratory, the healing pod opened, and Baby slowly walked out. All right, the injuries have fully healed. It's time for us to seek revenge on the Scions. Dr. Meow respectfully said, Yes, Lord Baby, we have investigated. The planet where the current Scions reside is called Earth. Good, well done. Let's head to Earth. The two boarded the spaceship and flew towards the direction of Earth. Wei He suddenly appeared outside the laboratory watching the spaceship take off. I didn't expect this monster to still be alive. It must be going to seek revenge on those aliens. I must report to His Majesty. Daughter Star. The queen slowly approached, bowing her delicate figure to Yunfeng, who caught a pleasant fragrance. Thank you for your help, Lord Yunfeng. My daughter kingdom is immensely grateful. I hope you can attend the celebration banquet prepared for you later. Yunfeng nodded. All right, I understand. I will definitely be there. Then the queen looked at number 18. Lord Yunfeng is so fortunate to have such a beautiful consort, she said, casting a provocative glance at number 18. Seeing the two women at odds, Yunfeng felt a headache coming on. Well, Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. We still need to deal with that demon. Please go ahead, my lord. Yunfeng and number 18 left the palace and approached Wukong. Wukong, how is the demon? He should be bound by the sealing technique and has been in a deep slumber since earlier. A flash of light appeared in his hand as an angelic staff manifested in Yunfeng's grasp. Power surged as he thrust it into the demon's body, causing its vitality to swiftly drain away. Ding! The host has completed the task of killing the low-tier demon. Reward Byakugan. Yunfeng felt a pressure in his eyes, and after a moment they returned to normal. When not using Byakugan, they looked just like before, with changes appearing only when activated. Byakugan, his eyes instantly turned white, the veins beside them bulging. Everything around him became incredibly clear. Mosquitoes, birds, and beasts were all visible. Looking at Wukong, he noticed the blue energy flowing through Wukong's body, with each acupoint clearly visible. A remarkable skill. In the future, he could directly target enemy acupoints. Wukong also noticed the change in his master's eyes. Master, what is this? This is a power I just awakened called Byakugan, which enhances vision and allows one to see through people's acupoints for reconnaissance. Master, why can't I awaken such a wonderful ability? You are too cunning, Master. Ha ha ha. Wukong, once we return to Earth, I will teach you sealing techniques and illusions. That's great. Wukong jumped up in joy. Why is he still acting like a child? Wukong had Goten and Trunks brought over, and Yunfeng fed each of them a senzu bean. They slowly began to wake up. Demon, I won't lose to you. He calmed down only after recognizing his master, Uncle Wukong, and Aunt number 18. Master, where's the demon? Huh, Master, why do you look different? If it weren't for your energy, I would have thought you were an enemy. Doesn't this look handsome? Trunks twitched at the corners of his mouth. You are handsome, but this feeling is so greasy. Looks like your definition of handsome isn't wrong. Keep it up, Trunks. Trunks and Goten looked at their master in disbelief. Our master has gone mad, Ron. On Earth, a spaceship slowly descended in the wilderness, and suddenly a green-skinned figure opened his eyes. This energy, not from Earth. Could it be another alien invasion? Wukong and Yunfeng are not from Earth. I must go take a look. Flying towards the direction of the landing spaceship, the hatch opened, and Baby stepped out with Dr. Meow. The environment of this planet is quite good. Those detestable scions, if it weren't for them, our planet's fur would be better than this one. Who are you? Why are you on Earth? A figure wearing a white headband and a white cloak, dressed in dark blue inside with green skin, stared at Baby and the others. Suddenly seeing the tail behind Baby, he exclaimed, You are a scion. Don't compare me to those detestable scions. Oh, I am nothing like them. Are you going to be my subordinate or die by my hand now? Ha ha ha. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to speak to me, Piccolo, like that. Since you won't say who you are, then you shall die. A yellow wave of energy instantly appeared in his hand, crashing towards Baby, rumbling. Baby didn't even bother to raise a hand, just breathing out dissipated Piccolo's attack. A punch struck Piccolo's body. The speed was so fast that Piccolo didn't have time to evade. A chunk of Baby's flesh entered Piccolo's body, and shortly after, Piccolo stood up, his eyes now red. Dear Lord Baby, I am willing to serve you. Piccolo's memories were immediately known to Baby. It turned out that the one who injured him was named Son Goku, and Yunfeng, who had very high trust among this group. All right, when you all return, the entire Earth will be your enemy. The strongest scions on Earth, Son Gohan and Doll, just wait. Ha ha ha. Daughter Star. Yunfeng and the others sat in the somewhat tidied palace with a table full of unfamiliar delicacies, and Wukong and Yunfeng started to feast. The scion's appetite is always a mystery. A large table of dishes vanished without a trace in no time, leaving the queen, the national teacher, and the prime minister all astonished with their mouths agape. Lord Yunfeng and his disciples are indeed not ordinary people. Quickly bring more dishes. Yunfeng and the others began their rampage again, and after 2 hours the banquet concluded with the queen's gratitude. Lord Yunfeng, regarding the request you made earlier, our queen would like to invite you to the inner hall, said Shaylee. Yunfeng looked a bit awkward. Yukong number 18, you all go back to the spaceship first. He'll be back shortly. Number 18 stomped her foot and left, and Yukong and the others hurried to follow. Yunfeng followed Shayli to the inner hall of the palace. Lord Yunfeng, Her Majesty the Queen, is inside. I will take my leave now. Yunfeng nodded, slowly walked in, and immediately saw the Queen's enchanting figure. Lord Yunfeng has arrived. Please enter, Lord Yunfeng, a soft voice floated out. He stepped inside to find the Queen seated gracefully, gazing at him with quiet charm. Your Majesty, I have come as promised. May I inquire about the request I made, eh? My lord, please do not rush. Having given my word, I shall not renege upon it. Please be seated. Yunfeng took his seat without hesitation. Might your Majesty know the origin of this demon? Why is its power so overwhelming, appearing suddenly upon our Danu star? Had you not arrived in time, the Danu kingdom might well have been obliterated. The Queen watched him with a gentle, knowing smile, so tender and unwavering that Yunfeng began to fidget, unnerved by her gaze. Your Majesty, I have only clashed with them once. Though I cannot yet identify their species, I suspect they target universes across the cosmos, seeking dominion over all existence. Those who refuse submission face annihilation. Their strength is terrifying. Even their weakest warriors would overwhelm your forces. So this demon belongs to an entire race. Then their return is all but certain. And thus, seeing the Queen's deepening concern, Yunfeng understood her unspoken plea. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will come to your aid without delay whenever time permits. Suddenly the Queen rose and glided forward, lifting her veil in one fluid motion. Before Yunfeng stood a visage of exquisite refinement, the most beautiful woman he had ever beheld, her regal poise matched only by angelic grace. A silent chime resonated within his mind. Mission: behold the Queen's visage. Completed. Reward: 8 trigram seal. Yunfeng grimaced inwardly. This system grew bolder and far less scrupulous with every passing day. Noticing his sudden stillness, the Queen murmured softly, My lord, am I not pleasing to behold? Flustered, Yunfeng stammered, Exquisite. Truly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Then why do you keep evading me? Do you fear this frail woman might devour you whole? Yunfeng sprang to his feet. Your Majesty, forgive me. I mean no evasion. It is simply that today's demeanor catches me unprepared. A cascade of silver laughter rang out, light, bright, and utterly beguiling. My lord, you truly delight in jest. Since my promise has been fulfilled, is there anything else you require? He must summon courage. Otherwise the final task would remain unfulfilled. Your Majesty, must I depart so soon? When shall we meet again? Her pulse quickened. Yunfeng advanced slowly, but she retreated step by measured step. Could he possibly? She shook her head sharply. No, that is impossible. Lord Yunfeng is a hero. In that instant her thoughts scattered like startled birds. Yunfeng swept her into his arms. She struggled once, but found herself unable to break free and so yielded quietly. He lowered his lips to hers. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Mission 18 demands sacrifice. Long moments passed before they parted, breathless and flushed. Yunfeng placed a compact communicator upon the table. Summon me at any hour. I shall arrive without delay. Mission: kiss the sovereign of the Danu kingdom. Completed. Reward: spirit bomb technique. With that he strode from the palace and soared toward his vessel. He is gone. This device can reach him. She stared into the distance where a faint light dwindled, a hollow ache blooming in her chest. May our paths cross again. Wukong set course for Earth. Wukong pressed the launch sequence. The starship surged skyward, carving a luminous arc toward the blue planet. Earth. Bulma, let's go to the cinema. Goten held an armful of delicate girlish trinkets. During Yunfeng and Wukong's absence, Goten and Bulma's bond had blossomed steadily. No. Why not, Bulma? Didn't we promise to go together today? Only if you agree not to spar with me. Spar? Bulma, you are already formidable. You defeat me effortlessly. Goten lies. How could I ever best you? You always hold back. This time, I demand a fair, unyielding contest. A searing energy bolt streaked toward them. Bulma, watch out. Goten lunged, shielding her with his bare hands, palms catching the blast midair. Goten, what is this? Bulma clapped a hand over her mouth in disbelief. Bulma, hide. Enemies are near. A familiar silhouette materialized before Goten. Uncle Piccolo. No, something is wrong. Your aura is twisted, vile. Goten, will you truly raise your fist against me? Surrender now to Lord Baby, or face utter extinction. Baby. Another figure emerged. Broly. No, his energy signature was wrong. It mirrored Piccolo's malevolence precisely. He too had been subjugated. A scion. Yes, that loathsome resonance. Piccolo, my loyal servant, seize him. Piccolo charged. Uncle Piccolo, awaken. Don't let evil manipulate you. Goten seized Piccolo's wrists, then drove his forehead hard into Piccolo's skull, sending him hurtling backward. Instantly, a radiant golden light erupted from Goten's palms, enveloping Piccolo in shimmering containment. Piccolo found himself paralyzed. His ki sealed his body immobile. Uncle Piccolo, forgive this restraint. I'll free you soon. Not surprising. For the son of Son Goku, your strength is indeed formidable. You know my father. Who are you, and why attack us? Why corrupt Uncle Piccolo? A wizened elder in flamboyant robes appeared. Why, it's Goten. Goten turned. Master Roshi, what brings you to the city? Please watch over Bulma. I must deal with this fiend. Bulma, this lovely young lady beside you. Is she your sweetheart? Goten blushed. Master Roshi, please both of you leave at once. It's far too dangerous here. Crowds gathered intrigued by the oddly clad stranger, Baby dressed in Zarbonian battle armor, and Dr. Mew his robotic attendant, whose metallic form and austere garb drew curious stares. Goten flared his aura and launched forward. Foolish scion, I shall make you pay dearly today. Their fists collided, shockwaves erupting outward, shattering nearby vehicles and hovering transports alike. Panic erupted. A violent criminal, run. Within moments the street emptied, people fleeing at top speed, abandoning everything in their wake. Bulma's residence. Breaking news: a violent incident occurred moments ago near South Street, a West City. Suspects include an individual in eccentric attire and a youth dressed as a student. Multiple structures damaged, vehicles destroyed. 2 fatalities confirmed, casualties severe. Authorities are investigating. Vegeta crushed his beverage, kin in one furious grip. Damn you, Broly, you survived. Today Prince Vegeta of the Science shall end you. He rocketed from the room towards South Street. Bulma dashed after him. Vegeta, where are you going? What's happened? Their clash tore through the heavens. Thunderous impacts echoing across the sky, shattering windows in concentric waves. With a deafening boom, Goten was hurled downward, crashing straight into an office tower. Baby fired a blazing energy beam. Seeing terrified faces behind the glass, Goten gritted his teeth. I can't let innocents perish because of this fight. A blur intercepted the beam, deflecting it with effortless force. Uncle Vegeta. Broly, I didn't expect you to survive, but you dare to wreak havoc on Earth. Today I will ensure you remain here. Golden flames erupted around Doll, his hair instantly turning golden, entwined with silver lightning. Uncle Doll, he is not Broly. Feel his energy carefully. Kakarot's son, you are too pathetic, beaten so badly by him. Doll, son of King Doll, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is wonderful. Oh, I can finally take my revenge myself. Know that energy. You are a Zephyrian. Ha ha ha. You finally remembered back when King Doll led the Scions to destroy our Zephyr Star and slaughtered my people. I will make you Scions taste this same fate. Your planet was destroyed, and now you dare to appear before us with another's face. What about your own? Damn it, ah. Greenish-blue flames manifested on Baby, his energy continuously rising, causing the entire Earth to tremble slightly. Gohan, don't intervene. Seeing this guy makes me furious. Today I will show him that Zephyrians cannot escape the fate of destruction no matter how they change. Gohan twitched his mouth. Alright, Uncle Doll, be careful. Doll charged directly at Baby, throwing a punch, which Baby caught empty-handed. Doll kicked out repeatedly, but all his attacks were easily blocked by Baby. Destruction Cannon. A silver wave of light shot towards Baby. A greenish-blue energy bullet shot from the north, directly reflecting Doll's light wave, resulting in a loud explosion. Doll was hit and fell down. Uncle Doll, Gohan caught Doll. Damn it, what a disgrace. Instead of thinking of saving me, you should focus on attacking the enemy. Doll gasped. This Zephyrian has controlled Broly, so now I face Broly's power alone. It seems I am not his match. I cannot continue like this, or it will be disastrous. Damn it, but I would rather die than bow my head and ask Kakarot's son for help. Baby, come. If I fear you, then I am not the Prince of the Scions. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot, and the two began to battle fiercely in the air, energy ripples scattering through the sky. Damn it, Uncle Doll, hang in there. Gohan clenched his fists. Soon Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha arrived, and all the Z fighters were finally gathered. Watching the battle in the sky, they were all bewildered. Such a fearsome enemy, we cannot intervene at all. Gohan flew over calling out, Uncles, how did you get here? We saw the news on TV and came to see if we could help. Uncle Krillin, please take Uncle Piccolo to Dandy. He has been controlled by a bad guy, and I have temporarily restrained him using Super Saiyan energy. Krillin flew away with Piccolo towards the lookout. Baby seized the opportunity while Doll was attacking, landing a punch on Doll's face, causing him to stagger back, covering his face, while screaming, "Damn it, you monster, I will kill you." He unleashed the prince's fighting technique, firing energy blasts towards Baby. Doll continued attacking with both hands, and terrifying explosions echoed. "I didn't expect the son of King Doll to be this weak." Baby extended one hand out from the explosion's radius, directly grabbing the terrified Doll by the head. He pressed down, slamming him onto a building, glass shattering in layers. Baby pummeled Doll, causing blood to spurt from Doll's mouth with each punch. "Damn it," Doll spat blood onto Baby's face. "Doll, you are seeking death." Another heavy punch struck Doll's abdomen, then he grabbed his collar and threw him away. An energy blast smashed into Doll, enveloping him in thick black smoke. Doll flew out, reverting to his true form. Gohan quickly caught Doll, resting his nose against him. "Great. He is still alive. Uncle Tien, please take Uncle Doll to Corinne Tower for a sins of bean treatment. None of you can escape." Ha ha ha. Baby conjured 3 energy blasts aimed directly at the 3 of them. Gohan quickly placed Doll inside a building, then turned to face the energy blasts. Crossing his arms to shield his face, he braced himself to take the blast. Tien and Yamcha had already been knocked away, crashing into a building unconscious. "Damn it, you monster, unforgivable." Gohan began to unleash his energy, white waves of energy rising around him as he entered his strongest state, the mystic form. With his power at its peak, he charged at Baby, delivering a fierce punch. The two exchanged blows, each striking with all their might, but Gohan was knocked back. "So strong, he may even surpass my father's power. Damn it, I cannot lose. If I lose, Earth is finished." Evil flash. Raising both hands above his head, an orange energy wave shimmered, casting the entire sky in an orange hue. The orange energy shot forward, and Baby wore a mocking smile. "Kakarot's son is a bit stronger than that useless prince, but still trash. I've had enough of this, so let's end it. When Yunfeng and Son Goku return, I will give you all a surprise." Ha ha. Greenish-blue energy gathered in his hands, forming rings of energy. The 2 energy waves collided in the sky, casting the atmosphere in orange and green hues, neither side yielding. "What? This monster can actually match Gohan. How is that possible?" Tien, the last to arrive, then flew toward Tien with a terrified expression. Gohan let out a roar as terrifying energy surged towards the point of collision. Still quite resilient, ugh. The greenish-blue flames continued to rise around him. "I'm still not fully accustomed to Broly's power, otherwise I would have dealt with Son Goku's son long ago." Another greenish-blue energy wave shot into the standoff, resulting in a loud explosion. The 2 forces instantly exploded, the intense recoil sending Gohan flying into a building. Gohan gasped for breath, slowly getting up. "Damn it, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. What should I do? Dad, Uncle Yunfeng, when will you be back? The Earth is in crisis." In space, Yunfeng and Goku sneezed simultaneously. "Who is thinking of us? How could we both sneeze at the same time? Master, it must be our friends on Earth who miss us. I feel uneasy not knowing where Baby is right now." Yunfeng pondered, recalling that in the original story, Baby sought revenge against Goku and the Scions by going to Earth. However, due to Yunfeng's interference, the plot seemed to have changed significantly, so he couldn't be sure if Baby had gone to Earth. Goku, although Baby is very powerful now, he still needs time to become familiar with Broly's body. "We must return to Earth quickly, as long as we do, we can find Baby's location using the Dragon Balls and eliminate him. Moreover, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan at level 4. I believe I can easily defeat him now." The crisis on Earth grew increasingly dire, as Gohan could no longer withstand Broly's assault, being knocked unconscious by a barrage of energy blasts. Through half a month of parasitism, nearly all the beings on Earth had become Baby's subordinates. Gohan and Doll became the strongest enforcers under Baby, handling almost all issues while Baby was busy devising his plan to restore the planet's future. The entire Earth was searching for the Dragon Balls for Baby, and sure enough, after half a month's time, the Dragon Balls were neatly arranged before Baby. Bulma and Dr. Mu, as Baby's chief scientists, were conducting research for Baby's further evolution. The only beings on Earth not under control were Majin Buu and Mr. Satan, along with his daughter Babidi. Majin Buu soared through the skies of Earth, while Satan and Babidi hid within Majin Buu's body. "Why did Baby lay eggs on everyone else on Earth, but not on you? Did he not lay an egg on you? Satan, Baby's egg is not tasty at all, so it's right next to you." Satan and Babidi's eyes widened in shock, revealing expressions of fear as they noticed a wriggling egg resembling a bug next to them, tightly wrapped in Majin Buu's flesh and unable to move at all. "Buu, this egg is too dangerous to leave here. We should get rid of it." Buu chuckled, Since Satan doesn't like it, he'll get rid of it. It's not tasty anyway. Majin Buu spat out a white egg that fell below. Daddy, I want to go save Gohan, Babidi pleaded. Babidi, I understand how you feel, but Gohan is currently beside Baby and is under control. Even if we rescue him, he won't come with us. Bidi's gaze fell slowly, lowering her head. It seems we can only wait for Yunfeng and Gohan's dad to return to Earth. Babidi, it's great that you can think this way. Oh, we need to find a safe place quickly. In space, Master, look quickly, we can see Earth. The blue planet now appeared so clear and beautiful. You guys just can't sit still, you need to learn from Android 18. As they spoke, Android 18 lay down casually, not in the least bit anxious, flipping through a magazine. Master, Sister 18 is part of the laid-back tribe. We need to be active and energetic. We can't be like Sister 18 at such a young age. You little brat, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. I won't spare you. Sister 18, I'm sorry, I'll never dare again. Ha ha. The spaceship was filled with laughter, and this atmosphere was far from lonely. Yunfeng recalled the original story where when Goku gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, all the people on Earth were already under control. Therefore, he had to be prepared to prevent such an occurrence, but he couldn't say it directly, so he needed to lie. Everyone gather around, oh, I have something to say. After advancing to Super Saiyan level 4, I gained a special ability. A special ability. Everyone was filled with questions. It's the ability to foresee a brief future, although not very clear. It is indeed a form of foresight. Master, since you've awakened such an incredible skill, quickly foresee the joyful scene of our return to Earth. Goku, actually, before you even mentioned it, I had already foreseen it. Our return to Earth won't be greeted with joy. Instead, we will face an attack. What? Master, your foresight must be inaccurate. Why would everyone attack us? According to my foresight, the entire Earth has already been controlled by Baby. Although it may not be entirely accurate, we just need to stay alert as a precaution, keeping our wits about us for our safety. Everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, Master, well, be vigilant after returning to Earth. Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction. Since his kind-hearted lie had worked, they would return to Earth. The spaceship flew towards Earth, finally approaching the atmosphere, slowly entering it. The first place they entered was the Arctic, surrounded by icebergs and cold weather. The spaceship was moving extremely fast, quickly passing through the Arctic and arriving in the Central Plains region. Let's go directly to the Heavenly God Temple. We will hand over the Dragon Balls to Bobo and Dondi. The spaceship flew towards the Heavenly God Temple, and soon they saw the temple floating in midair. Everyone felt a warmth. They were finally home. However, what awaited them was not warmth, but coldness. The spaceship slowly landed in the center of the Heavenly God Temple. Goten and Trunks jumped down. Dondi, Mr. Bobo, we're back. Where are you? Bobo, these few people are the ones that Lord Baby specifically requested. After we collect the Dragon Balls, we must hurry to inform Lord Baby. Where are Dondi and Mr. Bobo? They usually come out. Are they sleeping inside today? Goku, you guys are back. Dondi and Bobo emerged. Goku was about to give Bobo a hug. His martial arts were taught by Bobo since childhood, thus carrying different sentiments. Suddenly remembering Master's prophecy, he decided to play a trick on them. Goku suddenly changed his expression. Bobo, have you guys already been controlled by Baby, trying to deceive us for the Dragon Balls? Goten and Trunks covered their mouths. Uncle Goku Dad's acting is truly unmatched. Dondi and Bobo's expressions changed, and everyone sensed something was off. Waitai. Yunfeng's eyes turned white with veins bulging next to his eyes as he looked at the two. Indeed, a different aura was controlling them. Goku, they have 2 types of auras within them. One is evil, just like Baby. With a swoosh, Yunfeng appeared before the two, accurately pressing 2 fingers on their acupoints, and they both collapsed. Master, they really have been controlled. Your foresight has proven true. What should we do now? Have all our friends turned into enemies? I have a solution. Don't worry, Yunfeng said slowly. Lord Baby was right, you are indeed troublesome. You quickly saw through Dondi and Bobo's identities. That voice is Piccolo. A familiar figure with a green face stepped out draped in a white cloak. Piccolo, even you have been. Damn, Baby, I will kill you. Goku exclaimed in anger. Yunfeng's son Goku, will you surrender, or shall I take action? You are no match for Lord Baby. Piccolo tossed aside his cloak and an aura began to rise around him as he prepared to strike. I never expected even a master like Piccolo to be controlled. How detestable. Yunfeng charged at Piccolo. Piccolo threw a powerful punch, but Yunfeng accurately pointed at the back of his hand, causing Piccolo's arm to drop, rendering him powerless. Master, that's amazing. Such miraculous power. Piccolo swung his other arm with power surging in his fingers. After a few gentle taps, Piccolo's other arm also became immobile. Taking advantage of the moment, Yunfeng struck several points on Piccolo's body, causing him to collapse. Master, what should we do? Is there any explosive force that can save them? System, eliminate the baby eggs inside their bodies. Ding, host request received. Scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Starting elimination. Elimination complete. Dondi and Bobo stood up, shaking their slightly dizzy heads. Goku, you guys are finally back. Baby has already controlled the entire Earth, and no creature is spared. Piccolo still lay on the ground, unable to move. Lord Yunfeng, I still can't move my body. Everyone's faces showed smiles.